because the crybaby is going to cry regardless. If you guys want to be a part of this server, you're just going to have to let the moderators do what they do. And if you don't want to be a part of the server, don't become what you think, you know, the people you don't like are. Just leave quietly. I don't go on anybody else's platforms and talk shit. Sorry. I don't even really talk shit about gyms. I don't mention gyms. I don't. I talk about a conversation I had specifically with Jim Panda, but I don't have this bigotrous attitude. I don't think that's a word, but I've been trying to say it forever. I'm making it. I don't have this bigotrous attitude where I see a room and I look at everyone as a representative of that. That's just lazy as fuck. What up, y'all? So, I mean, at the end of the day, what do you want? You want good conversation. You want conversations that can be clipped out to where more people come in the server so that we can have more rooms full so that everybody can participate with new people. That's all you all really want to do anyway, right? It's just participate and speak to new people and let them know the good news. Each and every last one of you want to do that, and we understand that. It'll help us do that.
So I've seen some of the other chat rooms like Chill Chat, and I don't remember if that's the one, but I don't think I had microphone access in one of the ones. I clicked on the microphone and it wouldn't let me do it. So do you have to have special permissions to go into a different room and talk? Or special roles? Or is Chill Chat just for texting?
Yeah, there used to be a role for down there. Maybe something's not set up right.
No. Flat Earthers, Silver, Valued, they should all be able to unmute in Chill Chat. So could you go and test that and see if you're having an issue? And if you are, it might be an issue with the roles, so we can flag it up and get them fixed. You should be able to speak in there.
Okay, well, I can't test it right now. I'm driving in the car. But
Okay.
I will definitely give that a test.
Cool.
The religion debate thing.
There's a lot of stuff I'm holding back and holding in that I was hoping to find other like-minded people to talk to this stuff about. And I understand about what's going on, with Big Brother watching everything. So I'm holding it in. That's one of the reasons I like going to the Flat Earth meets, is to go ahead and talk with some people and discuss stuff. But most of those people are strangers that I've never met before. And listening in here, I've gotten a pretty good idea where a lot of different people's heads are at. Well, not a lot of different people, but some of the regulars, just basically where they're coming from on the surface. But I like to get in much more in-depth, unregulated conversations. So getting into another room away from here, but with like-minded people that I'm familiar with, that would be a blessing as far as I'm concerned.
It's very easy. This is what you do. You spark up a good conversation with someone. You see the conversation going a little bit beyond, what we talk about in the live stream. There's an opportunity to say, hey, let's go to the Chill Chat. That's all I ever did. Guess what? The more people that are
So that's Eli, correct? That's Elijah talking?
Yeah, I might have. Did I break up a little bit there? I woke away.
Well, a little bit. Plus, you're on the phone. You're not as loud as I've heard you before, and I'm in my car, not in my computer. So your voice broadcast sounds a little bit different. My reception sounds a little bit different.
My bad. I'm not using. My headphones suck, so I got to talk on the phone whenever I want to. But basically, all I was saying was you have a conversation that where you and another person or two or three or more is resonating, and you feel the conversation going left. That's actually your opportunity to capitalize on that energy at that moment and say, hey, let's slip out of here and have a conversation. That way you build relationships with the people that are resonating with each other. And guess what? If the interesting is if the conversation is interesting, people will come. You ever wonder how it could be dead in here and then a flat earth conversation happens and then there's a whole bunch of people in just listening? That you, you know, nobody's getting called. Okay, like, hey, well, then again, I don't know how that's happening, but the bottom line is when you speak and it resonates, people will come, man.
Well, I'm going to give that a try. That's not a tool that I was familiar with and knew I had access to, but I'll give that a try. Yeah, because I remember when I first joined this server a few months ago, and I wanted to talk to you about some financial stuff. And actually, I would have preferred just to go into a chill chat room like that and talk about it, rather than, get into more intricate stuff. Just to get a feel for it. But putting that all aside, yeah, I really am having a very strong craving, desire, a need to talk to people about some of this stuff. Some of the stuff I have mentioned on here is about the red pill, blue pill relationship I've got going on. And I think earlier someone was talking about, that I know Dead Air Dave. I sent him a text. He was talking about his wife.
Are you married?
I am indeed.
Ooh.
Have kids, have grandkids.
Well, maybe there's someone else that has more wisdom than me. But I entered into a relationship. The first thing I told her was, "Yo, I'm a flat earther." Like, I just throw that out there with anybody that's gonna be in close proximity with me, like for a good amount of time, because it's like, look, I'm not tiptoeing around anything or anyone. You know what I mean? So it's like maybe there are people who are married to normies, and it's like a little frustrating, and they I've had conversations with people who have had good who steered me in the right direction.
When we got married, I was a big Star Trek fan. I always liked Star Trek more than Star Wars. Very much into science fiction. I kind of fashioned myself after George Jetson. I used to watch the cartoons, and he'd be sitting there pushing buttons with his feet up on the desk, and that's pretty much what I do now. I sit behind a computer with my feet up on my desk. And my whole world turned around, and hers didn't. So, and the hard part about it is she's placed me up, on a pedestal. I'm not going to toot my own horn, but I'm fairly smart. I had a career in mechanics, working on Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Maserati. I did that for almost 20 years, and then I jumped onto the internet during the dot-com boom in the mid-'90s, and went to work for a major internet service provider. I taught myself all about computers, and I look at stuff logically. So what I do now, it's not much different than looking at cars. I look to see what the problem is, use the process of elimination to determine what it is not, and then I try to find out what it is. And that's kind of like with the flat earth. So I looked at this and I said, okay, so let's see, what is this not? And wow, it doesn't appear to be a globe. And so, that's just me. That's my inquisitiveness. But what's going on, she looks up to me as far as being smart, and then she tells me that she thinks I'm crazy and stupid, and that I've drank the Kool-Aid, and I've joined this cult, to go try to find God, and it's the whole thing. It's I'm not going to get into all the details, but I'm in a rough position because I've got, on one hand, a person that I love very much, and I don't want to hurt, and I don't want to offend, and I've got, on the other hand, a sense of betrayal from the whole educational, everything all together on the other side. I don't even want to get into that on this channel, but it's the whole thing is, I'm between a rock and a hard place. So, but that's not what, I didn't want to get into all that right now.
That does sound difficult. I think the only thing I could say to that would be, if I've learned anything in the last few years talking about this, is that you can't make someone see flat Earth or hear flat Earth, whether it's your wife, your parent, your child. It's not something that you can force on someone, and if they're not willing to or not ready to hear it, you've kind of just got to accept that if you don't want to risk jeopardizing the relationship, which obviously is everyone's own journey. And I mean, it's not much help to say that for any people who start to understand flat Earth when they're going into relationships, like Elijah's saying, it's a good idea to be upfront about that and be on at least a similar page or an amicable page before you're going to get into a relationship. If you're already in a relationship, like a marriage, and there's a difference there, then yeah, it's got to be very difficult. But like you're saying, I mean, if your wife is the type who looks up to you and respects you and generally respects your ability to understand and think about things, it probably is making her think about it. It has to be, but it's maybe just going to be a longer process in terms of getting through it and maybe accepting it or entertaining it at least, especially if they've lived X amount of years believing it's a globe and it's been a significant amount of time in their life. But if you can, it's kind of just like, well, you can't force them to see it, and pushing it on them is probably only going to make it worse. So you almost just need to, accept it almost as like, well, they've got this religion, and I'm not going to try and rock the boat with them too much. But,
Yeah, it's a matter of time, man. Because I'm not with her now. I mean, if she wants to work things out, maybe I will. Maybe I don't know. But Flat Earth didn't break us up. Actually, there's just a period where, I mean, I'm sure about, like, when I say something, I'm sure about it, and I don't debate it or go back and forth or feel the need to argue. And so she wasn't ready, so I just didn't speak about it with her. But at the same time, she felt like she wasn't a part of something that I was a part of. So what I realized is, even though she wouldn't communicate that to me, I knew she was trying to research it, because she brought me back Robotham and tried to debunk it. So I'm like, it's not even her fault that if she did choose to try and look it up, your family and friends are not gonna take your advice because they're embarrassed. It's not because it just, maybe sometimes it's because of you. Maybe they can't see you being a different version of yourself, and sometimes it's that. But honestly, that's really all it is. It wasn't until 4 years later that I had her buy me some Celestron binoculars, that she looked at the moon and said, "Oh shit, you're right, bro. There's no way." And I just let her have her thought. I didn't even ask her what she meant. She was just able to express herself. I don't know what she saw in her mind. Well, I do. I explained it one day, but the bottom line is, she was curious, but she had to go her own route, and we got to respect that.
Well, that was cool that she looked at it and was able to go ahead and acknowledge that. But listen, right now, I've got to take a quick bid stop. So, Eli, it was good talking to you again, and I'll be back in about 2 and 2. I'm going to leave the mic on, but I got to jump out of the car.
All right.
speaking of ladies, is it supposed to be ladies' night tonight, or do we know if is anyone doing that tonight or not? Have any flat Earth ladies anyone to?
Well, there is a flat Earth lady in here, but
Yeah,
probably the only one.
Well, yeah, Flatsy, feel free if you want to suggest the conversation, or you want to take the lead on something or whatever. Feel free. No worries if not.
I'm making dinner. I'm so sorry.
No, you're all right.
We always do a ladies' night right at dinner time, and ladies that are like me are making dinner for their family.
Oh, right. Well, I think Karma was talking about trying to do something with Ladies' Night again. So maybe a time change would be better if most of the ladies are struggling with the time of it. But yeah, fair enough. Did anyone catch the successful abort from SpaceX today?
No, tell us about it.
Well, I only I only caught the live stream just as it had ended. But I guess they were launching today for something. I didn't look into what it was they were supposed to be doing, but the video is pretty funny because it's like the worst fog you've ever seen, and they're just sitting in it, and they do the whole countdown, the whole dog and pony show that they do for half an hour before it with the countdown. Then the countdown finally gets to like 10 seconds, and the whole thing just freezes and is frozen for like 2 minutes. Then it comes on, and the guy's like, "Well, the ground crew have just said it's not safe. We're going to abort." And yeah, go on.
And what was this? This was a rocket?
Yeah, SpaceX.
Oh, really? Dude, and these guys want to go to the moon. They can't even take off into the air. Like,
Yeah. This is a funny thing, and now all the comments are filled with people trying to frame a very obvious failure into some kind of success.
yeah, it's like the other. It was like the other one where it blew up in the air and everyone was applauding. It's like, okay.
Yeah. They were all woo, woo as soon as it exploded. It's like normally that's like, oh my god, it's exploded. But now that's a success, and they're all like, well, they didn't even expect it to clear the launch pad, so the fact that it got as high as it did is a great achievement. It's like, aren't they supposed to have been playing golf on the moon in the 70s? How is this a great achievement to barely be able to clear the launch pad? Hysterical. Yeah, the comments are just nuts.
I think it was pre-recorded, that other one, because it felt so fake.
Well, you got to
Yeah.
give them credit for being able to move the goalpost back, and people still cheer. So,
Yeah. I mean, it's just as simple as whatever they say. I mean, these people are fawning over them. People are like, you guys have unlimited power. One of them literally was saying, you guys have unlimited power. I don't know what that even really meant, but it's like they're treating them like gods, even though they're doing nothing. Just insane.
Maybe that's what they want. They want to be gods.
Yeah, seems like it. But yeah, it's just escapism for adults, isn't it? Just this idea of leaving Earth. And the flat earthers are coming and spoiling the party, telling us that we're stuck in this party.
Same thing that people that play like a lot of video games, it's like an escapism. Maybe this is kind of like the same thing. They want to, like you said, they want to escape.
Yeah, like they love this idea of being able to leave one day when shit gets too bad. It's like shit is burning down around them, and they're like, any day now, we'll go to Mars. So
Yeah.
it works as like a double. It's like double effective from the authority or whatever, because it's on the one hand distracting them and keeping this whole fantasy and meaningless existence story alive, but it's given them a kind of distraction from Earth, so they can go about doing whatever they want on Earth and messing things up and starting wars and all this kind of stuff, and everyone's kind of like would probably be more outraged if they didn't have this idea of some kind of backup situation. Like, well, when the elites destroy this Earth, we'll hopefully be on another Earth by then. So people are just more apathetic, less likely to be outraged as they should be with everything going on. So yeah, it's a real home run for those in control. I have to say it's working pretty well for them. But yeah, space fantasists, I mean, there's some through lines in the hardcore low believers where it's like, I don't know, I bet they all love virtual reality. Right? I've seen a few of them with their bios talking about VR. Like, they naturally gravitate towards virtual realities or false realities, which makes sense considering, you know, that's essentially their position.
I do a robot chick.
There.
You heard me. What's up, Wolfgang? Good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, you too. Doing good. How are you?
Good. I was going to hit on what your point you were making there. People that don't even go below the surface level of escaping to Mars, they don't have the practicality of how you going to live there. Somebody's got to go there and build a biodome or whatever, right? And then, you know, it just makes no sense to even keep entertaining that year after year. We're going to go to Mars someday, stuff like that. Anyway, is there any new people here?
I feel sorry for like the first people that decide to go like to a Mars trip. They're just gonna like disappear. We're never gonna see them again. They're gonna be thrown in the ocean.
Yeah. All the flat earthers are horrified, asking where these people are. They're just getting little postcards every few years. Hey, the potatoes are coming through. Mars potatoes. Woo!
Or maybe they all suddenly have twins that look just like them.
That's
Yeah.
what I was going to say. Without saying it, you know, they've done that once, just a little further than the Challenger. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Just people appealing to sci-fi. Like, well, one day, just you guys wait. You guys are going to feel real silly when we're all shooting off to Mars. Like, all right. I wish it was true so that you could all go. Honestly, how good would it be if all the people who really believe this stuff would just go? That's a bit hard to maybe, but just think about it. Like, we're all like, we're
Wolfgang. I've had to talk.
Why is everyone a robot?
A bit over talk. Am I roboting too?
I think Discord's like messed up.
no, I can still hear you.
No, it's probably.
You're a little bit now and then, but we can hear you. We can hear you.
I'll shut up. Hopefully, y'all get a new person here soon.
Yeah, someone.
Cheers, everybody.
Yeah, have a good one, Sid. Yeah, someone keep an eye out on new people because I'm not checking the list of driving at the moment. So if there's anyone new, let us know so we can introduce them. Yeah.
I'm thinking I might have to like join the Discord VC sort of QR codes just hung up around the town just for random people to just join in the conversation.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone should be doing. Just getting little stickers, put them up, let people scan them, and then if they're intrigued, like not even any text around it, just a QR code, which you see everywhere. I mean, I guess you could put text around it if you wanted to, but you might have more success just having it be a random QR code, and then when it pops up on their phone, they can decide if they want to join. Yeah, we've had a few people over the years who've done similar things, gone out. Orion, I think, he was one of them. It's a good idea.
Well, the other day I was, so there's like a hot air ballooning place around where I am, and there's been free circumnavigations from the Northam airport or airstrip where I am. So I thought, this is interesting. I might actually have a look at it and try and map the flight routes from like a flat Earth projection versus a globe Earth projection. And I haven't got around to mapping it out on the flat Earth projection, but I'll send through the globe Earth projection, and you'll see that it's east to west.
Interested. If you put it in the chat, I'm sure some of our weaponized autists will get to work.
Yeah, putting it up,
Probably get it in 10
uploading
minutes.
it. I mean, it makes sense that it's east to west because the winds go east to west more so than north to south. So it's not a good argument. Like, look, they didn't circumnavigate north to south. But what's interesting is like the two most recent hot air balloon ones have just like gone over so much ocean that it's like, yeah, it's just like how do you even like, I don't know.
What kind of balloons are they? Unmanned?
Oh no, they were manned. They were like, I think one was like as high as a 10-story or 20-story building, and they're like, yeah, just like really high altitude to get the jet stream. I think.
And how far are they traveling?
Well, so-called around the world, but in my graphic I posted, it's like 30,000 kilometers to 40,000 kilometers ish.
What? How long? So how long are these people in a hot air balloon? Are we talking like just like a basket under a balloon, like the standard ones, or is this some kind of?
Just
standard. How long's the journey?
I think it was like from 15 to 22 days or something, depending on which person did it. So pretty quick.
Are they? I guess they're landing and going off again. They're not just doing the 22 days in a basket non-stop, right?
Well, the first guy, I'm pretty sure he was like landing and launching, but the second two, I'm not sure, because like, yeah, I think they just like did it all in one go. But I don't know, like there's not much log data on the second two people who circumnavigated, which is a bit strange. You'd think they'd like be plastering their logbooks over, saying, "Look, I did it. Here's all my logbooks."
They should have recorded the whole thing. 22 days living in a basket above the earth. That's like a David Blaine stunt. They're not recording that. There should
That
be
sounds
video.
really crazy.
Well, I mean, like, I'm probably gonna go to like the actual airstrip and just ask, "Hey, do you guys have like records of like the logbooks or something?" I'd be interested to look at them, because just like on the internet, I can't really find much logbooks.
So was this some kind of record attempt these people were trying to do, or why are they going up and doing this?
Well, I guess the main one is to circumnavigate around the world in a hot air balloon, and then like the second reason could be to like beat the previous people's records. The latest one.
So then they must be filming it all then. Surely, you would think, or recording it, like you say, in some way.
Yeah, like they'd probably have people tracking them some way or another. But just like they haven't really as far as I have been able to like do some internet research, they haven't. Oh no, I'm echoing. It's hard to remember what I'm saying now. As far as I can figure, they haven't really broadcast logbooks so that I can just like plot where they are at what time on a map. So they're just making it difficult for a little flat Earth researcher like me.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they should be making a YouTube video. I mean, 3 weeks in a hot air balloon, I'd watch that.
Yeah. I mean, like, even learning about it made me think, wow, maybe I could spare like a few weeks and just like sit in a hot air balloon and go around the world. That would be fun.
Yeah, like the baskets aren't that big, are they? Do you have like an image of, or do you know what balloon they were using?
No, I'd have to like look it up, and I'm on my phone, so I can't really.
Right. Surely they're like surrounded. Surely they're just like surrounded by a bit of water and food and like a sleeping bag. it must be pretty
Yeah.
hardcore.
Yeah. And like, yeah, I haven't really looked too much into like how the hot air balloon was and all of that. I've just been looking at the routes they took.
Right. Well, it sounds interesting. If you do get more information, I'd be interested to hear about it.
Yeah, it might not have anything interesting, like no interesting globe jeopardizing things or anything. But yeah, just looking into it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even aside from the whole globe flat Earth thing, it just sounds like a pretty wild adventure if they're doing it. So I would like to. I'd be interested to hear more about it. Yeah.
Okay.
What part? Where are you
been
from? Oh, sorry.
Western Australia, Northam.
Okay, Australia as well. I'm getting a lot of Aussies through lately.
Australia's pretty flat, right?
As far as I can tell.
I mean, like no mountains and stuff, and not too many mountains, right?
Well, yeah, our mountains aren't really big. I mean, we have like a handful which are, but not much.
Yeah,
So I've been in a hot air balloon once. It's just like a morning trip in a small basket big enough for like, I think we had 4 people in it. But I can't imagine, I just picked up on telling you this just now, but if you're talking about going long distance in a balloon, the first thing I'd think about is, okay, well, you got food and you got, blankets and stuff to keep you warm, but where are you going to go to the bathroom at?
Hey, you just pop your booty out of the freaking the balloon. I'm guessing.
That's a good point.
That may not be as easy for Stacy as it would be for you.
They
Maybe
might have
that's why
like
it's only
they might
being
have
done.
like a little compartment where they open it up and they can just
Yeah, but you can't just be flying over places and be shitting on.
like Dan, what the hell was that?
I guess it's okay if they're over the ocean.
Yeah. Over the ocean, I guess that's fine. So, disrespectful to the fish.
Yeah, the fish
But
probably
yeah.
like it.
That's why I
Oh,
was thinking
free
about, like, the logistics of it just seem pretty extreme on top of the whole flat Earth map, globe Earth map type of thing. I hadn't really considered anyone was doing very long distance journeys in those kind of hot air balloons.
Stacy, have you ever been in a balloon before?
Yeah, just recently I got a free ride.
What did you think of it?
What was that?
Well, what did you think of it? Did it bring you joy? Is that why you want to take a long distance ride now, or?
Oh no, I'm not gonna like go on a long distance ride around the Earth. I was just researching into these people who have already circumnavigated. When I was on the hot air balloon, I thought, wow, this is pretty cool. It's sort of because like it wasn't very high up, about 1,000 feet. I thought, wow, it's like basically what I would see on a mountain if I wasn't obstructed with like other tree obstructions which spoil my view. And it looks like a model of the Earth someone's made just due to the perspective of it looking so small. It was pretty cool.
Well, I've had a fear of heights ever since I was a kid and jumped off a roof and had the wind knocked out of me. But, like if I stand like at the edge of a building and I'm looking over the edge, I just feel real queasy. Like I have to hold on to something so I don't fall over. But when I went up on the hot air balloon, I wasn't afraid. And, I would think, I probably should have been afraid because if there was a leak there or whatever, we'd be coming down pretty quick, uncontrolled. But it was just so peaceful up there because there is no wind because you're blowing with the wind. So everything is just calm and serene. And I found it to be a very enjoyable experience. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, it is very peaceful, even to the extent where I wanted to like say a few cheeky remarks to like the pilot and stuff about curvature, blah blah blah. But I thought, no, it's too peaceful. Everyone else is gonna get annoyed that I keep chatting, so I held my tongue a bit.
Well, my wife and I have been talking about moving to New Mexico, and they have an annual balloon festival in Albuquerque, and the whole place is just full with hot air balloons. So she's looking forward to seeing him. I'm looking forward to going for another ride.
Yeah, I think the coolest thing would be to like if I could befriend a hot air balloon pilot and then convince them to like mount some sort of IR camera onto their hot air balloon basket so they can just like get IR footage of the landscape and scenery. Like
They didn't allow you to get footage?
No, like I would have been able to have footage, but I was actually, it happened quickly. I didn't have time to get my camera because it was like a surprise, not surprise, but like it wasn't organized or anything. But like theoretically, if like you could put some sort of mount on the basket, which, you know, they'd probably be like, oh, I don't want you to have a mount on my basket, safety, blah, blah, blah. But if you could mount a camera onto the basket and just like have that camera see exactly what the basket's view is, and maybe have like some barometer or altitude meter which you feed into the camera so it knows its altitude too. That would just be interesting for observations purposes.
I was saying about what you were talking about, these people already doing it. I mean, as a bare minimum, they should be having all of this on their long distance attempt, right? I mean,
yeah, that's true. They should like publish all this footage.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going in there with the same mindset as a flat earther would.
Nah, but just if you're going to perform any journey, which you're saying is going to be a unique journey, one of, it's not the first of its kind. You're trying to do it competitively to do it faster than someone else. I mean, especially nowadays with how cheap GoPros are and all this kind of stuff. Everyone's recording everything. People are recording themselves walking to the shops. So if you're going to be doing a circumnavigation in a hot air balloon, it would definitely cross your mind to put a camera on it and at least record some of it. Surely. You're going to be up there 22 days. What are you going to do? You might as well document it and just slowly lose your mind talking to a camera.
Yeah, I might actually like try and dig up and try and find some more videos of like the actual footage on the balloon. But as far as I'm aware, it would have just been like a guy holding a camera and turning it on whenever he wanted to, rather than like, you know, doing flat Earth observations.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they wouldn't be necessarily talking about the Earth and the curvature and all that kind of stuff, but you would think they would be like, here we go, I'm over this point, here's me filming it. Day 12, I'm running out of water, and I'm over the ocean.
Yeah, well, I'll see if I can get some records or like just some more information from the actual airstrip place, which
yeah, you should get the guy's name. If he's performing these kind of things, he should have a name, and you should be able to look him up.
Yeah, they do have names. One's Steve Fawcett, the other's Claude Munier, and then the last one is, I forgot his first name, but the last name's like Kuyevkiek or something Russian. It's on the map I sent in a text, like the text of the map. I'll repost.
Well, I'm sure our live stream chat GPT can do some digging. Show us what you find. I want to watch this guy in a basket for 22 days. I don't know why I'm finding that so funny, but
that would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah, it'd be sick, right?
So I missed the first part when Stacy started talking. I was under the assumption that she was going to be the one taking a long balloon trip. So sorry for my long comments.
Yeah, she's saying that they're doing this nearby where she lives, and she's going to try and get more information about it. But yeah,
and technically, if they're circumnavigating the Earth, and the Earth is 4,074 kilometers, there was only one of the three circumnavigators actually went for over 4,074 kilometers. The others took shortcuts.
Yeah, I don't know if I could do something like that, like 20 days on a blimp or on a balloon. That's crazy.
Yeah, presumably at that height as well, it's pretty cold. Is that right?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think I've been on one, but I'd imagine it would be pretty cold. So 22 days in the cold with bottled water, whatever you can eat.
Yeah, they
So are they going
near ice.
Are they going east and west or north and Are they going east and west or north and south?
East and west.
Okay, well that's not going to prove anything then.
Yeah, well,
If you use a compass, it's still going to point north, and you just go ahead and keep making a. Anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I lost my train of thought. I was going to say something, but it's gone.
Something about it being cold, maybe. Something about the food. About the clothing.
I'm gonna. I don't think you'll be able to revive my thought. I think it's just gone away now.
Yeah, I mean, do they pit stop maybe like every few days, or is it just like a consistent 20 days? I mean,
the first guy he pit stopped like each sort of point. I'm pretty sure he pit stopped and landed like from A to B to C to E. But the other two who were just like going over the sea, I don't think they landed at all, except when like at their launching site. I think, as far as I was able to work out.
So they're saying they're hot air ballooning for 22 days over the Southern Ocean.
Yeah, well, pretty much, and then at the bottom of Africa and South America, I didn't get any information of them landing on those ones, just like flying past them. They have to be millionaires, so got some money.
They're millionaires.
Of course.
Well, at least one is an admitted millionaire. The others probably.
You're not going to be a brokey doing that. What's wrong with you?
Well, obviously, yeah. I guess they're not going to be broke, but they should be like sponsored by Red Bull or something. No.
Yeah, I think one was sponsored by some beer company.
By Bud Light.
He's just up there for 22 days with cases of Bud Light. Yeah. Getting hammered.
I'm not going to say what I was going to say, but that's funny.
Well, that sounds absolutely crazy. To be doing that over the ocean, like, I don't know. There must be video. There's no way you're doing that and not recording it and putting it online. Right? Am I crazy to say that?
Oh, the recentest guy was 2016, so that would like totally be when you'd be like recording everything. So maybe he does have like some videos and stuff. I haven't dug deep in enough to that sort of thing to know.
Yeah.
But I should look into it.
Yeah, no, it would be interesting to see.
So this has me wondering the possibilities if this could be some kind of propaganda just to prove, like, see, the world is round, and just promoting this as an anti-flat Earth type campaign from there be a flat Earth.
I don't think these people go in with any mindset. I think they're just trying to do something fun and just adventurous, and that's what I think.
So I haven't been able to see the map, but what's their start point and what's their end point? They're coming back to the start. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, none of them land exactly where they launched, but around Australia, like a few hundred kilometers, give or take.
Maybe you've already said what it was, but what is their purpose of doing this? Like like what they say?
Just, I guess, the pride of being able to say they've circumnavigated the Earth, the adventure of it, or whatnot.
Now, the thing with hot air balloons is, although you can go, hopefully, in a general direction, you're ultimately at the whim of the winds. And when I went on my hot air balloon ride, the pilot had what you call a pieball. It stood for pilot balloon. And it was a big black balloon full of helium, and he'd let it go, and he'd watch as the balloon would rise, so he could see which way the wind direction was going at the different altitudes. So that way he knew where we could go ahead and take off from so we'd land at the optimum landing spot. So, that's my hat is off to anybody that goes on a balloon and just hopes they get blown in the right direction. This will be interesting. I hadn't heard anything about it, but thank you for bringing that to my attention. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, we definitely need more information on that, because that's what I was thinking as well. I was like, it's not super easy to steer or maneuver one of these things, is it? So it would be interesting just from a recording perspective to see how they're maneuvering it, and if it is just, we're jumping into these particular wind currents and they're essentially taking us the whole way, or if they need to be doing some kind of maneuvering, which, if they were to get wrong or get blown out of their course, presumably if they're over the Southern Ocean, that's a fairly dangerous situation to be in. So, you'd have to think they'd be pretty confident in being able to control it all the way east to west to keep a reasonable bearing on it, unless it is just, like I say, being taken by the wind current. So, there's a few reasons why it would be very interesting to see this claimed voyage documented and videoed.
It'd be cool if they had some kind of a transponder that would connect with the towers, like they have the airplanes, and you can go ahead and go on. There's I forget the name of the site, but you can watch actual air traffic and monitor stuff. So that would be cool if they had something like that, so we could actually follow along and track along with the ride.
Yeah, well, they must have something like that. I mean, if the whole purpose of them doing the thing is because they want to do a circumnavigation and they want to beat these other people who've previously done it, they would have had to have been recording everything, because it's going to be scrutinized, right? Like their route, like it must be all tracked.
Yeah, I'm sure that is, but it would be nice if people public like you and I could go ahead and have access to that and watch what's happening with it.
Yeah, I agree.
And then it doesn't, totally. I mean, it would seem counterintuitive to me to do something like this and then withhold it from the public. Like, presumably you would want the public to see, hey, look, this is what I did, here's my route, here's the data, that would make sense. So.
Well, I'll tell you, something else I'm thinking about just now is I've got the DIRTH Flat Earth calendar, and it's got the equatorial. Anyway, it's got the from the USGS, and it shows a flat Earth with a south pole around the outer ring, and it shows the wind currents, the magnetic currents, all that stuff, and it's huge. You can see which way, how strong it is.
You're roboting, so I was trying to
see on the.
You kind of cut out for a bit.
Oh.
Have that off phone.
Wow.
Your robot in well, I'm clear. You might need to disconnect and reconnect or something.
Okay, I'm still on a little bit of a valley. I don't know if I can be heard.
Yeah, you're good
now.
Oh, okay. Anyway, the Flat Earth map. Does anybody have that app on their phone?
Not me.
Yeah, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac clock app or something?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So the whole reason I got that app is just for the map that shows weather, wind, all that kind of stuff. And there used to be the USGS site. You could look at this map, and they had this up there. And I saw this. This is like back in 2017, and then they took it off. So like one day it was there, I could see it. The next day it was reversed. So north was the outer ring, and south was like the inner center. And so the whole thing was, a little bit different perspective. And you can still see it that way on the USGS. Well, at least the last time a few years ago when I checked. But on the map that's on Earth's Flat Earth calendar, blah, 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 you can actually see it. And I've zoomed in and taken a look around, the weather conditions where I'm at and watched the news and where they're talking which way the winds are blowing. And actually seeing it on here, you can see the wind and which direction it's blowing and at different altitudes. So it makes me wonder, do they have some kind of a tool like that in that balloon so they know which way the direction of the wind is? But then again, you can't make a left or right turn, so altitude is about the only way, I guess, that you could navigate.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, you're at the
definitely
mercy
doing
of the
parts of
current.
flying.
Sorry, Stacey.
I think you doubled.
I was just saying the directions of the winds at what altitude.
Okay, I caught something about winds at altitude, but I'm breaking up a little bit. I'm going under bridges here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So is that Stacy roboting or is that me?
Can't tell anymore because it might be me.
Sounds like robots communicating with each other.
Oh man, the robots are taking over.
But yeah, I think what Stacey was saying is that they just know where they need to go in terms of their altitude to catch what wind current. I mean, that's got to be a pretty unique skill. So to do that over an entire circumnavigation in the south, that would be crazy.
Well, Stacy, what got you into that? Is it just because you wanted to, just a new experience, or the flat Earth?
Here in Northam, they were having a national hot air ballooning competition, and I was helping volunteer and do some behind the scenes stuff. So that's how I got involved. And just the meteorological big word. I won't say it again. That aspect of it is pretty interesting, just being more aware of the weather, and so yeah, it's an interesting sort of topic. So that's what got me interested.
If I get on a robot party, you take a hot air balloon trip around the world and measure the curvature as you go. That would be cool.
Yeah, spin too while you're at it. Yeah, presumably they just take off and hover for a while until they end up back where they started.
Well, one of the guys who watched the most recent circumnavigator guy launch from here, he was saying that the guy took so long and he was going so slowly in the air, and he was thinking, how on earth is he gonna get around the world in 15 or 20 days? But then as he kept going up and up and up, eventually he just got so far up and just whoosh, he completely got taken by the wind and really was out of sight really quick. So that was eyewitness to how the launch was.
That's interesting. See, even that would be interesting to see footage of. To see the balloon get taken by the current at a certain altitude. That'd be cool to see.
Yeah, that would be. I should ask around for some video clips.
Presumably, even when they're getting that, what do you think their top speed would be in one of these currents then?
I couldn't even guess. I'd just be making stuff up. I don't know.
Because some of these currents are going hundreds of miles an hour, right? So these balloons.
Because I asked the pilot on my trip when I went, and I think he said the maximum is 15 miles an hour that he'd go with passengers.
So if you're going 15,
Or not.
15 or 50?
1.5.
Yeah, did you say 1.5 or 5.0?
He said 1.5.
1.5 knots. 1.5 knots.
Yeah, but that's just
1.5.
commercial.
So that would be the lower altitude passage.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah, that'd be very low. And like I said, he takes the pie balls. They blow up a big black hot air balloon and launch it. Just let it go, and they just watch it, and it keeps going up until it disappears. So they can see roughly. They've got a good eye, just by judgment, how far up it is, and so they know where they need to go in the direction they want to go. So these guys know what they're doing. They've been studying it. I'd be lost in a hot air balloon if I had to pilot one. I don't think I'd ever make it, but that's just like hunters that go out with a rifle or hunters that go out with a bow and arrow. The ones with the bow and arrow have to be more tactical, have more skill and more patience, and with a rifle, you just have to have a high power rifle to get them from a long distance. Pardon me?
Go on. I was just going to say, could someone just look up on Google what's the top speed of a hot air balloon? Out of curiosity.
While you're looking that up, I'm not robot, and there's a new person here, but I can't. I'm driving. I can't unmute him. Ribeye 1977 is here, no roll. Just letting you know.
All right. Well, can someone unmute them? Because I can't do it right now. Are there any mods still in the chat? If you're listening, new guy, and no one's unmuting you, go to VC check-in and pick @oddping, @gold, and verify it. Yeah, I'm just thinking about this basket moving along at I don't know. If it gets into these air currents that are hundreds of miles an hour, what does that look like on a balloon? Is the basket behind the balloon, at an angle?
I haven't been under very high speeds, but at my measly little 50 miles an hour, there is no wind because you are moving with the wind. It's like part of it. So you just see the ground moving underneath, but you're all twisted sideways around like you're in a hurry.
Yeah, it's pretty smooth at that level.
The problem is that there's a lot of resistance because the air balloon the balloon is not really aerial dynamic, I guess you could say. So it doesn't really. It says between 8 to 10 miles per hour.
Is the top speed?
Generally, that's the speed, 8 to 10 miles per hour.
Well, that can't be the speed these guys are going if they're doing it in 20 days, right? So what speed would these guys have to be going to do that distance in the time that they say they did it? Can someone work that out?
I mean, they probably have average speeds somewhere on the internet, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
It says they've achieved speeds of 123 knots.
Okay, so it says here fastest record is 245 miles per hour.
245 mile per hour in a balloon.
That's what I'm looking. It's just Google. I don't know if this is true or not, but it's a Pacific Flyer balloon.
Is that a manned balloon?
That's faster than NASCAR, isn't it?
Yeah, there's people on it, so I'm guessing.
Is there a video of this? I need to look this up when I get back. Folks going
That's actually really fucking fast. That's insane.
That's crazy.
Dude, you know how the wind would be hitting your face?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Because this must be about the speed that they would have to be going, right? I don't know what I mean, it would have to be over 100 to 200, right? So, at least. So,
Well, it could be that maybe you don't feel that because you're actually going with the wind. I don't know.
yeah, but, well, I don't know. But, 20 days going that speed in a basket at altitude? This sounds like one of the most intense things you could possibly do. There must be footage of it.
It says they reach an altitude. It says they reach an altitude of 38,500 feet. Oh, that's that's commercial plane territory. That's
They're going up 38,000 feet.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
So I don't know how to deal with that temperature.
How are they?
Do they need to have oxygen tanks?
Yeah, they can't. That can't be possible. They can't be in a basket at 38,000 feet. Wait, you're saying they were doing this with oxygen tanks?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read that.
You have to.
For 3 weeks?
No.
Yeah. Or like
What?
2 to 3 weeks, I guess.
What?
You'd only need it at the highest altitudes, but then if they're having pit stops, they could stop and get more oxygen. And if they start running low, they just descend.
We said that the first one had pit stops, but the second one was supposed to be non-stop.
Okay, the second one also had this chaser plane following him, so I guess that chaser plane could have had some spare storage and passed some oxygen tanks, although that would be really weird to pass.
How would you be
some
passing
oxygen tank.
this?
I don't know.
Imagine this is like some Tom Cruise Mission Impossible situation going on. They must have filmed it. The more I think about this, the more outrageous this whole thing sounds. Third, we need to check what altitude, because 38,000 feet for 3 weeks is not possible. No way.
Just the cold alone is probably really bad.
Alone, you would literally just freeze. You'd suffocate. I don't know. You'd die in a number of ways. Surely, you can't be on oxygen tanks for 3 weeks, can you? You get hypoxia or something. I don't know. Something would happen in that situation. Surely.
Well, don't they use that when they climb? When they climb
Mount
mountains?
Yeah. They do it on extreme mountains for maybe a day or two, but not even non-stop. I mean, for a few hours. Yeah.
No, there's people in the hospital that live on. There's people in the hospital that live on 40% oxygen all the time.
Yeah, but in a basket at 38,000 feet, freezing. You're just breathing into an oxygen tank.
These are healthy people versus unhealthy people. So if you're healthy and you're on oxygen, it's not hypoxia. You get hyperoxia, which is
hyperoxia. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not as detrimental as hypoxia is.
Yeah, but even then, in the condition, I mean, how are you even getting enough oxygen tanks in the basket for a 3 weeks journey, along with water, food, and everything else?
Well, all you have to do is run it at a blend of 21% oxygen, which is what it is at sea level.
So that's nitrogen?
Have to run it on full. You don't have to run it on full oxygen the whole time.
Yeah,
so if it's 40% oxygen. If it's 40% oxygen, if it's 40% oxygen, is the remaining 60% nitrogen?
The remaining 60% would be everything else, but that's on unhealthy people. So they say what the atmosphere is 21% oxygen and 74% nitrogen, and then the rest is made up of everything else.
Yeah, so that's why I was wondering if it was a mix of oxygen and nitrogen and not just straight oxygen. What if the inert gas was, or I don't even know if that would be an inert gas because
the oxygen.
It probably wouldn't be nitrogen rich up that high because nitrogen's a heavier element.
But even just think, I'm thinking about the climbers when they're on oxygen. Yeah, maybe it's not the exact same blend or thing that they're using, but their tank is about the size of, I don't know, maybe a bit smaller than what the firemen would use or something. It goes on their back. It's a fair size, and that's for like a day maybe. So if you're doing it for 3 weeks, what kind of size of tank do you need for that?
Like, let's just throw an arbitrary number out there. Let's say up in the atmosphere in that height, it's 14% oxygen, right? All you would have to do is release enough oxygen to blend back up to at least 19-20% in order to have a somewhat sustainable feeling in your body.
Right. So you think you could just do it on like a little tank?
Well, for every milliliter of oxygen that you, when you turn the knob on the oxygen tank, 1 milliliter of oxygen is equal to 4% oxygen increase.
I've posted.
So it would just be a slow bleed.
Sorry, what was that you were saying?
I was just saying I've posted some pictures in the live stream.
What are the pictures of? I can't look right now. You'll need to describe.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're just of the guy in his hot air balloon and like a bunch of gas cylinders.
Those are M tanks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each one of those M tanks could last probably 8 to 10 hours on like 10 milliliters of oxygen. So if you're doing a slow bleed in at like 1 milliliter of oxygen, it probably would last like a few days each.
Yeah, but he probably has like some gas as well as oxygen. Like different tanks have, like he'd need oxygen and he'd also need some gas to like put the balloon up.
Yeah.
True.
So is it just pictures that he's got? He doesn't have any video?
I've seen like there's like this newsreel where it's like an hour worth of like footage they had back in like 2002 when they were like tracking it on the news, and that had some videos, but not really much from him. But there was like some videos you got of him like sort of just like sitting in his balloon. But yeah, not much videos from him.
I thought this was an older thing. I kind of jumped in the conversation late. They had oxygen concentrators back then too, so they could have been using something like that as well.
And what's he dressed in? Like, is he presumably very wrapped up?
Looks like a skydiving suit.
Okay.
Just in case.
And a helmet. Also, there's way more than 5 tanks there. If you pay attention to how the rings around the tanks are, you could see more. But there's probably more along the other side.
So, I mean, he obviously looks like he has enough oxygen there to do it.
One of the pictures of him, he's wearing a suit and it has NASA on, so he likes NASA.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, he's repping NASA here, of course.
And those balloons that they use in that, they are made more of a denser material, so they don't lose like helium or whatever they're using for the fuel to elevate. So, they could be maximizing oxygen.
Presumably, it can't be the same kind of balloon that the commercial little leisure balloon, so to speak. It must be a bit more durable.
Right. But still interesting. I appreciate the images, Stacy.
Yeah, really interesting. Thanks for bringing that up. I'm going to be thinking about this all night.
So, what was it? 220 miles an hour, 280 miles an hour?
Yeah, what was the total distance?
I think it was almost 33,000 kilometers.
33,000 kilometers. Done
For that
over.
far.
It's impressive.
Done over how many days again?
I don't remember exactly, but I think like 15 days.
So
Plenty of time.
what's 15 days? So
I'll do the math real quick.
what's that like? 2,000
15 times
2,000 miles per hour.
24. So that's 360 hours of flight if it was full 24 hours. 33,000 divided by 360 equals 91 miles an hour.
91 miles an hour. Okay. Yeah, I could think.
Or no, I'm sorry, 91 kilometers per hour. 91 kilometers.
Okay. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, that's wild. You'd have to be a pretty serious ballooner to be given that a try, I would say.
Hey, Flatsy, how you doing? How you doing, Wave Mixer?
What's up, Gizmo? I mean, Sheepdog. I mean, whichever.
Call Booger Butt.
It'll never go away.
Call Booger Butt.
That's my son. That's what I call him, Booger Butt.
Booger Butt on mobile.
Did you? I don't know. What does he call it?
So anything interesting happened in the last few days? Spirit of freedom. Yeah, I like that. NASA. How high up did he go?
I don't have the exact figures.
I wonder if he thinks himself to be an astronaut now.
Well, he's probably just as much as an astronaut as all of the others.
I'd say he's more of an astronaut than the others.
Right.
Hey, everyone.
At least he buys himself over. What's up?
Yo, so what do you guys think about this? So, do you believe people can only treat you as good as they feel about themselves?
No. Because some people treat other people better than they treat themselves.
Yeah.
Yes, I know that. Like anyone can just make someone a sandwich or buy them something. So even someone who hates you could do something like that to like manipulate you. So like, I believe they could do kind things to you. That's better than maybe they even treat themselves. Even like they'll give you water and they'll drink a beer instead.
Right.
And so,
and a narcissist will never treat anyone better than themselves. So.
Well, that's not entirely true because narcissists are kind of fucked up people. Well, kind of is an understatement. Like it's demonic, dude. It's like they are selfish, but their selfishness makes them suffer a lot. Like to have a taker's mentality is not abundant because it's a mindset that you don't have enough.
Well, you give a little to get a little bit more.
Right.
But
And I understand.
What would be the purpose of the question? Like, what was your reason for asking?
Well, because I'm starting to realize after so much time that that how we want things to be is not how it is. And I know that sounds obvious, but it's like if a person suddenly switches on you, I don't believe that they suddenly switched. I believe that they were never on your team in the first place. Because I don't go into any situation thinking, hey, I want to screw this person over. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I'm just saying, like, my natural state in life is not to meet someone and be like, man, what can I get out of this person? Or, you know, I want to like hate on this person and hurt their feelings. Like, if anything,
some people aren't like that. Some people aren't like that though in their own, because like maybe they're good people, like you said, like we talked about, they don't treat themselves as well as they treat other people, and so you know you can only do good by people for so long when you're like that, because you don't love yourself the way you should. Then you end up screwing up the relationship unintentionally.
Yeah, I think you're right on that.
So some people just need to, like, if you meet a good person, they do good things, but you can tell that they don't love themselves the way they should. They don't take compliments as that well. They don't treat themselves that well. And so you just kind of, you got to kind of let them know, you know, like, stop being so negative. Like you got to fight for that aspect in themselves, in it for themselves. You can't, you can't disregard them just because they haven't learned how to love themselves. What you need to do is you need to be that wall right there and say, look, you need to love yourself. You need to love yourself.
Or at least try, like at least try to improve at the least, because
it's not a matter of try. They'll try if they want to try.
Right.
People aren't always what they seem to be when you first meet them. A lot of people are wearing masks. And
oh my lord, is that the truth? Is that the truth? And it's freaking me out. And like,
and you learn this as you get older, and you know, you just got to deal with it. You know, some people are just not meant to be friends with you. You know,
yeah, it's like yes, you're right, and it's scary because sometimes you could live with those people, you could be around these people, and it's so true. And I guess I just have to like not lower my standard ever, and because it's like I don't judge people. Well, I try not to, I should say.
Oh, we all judge to a certain extent.
Yeah, right. That's why I took that back quick. Like, I'm not, because we all have to like have some sort of conclusion of how we view somebody. And so, what I mean by that is like, if you fucked up your life and and you're bouncing back and you're trying to better yourself, I respect that tremendously. Like, if you can own your mistakes, like, I respect that. And so. But
this is what I tell people, and this is what I used to tell myself. everyone has an agenda, and you should have one too.
Right.
I have no pity. I'm sorry, but I have no pity for people who like destroyed their lives and then want pity for what happened to them. I have no sympathy for people like that. I'm sorry.
I don't know what
you have to have some accountability how you live your life.
It's true. Yeah.
And, well, if you loved yourself, you would have accountability.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, take full responsibility and accountability. Yes, and I'm not saying that's easy. But it's also simple. And so, just simply fold your clothes. I mean, simply make your bed. Just simply do these little things.
Routine. The tasks are simple. The routine is not as simple as you would think. I used to be one of those people that didn't love myself. And so it was very hard to get into a routine because you have to do all the little things correct.
Right.
And that's
so
what's
people
hard.
Don't. Right, because it's everywhere. It's like
But once you do it, you're golden. Once you start doing all the little things correct, then you start to realize, oh man, this is redundant, this is boring. But that's life. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah. And it erodes slowly. It's like that one thing that you just stop doing, and then everything trickles down. It's like, oh, I won't journal today, or I won't go for my walk. Not even just a run, just go for a walk. Like when we stop doing these little things that are good, then the whole thing falls apart, and it creeps up on you so quickly too, and blindly even. And I think I let a lot of desperation slide in my life, where if somebody is doing something that I would never agree with, I would still associate myself with them because they did something kind, or they did something sweet, or they gifted me, or they did something for me, or even perhaps they brought me out of a very bad situation. But sometimes I think, well, maybe I was probably in that situation in the first place because I was hanging out with said person, and it's just, I just never ever want to just let something slide ever again. I don't. I want to forever.
Like what?
Now, like having a friend say something fucked up to you and then you let it slide as a joke, or
like racism,
stuff like that. I guess, yeah, like something kind of like unnecessary to life. Like if I wrote a note to myself. I know this is a little extreme, but anything that's not kind is abusive, and so I just am trying
You're
to
right.
just.
That is a little bit extreme.
Right, no, and I admit that. It's just, but it kind of like shifts a very serious focus on like, is there such a high standard, or is there such a difficulty of being kind? I'm not saying be a pushover. I'm not saying be a jerk either. I'm just rather, why put on a mask and dance on a stage? Why fake an emotion? Like, why even go? You know.
It's people's feelings. They don't want the other people's feelings getting hurt.
Well, all you can do at the end of the day is control your own standards and your own behavior. And even then, people struggle. So you can't get yourself wrapped up in how other people are behaving and how to improve their behavior. That is for them at the end of the day to figure out. You just have to figure out yourself and who you're going to tolerate or associate with. Obviously, it gets complicated when it's people that you are maybe very close to, but yeah, these things just have to be navigated.
You know what's crazy about all this is that you can't tell. You can't tell.
It's true. It's hard sometimes because actions mixed with words.
Yeah, I'll tell you a really quick story, like 30 seconds. From high school, my best friend, we were friends for like over 5 years, dude. Like just out of high school into college, and then and he ended up out of nowhere just sleeping with my current girlfriend at the time, and it really hurt, and because I would never do something like that to him, because I'm actually a good person, but I thought he was a good person too, but I guess not. You know, not everyone is. You know,
we expect. Well, I guess we do expect people to be a certain way because we're that certain way, and it's just like it doesn't even seem that difficult. Well, it's not. I don't think it is. I think the contrary.
You can't impose what you see of yourself and assume that the other people around you are going to be of that quality. And it always sucks when you're cheated on, but in reality, they did you a favor. You lost a shit friend and a shit girlfriend.
You dodged two bullets,
Two bullets dodged. You're like Neo. You're flying past those bullets.
Exactly. And if it makes you feel a little more related to, I can kind of understand that situation in a way because it didn't happen during, but it happened after, and so it's just like, it's very, it's well, that's it. I mean, you can't get betrayed by an enemy.
I also got caught into a pyramid scheme when I was young. I spent a lot. I lost a lot of money, thousands
and time,
of dollars.
right?
And something that I thought was legit. Because I was coerced into it by someone, right, who was in on it, and but I'm glad I got those experiences. You know what? Because it made me a better person, right? It made me understand the world. The world is not rainbows and flowers. You know, it's not like it's not nice.
Right.
Yeah, some lessons are hard learned, but you're gonna learn something from them. Anyway, guys, let's try and keep it to flat Earth if we can.
Oh yeah, word. I mean, yeah. Well, that was sort of related to that because I have literally lost friends because of this conversation. Like to a point where they don't want me to actually go inside their house, like because of that.
This is
Literally.
why I tell people, don't go out telling all your friends and family about flat Earth.
Yeah,
It's
like
not the right
it's insane. I actually can. It's insane to me. Like it actually baffles me. It disturbs me. Like literally today. That's somebody told me.
Yeah, if people aren't ready for it, trying to convince them is only going to hurt your relationship. So you've got to make that. That call.
It is. It sucks. It sucks, dude. It's true. And you know what? They weren't friends to begin with. It's because it's like we can see things differently. You know, I can be friends. Well, then again, I guess I understand too because no, if someone believes in the globe, it's like okay, I'm not gonna hate them. I'm not gonna treat them poorly. If they want to discuss it, then sure. But just because I see something differently, I understand something differently, and I can even bring up evidence why I feel this way. It's still not enough. It's pure evil to reject someone based off.
The globe is like a religion, right? And it's the same as if you were going to go up to a Christian or a Jew and say, "Hey, listen, I've just found out that your religion's wrong," and they're like, "I don't want to hear it." It's like, okay, but if you look at this paragraph and then you look at this paragraph,
yeah,
you know, like they're like, for some people, if it's not about just seeking truth, those people aren't gonna get it, and
they're evil. Well, it's true. It's true. I'm so sorry for interrupting. I agree. I agree so well that like I'm ramped up.
What this boils down to is just people's egos being squashed. They can't have their paradigm. They can't be open-minded. They have to have a belief in their.
So what does that mean? What does that mean? Because there's something to it that's evil. Because there's something about it.
Ego is evil.
Right, but if you go into it with this idea that I'm going to crush your ego, my friend, then your friend is very likely going to be like, "No, fuck you. I'm not going to hang out with you." I mean, when we're on
to
this
treat me like a monster though is different. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the
if he
thing,
wants
right?
to believe in a fucking
Pandora's box, it's the Pandora's box.
Yeah.
If you open it to your friends and they react in a certain way, you need to deal with those consequences. And if the consequence is that they all turn their back on you, then to be honest, they were shit friends anyway. I mean, if they were good friends, even if they disagree, they can be like, I don't really disagree with that. I don't really agree with that. And you can just not have it be a topic that you talk about or that you bring up around them. Because, I mean, this is why a place like this is important, because we can come here and know that there's like-minded people, and you can have your discussion here. But you have to understand that in the real world, too many people are not ready for this. And
it's so disturbing. Yeah, yeah, you're right on that. That's a true statement, and I don't want to talk to people ever again about it because I came from a good place. It's so stupid that this is even a thing. But yeah, I come from a good place when I talk about this or anything. I don't want to live a lie. I don't want to talk about lies. I want to figure out the truth. I want to figure out what's going on. I feel
talking about with family and shit. Just show little hints, little things to make them question their reality, their paradigm. I do it all the time.
It's so ingrained that even if you were to tell them that you're not trying to talk about flat Earth or something like that, they're still going to be like, "Oh, well, he brought up a piece of it. A piece of it is enough to ignite."
Well, did you open up with flat Earth right away? Like, yeah, I'm a flat earther, or were you like, hey,
no? I'm just
water doesn't bend. Isn't that real weird that with how that works on a globe, or how we have an atmos that's spherical and next to a vacuum?
Right, and it just. Exactly.
How do they explain that? You should ask them. How do they explain that? I'm just asking why. I'm just curious.
I'll tell you. It's every single. I can already open. It's textbook. It's always I just leave it to the experts, or it's I don't care.
Yeah. I mean, these are people.
What is it going to do? It's not going to change my job.
Generally,
Yeah, it's not gonna, exactly. Literally, it's word for word. It's not going to change
my buddy
job.
said that to
gonna...
me. I'm like, dude,
yeah,
you literally have a filter, a bullshit filter when it comes to news. What your feed and your social media, this events around you. Like you hear shit in the news like global catastrophe or some shit, and that bullshit filter filters through. And you're going to be like, oh, that's fucking nothing. That's them trying to propagate fear.
Yeah, and it's like Stockholm syndrome. I think people are too comfortable with the terrible smell in the room that they don't want to clean up. They don't want to figure it out. They just rather be used to what's going on instead of perhaps thinking that there's more. There's something else. And they even complain about the current lifestyle they have. They complain about the way the world is, the way society is structured.
Hey, all you gotta do is set an example. Set an example.
You know. Yeah, and I have.
And I've been. Just be a role model. That's all you can do. You can't wake a person up. They have to do it themselves. So what you can do is be a role model and set an example.
Yeah. Well,
if they want to live that shit life, then it's their fucking choice. They can be a fucking idiot. That's their choice.
I just so strongly have empathy for people because I always think, like, what if I woke up and I was that person? I would dearly need a friend. I would really want someone to be there for me.
But you have some here. Hey, if they hear the information, I mean, it's not even. It's not even really like something you try to convince them. And nobody here is trying to convince anybody. Most people that come here, they came here to ask us for information. So when we try to talk to our friends and family, you can tell right away, there's a wall there, a lot of times. And so for you to just continue to berate them or whatever, I'm not saying you're berating them, you're just speaking your truth, but I mean, you just notice right away. It's just like it's not.
Well, I hate.
I hear. I mean, and the more you do it, the more the thicker the wall gets. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I do. And the thing that really frustrates me is when someone pulls me and they're just like, "Hey, so I think what you're saying is stupid, but what do you think? Why do you think it's this way?" Or it's like, well, you don't want me to because when I try to explain
at a certain point, I when I first came across Flat Earth, I did the same thing. I started talking to my family, my friends. It was like, oh, it's flat. Everybody look, it's flat. And then, I realized that I hit a wall with all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I realized where they are. And so then I decided, anytime that they have a question about why I say what I say and why I do what I do, they can come to me and ask me a question. Other than that, I just keep our conversations together. When I'm with those friends and family, I don't talk about it all the time because unless they bring it up.
Yeah, and most people don't even think about that. Most people aren't thinking about flat Earth, right?
Most people aren't thinking about the truth about the way we live. That's really what it is.
The area that we live on.
Exactly. Even a better answer.
On, dude.
And let me tell you,
navigating the world.
There's so many pieces of the heliocentric model Jenga puzzle that they're pick and choose. And one that just sticks out like a sore thumb is the containment of water. Like that one is that one's undeniable. You can prove it in a cup.
Sure, but
you can prove it in a flooded basement. You can't
prove it to them, though.
You can't prove it to an idiot.
Yeah, they're
that thinks that you go uphill on water and ship.
Yeah, they're in a totally different paradigm, and that's okay because, I mean,
the containment of water, man.
It's just like people like, oh, I'm losing relationships, which I mean, my relationships with a lot of my friends and family have been affected by it, but the fact that I can still hang out with them and I never really talk about it unless they ask me questions, which is fine. No, I'm not going to, it's like, I don't want to hang out with Dennis because he's freaking talking about flat Earth all the time, which I don't. So I just hang out with my friends and family and do friends and family stuff.
The only relationship that you should have, the number one, should be with God, the creator. What is this place?
I'm starting to really understand that on such a genuine level right now, because it's either people who seek God and people who reject it completely.
And
Like I had a friend. Sorry.
No, I was going to say. I mean, here's a phrase I use, or I used to use a lot. I don't know if I've said it much anymore. But it's we seek the seekers. You know, people find us here on this server. They come in here asking us questions. So that's the same way I work with my family. All right, now you know what I'm about. Ask me a question, I can answer it. But otherwise, I'm not going to bring it up.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Lo-Fi?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, I think I was talking to you on my way home from work, and you had your girlfriend there, and we were talking about internal combustion engines. Was that you?
Oh, yeah. She's actually one of the friends that helped me, and then now I think she's starting to hate me.
After yesterday, or after the conversation here, or?
Yeah. It's been the dynamic in the house is super different. Like, it's like super different. I feel weird even walking around. I find body language never lies, ever. You have to be like a trained psychopath to like manage it and even then your body reacts a certain way, and you can just tell when someone doesn't like you. It's just so hurt.
Do you guys live together? Is she just a friend, a girlfriend, or if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah. We went to school together, and so she's 1 year older than me, so we didn't like go to the same classes, but we saw each other periodically, and we know of each other mutual friends, and we kind of all linked up when I was going through a very difficult time. And after a few weeks, after going to church, she goes to church too, and so I go to church with her and her whole family, and I feel like that's a perfect way to start talking about scripture and how it describes the earth. And slowly but surely I did start talking about flat earth, and then
doesn't she have a husband?
It's a little rocky. It's she's not with her ex, and so she found someone in a similar situation, and it's very chaotic, and I feel incredibly uncomfortable, and I'm at the house at the moment, and I'm waiting for a family member that I grew up with who's not blood related, but she's related by marriage, and so I'm just kind of going to build myself back up with the one last family member I have. And it's just, and the reason, and I also feel like my family's so screwed up that that's a whole nother story. But anyway, yeah, I don't know how a different perception could be so destructive, but now I do. I get it now. If somebody even has it's weird. It's like you can not agree on the same ice cream flavors. If somebody likes mint chocolate chip and somebody likes vanilla, there's no big difference. There's no blood there. There's no hatred there. Completely different tastes. Literal tastes. But yeah, but if you have a different view on what you walk on or what you see, then all of a sudden there's a huge problem. And I don't think that's a big problem at all, as long as people can just be cordial and discuss. I mean, that's more disturbing than anything. It's just discussing.
Some people just you can only go so far with them, right? And then eventually you will become an annoyance, right, in their life, because maybe they don't have that same interest as you do, right?
They don't have the same patience, they haven't experienced enough.
So you got to know when to kind of cool down, drop it, because it's not going to lead to anything good, You don't want to get in between somebody's life and their relationships and stuff like that. You have to be careful with that.
Well, no, it was fine until I just started to try to figure out a better way of living. And I think a better way of living is living in truth. Perhaps you don't need everything. You just need you just need what's right. You don't need collections of all this stuff. You just need what you actually need. And it's just very odd to me. And it just makes me realize that I don't think you can make friends. I think you just discover who is a friend. If I can't help someone, I'll be honest. I'll be I can't even help myself right now. I'm so sorry. But if I can help, I most certainly will. And at the very least, I'll wish them well, or I'll try to give them some sort of resource. But to like pummel someone and hammer their spirit is, I can't understand that. I don't want to understand that. I want to be away from it. It's just, it's like these are the type of people that they'll associate you with evil. Even, and the irony of it is that they're rejecting truth, and so it's makes me uncomfortable. Like now, I don't even want to sprinkle it anymore. Like that, that's what, like, sprinkles turned into so much chaos. Like I don't even ever want to.
Do you rely on this person in your life, like?
Yeah, for
resources.
Not financially, no, but for resources, I will admit a little bit. And now I don't have to, but it would hurt me. So like her and her friend and her family are kind of like, well, they're making it sound like it's a big deal. And it's not. I just need time to send out applications and secure a security deposit. It's not like it's crazy. And so I just started to like ask myself, like, what if I'm not the problem? Like, not in an egocentric way. Just what if I'm not the problem? Am I really?
Whatever. If they're not open-minded, then that's it. They're just not open-minded. How you grow on from here on out is entirely how you do. If I were you, I'd find sounds like it's something with resources. Get your shit together where you don't need them.
Yeah,
like they should have it should be a privilege for them to hang out with you.
That's right.
You're giving them your time.
Yeah,
your effort. It shouldn't be the other way around.
It should be peaceful, yeah, and it's not, and it's a liberating feeling, but I'm not gonna lie, it hurts, and so.
So how did you find Flat Earth in the first place?
From Scripture, in Genesis, when it talked about the sky, the firmament dividing the waters between the waters, and there's I don't want to like butcher a Bible verse, especially if it's in the first few pages.
Are you super religious? Like
no,
go to church and everything in the Bible is truth.
No. I have a weird feeling. I have a weird theory that if there is a truth, then it most likely is in the Bible. But I don't believe that the Bible is all truth. I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's all truth. But I believe that it might have the door to something leading to the truth. And there's two reasons.
I would say try not to believe so much. Try to find the truth. Because when you start believing, you start going into pseudoscience.
No, you're right.
It's not
you're
a good road to go down on.
Yeah. Well, if anyone ever asked me why I would even consider a creator, I just answer by the fact that everything's by design.
Well,
so like
it's stupid to think that there isn't.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Because
you talk about that, like they'll be like, "Oh, evolution," and you can tell them how stupid evolution is.
Yeah. I always tell people
what they believe.
Yeah, I always try to. I know there's more of a process, but to put it into like simple terms, I always tell people, listen, people don't evolve; they grow, and caterpillars can evolve. And so
there is micro evolution where like certain traits get passed on, and then like we can develop like a resistance to certain things. Like example, malaria, and, like sickle cell.
Yeah, some people have stronger immune
I'm not
system.
the same. I'm not the same person I used to be 20 years ago.
I've
changed.
You grew.
You're always changing.
Yeah, you grow. I'm not.
If you're consciousness
what I'm saying is
changing. Like you're doing something wrong.
What I'm saying is a person's not going to like just grow wings and fly away, or a person. From my understandings, Like from my experience.
you can say that. We ain't growing wings.
Yeah. Well, like, do you see it? Like exactly. Well, I'm just like I always leave it open minded, just so someone won't say that I'm not open minded to like how if somebody told me something insane, I will be that person to be like, okay, that does sound insane, but let me know why you think this. I'm listening. Like, because we live in a crazy life. So, if somebody's going crazy, I understand. And so if they're trying to tell me something, I would hope someone would listen if I was them. And so I'll listen, but I'm not going to agree if I don't. So I won't lie about agreeing.
You can't put your own standards on other people because no one's the same.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Other than like the base rules, like, don't hurt somebody, don't, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do what your heart says. At the end of the day, whenever you see injustice or anything happening in the world, listen to your heart. No matter what other people say, your heart is part of God. At the end of the day, if you feel it, you feel it. You don't need to be told yada yada in a fucking book. It's
it's kind of like you could almost replace. I'm like squinting my eyes when I say this. You can almost replace the word intuition with God, because that feeling that you have, ... Yeah, like that feeling. It's that feel, like in quotation, that feeling. It's that feeling, and there's different words for it, like a reaction, an intuition, a ponder, or the what's the light bulb going off word?
We get it. We get it. Connection.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so and so I'm trusting that feeling as best as I can. I'm trying to trust the feeling that if they're if anyone's going through a tough time, it's why do these storms happen? Well, God will allow these storms to happen to get your attention. Okay, so why does he want your attention? Well, he probably wants your attention to figure out stuff and higher your standards, do something better. Never let this happen again. Never let that happen again. Understand something at least. At the very least, understand something. What is it about the situation that's so far out that it can never be like that again? And that might not be an easy acceptance, but it'd be a freeing acceptance. And that's what the Bible says. The truth shall set you free. And so, yeah, it's like bars like that, like forget rap music, like the Bible, the scripture has some bars. I mean, you reap what you sow. I mean, how true. And sometimes people will be like, well, why isn't it happening right now? Well, timing is different for everything. And so I'm just trying to trust that timing. And it's very insane, but I guess it's for the best. I guess I'm just trying to make justification for these difficult times, and somebody thinking the worst of you based off a belief, and not just a belief, but I guess I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, and then if somebody hears something bad about your family, and they associate you with that, or they hear something bad about your friend and they associate you with that, or something like that, like people that are easily deceived to rumors. Probably not a friend at all. Actually, they're not, and so it's not friendly. It's not a friend. Somebody who rejects truth, I do not think can be a good friend. You can be cordial, sure, but are they a friend? No. I would not count on it. And then I guess that would just kind of spiral into, it's just either people that take full responsibility for everything, not half responsibility, but full responsibility, compared to people that reject responsibility.
Let me ask you, does this happen to you a lot, where like people that you meet just end up being not what you thought they were, and it just keeps happening?
In a sense, yeah. I admit I'm naive, yeah. I would hope, because I would hope that people aren't like that, and they are, and it sucks. Like and I know there's a lot of wonderful people. Like I've met people that made me feel like I'm living a fairy tale. Like they helped me and they were there for me, and ways that I could never dream of. But then there's people that they put your spirit in a corner and make you feel like a monster, or they try to like kill your spirit and make you not want to do better. And then it's confusing because maybe their actions don't match their words, or vice versa. But I almost never. I feel like it's just so much more clearer if you just don't ever let certain things slide, or anything slide, really. Like, it just seems like bad people treat people based off some sort of status instead of like honesty. It is a shallow way of life, of living. And so when they find a way to like kick you when you're down, they will. And they won't just kick you, they'll take a bat to your head. Like, they will literally do that. It's just because it's a business transaction at that point. It's not some sort of friendship. And they will pull strings that are gonna hurt you, and they won't have a sheer remorse because it makes them feel better about themselves, or it takes the light off of them from not taking responsibility, and it puts it on you, and it makes you look like the bad person, or makes you look worse off, when in reality that they are living that life. And so it's just people that don't take responsibility and people that do. And it's not just like, oh, I made my bed, I'm responsible. No, like, you make your bed, you're a kind person, and you try to figure out what's honestly right. Like, just put in a 1% effort is even better than somebody who completely rejects it. Just like a sheer effort. Not even perfection whatsoever, just sheer effort. A slice of effort. And that's too much for people. Like, I think the way our society is going is it's just slowly collapsing. It's so like people don't realize they're on fire. It's like it's been burning the whole time, like a frog in a pot. Like, that's exactly what's happening to people, to our society. Can't even have a goddamn conversation with somebody. Like, this is like at the lo-fi server I'm part of, has almost 1 million people in there, and it's like literally hard to find people to have a conversation with without somebody screaming or getting drunk and yelling and insulting. Like, we're talking about adults here, like, unable to have a conversation without insulting somebody's character. And so, yeah, that's how it is. And so once you can swallow that red pill, then I think you could navigate the world in a relentless way. It's like you get punched in the face and you just brush your shoulders off, you brush your face off, and you smile. And you just keep going.
I'll put it to you this way, though. Sorry, I had to take a phone call, and now I'm back. But speaking of navigation and being around negativity and rough waters and everything like that, like when you're a sailor or a fisherman or whatever the case may be, you got harsh conditions, but you know that there's pay dirt at the end of that journey. Like, you're gonna make that journey no matter what. Even if you don't,
metaphor.
Even if you don't make pay dirt on every journey, you're gonna go on every journey.
Right.
Because you know that it's worth it in the long run. So don't be afraid to tread those waters. And when you tread it, don't go in there with hostility and anger in your heart. Go in there with a sound mind and a clear conscience, and know that you have the capability of navigating that water as smoothly as possible. Like, it's not all that tough, even though you have to, adjust for this or adjust for that. Like, you know you're prepared walking in.
That reminds me of a saying, like, you can't change the wind, but you can change the course, or something like that.
I mean, I guess I don't know that.
Yeah, it's along the lines of that. Or you just, yeah, I appreciate that metaphor, dude, because. Or
But I
actually,
mean,
that's reality too. That's reality too. That's actuality as well. I was saying I appreciate what you said as a metaphor, but it actually applies as a reality as well.
I'm rolling
with the
now. Hold
on. Oh. But yeah.
Am I still roboting?
No, not really. Sort of.
Hopefully this will even out. Am I still roboting?
Yeah, the pessimist complains about the wind, the optimist expects it to change, and the realist adjusts the sails. William Arthur Ward. Yeah, that's excellent. Mm-hmm.
Like just like if you know the wind is windy. Like let's. You ever look at Deadliest Catch? You ever watch that show?
Which one?
Deadliest Catch.
I don't think so. No, I don't. I mean, I might have seen it a few times, but I can't recall it.
Well, they're crab fishermen. They fish for other things too. But what they do on that show is they go up towards the 60th parallel to go fishing, and they know these conditions are harsh. But when the pater is staring them in the face, you know you're equipped to go and do the job. Sometimes you got to test yourself. And if somebody ever gets underneath your skin, obviously you can always turn and go back and accept your losses. But, you don't know until you try.
Yeah, that's true. It might feel awkward to knock on the door, but sometimes you do have to.
Oh, and that's what I was going to tell you.
Yeah.
Get the audiobook of The Art of War by
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. If you know your enemy, you know yourself.
Over and over and over again. Well, yeah, but I mean, there's so many metaphors. Like,
yeah.
If you want to defeat your enemy, you got to be on the high ground. Well, that's the same thing with business and life. You take the high road. Whenever somebody tries to undercut you, you take the high road. You do the right thing. If you want to maneuver around your enemy, you got to maneuver through the worst conditions. Well, guess what? In real life, when it comes to work, sometimes you have to do the work that nobody else is going to do because the pay dirt is at the end.
Yeah. I think I'm in the middle.
There's a lot of metaphors. There's a lot of metaphors in The Art of War that doesn't work just in war. It works in the value of life as well.
Absolutely. I think that's why that book is somewhat popular. Because the life is extremely like war. And that book helps you navigate how to react to certain situations. Or I shouldn't even say certain, I should say devastating situations. Or to prevent certain terrible things.
It's all situations.
Yeah.
It's all situations. What's the supreme art of war?
The supreme?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Supreme art of war. It's to defeat your enemy without ever fighting.
Yeah, that's what martial arts teaches you. Every martial art teaches that too, yeah.
So how would you defeat your enemy without fighting?
By making them destroy themselves?
No.
Leaving them be?
By convincing them that your way is better. And even if they aren't convinced that your way is better, it's also worth noting to convince them that their way is not better.
And I think that they would realize that just by being honest with themselves, even if it's for a second.
Well, and you got to gauge them for that. Like, is this an intellectually honest person, or is this somebody who's just going to do the exact opposite of what I say? And so, if they're one of those people that's like an anti-version of you, then you got to do some verbal judo and trip them up and let them see their own errors. Yeah. Otherwise, you have to show them the truth, and they can apply it to their real world situation. And an intellectually honest person will always say, you know what, I never thought about it that way, or you know what, that way does appear better. I'm going to go try that. Like, there's two different types of people in that situation. So it's not just about defeating your opponent. You can let them defeat themselves, but by defeating them, you're teaching them a lesson where they do not have to suffer in it. Like, if you're going to physically fight somebody, you can defeat your enemy by beating them up, but then they're going to physically suffer from that fight. The supreme art of war is to not allow them to go through that, because you in turn would have to receive a certain amount of punishment as well.
Mm-hmm.
The supreme art of war is to teach them the error of their way, to show them the bigger picture.
Yeah.
And even if they don't want to look at it right then and there, that's okay. You plant the seed. You're like, okay, we'll talk about something else, whatever. But you've already planted the seed. And then when they, I don't want to talk about that anymore. Okay, cool. In about 3 days, I'm going to tell you again.
Right. And it's so crazy because they ask. It's crazy how they're the ones that ask about it. Like, they'll pull you in. They'll pull you in and then push you out. It's like,
in return for that, say this: instead of you not being their friend, they then choose to not be your friend. So if you have a friend that is being rude and disrespectful to you and things like that, like,
no, I don't want that.
I know, but keep placing truth on them, and as long as you cling to your truth, to the truth, not just your truth, the truth, they can't fight that, man. They can't unbreak that. And usually, in my situation, whenever I come across that, almost always, I don't have to stop being friends with somebody. They usually end up stopping being friends with me because they can't handle the heat.
Absolutely, they can't handle the smoke, and that's so true. Right. And I'm realizing that headstrong like a bull right now. It's so true.
So, and you don't have to be a jerk about it. The truth is stand on its own. You don't have to be with your words be fire or anything like that. But I mean, some people, they need it. But I mean, you might ruin a relationship here or there, getting used to it, trying to figure out like how your verbal judo is going to work.
Yep.
They weren't meant to be your friends anyway. If they were meant to be your friends, they would stay your friends through thick and thin.
That's a true statement, and that should be written in gold. That is a true statement written in gold. I'm dead serious when I say that.
It's an unwritten law.
It is. It's like having a puppy or a cat, and like they get older, and like they need a little bit more love. It's like your love's not going to change because they need a little bit more help. It's like the way I feel about my puppy. I'm never going to change how I feel based off whatever. It's like it's set in stone. It's like if that stone can be moved, well, then that stone wasn't strong enough or heavy enough. And so, yeah, or I should say the sword and the stone. If some, that sword's going to be in the stone for all eternity. No one's going to pull that sword out. And so, yeah, it's true. And but the fact that that's true, which it is, also means that they were never your friend. they did friendly things. There's a huge, solid difference. And so that's very devastating to some people. Well, for me, but I'm sure for others as well, to come to that realization that they were never your friend. It was they were friendly with you, of course, but not a friend.
Well, a lot of those people, not all of them, but a lot of them, they were never friends with themselves. They were never honest with themselves. They always put on a show, put on a mask, put on a show.
That's an excellent point. It's true.
It's a
How
kabuki
true
show.
is that? How true is that? That's so true.
Kabuki theater.
You see it with people with their pets and even their own children. Like the way that their pets and their children are going to act is a reflection of how they're treating them. It's like, how many people are like, oh, my dog's extremely unfriendly, he doesn't like people. What that person is telling you is that he or she is unfriendly and doesn't like people. And yes, I understand that a dog can go through traumatic experiences, or a person can go through traumatic experiences, but they can also heal and become stronger. And so,
well, there are dogs out there too. Animals in general, they're narcissists as well.
yeah,
I mean,
they definitely have a little
bit. The way it is. I've met some dogs that weren't nice to anybody. I mean, they were rescued, and like the only reason why they still have a good life is because the person refuses to let them go, because they know they won't get a better home anywhere else.
Well, I know this is a bold statement, but it's true. Is that I've never met a dog that wasn't kind to me, and yes, yeah. Well, I've met dogs that were aggressive. I'm not gonna say I've never met an aggressive dog, but all that dog needed was like a beef treat and a pet and a calm voice. And
you never met a Chihuahua.
No, I have. I've actually have. I don't have a Chihuahua, but I have. Yeah, I know. No, they most certainly do reflect the owner though, because they're there with them 24/7, and so like my dog's awesome because I know I'm awesome. Like she's gonna be friendly to you. She's gonna be kind to you. She's not gonna bite you. She's not gonna steal from you. Like she's kind. She's sweet. And the more kind you are to her, the more kind she is to you. And so I've seen people like put like muzzles on their dogs, and they put like tight collars around their necks, and they look like Hannibal Lecter. I'm like, yo, this is literally not the way to go. Like, as silly as this sounds, it's got to be kind of like Ash and Pikachu from Pokemon. Like, just be friends. Like, be kind. And then
dogs were designed to protect. Like we didn't like have dogs just for companionship. I mean, we can do it now, right?
Yeah.
Because the society's different. But dogs weren't meant to be like real companions. That's why we have other humans. Dogs were meant to fill a role.
Yeah. They're like a early warning system.
For sure.
And they're also helpers, like in moving animals, chasing off varmints, things like that.
Yeah, like I don't see the I don't know how somebody would want to have a Chihuahua as a dog.
Well, when
I don't know, that's just me.
When they're like, when you think of a Chihuahua, you think of like a bony, obnoxious little dog. But if you like feed them well and they're kind of fat and chunky and happy and they're kind and sweet, like there's a whole different atmosphere. Most people are just super not. Most people, like I mean this honestly, and a statistical fact too, is
my
that
mom had a Chihuahua that had seizures all the time, and he was pissed off at the world. He hated everybody.
Well, I guess. I mean, I guess I may let that.
My mom refused to let him go. My mom refused to let him go because if she let him go, he would most likely bounce from family to family and then eventually get put down. So he lived for 12 years being an asshole. We all made fun of him, called him a little asshole. No, there's just they're dogs are like humans in some sense. They have a personality, and they some of them can be mean, but a lot of them like they look to humans like they'll look to one person to be their owner. It's usually the one that feeds them and waters them all the time.
Oh, hold on a second. I just got a message. Sorry. What did you just say?
I said dogs will look at people as an owner or master, but it's usually the one that feeds them or gives them water all the time. And so that person, you know, if you're that person and you keep your dog isolated, you feed your dog,
yeah,
the dog will still protect you because it doesn't know that there's other nice people out there. It thinks everybody out there is going to beat them like that. But you're the one giving them water. So,
well, feeding, yes, but also being kind too. I know that sounds kind of cliche, but it's I've had dogs gravitate towards me before just by speaking kindly, just being nice, just like people even. But yeah, it's because I've seen well-fed dogs treated like terrible, like a prisoner, like a shock collar or like a muzzle. It's just like as if that's going to instill any type of
well, you know, muzzles are made to actually protect people from the dog.
Yeah.
Like it's not it's not really a bad thing, you know. You don't want your dog if your dog is, you know, aggressive, you know, against strangers and other people. It's good to have them on a muzzle, right? If
I guess I would. Well, I went to an ice cream farm with some friends, and I went with my dog off leash, and she's super cool, and everyone's cool with her. And then she ran up to one person's dog, and their dog. I was like, "Hey, my dog's friendly," and they're like, "Oh, well, mine isn't." And then I'm like, "Okay," and I looked at my friend. I'm like, "Well, why isn't their dog friendly?" And then he's like,
you are very naive. Holy shit!
Well, hear me out. And then
some
my
dogs
friend was
just
like,
don't like other dogs.
Well, not just that, but just unfriendly. And my friend was like, "Well, why would you bring a dog that's unfriendly to a public place in the first place?"
I'm guessing you're 33 years old, right?
Well, I don't want to like dox myself, but
no, I know because
I'm old.
Your friend is 34, and you're you said you were a year younger than her, so she's 34. You're 33.
Yeah,
probably.
she definitely doxed me quite a bit. I'm kind of upset that she did that. So, yeah. But yeah, so I'm old enough to understand that like that being cordial is more of a beneficial reaction than being unkind.
That person telling you that their dog is not friendly is actually a good thing, right? Because
I understand that. I understand that. But the point is,
the two dogs could have gotten into a fight, and then now you're upset because your dog got into a fight with another dog. Why didn't you tell me your dog didn't like dogs?
Well,
yes, I just found it really funny when you said, "But why can't all dogs be nice like my dog?" You know?
Well, no, I know, I understand that. What I'm saying is why bring your dog who's unfriendly to a public place?
But it had
to get him outside, right? give him an exercise.
The dog had a muzzle, right?
No.
No. Oh, well.
Give him some fresh air.
I mean, they can go in their backyard or go for a walk on the block or something, but to bring them to a public place, like it's just like imagine if someone had like a tiger.
Was it a public like dog park or something like that?
No.
But you got to understand too, that person probably had control of the leash and could control their dog, and they're expecting you to control your dog.
That is true. I totally forgot about it. Yeah. Your dog's not leashed, and theirs are. And they're just warning you, hey, my dog is dangerous. That's why he's on the leash.
If my dog bites your dog, I'm not responsible. I'm holding my dog back, and your dog is unrestrained.
That happened to me the other day. You see my portrait. That's my dog on my portrait. And my dog's really nice, right? Like, because he's all right. And And a lot of times people will have their dogs unleashed when I'm walking my dog, and I'm like, dude, why? Like, why? Sometimes
I mean, I look at the dogs. I was just say, I look at the dog, my dogs, all the dogs I've ever had, and I can tell them when they don't want to be sniffed by another dog. Like the dog's like, get the fuck away from it. And you know, a dog is allowed to not want to be sniffed.
Yeah. No, I understand that. No, that's true. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah,
dogs have boundaries too, you know. Yeah, and
no, I agree with that
you know,
completely. No, I understand that. I think dogs are
invade each other's. They invade each other's bubbles, and they, and, you know, there's a sense of dominance there. Like one's trying to dominate the other one, and one won't let it happen.
I trained him. Well, you know, God rest him. I trained my dog, and I never had him on the leash, but he also never left my side.
Same. That's how my friendship with my dog is like. It's literally like Ash and Pikachu. Like she'll just like stay by my side. She won't run off and do crazy shit. And if there's a dog, you know, like she can play with the dog if the owner's cool with it. But like my dog's cool, and I always make it evident that she's awesome, and she doesn't like go crazy in public or anything like that. Or if anything, it's always like someone's child that's hyperactive and freaking out. And it's always like somebody telling their kid to be like, "Hey, please be gentle with the dog. Please be, you know, don't go too crazy." And it's always like a parent telling their child to calm down, like while my dog is just chilling. And so, like I was saying before, it's always like a child or a dog. It's who's inspiring them, not even parenting or their owner. It's who's inspiring this behavior. And yes, a dog has like a nature to it, but everything by nature, I feel like just wants to be left alone and be at peace. And so I mean, no, I mean, now I'm just rambling, but I feel like it's just not too difficult for kind interactions is all I'm saying. But yeah, it's kind of crazy that we talked about all this because of the whole fact that if you have a different viewpoint, then people can't be friends. Or actually, it's not even just be friends; they become an enemy.
If the whole world was butterflies and rainbows, we'd be talking about flat Earth, and it would be nice and cordial, and you know, people would be more understanding. And that's just not the case, right?
It's like the lie. The lie is that it's no. Majority of us have been inundated with ideas, and so now in 2023, we can't tell the difference between what a fact is and an opinion is. So when someone has an opinion, they own it like it's a fact. It's like a part of their person. And that's what the problem really is.
True. Hold on.
I mean, we see it all the time, you know. People just don't have any accountability, right? And so they believe what they do and what they think is right. And so, I don't know. I see it a lot in like these podcasts and stuff like that. Like, but yeah, with my experience, dude, like I don't even like. I have hardly any friends. All right, my leash is very long, Or
That I
it's
understand.
it's a very.
I understand that.
I think I said
I
it
understand.
wrong. But yeah, I don't really associate myself with like a lot of strangers, you know. Um, and I like to keep my social group very small because that's the safest way to be.
Yeah, I'm learning. I've learned that officially.
But hey, don't take my
Like,
advice. You know, just do whatever you
no,
want. I
no,
mean, I'm just saying.
no. That's
how I
that's
do
not
it.
advice. It's real life though. It's just like I've learned that officially. Like, I got all 151 Pokemon. Like I understand. Like I understand now. It took me a lot of trial and error to understand, and self acceptance and acceptance in general.
You might have all the Pokemons, but I don't think you have all the badges, my friend.
That might be true too. That's probably the next step now. And so I'm gonna like apply myself and get those badges and try to become the master of myself, because this has been way too much to deal with. It's too much. It's too much for me. Like I admit that as a person that this is too much for me. It's a lot. And so I navigate the best that I can. It's like a constant war. Like not the wars people think of on the battlefield, but in life. It's a genuine war. It's a war on your spirit and your soul and your mind. It's a war on your life, really. I'm disturbed.
Pause this real quick. I hate to pause this real quick. We got some new people in the chat. Ribeye is here. Ribeye 1977. Hey, Aliceness, how you been? Who else is in here? Jobs. Who's Jobs? BC Verified Jobs. Jobs, you have BC Verified. You can open your mic and say hi if you'd like. Ribeye 1977, if you would like microphone permissions, you can meet me up in the VC check-in up at the top next to the lobby, and I'll go up there and I'll get you checked in and get you verified so you can talk to us in the live stream. If you go up there first, I will meet you up there, okay? We just don't have permissions to unlock you while you're in here. Anybody else new in here? We got a legend in here, Heretic Dubé. He's on mute or deaf. Haven? Is Haven new? Got a nice little red pill in there. Haven's got VC verified. Eddie Gold, I don't think I've ever met you, Eddie. You also got VC verified. So hey, Ribeye, if you'd like to get VC verified, go ahead and go up to the VC check-in, and I will directly meet you up there immediately. It's up there by the lobby, right underneath lobby and debate. You see it up there? All right. Sorry, I interrupted the conversation. Just wanted to get the new people recognized. That guy leave? I'm guessing you left, Cal.
I'm still here. What's up?
I know you're here. Saying that other guy left, I think.
Oh, I thought you said Kel.
I did. I said, did the other guy leave? I asked if you seen him leave or not.
With the other guy that was talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just dipped, I guess.
It happens.
Well,
Something tells me that might be part of his personality.
I mean, I don't really blame anybody to be that way.
No.
Yeah,
I mean, he's got a great outlook on life. Unfortunately, it's not a realistic outlook.
Nah, he's gonna suffer a lot. Unfortunately. So that's all I'm gonna
You just got to make some changes. Like, you're young and you get it, man. Like, kudos to you, dude. You'll be the next creation bear. I promise.
No, I'm 34. Dude. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're 34? I thought you were younger.
Sorry, I'm 38.
I thought you were younger.
No, dude.
Well, then you got some wisdom on you still. So how's everybody enjoying this flat Earth? Want to see a cool picture? I'll show you a cool picture I took. This mountain range, right? Yeah, if you zoom in on the picture, you'll see in the back it has like a light blue tint to it. It's a mountain range. That mountain range is 53 miles away, and you can almost see the base. It's not very tall. It's only like 1,800 feet tall or something like that. 1,800 feet tall. Pretty darn cool. G-Dog. Try to get. Did you go up there? Go. Ribeye. Go up and get BC verified with me, buddy. Pull you into the room myself, but
That's a really nice
I don't have
picture.
those perps. They're cool.
Yeah, where do you live?
That's not where I live. I work in the oil field.
Oh. You physically took this picture?
Do what?
I said you took this picture?
Huh?
Oh, where is this?
Loving, New Mexico.
Oh, all right.
Outside of Carlsbad.
Didn't it say that the biggest pyramid in the world is in New Mexico?
I think it's Mexico.
Or Mexico?
I think it's Mexico is the biggest pyramid in the world. Like, I'll show you this one. This is a good picture. I took this picture one morning.
Oh, the Pyramid of Giza. Yeah, okay.
That's in Egypt. I think the world's largest pyramid is either in China.
Oh, largest pyramid is in Cholula, Mexico. Okay. Cholula, Mexico.
There you go.
Huh. Yeah, my sister used to have a Jack Russell in her family, and that dog was so hyperactive. Oh my god, I don't think that dog ever ran out of energy.
Yeah, ours is pretty. He's got more terrier in him than Jack Russell. I think he's more of a terrier. He's got a natural instinct to want to herd. Actually, yeah. We've had like ducks and rabbits and stuff before, and you'd always like prevent them from getting out or escaping or whatever. It's pretty cool. Like just naturally instinctive, and didn't want to hurt them. Knew they were pets, so that's good.
Not a hunter, but a gatherer.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, my sister Jack Russell was a killer. So I really like animals, and so when I raised my dog, I raised them not to like kill lizards or any of the animals in the backyard. And so my backyard is like filled with like curly tail lizards. My dog will lay down, the curly tail lizards will come close to the dog and investigate. I mean, it's like an ecosystem.
I took this picture. This is pretty cool. I took this one of the night sky. It was like close to sunset or close to complete sundown or complete. The daylight was almost gone. This was just a little bit left.
That's a really beautiful picture.
I always say off the wall stuff when it comes to my mind. But I do remember us speaking about the Bible and the reason of animals wild. Wait. I don't know if this is from the Bible or this is somebody's interpretation of something, which then could be wrong. But they were saying something about animals not being wild until they learned from us who became wild. Now, that's not the point I wanted to make. The point I wanted to make is it's interesting because I don't live in dangerous places. Well, I don't live in places where animals are a danger to me. And remember what we were talking about the other night about, how we're sold so much death, but in all honesty, with the people that we know, that we come in contact with, not just close friends, but schoolmates, workmates, all that, hardly anybody dies. And I'm thinking everything that I know about my fear about wild animals came from a television, came from Nat Geo.
Yep.
Like how many instances would a lion just leave me the fuck alone? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It sounds
or
crazy.
A shark.
Maybe it is. Or a shark. I might sound crazy, but I mean, maybe the world, even down to the animals, is not as sinister as TV wants us to think.
Right.
Here's the thing: in Africa, the reason
that's a hot take. Y'all don't have to agree with that one.
That is a hot take.
No, I agree.
I don't know. I think animals are just animals. I think the way that humans interact with animals, like for example, lions in Africa. Lions in Africa are actually scared of humans in most cases because they're used to being like hunted by them, or like they see them as a threat, like a two-legged creature, and then they've kind of adapted to that over the years. But if you find like a lion that's never seen a human before, they might just consider them a prey and attack them.
So what you're saying is to the African lions, we look like mosquitoes or some weird shit, where they're like two-legged thing. No.
How do they know? Think about it though. How do they know that we're dangerous I mean, because you see videos of like Africans like chasing down lions with like spears and shit that are trying to hunt their cows. And how do they know that those spears and those weapons are dangerous?
Well, I think it becomes down to like the art of war kind of thing. It went from a one-on-one situation to a two-on-one situation. And so, like, once you've gotten your food, you want to get away from anybody else so you can enjoy your food alone.
Yeah, but the same thing doesn't happen. Like, let's say if a hyena comes, you don't have that same reaction. And a hyena is way bigger than a human.
Are they? They're smaller, though.
No, hyenas are really fucking big, dude.
Hyenas are smaller than lions.
They are, but lions are huge. Lions are huge, and then hyenas are smaller, but they're still bigger than humans. Yeah, hyenas are not that small.
I'll take through. I guess I realize how dumb it is because obviously they can't cook. So what are they going to eat? So naturally, they probably obviously do kill. Never mind.
Have you ever seen somebody with a pet piranha?
They have missing fingers?
No. A piranha will never attack on its own. They're scared.
Oh, okay.
I've seen people, like, I refuse to do it, but I've seen people reach into the fucking, excuse my language, into the fish tank and try to grab the piranha, and the piranha swims away. It's scared to death. They won't attack you. I'm like, there's no way I'm doing this.
It could be because the human's taller. That's why they're kind of their perspective is kind of fucked.
I think they just know that they can't get away. They're little wiry little things. But, I mean, it's just always have a backup plan. You know what I mean? That's what animals have. They always have an instinctual backup plan. They have their getaway plan and their, if I can't get away, how do I fight back? But that would be interesting, Elijah. Like, in all the circumstances that you could be eaten by a tiger or a lion, in how many circumstances would they just leave you alone? And then it comes down to FAFO.
I think Eli's gone. Sheepdog.
Is he?
Looks like it. Hey,
I'm kind of driving. So.
Have you guys talked to Ribeye? 1977.
I tried to get. I introduced him. I asked him to go to VC Verified to get checked in several times, and he hasn't left the live stream. So he stayed here the whole time. Been like 15 minutes now, 10 minutes.
Did he open his mic?
But if somebody wants to open his mic, we can introduce him here if you want.
Oh, right. Yeah, he can't open his mic. Yeah.
There he goes. His mic's open now. Hey, Ribeye, how are you doing? You have a microphone? Hello?
I think that was T-Dub that just said that.
No, I know. Chicken butt.
What? I didn't say anything.
No, I'm looking at Ribeye right now. His emblem isn't lighting up with green, so he's not talking. No, he's not talking. Well, we would like to talk to you, Ribeye, if you want to talk.
There's a guy named Akaji in here too. Who's that? Let's see.
Well, I've been here for a while. I come in every once in a while.
He's one of us.
I've seen Evan.
One of us.
Vaughn is new.
One of us.
Now he's on Devin. Eddie Gold is new, to me anyway. Joms is new. Ribeye is new.
Owlish is new.
We could never forget that. How long did that video go for? It was like 3 hours, wasn't it? 2 hours?
3 hours, 3.5, something like that.
But it was an eventual conception, so that was pretty awesome.
No, I'm not new.
Man. If you're a sophist out there, are you available, Mayhem? I mean, I don't mind trying to sophist if I need to, but driving.
I don't know who's the sophist, but is there somebody that's sophist in here?
No, I'm just inviting them to come in. Something tells me that your teeth are sharp.
Yeah, I've had a giant meal. I had a big old zebra the other day with that astrophysicist. He got shellacked with the 3 points, so I was pretty full after that meal.
Yeah.
Got a physicist in here?
Astrophysicist.
Oh, an astrophysicist.
Yeah, he got shellacked by the 3 points.
Oh, wow.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
You missed it, Alishness. He said that there's no distinction between an astronomer and an astrophysicist.
That's interesting. You sure he was an astrophysicist?
Yeah, he does. He published things, and yeah, for sure. Why do you find that so weird, Aldishness? You don't think they'll come in here?
No, there's some differences between an astronomer and an astrophysicist.
No, he specifically said he was one, so.
He said they do the same thing. They look at the stars.
Yeah. I mean, I guess basically, yeah.
I mean, you can theorize what's going on in those stars, but how do you verify that theory?
So he got his wig snatched. You know what I mean?
No.
He got his. You don't know.
Well, you have to tell me.
Well, I'd have to give you the link to the video on my channel so you can see it for yourself. 51 minutes. 51 minutes of. Hang on, sheepdog. 51 minutes of like the you know, like, remember the who was it, that lady that when Trump got inaugurated, she fell down to her knees and went, no. That's what all the ballers were like when they were hearing him.
I had no idea. I couldn't tell you.
Kale, play that clip, bro.
What clip?
Yeah.
I can't do it, man. I'm not a.
Yeah, I don't say it.
There we go. I got it. Not that clip, Mayhem. I got the. I'm putting the live stream in, the wig snatch in the live stream.
Thank
there you go, Alice.
Okay, the wig snatch.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
I was watching some of QE's old videos. Because I was told that I had to.
Oh, Sheepdog, can you put the 99.999% clip that we have that Gang just made for Clipboard for Owlishness too?
Alright, let me watch these.
That one is super.
You mean the blend, the compilation?
Yeah, I don't think she's seen that one or heard it. You'll love that one, Alex. I promise. Or your money, or you get your money back. Guaranteed, it's a home run.
Alright, let me mute.
Yeah, if I'm reading that name right, Ribeye 1977, that means that he was born 1977, because that's the year I was born, bro. That's the greatest year in the history of the planet Earth. You know.
I think 1982 is.
Nah, everything's second best is 77. It's the greatest year in the world.
84.
Did you
man,
ever
84?
Did you ever look up the what the number one song was when you were born?
No, but I think isn't 77 when Elvis bit the dust, or actually a porcelain bit the porcelain.
Are you saying that you're Elvis reincarnated?
Oh, I don't think so, baby.
He's not dead, dude. He's somewhere in some island.
Yeah, he's on one of the outer rings of the flat Earth theory, with the outer pond theory or some shit.
That sounds right. Bruce Lee died the year I was born.
Bruce Lee reincarnated.
There was a song that was playing in my head when Lo-Fi was in here by B.O.B. Yeah, have you heard the one where he's saying like a poem? Have you guys heard that song?
I think so.
Yeah, he's like freaking, I don't know the name of that song. I think it's like an anthem or some shit. But there was a portion of that song that was saying like, let's compare my emotional baggage to your emotional baggage and see who can call each other bitch fastest. Like, because it's like everybody's got some shit they're going through, bro. Everybody. There's another person in here that ain't going through some shit. Well, we all are. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I guess I just feel like if you're gonna air out your grievances, you know, just go to another room, you know. Because it's a live stream, bro. Like,
yeah,
your shit's being recorded, bro. You know?
I know what you're talking about.
Just saying, man. That shit can come back and creep up on you later on. People are gonna hear you or acting a certain way, and you're gonna be like, "I wasn't doing it." You're like, "Bullshit, dude. It's all recorded." Just be aware, spatially aware.
I just posted the video, or I tagged Alice in it.
You know what I'm saying? I can't be like, all right, we're going to spend 2.5 hours talking about my problems. Okay, guys? You guys cool with that? All right. I'm gonna hold the live stream hostage until we air.
Are you giving me the green flag, Mayhem?
Hell.
Oh, boy, I'm about to go.
No,
so yeah, dude. When I was born,
and when I turned 3,
hell nah, hell to the nah. No, I'm just saying, bro. Like, yeah, it's cool. Like, we can hear you out a little bit, but
I think if you have like a really interesting story, I think that'd be cool. But like this, I don't know. What I heard wasn't very interesting.
He kept going, dude. I was like, damn, when's the end of this? And then he came back. He circled back around to it, and it was just back again. It's like, yeah, that's not. Yeah, we gotta talk to more new people, or just talk about flat Earth or something. That's what the issue is. We always gotta take it back to flat Earth, bro, all the time. Granted, we can have some fun in here. I'm not saying we can't be all, stuffed shirt and whatnot, but you know, we just gotta be aware.
Yeah, no, I was paying attention. I kept looking to see when new people would come in, and As soon as I saw Ribeye had no roles, I immediately stopped the conversation.
I'm just saying he's a hot mess, dude. He needs a friend, so somebody probably can say, "Hey, let's go to Chill Chatter. Hey, bro, call me up. We'll talk about it." But like, not in the live stream essay. Like, everybody's got to chat in here about globe and flat, and we can't just be sitting here talking about one person's baggage.
Yeah. I should probably upload that video to YouTube, but I'll email Clipcord and see if he'll allow me to have that permission to upload it on YouTube, so it could be like more easier to find. I'll put it in the live stream.
He did upload it.
Playlist.
Sheepdog.
He did?
Yeah, he's got it on his channel, but that's our version. The one that he plays in the Discord, it's our version.
Okay.
But he has it uploaded to his channel. Anyways, I'm gonna dip, but I will still be listening. I'll be listening on the live stream. I'm gonna dip though because I gotta go back to work. Unfortunately.
Yeah, no problem. I need his YouTube channel, man. His YouTube channel, so I can save it and put it on my playlist. I want him to get credit for it. It's his thing. Awesome sunset tonight, y'all. Oh, of course, Clipboard is listening. There you go, bro. There we go. Now I get to subscribe. Subscribe. Stay 24/7 playlist. Hey, Clipboard, did you know that you have a Wikipedia note on your video? No, that's yours. I want to give you credit for it. You just told me that you didn't have a YouTube channel that you specifically use or whatever. It was just there. So that was the only reason why I was going to upload it. If you were going to upload it, somebody has to upload it. It needs to be seen. So I'm going to add your video to my playlist, and you'll still get the views whenever it gets played. That's so funny though, man. You got a Wikipedia. Flat Earth is an archaic idea. I'm glad you uploaded it. You should get credit for that. I literally I took my old account, my old YouTube account, and rebooted it for this. And I'm going to do the same thing you did. I'm going to upload clips for playlists, things like that. Somebody come in here and then mute. Yep.
Yeah, no one is born and grows up and lives their life on this earth thinking that it's a freaking ball flying around thousands of miles per hour in every direction, right? Like you everyone knows that it's flat. You have to be indoctrinated into fucking believing that it's doing all this crazy acrobatics in the space. In space.
Up until about 10 years ago, I only ever imagined the sun sitting still and us going around the sun. I never even considered, even though I knew that everything was blasting out of the Big Bang, like in my mind, everything was stationary.
Yeah.
And now it's like now you see all those motions, you're like, there's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, I had the same experience. I never really even thought about it until like it was brought up on a YouTube video, and I was like thinking about it, and I was like, man, that just doesn't sound right. That's not what I experienced. Like I think the world would be having some sort of, with all the technology that we have, we would be able to detect it moving, right? But like that's just not the case.
Well, somebody did it 500 years ago. Well, why can't we do it today? Well, we just don't have the technology.
Yeah, that's the same thing as like the moon landing. Like they did it like with far worse technology than we have today, and yet we can't do it today. Like, what the hell is that?
Redford, Paul V. Redford's got a listening pass. I know Paul V. Okay, sorry. Whenever you hear someone come into the live stream, just do a quick glance with me and introduce them if they're new. Ribeye 1977. Your microphone's still unmuted, so if you want to speak up, you're welcome to.
I'm sorry, bro. I wasn't paying attention. Did you say my name? I kind of just got you on, and the guys on in the background. But I thought I heard you say my name.
You were new to you just came in, I guess, the live stream.
I've been on and off all day, but
right. So I was just introducing the new faces on the board, just to be polite, courteous.
All right, I apologize. Let me know if you need some.
No, don't apologize. No, just looking around, seeing if anybody wants to talk. It's an open forum right now. So, topic is always flat Earth, 24/7.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm looking for the curve. I'd love for a Glober to come in here and show me evidence of the curvature. That's what I'm waiting for. Other than that, I'm doing some stuff in the background, but I'll be back to chat later.
Yeah, no problem. And I'm the same way. I'm driving, so I might lose signal here and there if somebody wants to come in and have the conversation with me. But it's a darn shame.
Yeah, I'm switching to my phone.
Who's that? Kel?
Yeah.
Goodbye. Ecclesiastes. My favorite book in the Bible. And it's storm tonight. Anyway, did y'all see my pictures that I posted earlier? Oh yeah, no, I saw that you had a listening pass read for. That's why I didn't push the subject. Are you learning anything though, Redford? That's the question. Are you learning? That's part of the listening path. You gotta be learning to. Joms is back. Joms tipped out back. Yeah, but I mean, is it really an argument? Like, can you really argue against the truth?
Well, we live in a world now where everyone's truth is their truth, and they seem to believe that there's no real truth. And
well, that's what they're taught. They're taught that everybody has their own truth, but collectively, we can all. There are truths that we can all agree on as a collective.
You'd be surprised, man.
Let's see what else. Any space news lately that anybody's heard? Yeah, you're right, Redford.
You mean space news? Don't you mean fantasy news? Like,
Well, I like to keep up with like things that are going on with
Sci-fi.
so-called space, right? Because
sci-fi news.
It's funny to watch it fail in real time. Like when they supposedly had this like first ever lunar landing that was supposed to be live streamed, and then it like the mission failed, died, they lost signal like 51 miles away from the middle, and they were all disappointed. I'm like, they never even made it. Or when that rocket that Elon Musk sent up exploded, which, by the way, it looked like he detonated it, but I don't know. That's my opinion. But they cheered. They were all happy when it blew up, and it's like, yeah, we're the ones that look like a cult.
If you watch that video, I had this. It kind of looked like it was fake. Like it looked like the people there weren't really watching that. It seemed to me like, I don't know, because it felt out of place. Like something pre-recorded.
Yeah, it looked like it was pre-recorded, like or they did it, and then they like when they were like, okay, everybody, now we're gonna do this again, but we're gonna yell really loud, like we're excited because we learned a lot, and then they did a retake. But you're right, Redford. There are social medias out there. People do things for the emotional reaction, because the emotional reaction is always the most controversial, right? But that's what they say is controversial. It's the emotional reaction. but it's not. What's really controversial is the truth. And it's gotten to that point where when you speak the truth, if somebody doesn't like it, then it becomes controversial. But yeah, this place definitely, even in the last year and a half that I've been here, has sought to improve. This specific live stream and Discord has sought to improve the etiquette of the conversation because of, it does devolve. And it's disappointing when it devolves because the truth should stand on its own. There's no reason to get all emotional about it.
Something that I don't understand is why flat Earth. Like I look at other things, right, and the globalists will classify flat Earth as like a conspiracy theory, whatever. But there's so many conspiracy theories on YouTube, but yet the flat Earth topic is like it's like the same thing that happened in 2020, right? It's like classified differently, as if it has some sort of meaning, you know? Like, there's something behind this, right? Obviously, we know, and they know too, and so they point it out. They have to point it out.
Well, they've certainly boxed the conversation in. Only those who have ever gone to space really know what's going on. That's their argument. So they definitely boxed the argument in. But they didn't count on us as humans getting down to the surface level, because your eye can detect a lot of a little bit of deviation over a long distance. Your eyeball is amazing. Your vision's amazing. So, I mean, Orion, if you're out there, dude, this is all you. What's the best way to find out if something measures as flat and level? Get down to the surface. You don't get up in the air.
I think if the world was spinning and turning and going through space, I think it would be a lot more chaotic than what it is today.
I mean, then that would leave, you got billions of galaxies with billions of star systems, or trillions of galaxies with trillions of star systems, or whatever the answer is. Or each one has trillions of star systems. The idea that we are the only thing out there, like, I mean, come on. You mean to tell me in all this time that humans have been alive, if this outer space thing were real, that some alien group would have come here already, and we would have been like, that's just on the globe stuff. That's just on somebody who's stuck with the idea that space is real and everything like that. None of it makes sense. None of it.
Unfortunately, space is real for a lot of people, and a lot of them can't. They're never going to change, no matter what you show them.
Owlishness.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to type in the live stream, you might as well talk in the live stream.
Yeah, what up?
Now, did you watch the video?
I watched it's like 58 minutes. I'll watch it later. I watched like some of it. Well, I listened to
Did you see above?
it.
I tagged you.
What? Which one?
At 53 after.
53. Hold on. Oh, I need to watch 53. How long is this? 14
minutes.
All
But
right,
it's like a huge compilation of like people saying I'm 99% sure, or no one can ever be 100% sure.
Oh, is
That's a funny one.
okay? Yeah,
It's really funny. It's really good.
when people say they're 99% sure they can't be listening on Discord or something.
Not just that, it's like they can't be 100% sure of anything.
Well, I mean, if you're egotistical, you are.
I'm
I'm
not
100% sure
I ate today.
it's raining outside.
Is
I'm
it raining
100%
right
sure it's raining. I'm driving through the rain right now.
Are you
I'm
driving
100%
talking
sure.
on Discord?
I'm 100% sure that I'm driving right.
Are you driving on Discord? It's dangerous.
It's just like a phone call.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
I can talk to
Hey,
people.
you
on
uploaded a video while driving?
It was like literally at the top of my camera roll.
Oh my god.
He's the multitasking master. That's what he
Oh
is.
my god, I'm telling on you. I'm calling the police right now. What state are you in?
Texas.
Texas?
Yeah.
It's too far away. Never mind.
What state are you in?
State of depression, a state of panic.
That's usually what the state of Globers
So
are
let's
in.
see. You're either in Portland, New York, California. Where are you?
I'm on the East Coast.
On the East Coast.
Yeah.
Up north?
Let's see if I can.
Northeast?
Let's see if I can guess
You gonna guess based off of what?
based off of your voice.
Okay, go ahead.
Said you're on the East Coast,
Yes, I am on the East Coast.
Massachusetts.
No.
Yeah. My first guess was gonna be Florida, but I went against it.
No, not Florida.
No way, dude. I'm in Florida. This place is amazing. There's no fucking depression here.
I don't know.
Oh, well, that was fun.
I mean, I could name every state of the East
Oh,
Coast, but
DC, very close. Thank you. Yes, Flat Lloyd Wright. Yes.
that's not a state.
It's close enough.
It's either Maryland or Virginia.
Close enough. Close enough. Close enough. Flat Lloyd Wright must be from the DMV. Yeah, I did. I did actually say that once. I said actually what my college was that I went to.
See, I knew it. I knew it started with an M.
Yeah. Yeah. Massachusetts, Maine, Maryland, West Virginia.
So what's wrong? Why do you feel that way about your state?
My state? What do you mean?
She was just saying it to be silly.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, what's this?
She's like, I'm not going to tell you what like actual state I'm in or from. I'm going to tell you that I'm like emotionally unstable.
Yeah, my emotional state. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. You could come to my house or whatever. Like pinpoint me.
No, I mean, you know, I figure I would know. Well, I tell people where I'm from in the Dallas, Texas area, but Dallas is so big, so like, good luck finding me. And then also in the Maryland thing, like what are they going to do? They're going to find you based off of the sound of your voice?
Yes.
Are you guys saying that Washington D.C. is not a state?
It's not.
A state.
Okay,
It's
I
a
agree.
district.
I agree. It's a district, but it's the District of Columbia.
Yeah.
All right, so it's not a state. It's the capital of the United States.
It is. Hey, Helio, it's been a minute.
They're trying to make it a state.
No, well, it's not going to happen. But anyway, that's already established. It's anyway. So I guess it would be the 51st state if you really wanted to make it a state. But no. But if you live in the District of Columbia, you're not in one of the 50 United States. You're in the District of Columbia, which is the capital of the United States.
Yeah, and there are like 5 other districts. There are 5 other districts of the United States.
I'm just talking about jurisdictionally. Right.
Yeah, there are 5 other ones that are technically
around Washington D.C. or
no, like around the world actually, because you wouldn't say Guam and United.
About Puerto Rico.
Let's talk about. Yeah, we're getting too far out of. That's just crazy. But
What's
I mean,
up,
yes, if you live in Washington D.C., you're not living in one of the 50 United States. You're living in the capital of the United States.
Yes, because
which is his own jurisdiction. Yeah,
yes, because historically they didn't want to give any one state power, so they decided to make Washington D.C. a district all on its own, so that no one state would have power over the entire United States. Historically,
it's more complicated than that, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but like,
it really has more to do with corporatism than anything like that. But yeah, I mean, it's just like I've always thought it was weird. It's just like, oh, I'm from Washington D.C. It's like, well, wow, man. So you're not from one of the 50 you're not from the continental United States. You're from the District of Columbia.
Well, you are from the continental United States. You're not from.
Sure. Yeah.
Because technically, you could say that you live in Hawaii or Alaska, but you're not from the continental United States.
But the District of Columbia is a corporate entity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's different than the other states.
Only by name, really.
Well, depends on how you define it or how you interpret it, by the basic.
They're their own tax code too.
They're under purview of the Constitution, so they still are considered part of the United States.
You're still an American citizen, as far as all that goes, but
yeah.
But as far as being from a state, you can't claim a state when you're from the District of Columbia.
Yeah, it's too expensive to live there, though. So
I want to get into politics. I was going to ask about voting there, but we can move on. Back to flat Earth.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter altogether. But yeah, it's just like it's almost a 51st state, but it's not.
They just don't have a senator. They have 3 House of Representatives, don't they?
Well, but those are the representatives from the other states.
But those representatives just don't have any voting power in the House, but they do have representatives in the House. I just learned about this literally 2 years ago.
Really? Man, they used to teach that when I was in high school.
Yeah. I'm sure that I probably learned that when I was in high school, but I forgot.
No, but they probably didn't teach it to you.
I knew they didn't have senators. I knew they didn't have senators because only a state can have senators.
Yeah, there's no senators that represent Washington D.C. Because that's where it's hosted. Basically, you get 2 senators from each state, and then each state has different congressmen depending on the population, all that kind of stuff, and districts, whatever. This isn't.
Lloyd Rice says, "How does D.C. work on the globe?" Alice, do you know how D.C. works on the globe?
Yeah.
How?
It's right below Maryland and
below Maryland. You mean
Yeah, it's
south
right
of
below.
Maryland?
That
Isn't
would
it
be
inside
below.
Maryland?
No.
Isn't it also like really close
Part
to
of Virginia.
Virginia? All right,
No, not West Virginia, just regular Virginia.
I didn't say West Virginia.
Oh, okay.
I said, isn't it part of Virginia as well? It's just like that where they come together, and then we have, Washington
So
D.C.
would you say that DC works on a globe the same way it would work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's close enough.
It's landlocked. I mean, there's plenty of land around it. It's not flooded or anything. There's buildings and land, and people live there. There's
Well, I mean, it is a swamp area. It is considered a swampland.
some of it, but it's heavily. There's rivers that flow around it. But they're dammed by different. We're all damned.
Damned?
When it comes to everything. No, I'm just talking about as far as the river flow. There's dams and locks and everything that are built up around us. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's mostly marshland. We the entirety of Maryland, Washington D.C., Virginia. Some part of Virginia is pretty much a swamp.
What does
it's pretty flat.
I mean, it's not flat because it's a crater. The entire Chesapeake Bay area is a crater.
Mic check.
My check is working. Who's saying that?
Flatsy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
What's up?
I just started listening in, but if Washington D.C. works on a globe, then wouldn't you hold a compass through the Earth instead of parallel to it? Thank you.
I don't understand that question.
How do you hold a compass?
You would hold it parallel to the plane that you're standing on.
Yeah,
it would work regardless. A compass works off of magnetic fields, not off of the.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is that it points towards magnetic north, which would be the top of the globe, not in the Earth. It doesn't work that way, and it would have to if it's a globe. Just saying.
Huh? It points toward magnetic north. Everything points toward magnetic north.
Hold on. If you hold a compass parallel to the ground in DC, you would be holding a compass pointing through the Earth or into space instead of to magnetic north.
No, it would still point toward magnetic north. North is north.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. So welcome to Flat Earth.
Cool. So the globe Earth claim would be like, well, the compass, that little compass in your hand, is capturing the magnetic field that is going around the globe Earth on their idea, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like if you tilt it up a little bit, you have to hold it level for it to work correctly, right?
No.
Really?
Magnetic.
No. If you don't hold the compass, if it's a needle that's just swirling around, it's following the magnetic field, right? If you tilt it up a little bit, the top part of the compass is going to bottom out, toward the bottom of the compass, so that it won't work. You have to hold it level to actually find magnetic
level
north.
Itself. Yeah.
No, it's not going to level itself. You're going to hold it vertical and it's going to show you north?
No.
Okay, then
no, I mean it's not like a level. Like you don't have to hold it perfectly.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Okay.
That's how compasses work.
Okay.
Continue, Flatsy. I mean, that's sort of ridiculous.
That's pretty much it. But hey, why don't you, Alice, why don't you do a little bit of? This is my homework for you. Get a compass, like a real one, or use your phone. I think your phone has one, but
does it? Hold on.
Yeah, and why don't you try to use it and see how you have to use it?
Hold on. I'm ready.
No,
Okay.
a physical one would work better. I mean, you can get one. A good one's probably going to cost you like $50 to $100, but
I'm not
but
spending that much money.
I guarantee you, when you point toward the sky, it's not going to fucking work.
I'm at 90 feet of elevation. Where are you all right now?
90 feet above sea level, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. No, well, I'm about 1,200 feet above sea level. What? In the
Okay,
middle
Alex,
of
do
the
you remember- do you remember what elevation angle, like the definition of elevation angle is?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, I mean that's just my elevation above sea level. I can go stand at sea level.
But isn't it odd that, like, generally speaking, most of the United States is generally flat?
I mean, not really. I'm pretty close to the mountains, to the Appalachian Mountains, so that part is not very flat.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. I live in Dallas, and the area that I live in is roughly 120 to 180 feet above sea level.
That's pretty high. I'm 90 feet above sea level, so
It's not that high. Yeah, I'm like, gosh, like 7 hours from the ocean.
I live 3 hours from the ocean, less than 3 hours. I'm about 5 minutes from the nearest creek.
So there's not really an elevation change.
There is. I mean,
there's mountains, but
if I drive
outside
2
of the
hours,
mountains, everything's flat.
if I drive 2 hours, I would get to a mountain. If I drive 3 hours, I would get to an ocean.
If you go on the other side of that mountain and drive like another 3 or 4 hours, you'll be almost back to sea level.
No.
You would.
No, I'd be in Ohio.
Helio, how high up above sea level are you?
90.
Well, yeah, I'm about around 1,000 feet where I am. I'm in northwest Arkansas, so I'm about 1,000 feet above sea level.
There's hills.
Arkansas? Hello.
And you can't mock Helio unless you donate to his PayPal.
Hey, bro, dude, like you're saying, you're only a few hundred feet above sea level in Texas and Dallas. I mean, and you have to travel several hundred miles to get to the Gulf of Mexico, which means it's kind of like a narrow slope, and then you're right at sea level, So it's just like, I mean, what aren't you understanding about this, Aliceness? I mean, you live near, the is it the
There's 3 hours away
or whatever,
I'm 3 hours from the Atlantic Ocean and about 5 minutes from the Chesapeake Bay.
Okay, so I know if you're near Washington D.C., I know about the area. Yeah, not even.
Yeah. I'm
So
the
is there
Chesapeake Bay.
Does the Chesapeake Bay slope upward from the ocean?
I don't know. I haven't checked. I can.
No, it doesn't, because you have to go there to see it.
Oh, I will go there.
Okay, well, to go there, but it's not going to come to you.
No, I'm going to go to it because my parents live on the water. So
yeah, and once you reach there, you're no longer at the elevation you were before.
It's true. That means I'm
The
sloping
Chesapeake
downward.
Bay does not slope downwards into the ocean.
No, it doesn't. I'll be at sea level at that point.
Yeah. Regardless of if you're at the ocean or you're at the Chesapeake Bay, you're always going to be at sea level at that point.
Yeah.
So you're 90 feet above sea level, 3 hours away from it.
Yeah.
Pretty flat.
I mean, that's what my compass says. I don't know. Probably
Are
not
you
really.
sure you're on Discord right now?
Yeah. Yeah,
She's pretty honest about that stuff. You've always been honest with us about that.
Yeah, I'm honest. I don't need to lie to you. I mean,
but you just
No, you said you've been honest about that. I didn't say you're honest all
that.
the
I mean,
time.
she's not honest all the time. She just like rolls around all kinds of weirdness and just.
oh,
wastes
I am
a
very
lot of
weird.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are a weirdo.
Yeah.
I'll give you
It's
that.
hard to let go. It's hard to let go. Like I can't imagine. I found this place after I became a flat earther, so I can only imagine what it's like being a Glober and coming here, and then just I can't let go of this.
It's fun.
I actually found
it's
it.
like how many weird people can find each other on here? Let's see.
I actually found it as a relief to know that this is not the end of the road and that the journey continues.
That is oddly not even oddly. It is inspiring.
I work for the government, so I'm pretty like indoctrinated.
We know.
Don't we all? Right?
Imagine believing
That's
that
a
this is
smooth
the
answer.
end. Imagine believing that this is the end of the road, right? How depressing your life would be, right?
I don't know. I be working under like signal analysts and stuff. I be talking to them. So like.
So you're an analyst of the analysts.
No, I work in IT.
In IT.
No, like information technology. Like I
know what IT is.
Oh, okay. I thought you said NIT. Like
No, I said you work in IT for IT from the analysts, right?
no, I just work with with everyone because I work.
And
in
what
IT,
do you
but-
analyze? I mean, the analysts analyze and they feed information to you, and then you work with the information they feed you, and then you do.
No,
you
I just
analyze.
fix computer.
You just sit at a computer and do what?
I fix computer.
Oh, you fix their computer so they were.
She's an IT tech. Is that what she is?
Cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm an IT. I'm an IT
Like,
hardware support tech, and I also
hardware
work in networking.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's cool. Hardware. Yeah. I get that.
Hardware support tech network. So I work on switches as well, network switches.
That's definitely necessary.
Yeah, the technical backbone of the government.
Or of any technical network, in
Yeah, I can go anywhere.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I got A+ certified a few years ago, like 5-6 years ago.
I do believe it.
I didn't finish A+, but I did study it for quite a while.
Don't bother with A+. Get Security Plus. It's more useful.
Unfortunately, when I got it, it had a 3-year. You could you would have to renew it.
Expires. You have to renew
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
And so, but my brother-in-law got it like
Which
way
makes
back.
sense because the technology goes so fast.
No, it doesn't make sense because my brother-in-law got it way back, right? And he never has to renew it. So it's like, what the fuck?
It depends on who you know. I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, if you get the right job, they're just gonna freaking put you wherever. It really just depends on where you find yourself when you get started. I mean,
Yeah,
when
I
it
just
comes to
renewed my
those kind of
Security
jobs,
Plus.
Yeah, it's,
You don't even have to go to school for that shit anymore. You can just go on YouTube. Everything's
Yeah,
there.
that's where I got
didn't
it.
go
I
to
mean,
school.
I took free courses on, and then I took the test. Cost like $200, but whatever. That was a long time ago, and it's more advanced now than it was then. But I get the basic understanding of it.
It's not that hard. You just
No, it's not.
it's based off of more experience than anything. Like it's not like I had like this vast job knowledge or this vast knowledge of technology when I joined.
Dude, it's his job. I have a job. I make cabinets. You do woodworking. I work on a table saw and use woodworking tools every day.
Nice.
But I use math every fucking day.
Nice.
Down to even the fraction of an inch sometimes.
Yeah. It's called like centimeters.
No.
I got
You don't call a fraction of an inch centimeters. How dare you?
Usually it's in quarters and eighths and sixteenths.
I don't.
Yeah,
And
it's
30
eighths and
seconds.
sixteenths,
Small.
but I can also convert it into 0.125 is an eighth of an inch, 0.12.
How many centimeters are in an inch?
How many centimeters? Oh, it's 25.4
No, it's
centimeters in an inch.
2.4. 2.4
Oh.
centimeters in an inch.
Wait. I'm let's see.
There's 3.3 meters to a foot.
How many
Wait,
centimeters in an inch?
3.3 feet.
No,
to a
no.
meter. Sorry.
Centimeters in an inch.
3.2.
It's 25.4 centimeters in an inch. I know that
yard
for a
is two-
fact.
A yard
12
is 1.3 meters.
12.7
How much is
a half inch.
12.3? Wait, you said what? 12.3 meters?
12.7
turned into like a
millimeters is a half inch.
That's 4 feet. 12 meters is 4 feet.
Millimeters.
We're on the forefront. We're on the forefront of discussing geometry, and this is the best we got for math.
I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, well, nobody's trying to take
wasn't
the
a
piss out of
question.
anybody. I mean, don't even. I mean, as far as as far as like me be as a woodworker, I can do fractions of an inch, and I can convert it to millimeters.
Did she just say
small
12
scale.
meters?
But
is 4 feet?
No, I'm sorry, it's not. 12 meters is 36 feet.
Yeah, it's 12 times 3.
Yeah, 36. Well, it's 36
It's
points.
Yeah, it's
What
a
is
little
that?
bit.
It's a
Yeah,
little,
a meter's a little bit smaller than a yard.
It's like 30.
But anyway.
It's 39 feet, more like, because you have to multiply the
Yeah,
0.3
yeah. I mean, you can approximate when you get to
fraction.
larger numbers. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody's got a gotcha here as far as like all that.
How many millimeters are in a centimeter?
100.
Ten.
10. 50.
Yeah, it's 10. I mean, that's why the fuck would you say 100?
I know. I knew if I said it, I would get the wrong answer.
10. 100. 50.
No,
I know, it's like 10. Well, no, if we talk about subnetting, I got you.
1 centimeter. 1 centimeter is 100 millimeters.
Hey, Alice,
Yeah.
I have a test for you. I'm gonna type some words in the live stream, and I need you to say them out loud, like say the sound of the word out loud.
Let me
interrupt.
Okay.
Yeah, who's interrupting?
Never mind. Oh, never mind. Heretic got it.
Oh. All right, so here's
Carry
the
on.
first word.
Hey, Lofi, you want to do that call now?
I
be in there.
don't like this game.
You don't like the game?
Why would I say that? I don't.
Trois?
Trois? Like, am I saying
Just
it like
trois.
French? Like trois?
No, just say
trois?
what trois. So what would this word be?
Twee?
All right, and what would this word be?
Twy.
And what would this word be?
2.
You got
Is that
it.
it? Oh. Okay. what
That's
are you
just if
supposed
somebody
to
wasn't
say?
if somebody wasn't thinking, they would say 12.
Oh no, it's 2.
So it's a little joke that you can play on somebody.
I'm not
Get a
good
little
at
laugh.
jokes. I'm too autistic for that. I have too much turbo autism for that.
Right.
Not funny.
Why is that not funny? I like jokes. What makes it even funnier is that I'm actually like slightly drunk, so that makes it even funnier.
Really, how many ball tars does it take to screw in a light bulb?
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Hi, I read your website.
You read the website.
I read your website, not just any website. I read your website.
You read the whole thing?
Yes.
All right.
So you're a geneticist? You study genetics and physics?
No, I never said that.
Yes, you did.
Really? Go ahead and post it and let's read it.
Okay, so your name is John. So first of all, I know that, right?
Yep. So go ahead and post it and let's see what I actually said.
I have to find your website again now.
That's fine. That should be easy. GlobeTerminator.com.
I was watching your toe tag videos as well.
Did you see the Numpty clips yet?
I may have. I don't know. I can't remember. I was watching a whole bunch of stuff.
It's not on the website. The Numpty clips are on my YouTube channel.
I did watch that. Some of your YouTube channel.
There's a lot of Numpty clips on there. There's about 90 of them. With your brethren getting roasted.
My brethren, nice. Let's see.
Yep.
Genetics. It says literally quantum mechanics, genetics, and biochemistry.
Yeah?
So you were a geneticist.
I did not say that.
Oh my god. Well, what does genetics mean?
Okay, like I said, I didn't say post the fucking website. I said post the spill, right?
I'm literally reading your website. I'm literally reading your website.
Me.
I am the Globe Terminator.
So let me post it.
I have quite substantial background in quantum mechanics, genetics, and biochemistry. I'm also retired military.
Yeah.
With half my career spent in reconnaissance.
Stop. I have quite the substantial background in quantum mechanics, genetics, and biochemistry. Does that make me a geneticist?
I would assume so, since you said that you have a substantial background.
Assume? What the fuck happens when you assume?
You make an ass out of you and me, yeah.
That's exactly what you've done.
Okay. Well, pardon me for assuming, but what is your background in? Okay, what is your background in genetics then, if not you being a geneticist?
Biochemistry, genetics. That's a background. It's quite a substantial one. Doesn't make me a geneticist. That's an official title.
Okay. Quantum mechanics is my biggest interest.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got a quite substantial background in it.
I'd like to know about that.
What? I would say
I don't know. I want to know about it.
What do you want to know?
I don't know. I don't know much about quantum mechanics. I want to know what you know.
Well, go on my channel. There's a buttload of quantum mechanics videos that goes from point A to point Z. Do you want me to go through them now?
Yeah, I want every word.
If you want me to go through them now, you're going to have to direct me into some specific aspect of it. Or do you just want me to I'm going to bore everyone to tears. Number one. Number two, I'm going to lose 99% of the people in here. Why would I do that?
She said she wants to know, but she doesn't know what she wants to know, so you have to figure it out, Kiwi, for her. Thank you.
I mean, I know. I thought it was interesting. I think quantum mechanics is interesting, so...
Okay, fair enough. So, any other problems?
That's not a problem. That's not a problem.
Biochemistry.
Well, genetics is in terms of you're retired military.
Jet.
What branch?
What do you mean? What branch?
What branch of there's branches of military?
Like Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines.
Well,
aim high and shit.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Branches of military. If
Army.
You were reconnaissance, you would know.
Army.
Okay. I just asked because I work with a lot of different military branches, so.
Okay. Army.
Nice.
11B in my younger years.
Good old bang bang.
I don't know. Your website is just fun. It speaks the way you speak. It's very literal.
What's that?
Your website. It speaks the way you speak.
Of course, I wrote it.
Well, yeah. So it has your voice.
Okay. Fair enough.
He has his accent, actually.
Yeah, it has your accent. A lot of underlines, bolds. You put a lot of care into it.
Yeah, some people think that. Well, not some people. A couple people think that it looked like a kidnap letter.
Oh my god, that's so true. Yeah, you have like. Yeah. Okay, I can see that. You put a lot of.
I use it for emphasis.
You put a lot of care into the graphic design.
Nah, that was more or less my web designer. A lot of the graphics were from me, but he kind of fine-tuned them.
Okay.
Any other objections?
These aren't objections. These are observations. There's a difference between an objection and an observation.
Okay.
I'm not critiquing. I'm making observations.
That's why it's out there.
I should, you said, or I shouldn't?
You should.
Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, these have little rollovers. I didn't even see this.
Oh, you're talking about the sextant?
Yeah.
You like that?
Yeah.
I didn't do that. My web designer did.
Can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent spherical surface? Nope. Okay.
By the way, QE, I dropped that link so that way everybody could have given you a plug.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I was told to do it, so I did. So I didn't want you to think I was.
I did not tell you.
Flatsy did. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. Somebody else told you. Okay.
Yeah, you didn't tell me. Flatsy did. She said, "That's your homework." And then I said, "That's what she said." She 100% did.
Well, there's flat Earth proofs. The main gist of it is flat Earth proofs and scientific evidence for the creator.
Hey, don't,
Yes,
don't
I
forget
did read that.
that I'm one that just supported you, buddy. I'm just kidding. You can forget that.
I'm just saying, like, you told me to do it, and I'm not a liar. Like, I do the things. I do the things.
Sure. Good.
I did read the stuff about a creator. I did it when I was at work because I don't have anything else better to do, so.
So, what's your thoughts? Initial thoughts?
I watched a video in which they analyzed your mathematical. It was one of your toe tag videos where somebody responded to one of those saying that your math was wrong.
Website? What was that? We'll get to that. What does that have to do with the website, though?
Because they took everything on your website and put it into a video.
They took it from my website. Who are they?
I can't quite remember who it was.
Okay, go ahead.
Go to my YouTube history.
Specifically, hyperspecificity. What was it concerning?
So it was to do with something with measuring something to percentage below 0, and the subtraction was incorrect. I don't know. Watching it work.
Dumbass crackers that don't know how to figure out gas pressure gradients.
That's what it was. It was gas pressure gradients.
Yeah, they're morons.
And that's why you don't know, because you're trying to look at their videos to see what they know about what Kiwi is trying to explain. But since they don't know, now you don't know. That's you.
Well, I read his website too, so I didn't just look at their videos and not look at his website as well. That's why.
Yeah, that doesn't have any connection. That doesn't have any connection with anything on the website.
Well, they did. They directly analyzed your website with the calculations that you did.
So connect.
Yeah. So they did the flat Earth proofs.
Yeah, gas pressure without a container or no vacuum of space. Go ahead, connect it. Still waiting.
No, they did it. I didn't do anything.
Well, show the connection because I can randomly put up a video saying I debunked this that doesn't have any fucking relevancy to anything, and they didn't debunk it.
They didn't debunk it. They just said your math was wrong.
Oh, my math was wrong. How was my math wrong?
Because of your subtraction was incorrect.
My subtraction has anyone?
This is an old video, by the way.
Hold on a second. Has anyone ever made a mathematics mistake?
Yes.
So what the fuck are we talking about here?
I don't know.
Lady, do you even math?
No, I'm not very good at math at all.
Well, pointing out a mathematical error, which there wasn't any, isn't any fucking point to anything. Right?
Yeah.
Because I've made plenty of mathematics. I've never gotten 100% in all the mathematics courses that I've taken in my life. Never. It'll never fucking happen.
Well, I have to remind myself what I looked at, because I looked at the sextant, the black swan, the flight. Yeah, I looked at a lot of this. Yeah, I looked at the black swan, which I already knew about because I watched a video on that. I looked at flight.
Concentrate on the information that have been presented in the website. Ignore the people that are saying. I'm in the middle of my sentence.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
So concentrate on the information that has been presented on the website by the writer of it, right? And if you have any questions about the information, you can now speak to him about it. But if you concentrate on the people that are debunking every single leader number on the website, then you're not gonna know anything about what's being presented.
Right. So what I was about to say was on the topic of flight. I was wondering if you take into account the actual height that a person flies in terms of trying to adjust for the roundness of the Earth.
Roundness. No, you're off the beaten path anyway. Round.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, say sphere.
Sphere. Yeah.
Thank you. The elevation of the flight has nothing to do with anything in my fucking argument, by the way.
No, I know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
Why?
Why is it?
Because if you're flying between 33,000 and 42,000 feet above the Earth, then it wouldn't matter if you were adjusting for...
Yes, it would fucking matter. You still have to adjust. That's why it says it's fucking irrelevant.
But why would you if you're flying that high?
Why would you? Because the fucking Earth on your baltard beneath you, no matter what your height is curving away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah.
Right, so you wouldn't need to...
I can go to 50,000 feet. I can go to 60. I can go to 70. I can go to 100,000 feet. But that's not going to change the geometry of your baltard. That's why.
Okay.
Fair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured.
Well, I'm just wondering, because if you're flying that high, you wouldn't need to adjust because you just keep flying.
Yes, you would need to adjust. You fucking... Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah, so I wouldn't need to adjust at 50,000 feet, but I would need to adjust at 20,000 feet. Is that what you're saying?
No, you wouldn't need to...
elevation... How in the fuck does elevation change the geometry of the land beneath you, please?
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. So, like, you
That's what I'm fucking saying.
Because on your website, you, like, say, like, specifically...
No, I didn't say
you
it.
need to
On
adjust.
your website, where do I fucking say elevation?
You would need to, like... So you said, hail slide, slow roll, cubinate, falling leaf, chandelle.
That's
Oogie
right.
bogey. But it must descend.
By the way.
Chandelle, sorry, my bad. It must descend, and everyone on the plane will know it.
That's
which I do know. When the plane descends, I do know. But I wouldn't need to know if it's flying at its elevation of 33.
Really? Well,
yeah, between 33 and 42,000 feet.
Elevation, clown fuck. When you
clown fuck?
Yeah, you're a clown fuck because this is.
Oh my god, it's a new one. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
What? Me?
Yeah, your elevation
Okay.
has nothing. It's a red herring fallacy. Yes, it's stupid. Yeah,
What is a red herring fallacy?
it's
You-
irrelevant diversion.
Irrelevant diversion. The elevation above Earth that a plane is flying.
Yes. The
Why?
speed. Is
No,
the key
speed has
factor.
nothing to do with it. Why?
The
Why would
speed-
speed have to do with anything?
The speed, because that tells you how long you're in the fucking. You didn't read my website.
I did. I did
Or
read
you're
your
a dumb
website.
fuck. You're-
Right.
You got to be a dumb fuck. It's the speed that you're
Mhm.
going and the
Mhm.
distance. Yeah. The time. Yeah. The distance on your Baltard. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's take a fucking example.
Okay.
How about that?
Mhm.
Yeah. So, how many miles of vertical drop must be negotiated over a distance of 500 miles on a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles?
It says 167,376 feet.
That's correct.
Yeah. Because
So-
I read your website.
Yeah.
It's almost like I'm reading your website.
Yeah. It's almost like it, right? So,
Yeah.
160,376 feet of vertical drop. must be
167,
negotiated.
300,067.
Yeah. 167,376 feet of vertical drop must be negotiated over 500 miles on the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm traveling in a commercial plane from Pittsburgh, PA to Atlanta, Georgia for the Super Bowl. The approximate distance is 500 miles. Typical cruising speed is 500 miles an hour. So 500 miles distance at 500 miles per hour. Total travel time is 1 fucking hour.
Mm-hmm.
So where is elevation in this fucking equation of the plane?
Flying over the ocean, there is no elevation.
Where is the so when you fly over the ocean, there is no elevation, really?
No.
What are you sea skimming?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter.
You
still gonna
actually
have to
do. I think you
negotiate.
do. You fly as the crow flies. You don't
You
fly
still-
over the earth. You
What the
fly
fuck does
over.
flying as a crow fly have anything to do with this argument?
Because that's how they fly.
It doesn't have anything to fucking do with it. Every point from a tangent from your feet on a Baltard vertically drops at 8 inches per mile squared. You're just popping up. What is the as a crow fly means? What does
As
that
the
mean?
crow fly means that you're
Yeah.
not following commercial highways.
No.
So
it
if you're doing
means
as
in
the
a
crow flies.
straight line. You
Yeah, as the crow flies.
in a straight line is what it means.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, yeah. Before.
Well, yeah, of course. That's
Commercial
what I said.
airlines, the way they fly. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Holy shit. This is like, you know what this is like?
No.
You're like Elmer Fudd coming up to a neurosurgery pathway convention and
What is
giving
a
them
neuro?
lectures
So
on
what is a
fucking cerebellums.
neurosurgery? What is a neurosurgery pathway?
Neurosurgery pathway.
What is a What is a neurosurgery pathway convention?
Neurosurgery pathway. I'll tell you what. That's a little bit out of my scope. Let's go with metabolic pathway convention.
Okay, so what would a metabolic pathway convention
Can't
be?
even fucking say it. Like
No,
the
you're
Krebs
correct.
cycle, like a metabolic pathway convention.
Mhm.
These reactions lead to this reaction. This reaction leads to 3 other reactions. Yeah, it's like Elmer Fudd giving their take on a metabolic pathway convention. They're giving the keynote address when you don't even know what metabolic or metabolism means.
I do know what
Oh God!
a metabolism is. Thank you.
Really?
Mhm.
Oh god, this is so good.
Metabolism.
Metabolism is your ability to burn fat.
Burn fat? Is that it?
So the definition of the Krebs cycle, the sequence of reactions by which most living cells generate energy to the process of an
Really?
aerobic
Oh,
respiration.
aerobic. What's that mean?
Aerobic
What's
respiration.
aerobic? Yeah, I said aerobic. What's that mean?
Relating to involving the requiring free oxygen.
Ooh, nice. Where does
Mhm.
it take place at?
Inside of cells,
Where at specifically? Hurry
Muscles.
up, Google it.
muscles.
No, fucking mitochondria. So back to the
Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Oh, good. Thanks for the headlines.
Yeah.
No problem.
Thanks for the headlines. Appreciate it. So back to the argument. So 500 miles distance, 500 miles an hour travel time, obviously 1 hour. How many feet of vertical drop per minute on average needs to be negotiated on your Baltard?
It says 2,789.6 feet of vertical drop.
No, that's the
per
next
minute.
example. 167,376 feet.
Oh, sorry. 167,376 feet.
Yeah, that's
for
what I
60
just said.
minutes. Yeah, I know.
So, what's the answer to that?
2,789.6 feet. Vertical drop
Yep.
per minute.
Yep.
Average
Yep.
must be negotiated by the plane on my trip.
Yep.
Does this carrot.
Yeah, it's
Carrot,
pointing
carrot.
up.
It's called a carrot.
Yeah, I know. It's pointing up to the previous statement. Did you get that part?
Happen? Space question mark? No. Space question mark?
Holy
mark,
fuck!
question mark?
Now she's a holy shit. So does that happen when you fly for an hour?
Yeah.
Do you drop 2,789.6 feet every minute?
I might, depending upon
Really?
how high
Really?
am I.
You've
Yeah,
never
if I'm
taken
at
a flight.
33,000 feet.
You've never taken a flight. It doesn't fucking matter how high you are. It's the drop, dumbass.
I would be dropping. I would have to eventually come back to the ground if I'm flying
Yeah,
an
you would
hour.
be
Yeah,
dropping,
I would
but
have to
yeah,
go up
yeah.
that
The
high, and then I would have to go
fucking
down that
land,
high.
dumbass.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about landing. We're talking about through the entire flight. I would
I'm flying
notice
over the
a
ocean.
10-foot drop there, sunshine.
Sunshine.
Yeah, sunshine. 10 feet. If that plane drops 10 feet, I fucking know it.
And I
So
will
does
be.
everyone else that's taking a flight. This isn't rocket surgery, for fuck's sake.
Man, I love rocket surgery.
Yeah, don't you?
Yeah.
So does that happen? It could, really, without
Yeah.
you knowing it. The plane's nose would be facing down, cracker. You're a dumbass cracker, aren't you?
Yeah.
You playing dumb, aren't you? It shows.
Do you munch on crayons?
Did I what? Did I munch on
yeah.
crayons?
Yeah, she had a Happy Meal before she came here.
I did.
She took the coke.
Hey, if only most
Coca-Cola.
I think that I wish that most Globers would take your harshness as well as she does. That's for sure, because then they would stay in the conversation longer and realize that they don't live on a globetard.
It's pure contempt.
I don't know. I think he's funny. So, like.
He is funny.
Hilarious, and the way she's managing the conversation, I think this is great. Good, well done, guys.
I don't know. Like, I just.
You just
I
what?
just- I
You
just
just
think it's funny.
You can feel the
Are you-
drop or you don't.
Are you like retaining the information that's being given to you?
Fuck no.
Yeah, because so here's the thing. I'm gonna be on a plane in like a week, and I'll let you know.
Here's a Here, take this along with you. A Glober Happy Meal.
I think she got hired through diversity. It was a
Like my
diversity
24
hire, I think.
crayons, or
Yeah, you're a crayon muncher.
yeah, I like the scented ones. They're really good.
I thought you'd like the green ones.
No, they taste like forest. Like they smell like leaves. The forest green was my least favorite one. You know what I'm talking about? Like the forest green crayon.
Which one was your favorite? Well, that's the question. Which was your favorite flavor crayon? Which one is it?
I'd still like to hear the significance of being at 60,000 feet, 70,000 feet, 80,000 feet in relation to how the Earth curvature responds to the elevation change.
Yeah, because
Sure. Go ahead.
you would already be up in the air. You wouldn't need that much
You wouldn't
change in
need that
elevation.
much.
Change in elevation.
Yeah,
So
you
if you're
would.
flying, so if you're on a globe and you're flying across the country, as
Yeah.
I would be,
Yeah.
you wouldn't need a change in elevation because
Yes,
you
would.
wouldn't be.
Yes, you would.
You wouldn't
Yeah,
because
because
you'd
your
be flying
Earth curve,
parallel.
because your Earth's curving. You're
no, if you would be curving, so you'd be flying along the same parallel so if I were flying across
along the same parallel of what?
The equator.
The equator. What if we're not flying near the equator? How is the equator?
So you're
parallel?
flying along because you're
How
flying
is the
along.
fucking equator a parallel line to your flight path? Holy shit!
Why wouldn't it be? You're flying across
Why
the country.
would it be?
You see
In order
now,
for something to be parallel, it has to be two straight lines.
Holy
Yeah,
two
it's
straight
a straight line. That's what a
the
parallel is.
equator is a straight line around the globe.
Yeah, you wouldn't be flying perpendicular. So if I'm flying where I'm flying, which I'm flying from Maryland to Minnesota,
How
so
can
that
anything
would
be
be a parallel
perpendicular to a
line.
ball?
So if you're flying a perpendicular
from
line,
Maryland to where? To Minnesota, it's parallel to what?
the equator,
No, it's fucking
slightly up, slightly up, slightly up.
Show right here. This is fucking stupid. It's retard. And yeah,
No,
you're
like-
a retard. Yeah,
So you would actually technically be flying like,
shut the fuck up.
what is it?
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's more or less like it.
Okay.
You're just fucking making stupid shit up. You don't even know what a triangle is, for fuck's sake.
I do. I learned
What's
what
a
a
triangle?
scalene. I learned what a scalene triangle was
Oh,
the
that's
other day.
amazing. Your parents must be prouder than game roosters. What's a fucking triangle?
It's a 3 sides
Three-sided what?
triangle.
A three-sided triangle is a triangle. That's fucking great.
It's 180 degrees.
Oh,
Three angles that equal 180 degrees.
now that's okay.
That's better.
And they're enclosed.
that was great. He answered. Good jobs. You get a star.
Yeah.
Yeah, a star is like 5 triangles.
QE, I got a question for you if you want to answer it, or anybody here that wants to answer
No,
it.
I'm still on the retard.
Okay. It was about flying 500 miles per hour.
Yeah, but you're going 65 miles per hour right now, so we won't be able to get your whole spiel
Go
of it.
ahead. You might as well ask the question. We'll get back to our triangles here in one
Are you
second.
flying
Go
that
ahead.
fast?
Well, if you're flying 500 miles in 1 hour, but you're 33,000 feet in the air, wouldn't you have to cover more distance to travel 500 miles?
You'd think so.
Right. That was all.
Yep. No, you're correct, but that's patently irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, she says yeah. She agrees with. Holy shit. Okay, back to triangles. So 180 degrees. So do you know that we use right angle triangles to mark latitude lines on the Baltard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are their elevation angles measured by a sextant.
Yeah. Well, you can measure it with a sextant, yes.
Uh-huh.
So
What is an elevation angle?
that she already said it. You use
Okay.
right angle triangles. She's
Right
correct.
angle triangle.
Yeah. How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it the Baltards because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find
No,
a
you
flat
can't.
surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
Just
Joe.
as you could find, just as you could find a flat
No,
surface
you can't. I don't
on
give
a
shit about the
basketball.
bullshit. No, that
So
would
you
be
can
more
find-
than 180 degree. Go. I want
That's
you to
360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle. You
Did
fucking
you-
kidding me?
Did you just say there's
No.
a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah, so like if you measure a small enough, if you
Good
measure a small
grief.
enough portion, if you small then so as I was saying, like
There is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
there
of
is.
this flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck. Yaha. Nah. Yaha. Nah. That's all you do.
QE,
You're like a
you're-
more articulate Brenda. That's what she is. If you listen to her arguments, they're yahas and nah. That's it. That's what Brenda does. If you listen to Brenda, it's hard to figure out she's doing the yahas and nuh-uhs because she's so retarded and everyone always laughs at her. But if you boil it down, just listen to her. You'll see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
We got another one. It's a Brenda parrot.
Man,
Nuh-uh. Yes, you can. You can have a flat surface on a curved fucking baseline. It's retarded. It's a paradox.
It's crazy, is what it is.
Because she said so. That's the citation. She said so. Nyaha, naha. Because she said so. That's it.
Let's see if I can find a short video here.
Please find Brenda. Please.
No, not a Brenda. No, fuck no.
Okay.
I was looking for that.
While you're searching for that video, back to that 500 miles an hour, 33,000 feet in the air. So you'd have to fly faster to travel the same distance. So technically, you'd be flying at a faster speed, which means you'd have to adjust for the curve more.
Yeah, I guess you would be. You would be going a further distance technically, but I don't really need that.
Right. No, and I'm just saying that just to show how absurd the argument is for flying around the globe.
Yeah. So, Brenda Owlishness, you see what I posted in 16 minutes after the hour?
Oh wait, am I muted?
You're not.
Just now.
All right, cool. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, you see it. Sextant in a circle. Go to.
You put like a lot of
8
effort
minutes.
into it.
It's 8 minutes. Let me get you a timestamp.
I've been
You put
doing
a
this
lot of
for
effort
years.
into your message. You always like
Probably
perfectly
because-
underline and bold all of the points.
Probably because
Thank
he
you.
cares. He cares, by the way.
That's what I said. I said he cares. He put a lot of effort. Effort. That was the word I used. Effort. It means caring.
Okay, 8 minutes and 10 seconds.
I like the Pink Panthers on this.
8 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay,
We're
let me
using
mute.
AutoCAD with a triangle on a sphere. Let's see what happens.
Okay, hold on.
Yep.
Got quiet in here. I'm sure Alice is doing her video watch.
Basically, AutoCAD says you're a fucking moron for trying to attempt to get an angle off a curved baseline. Essentially, 8 minutes, 10 seconds. It's just a little longer than a minute. It's fucking over. Not that I needed this. Third grade geometry tells you you're a fucking moron if you think that that's the case. It's over.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So AutoCAD tells you you're a moron.
I mean, what I learned from that is that they were measuring whatever that celestial body was from when it was not over top of them. They
No,
measured it.
that's not what it was.
Well, I don't know what that celestial body was supposed to be,
Who
but
gives
they
a
were.
fuck? It's who gives a fuck about the celestial body? It's the baseline. Hello,
Right.
bye.
Well, they were measuring it so you would measure a celestial body when it was directly over top of you. You wouldn't
Hello,
measure it from the weird
McFly.
angle.
No, you wouldn't. You're a dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up. I'm tired of this. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to fucking first grade geometry. You'd fail it, by the way.
The opposite is not straight above you. The opposite is across from you.
Yeah, she doesn't know what a fucking triangle is.
She just forgot.
Yeah, well, I'm done with it.
The adjacent's under you. The opposite's across from you. That's why it's called the opposite. Anyway, it's good to see you, QE. I haven't seen you in at least a couple months, for me personally.
I've been busy.
You're busy.
Yeah, that was entertaining, wasn't it? Yeah, because it's all fucking stupid. It's all irrelevant red herring fallacies.
All right. You still put out good videos, though. Still like them. I listen to them in the background.
Yeah. Not a big audience, though. So, that's the way it goes.
That's how suppression is.
I don't know about suppression. It's just, people like to listen to fucking morons. So, there's more retarded people than there are intelligent ones. So, there you go. I mean, this isn't even intelligence. This is like, this is remedial shit. Most of the stuff that we talk about.
Well, I tune in because you're a wealth of knowledge, and all of us learn a ton from you, by the way. So, even if your audience isn't a bunch of globers, you got a bunch of flat earthers.
Globers ain't getting anywhere within fucking 10 feet of my ass. They know better by now.
Your words are like a blunt, precise object.
Well, what would flat Earth be without you, QE?
No, we wouldn't be here.
You're gonna get into some pretentious shit right there. I'd rather have other people talk about that rather than me.
I've heard stories. I heard a long time ago you were a good guy. Sorry, Flats. Go ahead.
I'm still a good guy.
No, you still are
Still
a good guy. You just have zero tolerance now. Like you used to be so patient with everybody.
No. He is no nonsense. There's a difference between being good, bad, whatever. There's people that don't deal with nonsense, or there are people that will. A lot of us deal with the nonsense in this, forum. We'll deal with it, and sometimes we don't, but sometimes we do.
Well, we all have to walk that path.
Also, we've seen with a couple of folks like Owlishness, who's had some pretty good graces considering how QE is with these Globers. He's pretty nice to her considering, and she takes it pretty well, but she still isn't retaining the knowledge, so he's just like, nah. Just fuck off.
Well, if you want to seek the truth, you'll go out and find it. You're not going to sit there and expect somebody to tell it to you when that's a personal experience.
Well, I came out here more or less somewhat naive, but I was used to many years with Evotards. But I came out here I decided to give them the benefit of the doubt and let them go. But after about 3 years nonstop of calling me names that would make a billy goat puke, then I decided to put the fucking hammer down. So I have no tolerance, utter contempt for globetard, evotard, numpty dipshits. I'll just stop them right in their tracks and eviscerate them. So, I guess you're right.
Well, you're an inspiration to all of us.
Indeed. Well, I know for a fact that the things that Globers will come in here and say versus what QE says, he's a saint. So let's not forget how awful people are. Please.
Oh yeah, definitely. They come in here with some evil stuff.
That's not really the point. The point is that if you come in here asking questions, not here, anywhere, if you come asking questions, they're legitimate. I can tell in less than a fucking plank time where your attitude and your position is. It doesn't take much. It's not fucking rocket surgery, as someone told me. If I find even for a second any type of credentials, looking down your nose, sarcastic facetiousness, your ass is fucking mine. I'm gonna make an example out of you quick. So, am I a bad guy? Probably. So say good night to the bad guy.
Nah.
Yeah. Say good night to the bad guy.
I love you, QE. I love you, buddy.
It was a misuse of the word. I was thinking of actually nice guy instead of good guy. Like nice guys finish last kind of thing.
He's not stupid.
Because I'd rather be intelligent than nice. So, like I said, you are an inspiration.
Well,
and nice isn't
uncompromising.
Being harsh,
right?
Nice isn't equivalent to being, or mean or bad isn't equivalent to being harsh. Nice can be equivalent to being harsh. You know what I mean?
You mean kind?
So that's what you get. You get some.
Sometimes the truth hurts, but you gotta.
You need a foot in the ass sometimes.
But I like your attention to detail on words. Words are important. Words have meaning.
Yep. Well, yeah, we couldn't communicate effectively without them.
That's right. See, is there anybody new in here? Northrop. Ooh, that's some credentials.
Very interesting.
That's brand new. QE. There's a Northrop person in here.
What?
Someone by the name of Northrop. You know, that aviation company?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're using that name for their call sign.
Have you ever talked to that person?
No, I haven't.
So you're assuming a lot.
I'm just comparing the word. I was just curious if you wanted to unlock their microphone to have a conversation with them. They're brand new.
Yeah, he's brand new.
They're already unlocked.
Even for Discord, he's brand new.
He's not on. He's not on mute. He can speak.
He came in here specifically just to talk to Flat Earth.
The voice text is north of the live stream voice here. The voice. I mean, I said voice. The text chat.
Hello? Anybody? Somebody? Well, that's a shame. I was hoping Northrop would have something to say.
Nah, he's gonna say.
Yeah, he's not saying nothing.
Well, they're scared of QE.
Are they scared of QE? QE's a nice guy.
I know, but they don't think so. He's
No, they're not scared of
scary.
him. They're scared of their own shit. if anything.
Intelligence.
Yep.
Or pseudo intelligence.
Yep.
So say goodnight to the bad guy.
Good night, bad guy.
You ain't gonna see a bad guy like this.
Good night,
I don't want to say goodnight. Are you leaving?
I think I can
It's
give her
only 11:30. Why are you going to bed so early?
This is the last time you're gonna see a bad guy like this.
I don't believe you. I literally saw you the other day.
Let me tell you.
What?
Even when I tell a lie, I tell the truth.
I believe you.
How much have you guys drink tonight?
Who, me?
The bad guy.
Yeah, how much has the bad guy had to drink tonight?
Last night, you see a bad guy like this, let me tell you. How much we had to drink? Not too much.
Are you wearing sunglasses right now, QE?
Another guy just joined.
No, because it's like nighttime.
I don't wear sunglasses at night.
I mean, you have an impressive educational history, so
Education.
Yeah.
I mean, quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You have an impressive
Biochemistry. Yeah. Well.
Yeah,
most of those
impressive.
subjects- Yeah, most of those subjects. Not all of them. I've taken at university, but the most impressive education is what I did on my own. See, they fucked up. They taught a creationist how to research. They fucked up.
Oh wait, you are a creationist because you have
Isn't
a whole
everyone?
section. No.
No, not everyone.
Yeah, they are.
Creationists. That is stand in direct contradiction with the laws of thermodynamics and quantum mechanics.
Yeah, I know. I
So-
read your I read your website or your section on proof of the creator.
There you go. So they stand in direct contradiction of natural law. What a position to be in.
It ain't
Yeah, I know.
something that can be proven, that's for sure. So, pretty bad situation they're in.
Yeah, even atheists have a creation story. Yep. Their creation,
Well,
their creator is nature.
yeah, there's no such thing as
Well, there's natural law.
there's really no
nature.
such thing as atheism in terms of
Oh, okay.
In terms of defining it, yeah, I know. They know.
yeah, there's no such there's in
they can't
terms
define
of defining it, there's no such there's no such thing as atheism.
Yeah, I know. No such thing as what?
Atheism.
That's correct. There's
Well,
it's undefined.
There's no such thing with an angle on a curved adjacent either, but you don't have with that.
Well, here we go.
I mean, you can find a flat surface
No, you can't.
on a
You're
curve.
gonna get muted.
However, it is
No, you can't find a flat surface
No.
on a sphere. It's a contradiction in terms.
Please realize what you're talking about.
She doesn't. She's just
This
gonna.
is a very simple thing, too. Like,
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's not going to stop her. She's just going to mindlessly. If you find a really small flat. No, it doesn't work.
why do they hang on to this ball so much? It's okay. You can let go.
Go ahead. Share your pain.
my pain.
Yeah. Go
I'm
on.
not going to
tell us
load
how
my
on a
entire
very short
psychological
surface-
history here.
Yeah. Go on. Tell us a very short surface, fucking curved baseline of a triangle. You can measure the angle of. Go ahead. Tell us.
Tell you specifically? Yeah, I
tell
saw
third
your
grade
I
geometry
saw the
graduates.
what is it? Did you upload this? Where did you upload this to? Oh, you
Upload
uploaded it
what?
to the 24/7. Oh, okay, to your website. I mean, to your Discord
Holy
channel.
shit.
I'm looking at the. I'm talking to two.
Fuck! Shut the fuck up!
talking to-
Upload what?
To
You can't
Donato.
shut the fuck up. You're gonna shut up now because I shut you up.
Please, could she get any more specific?
She got fucking diarrhea of the mouth too. Every fucking breath. She's a classic baltard. Shut the fuck up.
It's pretty easy to say that there are no straight lines on a sphere.
Fuck. You know what it's like? It's like teaching trig to a 6-month-old. Right? And then you get frustrated at you get frustrated with it. But that's what it's like. But she's an adult.
My little toddler can
No, we're not
spell.
fucking unmuting your dumb ass.
My little toddler can spell things in Spanish with the Spanish alphabet.
Yeah, but he's not
So-
6 months old or 6 months old.
No, he's not 6 months old. No,
There you
he's older than that. So,
Yep, that's where it conflates.
but he isn't like he isn't just like one of those school fed curriculum. Whatever. He's not going to school. He's not old enough to, but he ain't going.
I'm very cool. Okay.
If my child can already spell things in Spanish with the Spanish alphabet and English alphabet, I think I'm all right with teaching him.
All right, we'll go for this. So go ahead. Very minimal amounts. I love your attention to fucking detail. Citation, please.
My citation for having a flat surface and a very, very minimal amount of surface.
Yeah, now it's not very, but it's very, very minimal amount. Citation, please.
How many varies do you want?
Yeah. So I want a fucking citation that train wrecks 3rd grade geometry. Go ahead.
Okay. Wait, 3rd grade?
Yeah, it's fucking 3rd grade geometry. It's called triangles. Yeah.
Do you learn that in 3rd? I thought you learned that in like kindergarten, but whatever.
Well, I may be fucking highballing here. I'm straw manning or steel manning your argument. Sorry.
What is steel manning?
It's making the best possible argument for another's argument that can possibly happen. So I'm steel manning it. So we need a citation that says there's not only very, but very, very. I'll take very. Very minimal amounts of flat surfaces on fucking curves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if you were to say that they're a flat surface on a circle.
No,
for
I'm waiting for a
example.
citation, please.
I mean, you've heard of the radius. That is literally a flat
I want a
surface.
fucking citation or you're going to go
That
back.
is literally a flat. You literally have it because you have your 3.9.
I'm going to fucking back on moot. Until you provide a citation for your horse shit up here, you're on moot.
Girl, I just told you in the chat. Direct answers. Direct question, direct answer.
It's
No.
pretty
Also,
simple.
yeah, it's an inside joke. It's mute, but a dumb fuck baller back in the day didn't know the difference between moot and mute, and he kept on interchanging them. So it's been a running joke with me, and the person is Tim Osmond, which I affectionately refer to as Timmy Clown. He was out here in the beginning that fucked it up all the time. So when we say mute, or when there's a case for something to be mute, we call it moot. And when a topic is moot, we call it mute. Yes, in honor of that dumb fuck baltard, much like you. Unfortunately, some flat earthers have taken the moot and mute, not knowing the backstory, and they conflate them too because they're dumb fucks. Yep, there are some dumb fuck flat earthers out there. Let me tell you, there's hordes of them.
It's true. You don't get a free pass just because you're calling yourself a flat earther. So
Nope.
Very classic of ballers to redefine terms. That's what they love to do. Oh, moot. That means mute.
So I Jedi mind tricked him. Also, people trying to find Blue Marble Science. I've been calling him Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, a.k.a. the photosynthetic redneck, a.k.a. Mr. Gumby Football Field, for about 4 years. Some flat earthers have messaged me saying that they can't find his fucking YouTube channel. Because when they type in Hillbilly, I don't. So they think that's his name, right? But actually, it's Blue Marble Science. Well, no Marble Science. Don't type in no Marble Science because you won't get him either. This fucking clown invokes Newtonian mechanics and non-inertial reference frames. It's the goof of all fucking time, and he thinks he's an intellectual. I mean, this is just basic junior high ground squirrel level reasoning shit, and they fuck it up. You know why? Because they're pretender clown frauds. That's why.
Yeah.
And I've fucking had it. So you're gonna get your ass ripped out. In other words, I'm just gonna rip it right through your throat. I don't really care what other people think. I could give a shit less, obviously. You're going to feel the fucking wrath like you have, Owlishness. How many times now? And you deserve every bit of it for pretending clowning your way through life.
Do we want to address this? A single point is considered a flat surface, even on a circular shape. As it is considered a tangential shape, the point at which you would measure a radius.
You could be cute. There's no problem. You know, that doesn't impress me.
Nope, not at all.
That is fucking irrelevant diversion.
That don't impress me much.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. Are you going to sing the rest or no?
But why is a point? Because that's just a mathematical thing, isn't it? Because you can have infinite points.
Right, but the argument was that there are no flat points. That there are no flat surfaces on a circle, which is not true because there is.
That's correct. On a sphere, not on a circle, because a circle is a flat fucking dimensional. You don't know what shapes are, do you?
Look, think of a parabola on your sphere. Sorry, sphere-tard.
No, she said circle. Circle.
Yeah, I know, but think about a parabola on your sphere-tard.
Do you know what circles? Let's break this down. Do you know what fucking circles are?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are they?
Circles are a one-dimensional object.
One-dimensional?
Yeah.
Citation, please.
You need a definition? I'm sorry, they're two-dimensional. They're two-dimensional.
We are ready for your citation, please.
I have it up. Hold on. Two-dimensional. My bad. Sorry. Here you go.
Fuck.
So you think that on a sphere there are straight lines?
Yeah. I mean, you have to measure it somehow.
Well, you just went from a point to lines. So where are you getting the lines?
So the line would be the way you measure it. Because you
There is
have
only
to have a
deviation.
radius. You have to have a radius to measure a circle. As the definition, as the measurement of a circle is pi r squared.
So you're saying the straight line is the radius from the center to the that's not on the surface though.
It wouldn't be on the surface. You're right.
So that's
That's what you measure.
that's what we're asking. A straight line
You would
on the
have to have
surface of the
a
sphere.
single point to measure it from. So a single point is considered a measurement.
That's
Can't
not
just-
a fucking line.
No, dude.
It is a measure. It is a line.
The point measurement. It is a
It
line,
depends on
but
the-
not on the surface.
It is.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I don't even know why I unmuted your dumbass.
You're extremely generous. That's
Nah,
why.
I'll tell you what. I gotta go, so I'll leave her. I'll leave her to you.
I appreciate your generosity with Alishness, and
You're welcome.
also, I also appreciate you flat smacking the shit out of folks.
No, thanks for stopping in, QE. We do miss you.
Yep. I gotta go. So we'll catch you on the flip side, guys. Have a good one.
Be safe. Have a good weekend.
Bye. Have a good one. Miss you. Oh. Did you hear my goodbye?
I'm sure he heard it.
I'm sure he heard it. It's okay. Calm down.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Hey, can we just rip the band-aid off? Can we just rip the band? There are no flat surfaces on a sphere.
Okay. If you say so.
It's
On the
not.
surface
It's not
of a
me
sphere,
saying so.
there
It's not
are
me-
no
It's not my
straight lines.
opinion. It's just what it is. It's not my idea.
Why would you think that there are straight lines on the surface of a sphere? Why? Please enlighten us.
Or what?
Why would there be straight lines on the surface of a sphere? Please.
Because you need a way to
enlighten us.
measure it.
There are straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
But
if minuscule
You are
amount,
ridiculous. You are ridiculous. Also, you are. I don't know what you are. Like QE is harsh, but
Yeah.
I am just like I don't know. I don't understand that train of thought at all.
Just saying like you need a way to measure it isn't. It's not making the surface have flatness.
You realize that there are like octagons and dodecagons, and those things are like they have straight lines. But that's not what we're told or shown that the Earth is. None of those things are what we're shown.
Well, think of it
Well,
just
if
like your.
you- if
Think
you
of
were to-
Alishness. Think of your head. If I have a hat store and I want to sell you a hat, I need to measure your head. Does there need to be flat surfaces on your head for me to measure your freaking head? No.
there are
There
flat
doesn't-
surfaces on your head. What do you mean?
Oh my god! You might have. Okay, you got flat.
Do
spots
you
on your
have
head?
a flat surface on your head?
Yeah, it's called a soft spot on a child's head.
So you have a flat
You're a
surface on your
child?
head.
Yeah.
I don't. Do you?
I mean, when certain children can develop.
No,
on
you.
their head.
Right now, I'm talking about selling you a hat.
Yeah, I do actually.
You have a flat spot
Okay,
on your head.
It's not flat, man. Like, during birth, if the woman pushes too hard, it makes a cone shape, not a flat shape.
It does make a cone shape, but if you lay a child on its
Okay,
back
I
for
get
too
that.
long,
I get that. I'm not. Is that you? Are you a child with a flat spot on your head?
no, if you lay a child
Okay,
on its
that's
back
what I'm
for too
asking you.
long-
I'm talking about you, Alex.
Yes, I
It's
am.
irrelevant.
My
we don't-
head is
I
actually
understand
flat
some
on the
people.
back.
Oh my god, dude, you are ridiculous.
What do you mean I'm ridiculous?
Because
ridiculous
you don't
because it's
need
not
you
flat.
don't need flat surfaces. You don't need any flatness to measure something that's like round. Do you understand? Your head doesn't have to have flat spots for you to measure it.
I know.
Okay, but you're
what's your
saying, well,
point?
you need a way to measure it through flatness. I'm saying that's wrong.
And even in that definition, you said that you had to like press against it in order for it to be flat. So the Earth
Right.
isn't pressing against anything; it's spinning in nothingness.
Are you
It's
saying it's
supposed
also
to be a
so
globe.
it's not a flat, unspinning surface?
You
You're saying
can't. You
it's
can't
spinning?
have. There's no flat surface on your globe.
So you're
So
saying it
you're-
is spinning, though?
But you're saying.
You're
that
saying
we
it.
hold on. You're
No,
saying.
you said it was spinning.
Hold
That's
on.
the claim, ding dong.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
you said it was spinning. I didn't say anything about
No,
that.
nobody is saying it's spinning in the
You
flat
said it
Earth.
was spinning.
stationary.
Oh my god.
No, nobody said that.
No?
Anyways,
Okay.
yeah,
Can we
nobody
get a
thinks that the
playback?
Earth is
What,
nobody.
you know what we're on about.
Yeah, so nobody thinks that the Earth is round and spinning. Nobody. Round, spherical, whatever you want to call it. But you're saying that there can be flat surfaces on a sphere, and all of the people on here are not just from one area, but all over the world, and are not finding any curvature whatsoever. So all of these flat surfaces that we're all finding make a sphere? How? Please enlighten us.
It's due to the 25,000 mile circumference.
Oh my god.
24,901.
But that doesn't
Oh my god, it's called a rounding up.
Okay,
It's called
I got
rounding
you.
up.
But at least, we want to be specific.
24,901 miles is called rounding up. That's when you do math.
Okay. Your point,
rounds up on his
please.
website.
So you know what it breaks down to? It breaks down to the horizon has to be at 1.225 miles away at 1 foot of observers' height and feet, right? So when it's not anywhere on Earth at that point, what is your excuse for the globe?
I don't have an excuse. I don't need to make excuses for the.
Well, then why would you think that it's a globe then? Because nobody is finding it at 1.225 at the square root of observers' height and feet ever. Huh?
Sorry, I was reading what someone said.
I'm asking you a question directly, and you need to at least answer me or say, I don't care about what you're asking.
I'm sorry, say it again.
So why is it that no one around this entire flat plane is finding any curvature at all at 1.225 times the square root of observers' height and feet? Why would that be the case? Why would that be the case?
They are.
They're not. We have people all around the world right here in this server that have tested this horizon.
So funny you said around the world.
Yeah, because around can mean
You
around
can
the
go
world.
around the
Can
block,
mean
dude. You can go around your house. It doesn't make your
you
house.
can go
Yeah, I
around
know.
your house.
So you go around it. It's just like round.
Thank you so much
You're
for
not allowed to
being
say that.
semantic.
I don't know. You play semantics with me, so it's like so funny.
No, we're trying to get you to understand the meanings of words.
Yeah.
Around doesn't necessarily mean a spherical Earth. It could mean around the center of the Earth. So everybody on this Earth from all over are not measuring any curvature. So what on earth could it be if it's not curving anywhere? Sorry, I didn't mean to get super intense, but
How dare you?
Oh, you're fine.
how dare you?
Look, you understand.
I'm
like,
not
just to go
upset.
back to the flatness thing, like you understood my point about my hat store. I don't need people to walk in my store with flat heads for me to sell them a hat.
Are you the owner of a haberdashery?
What does it have to do with what I just said?
You said you had people walk into your hat store. Are you the owner of a haberdashery?
The point is, you don't need flatness to measure sphericity, which is something you said earlier. That you need some sort of flatness to measure it. That's not true.
No, you don't. You can use the.
Okay, well, that's good.
No, you don't need that. I'm just.
All right.
To address the fact that no one can find any sphericity anywhere on Earth.
Alice,
The size doesn't change that.
Yeah.
So if I have a point A and a point B, and I draw a line from point A to point B, and that line is not curving, what's that line doing?
Flat.
It's flat, straight. So if I look at the Earth and the Earth is not curving, what's it doing?
Flatting.
It's what?
Flatting.
It's flatting.
It's flatting. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Is that
fair
wrong?
enough?
So on a globe with those 2 points in that line, you'd say that's a curved. You'd say that's a curved, right? That's a curved path.
A curved straight line.
Yeah.
Well, it can't be both.
A curved straight line.
Yeah, do you know what an oxymoron is?
Yes. I am a moron. An oxymoron.
No, but you would know what an oxymoron is to say a flat, curved line. It's an oxymoron, right?
It is. It is an oxymoron.
Why would you say it then?
Oh, I was just repeating what you said. I thought it was a funny word, so I said it.
Literally, nobody said that. Nobody, you did.
You did. You said a
Nobody
flat
else.
curved line, and I just
No,
repeated back.
I said it after you did.
I said it after you did.
Okay, ladies.
Okay, we can play it back if you want to.
Jeez.
Yeah, I would love to.
The fucking cat fight.
Somebody got about to get Frank Castle in here, Cal.
Right?
Who's Frank Castle? Oh no, wait. Which show is that from? It's from a show, right?
Yeah,
Is that from a
It's
show?
Pete. It's not Frank. It's Pete.
About to get flat castle.
Yeah, there we go. Flat Castle.
Black Castled? It's from a show, right?
Yeah, Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit.
What is it?
Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's the show that it's from. You just
I've
asked
never
about
heard
it.
of the show. Like, I've heard the name, but I've never heard the show.
You don't have to worry
Actually, I
about
don't know if that's where the original reference is from, but that's where I've been hearing it lately.
That's crazy.
Here's the problem, Owlishness. You've been in this server for quite a bit now.
Yeah.
You've had enough evidence of a flat Earth presented to you, and you still refuse the evidence. Not you don't refuse. I don't know how you spin it in your mind. I really don't. Maybe it's because you don't want to view the world this way, and you want to stick to whatever you think it is. But you've been presented with the evidence of the murder. You just refuse to believe that the blood is spilling all over the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Was that me? Yeah. Yeah. Should I
Hit
give
us
you
with
an...
yeah, give me a ooh woo next.
Oh, okay. Ooh, will?
There we go.
Wow,
There
that
we
was
go.
too good.
You want another one?
Yeah, give me something else.
Ooh, will?
Jeez. Oh Lord.
Yeah, I go there. I can do an ooh, will.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I
It's
know,
just-
because...
It's sad.
It was like e-girls or whatever.
It's really sad to see that you've been in here this long and you haven't retained any of the information that we've relayed to you.
It's okay.
It's fine for you. I am sad. It's
don't have to
kind
be
of
sad,
sad.
okay?
It is sad. It's sad for real because you've had the information fed to you in many, many ways.
Hey, well, let's see.
Harsh folks, from people who just get down to the business folks. Like, I don't understand how you don't understand. You don't understand.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever talked to you one-on-one.
There's just an agenda, you know. I don't think this is this Discord is for people who come in to try to convert them. I think it's
That's true.
It's better for people outside that listen in and listen to like the craziness that this woman is saying.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
that's so crazy. I'm the craziness. That's great. I love that.
Okay, well, I would love to have a one-on-one with you. If you absolutely would, would like a one-on-one with me, that's fine. I would love to talk to you.
I just
do
never
you
really
want to ask me anything, or do you want me to lead? I don't
think she's.
know how you want to go
In a
about
nice
this.
way, she's saying, "I don't know you."
No, it's not that. It's just like I've never really like.
Yeah, you guys can have like a girls' night or something, like a sleepover.
That's what it's supposed to
Yeah,
be.
sleepover.
It's supposed to be that tonight. So
Is it?
a girls'
Is
night.
it like?
Yeah.
I'm
I can start it up.
not really a girl, so.
It's a ladies' night. You're clearly a lady.
Am I?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Why would that be crazy?
I don't
It's
know. I feel
crazy
like-
that the world we live in would say that it isn't apparent.
Oh, she's one of them.
Right.
No, it's crazy that we live in a world where we can't tell that something that's clearly apparent isn't. That's crazy. That's what's crazy. We should be able to have a conversation. You and me. We both have ovaries. We both have periods.
I do have those.
Yeah, me too. I know that you do too. That's why I just said it.
How'd you know?
All right, let's. Can we get to like a point? I got a question. Maybe we could switch gears here a little bit.
Yeah, what's up?
So I was just. Would you rather have a high profile job at, say, NASA? You get zero pay. You do it for free, or would you rather get paid big bucks, good 6 figures, to teach the flat Earth to people?
That wouldn't exist.
All right, well, let's.
It's a hypothetical.
Remember that? Hold on. Remember that pro tip I left you in the chat earlier?
I don't
People love direct answers, so no tap dancing in here tonight.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You don't like tap dancing. You're not like a.
No, this isn't a recital.
You're not into tap dancing. Yeah. I got it.
We'll do a recital tomorrow, but
Okay.
let's just get a direct answer, please. So you get a high profile, people know you, you get to work at NASA, but you do it for free, no pay. Or you get paid money. Let's say we hit the lotto, flat earthers, we hit the lotto, and we're going to start paying people to teach this stuff. So
we give you.
We're going to give you 6 figures to teach the flat earthers. What would you rather do?
Oh, well, I'm greedy, so I'm gonna teach
the
flat Earth.
There you go. Okay.
So what are you saying? Are you saying that you're teaching
I'm just
flat
curious.
Earth?
I'm just curious. I think some people, for me, if you were to switch it around, if you were to switch that around and put it on me, would I rather have let's see, zero money to teach flat Earth, or a high profile job at NASA getting paid to go against what I think is true? What would I rather do? I'm not getting paid. All right. I'm not taking the money. I'm not worth.
I'm not either.
I'm not worth that much. I'm not that cheap. Let's just put it that way. Okay.
Well, I got bills to pay, so.
All right. Sounds like
be
that's
living
what
off.
the OnlyFans chicks are saying right now as well.
It can't be like selling feet pics. I don't have pretty feet, so.
Bro, let me tell you, if hell ends up being real, I feel sorry for these people.
I do too.
Yeah. What do you mean? I read the Bible. What are you talking about?
Okay.
It doesn't even mean eternal anything. It just means that you cease to exist.
Cease to exist?
Yeah.
No, I believe in reincarnation, so.
That's fine. You can believe in anything you want to, but
You don't think that you don't think that there would be some like prerequisites to be able to reincarnate? You think you can just reincarnate because you can? You don't think there would be sort of like test or something that you'd have to do?
Yeah. So reincarnation involves.
Hold on.
Even if you.
How do we get
even
to
if,
this?
because of the salary. This is why it came to this.
Like nothing is there.
Nothing
You have
is
to
what?
sacrifice in life. Nothing is free.
Do you
Right.
realize
So
that Valerie?
reincarnation is so even if you in the Hindu religion, even if you are a terrible person and you
true.
end up in hell, after a certain amount of time you reincarnate, even if it is below what you reincarnated as before, to give you another chance.
You know what you're gonna reincarnate as? An ant on a ball.
They call that a dung beetle.
Dreams come
The
true.
irony. The irony.
They call that a dung beetle.
Listen, do you
Here's a
do
mirror
you
for you.
think that you would want to live forever, or do you want to cease to exist?
So, if I were to live forever,
Think about it in terms of like, do you want to live for eons, or do you want to cease to exist?
well, it depends on.
Just no. It's what I asked.
Wait,
I
what
really
is- what's
did go into specifics there. So just answer the question that I asked. That's all I asked.
Well, no, because
Yeah.
you're asking if I would want to cease to exist. So that means there would
What
be nothing.
in the hell? Can we just
So
get back
living
on track,
forever,
though? Like, what the
living
fuck?
forever would mean that I would live an eternal life.
No,
which is
maybe
the
not.
point of
Maybe
the Bible.
not.
You would live an eternal life.
No. I'm
eternal
not talking
happiness.
about the Bible. I'm not.
Yeah?
I'm saying like in these terms. Would you rather live for eons, or would you rather cease to exist? Like you don't like that you were born, and it wasn't your choice to be born.
Mm-hmm.
So which one is it?
Who asking? See, that's a very complicated question. I don't
What
know.
is the point, though? I'm sorry. What
I
is
don't
the
know.
point?
I don't know what the point is because I don't understand what the question is.
That's fine.
I don't understand what the
fine.
question is in terms of what you're asking. So, like,
I think
are you asking
I
if
think
I
it's
would
good that you
rather
don't.
not live anymore?
No,
Live
yeah,
where?
that's what I'm saying. Like, cease to exist means not live anymore, or would you rather live?
Well, you know, like those people who say that they wish they weren't born. I guess there are people
Yeah.
like that.
Okay, guys, we gotta get
Hang
this
on, wait,
train back on
one sec.
track.
But it's a pretty unanswerable, to be fair, because you can't possibly understand something like that. I mean,
Yeah.
rationally, think about it.
I'm sorry. I just want to. I probably should take Alishness down to another.
No, it's my favorite topic. But I'm just saying to you, think about
You're
what
just
you're asking.
asking it to the wrong person. That's all.
It's
No,
like,
I would rather take Alishness down to another chat so I can talk to her personally, so nobody has to hear it live stream.
Alice, you want to? Is that
interesting, though.
something you want
Would
to do?
you Would you
or-
like to go down to another chat?
Oh, I don't care. I don't care.
Well, I'm gonna give you
Do you
a
have
heads up,
access to?
Matthew. She's
I don't know.
not gonna change.
I don't have any other chats. I don't know. What other chats.
She's not going to change her mind. She's just going to agree with you to suffice your view.
I don't know. I have biblical, Quran, philosophy, religion, spirituality. Are those chats?
Do you have no chill chat? Do you have chill chat?
Where chill chat?
I can just move you to in another room if you want.
Yeah, do that.
All right. Zalishness is just. I don't want to force you to do that. Is that something you want to do?
If you don't want to, you don't have to.
All right. Gotcha.
I'm
gonna
just
move you
asking.
into. I got you. I'm just gonna move you into the LS2. If anyone else wants to join in, you probably could listen in, but live stream too.
Oh yeah. Hey, you know what? They took that. Do they still have the audio version of that? Because all I see is the text.
Yeah,
Oh.
they're both there.
Oh, okay. There we go. Maybe it's just it doesn't have a name anymore. Okay, whatever.
There's going to be no conversation here now, CB.
I know, right? No, there's plenty of
Yeah.
conversation.
I would have kept.
And I would
but it's
actually
like,
say-
what was the point? There was. No
I don't think it. I got to be honest. I don't think it was Alish taking it off course there either.
I agree.
Yeah, I was just going to ask her what was keeping her clinging to the ball, but never mind.
I think Kim just wanted to drive the bus for a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But I can't knock her.
It's hard to communicate with people who don't know how to answer questions or At least if they don't know, they can say they don't know.
And then we put two of them together and look what happens.
But it's like it's like word salad, you know? It's like just
I don't even know how the hell did we get to reincarnation? Like, what the like, can we focus here, folks? Like, what? We don't even do that here. Anyway. Sounded like she needed a break anyway. I have flat spots on my head.
hey man, you know, maybe she got dropped in the head when she was born. Who knows? Like straight, like vertically at first. Who knows? Poor thing.
Mewtwo, did you catch what's going on in there, Mewtwo?
Yeah, I just couldn't jump in there. I can't handle it.
What were they talking about?
Reincarnation and just that's all it is.
Oh lordy. Well, if I reincarnate, just don't let me reincarnate again as a globe earther. So
Yeah, you probably wouldn't know.
let's hope not. But yeah, that was what did you guys like that question? Kelly, you might recognize that. Would you rather have a high profile job question?
Yeah, they always pick the high profile.
High profile job every time.
Yeah,
every time, because they usually ask, would you rather get paid like 6 figures to go clean sewers or a high profile job? I'm like, oh, high profile job for sure. It's like, okay, well, let's see if we can spin that into flat Earth. So it's like, would you rather high profile job NASA? Because like that's shiny. They want that, and they don't want to talk about flat Earth, but you're going to get paid to do so. You have to go against the grain. And she said, "Well, I'll take the money." Alrighty. So I'm putting a list together of questions similar. I was gonna try and ask her more, but none of them on the list had anything to do with reincarnation. So sorry.
Yeah, I mean, usually when they ask that question, it's a little different than the way it was asked here. But yeah, it's very similar. I would choose like working as a trash man than have like a social media, you know, high profile job, something like that. You know, that pays me nothing. I'd rather just pick up trash and get paid 6 figures.
Yeah, that's the exact question. Would you rather have a high profile job for no pay or clean sewers for $100,000 a year? I'll clean sewers. I don't need the high profile job.
Yeah, it's not really like the question that you asked is like kind of a moral question, sort of. It was like put in like in that kind of context, because now you're talking about like, because obviously you wouldn't give away your belief in flat Earth to make money working for the like
some NASA. Would.
Well, no, I know
that's where the questions. That's where it's interesting, I think.
Yeah, that's like more of a moral question. The other one's more of like I guess a little different.
I get where you're coming from. Yeah.
Don't you think
really
though?
The one's exposing how vain you are, probably the original one. Go ahead, Andy.
Don't you think though there's an objective truth that resonates with what I like to call the tuning fork that's inside each and every one of us, and if you go against that, you go against it at your peril. That's the way I see it.
I agree. That's why.
And no money, no amount of money, because think about it. You can have all tea in China. It makes no difference, because I'm convinced that will absolutely make you ill.
Yeah.
And then what's your money going to do for you?
I couldn't agree
Nothing.
more.
When you're 6 foot under, what's your money going to do? Nothing.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm convinced when I see all these people, like I wanted to call them as secret flat earthers. Because they've got to be. They can't have seen what we've seen. They can't have seen all the information we've seen and cling to this ball. It's ridiculous. So, anyway.
You can't unsee it. I agree. Go ahead, Kyle.
If you can keep your morality while making money, I think that's probably the best bet. You know?
Amen.
But I understand what he means. But money is still... I mean, you can't really live in the society without money, unfortunately. Like, I mean, you could, but it would be really bad, like really rough.
Yeah, it's difficult. I'm a bit torn on this because, you know, capitalism, all that stuff, there's some good in it because obviously you work hard, you make money, you know, there's an honesty about that too, isn't there? Like you're getting rewarded for your graft. Well, government are usually taking quite a big chunk of it, but I don't know. I think somewhere inside me I'm a bit of a socialist, dare I say. Oh my God. Because wherever there's profit, deficit, and I don't know, I have to weigh up these two things. You know? It's like, I don't know. But we haven't got capitalism anyway. They say we have, but we haven't. Clearly. No one, just a small group of shareholders literally own everything.
I kind of have a thought on this. I used to think about this when I was a globe earther. Like, I never really was a businessman at heart. Like, you talked about profits. In businesses, when they set up, they want to increase margins and push, grow. We need growth. And back when I was a globe believer, I would talk about the idea of stability, where if you just look at orbits, so to speak, you have things, say, orbiting the sun. It's not going faster and growing. Like it seems to be at a stable rate. And I don't know, just that idea of like, we got to push, grow, go faster, more. I felt like that didn't necessarily align with nature, at least back then. I don't know how I would apply that nowadays. I haven't really thought about it.
Growth that doesn't end at some point is cancer.
Hey, yeah, exactly. That's a good way to wrap that point up. But I don't know if that's kind of where you were getting at, Andy, but that's what you kind of took me back to my globe days when I thought of like business in the idea of nature is not to... it's looking for stability, I guess. It seems like things are kind of in a stable place.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, socialism / communism can never really work while the ego is the way it is, unfortunately.
Being stagnant is pretty bad, too.
You'll always end up with a Mao or somebody who's got, like, 50 Mercedes and everyone else ain't got a pot to piss in.
Nah, you just got to look at Venezuela. It's a perfect example. If you look at that country 20 years ago, and it was like one of the wealthiest countries in South America. Now look at it.
Tits up.
They have some of like the biggest oil reserves, they have a lot of oil there. And somehow everyone's broke, and the country's broke. Like, what is that? Well, the leaders are rich, but the country's broke.
Hello?
Yeah, we're still here.
Flat earthers in here?
Yep, the whole panel.
All right. What do you say about the ISS?
What does it say?
I'm asking a real question, not like troll.
Is it possible the ISS is perhaps just some studio here on the ground?
What do you mean?
Like, I'm seeing the movies like Interstellar. It's not like that was filmed.
So
in
I
outer
know
space.
people that has experienced certain things like that. Yeah, okay. I've been in a pool before. Yeah. So if I haven't been in a pool before, then what are you talking about?
No, I'm just asking. Is it a possibility that that's just something
I'm
that's
just
happening on
saying.
the ground?
You're asking. I'm saying. I know that a pool is on the ground. Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
totally
even say anything
possible.
about. I didn't even say anything about a pool. I was just.
Well, it sounded like you did. I don't know.
What? I didn't even reference water or anything at all. I don't know where you got that from. I was just saying,
I guess it was from the previous 13 seconds ago. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know if you're paying attention, but I was just.
Why don't you tell me like anything about flat Earth? Then, if you can't even follow one
What's going on right
subject.
now? What is happening? You asked about the ISS.
No, I mean, like, are you okay?
You asked about the ISS.
I'm trying to. You're
So
not following me.
I've seen movies like Interstellar, and I'm just saying there's a possibility that
terrible
that's
movie,
taking.
dude. I don't care.
Okay, so I'm just saying there's a possibility that that's taking place on the ground. You want to riff off of that?
Movie on the ground, dude.
Here on Earth with the rest of us. Yes.
Do you think that I thought it was on like some kind of Mars or do you think it was on Mars? Yeah.
Mars is not a location that anyone's going anytime soon or ever.
So is that a yes or a no?
No, no one's going to Mars, obviously. It's not a location. There's no other place you can go anyway besides the Earth. So it's
Not
you
yet.
can leave.
Not yet.
Not tomorrow, not ever.
You think that?
Well, I know that. You're not leaving the Earth.
You know that wrongfully.
What kind of smoke did you inhale before you came here, dude? What's going on right now?
Hey, this is a Glover, so ask him the questions.
He's got flat Earth.
Can we like continue, or are you gonna start a whole tirade?
Dude, we just don't deal with drunk retards on the daily. So what's going on here?
All right, well, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know why they're dealing with you.
No one seems to have any issue with me, buddy. So,
are you sure?
You're the one who stumbled in your hammer.
I do.
Whatever you're on.
I do.
What's going on here?
I have no idea.
What's the beef? What's going on? I don't get it.
I have no clue.
So who's the dog boy talking to me?
This
Elf?
Take care, dude.
That's fine. I wasn't offended or anything.
And why are you LARPing right now anyway?
I'm chilling, dude. What are you talking about?
I'm chilling off something.
So you want to go to Mars? Is that what you're saying? Black Moon?
What are you talking about?
All right, dude. If you get this freaking guy, dude. All right, sorry, dude. We're not gonna deal with drunks in here. Just a really short thread on that. We don't do that here, unless someone else wants to talk to him.
Nah, I don't really care.
The fuck, dude? People treat this place like it's a pub. Like, okay, we have fun, all right, but dude, this is not where you end up at the end of the night, okay? Jesus. Flat Earthers talking about going to Mars.
That's why I was confused, because it does say he's a flat earther, but he's like, I was a little confused there.
Hell, is it full moon tonight? Like, what's going on?
No, it's not. The moon's like very little illumination. I just checked it the other day because I couldn't find it last night.
Oh, new moon. Eesh.
Maybe that's why.
The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at night. Dude, what the hell? All right, well, Andy's down in the live stream too. Maybe he'll report back. Did you guys speak to Ribeye 1977? Has anyone spoke to them yet?
I don't think so. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't think we spoke. If you want to chime in, Lisa, hello, Ribeye. We can give some more roles.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna jump into the live stream too, just to real quick and see what's happening there. See if they're done talking about reincarnating. I'll be back. 1 sec. This is one thing I can really appreciate about Fresh and Fit is that the questions drive to a certain, they drive home. It's like I was trying to think about this before. When you get into, say, martial arts, like if say you want to be a boxer, if you're new, you might think that boxing is just about throwing punches, 1, 2, 1, 2. But as you get more advanced, you learn how to set traps for your opponent. Look at someone like Mayweather. He's not just the biggest, strongest guy. He's one of the smarter ones. And you can do things to make your opponent make mistakes, and then you capitalize on that. And so a good way to do that, at least we don't put gloves on. We use our words here. So questions are a good way to look at Nathan Oakley's housekeeping questions, for example, or Miggy's 3 points. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, this is the result of that. And so as you we're in season 9, right? We're in season 9 in here. By now you should have some way to drive home a point with some of your questions or whatever. However you want to do it is fine. But it's got to drive that sucker home. The conversation in the live stream too is about seeing atoms with a microscope. So how do you drive that one home? I don't know where that leads to. Does that take us back to flat Earth?
Hey, CB, you there?
I'm here.
I need the name and badge number of that asshole that just came through the chat.
He's in the Cogdis room, Black Moon. I believe this is witchcraft as well.
Yeah, it's witchcraft.
Yeah, take the flat earth tag away from him.
Done.
I cog dissed him, so he has no tags but that one for now.
Yeah, he usually goes on his benders and comes in here like that every now and again. Or we're gonna put an end to this shit. He ain't gonna be disrespecting my team like that. Fuck's wrong with that guy? Sure as hell was lucky that I wasn't on. But yeah.
Like, dude, okay, I can appreciate a little bit of like role playing. That's one thing, but like, that's not what that was.
Nah, he's just straight aggressive for no reason. That's dry hating.
Yeah, come on, at least gotta lube me up first, man. Damn. I see Bobo Gerald, 188 has joined the panel. Do you want to say hello?
Hello.
What's happening?
Just joined the server today.
Is this your first time, or are you a returning guest?
This is my first time.
Okay. How did you get a link to the server?
Yeah, it's from like a site.
You were looking for Flat Earth?
Yeah.
What is that?
It was a podcast site I found it on.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the podcast?
It's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream. It's called 2,055 miles away. I don't know if you guys know about that. 255 miles away podcast.
Okay, let me check it out. Well, what kind of stuff were they saying on there?
Like conspiracies and stuff like that.
Such as?
Like world conspiracies, like Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. Anything particular about the Flat Earth?
It just like talks about debates, like Flat Earth debates, and like have evidence of Flat Earth.
Yeah, let's get into the specifics. So what in particular have you heard?
Well, I heard that there's no outer space.
Okay,
and
that's a good place to start.
Earth is like there's like a dome. It's like a dome like around the Earth. And it's like, it's like an egg yolk.
Whoa. What?
Yeah, like the Earth is like you know how like an egg, when you split it open, it lays flat. You know, the
What?
surrounding is like it's like Antarctica, and like the middle is like the dome and Earth.
Wait, what kind of eggs are flat in the middle? What?
No, the bulb.
Oh, I think he's talking about like when you crack an egg and you see the yolk, like when it's in a pan, like the yolk is supposedly like the flat Earth, and the white is like the Antarctica.
Okay. I got it. That makes more sense.
Yeah, I think I know what he's talking about, but like that's just a representation that people usually talk about, but that nobody knows what it looks like overall. Know what I mean?
Yeah, just I learned about the fake space missions and stuff.
Okay. I couldn't find that podcast. Were you able to link that somewhere? Can you shoot me a DM with that?
Yeah. Are you
I'll send you a message. Yeah, I'll send you a message. Just,
yeah, I just sent it.
Cool. Oh, so this is just our live stream. This is just our Discord. Helio posted on a podcast website. Okay, I got you.
So, Bob Gerald, are you new to the flat Earth topic, or have you been looking at this for a while?
Yeah, I'm definitely a flat earther because of those live streams.
Well, I mean, how long have you been looking into this, man?
Like a couple days.
Oh, so you're brand new to the topic?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of ins and outs and stuff. So, this is a great place to be if you're going to start to learn about things. There's like a ton of information at the bottom of the Discord. A lot of links, a lot of research that you can look into.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, and definitely just hanging out in here and listening to like debates and conversations and such. But yeah, when you first come into this, obviously the simple understanding that the Earth is flat and stationary, but alongside of that, there's the side that the globe comes at you with information that might sound like the truth, but it's just really, there's no evidence to anything that they say, like at all.
Yeah, the curvature evidence, they don't have it. Like, they don't have no evidence for curvature. I asked some globers, like some people like me that used to believe a globe, like curvature, and they just tell me what scientists told them. They don't actually know no evidence for the globe curvature. And I seen like how you guys debunked their arguments on the curvature, like their the boats disappearing and that stuff. Like, I understand it. It makes sense now. It's due to perspective.
Awesome. Yeah, we'd love to have you on the server and just hang around and like ask questions and shit. Because it takes a while to kind of like get rid of a lot of the thinking that you used to have. Because like even the words that you use, you know, like you might say like the word experiment or the word level might mean something to you as a glober. But, you know, as you start to learn, like those words aren't just like empty words that you just use. I mean, they obviously mean something. So looking up definitions and understanding logical fallacies, like when you type in logical fallacies on Google, you'll see like a whole bunch of a list of a whole bunch of fallacies. And if you just go through them, you can see what globers actually, how they argue. There's completely fallacious reasoning. So you got to like study up on that stuff so you can understand, like when people talk, they're like, oh, that's begging the question he just said, you know, like when he's talking about the Earth being a globe, but he doesn't have any evidence for it or something, you know, you can identify their you know, logical reasoning is fallacious.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I will do that. I'm going to look into those arguments. Fallacies.
Yeah, that'll help big time. I remember when the first time I was presented with the idea of what a fallacy was, I did not understand the implications of using fallacious reasoning. And now years later, it's taken me a long time. I mean, this was presented like back in 2014, and now it's like 2023, and now I really see how important it is to understand why using fallacious reasoning isn't very helpful if you're trying to make a case, especially in this forum. So take some time to study up on those fallacies, because you'll notice that, and especially in here, they'll get used a lot, especially by your opponents if you're really on our side. So
yeah, but then this is really mind blowing. Like, it freaks me out sometimes at night. Like, the Earth is actually flat, and not this whole globe thing was fake.
Yeah, how old are you, bro? Sounds like you're pretty young. Are you older?
Yeah, I'm like 20 right now.
Yeah, but you haven't. I found out like in my late 30s, man. It was mind blowing. Like when I first got into it, like in 2015. That shit was mind blowing, man. And but that back then there was a lot of videos on YouTube you could look at, so they were like not filtered. So there was a lot of content. Like now there's not as much, but you got to look for it. It's making a comeback though. Like people are getting back into it. So, but yeah, it's a journey, man. You gotta. There's still, like, I would say the shock and awe phase lasts about maybe a couple months, where you're just like still like you can't believe it. Like it's. Yeah. I mean, you can still know the truth. It's just like stuff like you can't believe. So.
Yeah.
It's just
and
weird.
It's not an overnight process, so don't feel like you need to rush things as well. I mean, I first heard about it. Miggy said 2015. For me, it was 2017. So
this past week, I was binge watching a bunch of, like, this guy Eric Dubay on YouTube. His videos. Yeah. Some guy recommended me to watch his 200 proof video. And that just blew my mind. Like, I was freaking out, man. So much correlations with, like, my life.
I would say
that when I was a kid, I believed the Earth was flat, and then I went to kindergarten and elementary school, and I was taught the globe Earth and that the sun was gonna explode in billions of years. It freaked me out. The sun was gonna explode. Now I'm like, that shit was fake the whole time.
Hell yeah!
Somehow.
I would say this, man. Like, stick around this chat. This is the premier place to be if you're starting off like learning. Because all you got to do is just sit back and listen. You'll hear the debates and you'll hear the conversations, and you'll see the reason why we have a really like hard position, like where we're at right now with the Earth being flat and stationary. And like these globers don't like. There's nothing they got, man. Like the crew here can defeat any of their like PhD kind of credentialed like people that come in here. Like just the other day, man, I was speaking to an astrophysicist, and I ran him through a couple of points, and he didn't even know if the Earth is a globe. Astrophysicist, guy who's been teaching for 5 years. I kid you not.
Is he like the Neil? What's the name? I forgot.
Neil deGrasse? Well, he's not prolific in that way. He does, I guess he has like a teacher position. He's like a teacher. But I talked to him like a couple of days ago, and I have it recorded on my channel. You can go check out my channel. Somebody might want to drop it in the live stream voice text. I got to get back to work, but yeah, check that out, man. Even the teachers and stuff don't even know that the Earth is a globe. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
I got to get back to work, CB. I might not be on for tonight. I'll just be listening too until I get off of work, and I'll probably be logging off. But hold it down, bro. Or Heretic, either one. Hey, there's a new guy in here. Might want to check him out. Peace.
Peace, man.
I'm at work too right now. Can't do much. Kind of in listening mode too.
Yeah, dude. Bobo, I'm fairly new, a few months in, and there's some channels and some debates that you can watch. Some of the debates aren't fair, so I'd be careful about those, where they sort of surround you and whatever. But like when you get a fair debate between someone who knows what they're talking about, and you watch the globe side completely melt down. Because basically what usually happens is the flat side starts teaching the globe side what they actually... Basically they start debating with themselves, because the globe side doesn't even know their argument. And that was super powerful for me. It was like, what? They don't even know what they're talking about. Do I know what I'm talking about? I'm like, wait, I don't know what I'm talking about. And then you start looking into it, and you're like, what the hell? All right, man.
Yeah, when I was a glober, I didn't even know what the circumference the Earth was and the rotation around the sun. It's like all satanic. It's like 6 and like 6 again. It's just all I see is a bunch of 6 satanic as hell.
Right. So you mentioned that you found this like through some conspiracy stuff. So you probably, I'm gonna guess, are at least open to the fact that there are people on this world that would go to this extent to hide something like this?
Yeah.
Or no?
Yeah, man. Yeah, they hide a lot.
Or is that a problem for you?
They hide a lot of the politicians.
Right.
They already hide a lot of shit. So I was confused. Like, how could they hide something like this? This is something this big where we live.
Right, but I think that's almost like a head start. If you already know that there are dirtbags and psychopaths that are at that level that can pull it off. Like, if you already believe that, because that's what a lot of people can't get past, right? If you already can get past that, even because it's like pretty obvious, but not to most people it isn't, then you got a good head start, you know? You just got to watch the videos and ask questions. There's so much stuff in this Discord. When I found it, I spent the first month almost just trying to catch up, but
it's like you have to believe that we live on a globe, because it's like a fantasy, right? You're like flying through space. You're going hundreds of thousands of miles, almost 1 million miles per hour, spinning and turning and chasing the sun. It's like, and then you look around and you're like, what?
Everything's so chill.
It's like, what?
It's so chill out here right now. I can't believe this. I'm actually moving 1 million miles an hour.
I was like, okay, I don't feel this. I don't see this, right? I don't notice it at all. The Earth is pretty freaking still. So it doesn't make any sense. It's not something that, it's not possible that we wouldn't be able to at least feel it somehow, right? We have enough technology, and yet nothing. We have to believe it.
Right. And then you watch like a SpaceX rocket launch video and you're like, oh my God, this is pathetic. It almost doesn't get any worse than the videos that NASA and SpaceX puts out. Like they're doing, they might as well they'd be better off not putting anything out, because they're pretty bad.
And the thing is, in school, they dumb it down. So they don't really tell you all these things, because I didn't know this. Like, I didn't know all the factors like that went into the Earth, the heliocentric model, or whatever you want to call it. I didn't know any of that. All I knew is that we were going around the sun. That's it. And I thought, okay, I could believe that. But then it's like, but then we're going 1,000 miles this way, we're going 1,000 miles that way, we're going 1 million miles that way. It's like, okay, now that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and I don't feel it.
No, none of us do.
So Bobo, is there anything that you've seen that, like, for me, I was like, okay, these people need to answer this, right? Like, star patterns, star trails from northern hemisphere to southern hemisphere. I was like, they're going to have to address that for me, blah, 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 blah. Sure enough, like, it's not even as complicated as I thought it was going to have to be when I saw it. So, like, is there anything like that you've seen where you're like, I don't understand the tides, I don't understand the star trails, like, or is it just straight up curvature?
It was the Antarctic Treaty.
So the timeline of everything, right? Like, Bird goes to
Mhm.
here, does to this, then they start NASA. Now the Antarctic Treaty. Now you can't go there. Now this and that. Relativity is invented. Like dark. Like yeah, that's a good one too. Timeline's important to establish.
Yeah. Ever since they supposedly found like something there, can't verify because the guy dies, and then NASA's created, and we're all focused. They shift our focus to the moon race. Just doesn't like it doesn't add up. And like supposedly all these countries that bomb each other all unite to protect Antarctica.
Right, grab some Nazis, make a fake NASA, lock down Antarctica, and then yeah, it's suspicious. It's funny that like some people are willing to admit that and some people aren't, or they just don't care.
Yeah.
I think another thing that's crazy when you start researching this stuff, and I just learned this a few days ago about the time zones. If you compare the size of Australia with the size of the US, they're practically almost the same size, right? And on the latitude, they're like America's on 33 north and Australia's on 33 south, right? So they're basically the same, just one's northern latitude, the other one's southern latitude, right? And yet, for some reason, if this was a sphere, if we lived on a sphere, we would be having they would have 4 time zones like we do in America, but for some reason they only have 2. So there's something wrong there as well.
Right, they have a half-hour middle time zone, so they have 3,
Yeah.
but it's really only 2 hours because it's wider at the bottom. Right? Are you? Did you watch the Witsit School of the Globers?
Yeah, that's the one that I thought that was really interesting.
Dude, that's the guy that kind of got me going because it was like I watch him debate people. And he just shows up so prepared and like calls out all the fallacies. And it's a guy named Witsit. If you want to look him up, Bobo, I don't know. He's killing it, I think. But I've only watched him for a little bit. But yeah, the whole time zone things.
Yeah, because
it's like so obvious. After you see it, you're like, what?
It makes sense on a flat Earth, but it doesn't make sense on a globe.
No, they like at the dateline they compress 3 hours. So like Russia is at like a 0, and then Alaska is at -3. So they have a 3-hour difference right on a dateline, and they expanded everybody at the top towards the center so that because it's less land, and then in the middle they made it exactly what it should be, and then on the bottom southern planisphere they had to put half hours and make them wider. It's so almost egregiously obvious you actually look at it that it's kind of a kill shot. And there's a French dude that breaks it down. If you watch that video,
I did. I saw it.
Yeah, it was a good one.
It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah.
We the best music.
It's flat, yeah.
Another one.
It's flat, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Cap gas pressure, and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curve, then that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof and I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it, flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me, say it's a ball. He ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking, why did it fall? Don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog. C-top are less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements. Making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, that glow.
Hey guys, how's it going?
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. Or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Hello?
Good day.
What's up?
Hey. How's it going?
Good morning.
What's up?
What was that? Sorry, I just was mid-cough and I missed what you said.
Say good morning.
Me?
Oh, hey, how you doing? Whoever spoke, I missed who it was, sorry.
What time is it? Is it morning? Oh, it's 1:06 a.m. That. It's
close
crazy.
enough.
What's going on?
Just showing up here. How about you?
Just hanging out. I was
Okay.
hoping that Manfred was going to join us. But
Oh, what time is it in Australia?
No, I was just planning.
Afternoon.
Afternoon?
Yeah.
Was it like 1 p.m.?
No, it's like 3. Depends on where you are, though.
What? Yeah, true. It is. Oh, I forgot what time it was. It's 1:06 a.m. Are you on, I guess you're on the west side? Yeah. I don't know how it works.
Any curvature out there on that west side?
Is there coverage on the west side? Oh, Australia? East side? West side?
Hard to say.
We've checked all around over here. Still none.
One might say it's on both sides, depending on...
Yeah, they probably would say that, and then they would provide nothing to back it up with. Crazy how that works. I don't know, whoever says that, the way that usually goes.
Who are they?
I'm just post-dicting here, from past experience.
Is Manfred around? I thought he was going to join us.
Manfred doesn't really VC, I've noticed.
Who?
Huh.
A buddy named Manfred from the lobby.
Well, not totally surprised. I guess I'm not going to get an answer to my question I had. That's a shame.
What's
your question?
Well, yeah, go for it.
Oh, it was actually for Manfred. He asked me a question, and I wanted to ask one back. But the question was about burdens of proof that people like want to see, basically. Because I was asking Manfred about, Manfred was asking me about something, and I was asking what level of proof he expected any individual person to be able to have for their what they believed in, basically, or what model I don't like using the word model, but like lack of a better word, what model they believed in.
Yeah.
I was curious about what burden of proof he was expecting.
So what are the standards of evidence, basically?
Yeah, well, just like each person, one person only knows so much. I only know a relatively small amount. I'd say very small amount. But some people know lots, and but no, I'm not sure if anyone knows everything. If they do, I'd love to chat with them. But I guess the question is, how much is any individual person expected to know or be able to prove personally?
No, well, the burden of proof's on the globe. That's the claim.
I guess you would have to know whatever you need to know to prove it. Whatever that is, given the subject, the thing you're trying to prove.
I mean, it seems I can see what you're saying. I mean, one group is saying that it's a globe. The other group is making a claim that it's flat.
Well, that's how you experience the Earth, though, isn't it? Flat and stationary.
Well, That's a perception, but
no. If you're being honest, come on.
What's the question?
Yeah, that's how you experience the Earth, flat and stationary.
Flat and stationary. Well,
so you're not being honest. Right off the bat, you're not being honest.
Well, you didn't let me answer the question.
Well, the burden of proof is on the globe for this reason. Yes?
No.
Yeah, I mean, true. Do you experience? Yeah, do you experience
I think the burden
the
of
Earth?
proof is on both, is it not? Like, if
Well, listen what he's saying, though. Do you experience the Earth as a spinning globe? Spinning, wobbling, tilted globe flying around through the universe? Do you experience that? Do you go outside and go, hey, that's a really big ball spinning around? Like, is that the experience that you have of the Earth?
I guess the question is, and look, I guess it's hard for me to. I will answer that question. Because it's a fair question. But I guess what I just want to preference my answer with saying that the experience you have at a given point in time is not necessarily, I don't think, fair to say that experience then applies to everything that you experience.
Okay, I got the preface, but how do you experience it, though? Do you experience it as the spinning, tilted, wobbling ball flying through the universe that you think it is?
I think to answer that question, you need to look further than just.
Can you answer that question?
I can.
Django, this isn't the end. This is just the base axiom. So this isn't the end point. It's just with the starting point. So can you agree on at least the experience that you're having? You're not experiencing rotation, and you obviously don't observe curvature. So we can start with that.
This should be easy. There shouldn't be a huge preface for it. It's just a simple yes or no. Yeah, I experienced that, or no, I don't really.
My experience at any one point in time, looking around me, is that I do not perceive a curvature.
Okay, so that'd be a no.
I agree with that.
I got you.
It's okay to believe that, but we at least have to agree.
Lost a little bit what the question was, so I'm not sure if it was yes or no, but I do agree that the observation, and that it is a reasonable observation to observe the Earth as being perceived as flat. That's fine.
After some arm twisting, we got some honesty, so we can appreciate that.
I'm not here to lie to anybody. I'm totally honest about anything.
So Django, if you're being honest though, based on what you just said, the starting axiom would be that it's flat and stationary, right? Just based on your baseline experience, right?
I mean, I think that's a little bit simplistic, because if you were to say,
well, just bringing it down to those simplistic brass tacks, right? Just going off of what you experience, right?
I think if you take things to be too simplistic, you can misrepresent them. For example, if you got on a train with no windows and you walked towards the back of the train, your observation would be that you were moving at 3 or 4 kilometers an hour as you walked. But that's not necessarily the fact, because the train is moving at perhaps 100 kilometers an hour in a forward direction. Mm-hmm. So the reality is that you're moving at 94 kilometers or 96 kilometers an hour, right?
You can demonstrate the reality that, you can demonstrate the movement of the train, though. Can you demonstrate the movement of this train that you think you're on, the Earth?
That's a very difficult question, and I think there are ways of demonstrating it. But
well, if it's difficult, it sounds like a no to me. So I'm not seeing any reason here to go against the axiom that you're admitting right now that you experience too. You don't experience the motion, and all you're telling me right now basically is a story about why you don't experience the motion. There hasn't been any indication brought up so far in this conversation that the Earth is moving.
We haven't talked about it, but the assumption that just because you see something and there is an explanation that it is the right explanation is very, very simplistic. I think if you were to make a claim that, for example, the Earth is flat, that would, to me, make any claim, the Earth is round, the Earth is flat, the Earth is, whatever, make any claim, there would be a burden of proof for that claim. And I think it's unreasonable to have a burden of proof only on someone who's making a counterclaim.
Well, sure. If they're making a counterclaim that goes against the axiom that everybody's experiencing, then yeah, we would like proof to support that. Does anybody have it? Because if they do, we'll just go with that. We'll say, okay.
If you were on a train, would you accept that there's no is it reasonable to not go in the train analogy? And I get that it's a simplistic analogy, but
you got in the train.
Analogy though.
You got in the train. You were there when it started moving. You know the train is moving. There's all sorts of ways to demonstrate that, but is there any way to demonstrate? Is there any way? Well,
that's a good question.
If you were born on the train,
dude,
I'm just saying.
Can we come back to reality, please? That's not even a fault. It's a false equivalence.
We're talking about no, it's not a false equivalence. We're talking about perceptions.
It is. I'll explain why. Let me explain why. Because we on a train, you're moving in a linear path. Compared to the globe Earth claim, that's an angular path. So right there, that's not equivalent. And also, the train is a closed system when the globe is claimed to be an open system. So there again, not equivalent. So let's get. You said you could demonstrate the Earth. You said that. I thought I heard you say you could demonstrate the Earth moving. So let's just jump right to that. Let's get to the money instead of these ifs. If you were born on a train, we've all heard this a million times. It's a false equivalence either way. So let's get back to
happy to move on in a second.
Well, let's get to the demonstration. That'd be great.
Obviously, it would be great if I could come in here and give.
I know, but you guys think you're going to get a Nobel Prize for telling us that trains, you can't tell you're moving on a train when you can. And it's not even equivalent to the Earth at all.
Well, I mean, you come in with the claim that you can't provide any practical demonstration in support of, and then talk about how there's a burden of proof on both parties. I don't think so, because there's one that comes in making constant excuses, which doesn't provide anything practical, and another that goes, hey, look, take a look at that horizon. It's 10 times, 20 times, 30 times too far for the given rate of this curve on this ball that we're told we live on. Like, at what point does it become, like, enough? Like, we're not seeing your ball out there.
Well, I guess what this is going back to is, well, I think you pretty much answered the question, is that if you're making a claim that the Earth is flat, because that's what you experience.
Are you making the claim that it's a globe?
Hang on.
I feel like we should reset the table because we're not making the claim. As Andy pointed out, this is the observation. The claim is that the Earth is a globe with a very specific size.
Oh, both the claims.
So no. It's not. Because if you've ever had to present evidence or make a case in front of a judge, you would understand that it's not. Okay, well then you surely should understand that it's not that both parties hold the claim. The plaintiff and the defendant don't both hold the burden of proof. If you're charging someone, well, it's true. It depends if you're actually in front of an actual judge. I think in like family court, you don't have to present evidence. But
in civil law, it's different. But
yeah, so but like the big boys, actually, you have to present evidence, and the burden of proof is on one party. You don't get to reverse the burden. So if I'm charging you with say I'm charging you with fraud, it's my burden to hold those charges. That I have to prove that those charges are held up. You don't hold the burden to remove those charges from yourself. So it's not that both parties hold the burden. That's not true.
That's because they're starting with a presumption. And is it reasonable in a scientific debate to start with a presumption?
Well, the claim is very clear on the table that the Earth is a globe. It's how we were all raised. I'm sure you were raised the same way just as everyone else. So that's the claim that we're dealing with. So that is the positive claim, and that's where the burden lies.
And it's a claim that flies in the face of the axiom which you yourself tell us that you experience, so that definitely has a burden of proof. And all we need is that burden fulfilled, and it's okay. We'll go with you. Okay, there it is. You demonstrated it. The axiom was wrong. Fine. But we're still waiting for that. So, yeah, the burden stands.
Well, let's just get right to the money. You said that you could probably pull up some type of demonstration having to do with the moving. Someone, somewhere, something out there.
There was another guy in here. I don't know. I forget his name now. Itaya or something. He was in here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about it. He knows this stuff. I do not. But he was talking about parallaxes, which I understand to be the shifting of effectively faraway objects. By observing how they shift, you can make observations of movement, of our relative movement to theirs. I mean, either the argument is that they're shifting enormous distances incredibly quickly, or that we're moving. Now, if we go with reason, it stands to reason that based on that observation, we are moving, and that the far away objects are not darting about at millions of times the speed of light or whatever it may
Yeah,
be.
because you're pre-assuming the distances and the sizes of these objects. That's why you're adding that these distances will be so massive that it will make more sense that I'm the one standing on the thing that is moving, because you're pre-assuming so many different variables that you cannot. Bro, I was like in the middle of my sentence. You were able to finish your sentence to the last word. And then when I'm in the middle of mine, you feel the need that you have to speak again. Go ahead, speak.
No, sorry, apologies. That was my mistake. Go ahead.
I'm done. Go ahead.
I don't think it's necessarily accurate to say that we're assuming the distances. The distances are calculated.
Oh, wait a minute. There's something called the cosmic distance ladder. What's the first number in that ladder?
I'm not a.
That would be Earth radius. That would be Earth radius.
Sure, but
yeah,
that's not
yeah.
the point.
So
The
yeah, we're
point
going
is
to need
I
that
just-
one first.
Hang on. The point is that I just told you that there was a way that it could be demonstrated.
Yeah,
Now,
but
if
I
you don't
just told
believe
you what
it-
the first number in your chain of numbers was, though. So we're going to need that one first, or else the rest of them, they all fall apart. The whole ladder falls apart if the first rung is all off.
Yeah, do you not see the problem in the first rung of the ladder of the cosmic measurements being the globe Earth first, and that Venus is supposedly almost the same size? Like, this is how they judge how everything is like a distance in this cosmology.
Yeah, it's a foundation of your claim, like a foundation. Without it, you don't have anything.
I understand what you're saying, and I do get the point that this particular claim, that you do need to back up your claims. I do understand that, and I'm on board
Can
with
we
that. Like,
get
every
there with
claim
you?
needs to be backed up. Well, but what I'm saying is I'm asking, and if the case is no, then that's fine, and you can just say that. Like, this is your Discord, and you can say it. But I'm saying, is it reasonable that only one party has any responsibility of providing any?
Yeah, we got one party that's making all sorts of claims, and they can't provide any practical demonstration to back even the most basic of them. We're not here doing that. We're not making all kinds of fantastical claims about everything in the sky and everything in the universe and so on. We're not doing that. But one side is, and they can't even back up the first part of their claim.
I mean, it's
a problem.
I think, well, it is a problem if you look at it like that. But I think one of the other things that
that's what it is.
That's the only way to look at it, dude.
Well, there's lots of ways of looking at different things, but one of the things, and speaking of making claims that it can't be backed up, I was speaking a couple of days ago, and a claim was made that the reason for
wait,
higher
why are we
pressures of
shifting?
gas.
Why are we
Oh, no, this
shifting
is
away?
because if we're talking about
This
making
is
claims that
just a
can't be backed
burden
up,
reversal, though.
And it's claim stacking, too. You're about to claim stack here.
actually, I'm about to.
Because we're already moving on from the movement of the Earth, though. You're already shifting to something else.
But wait, are you talking to those guys from the other day, or to the guys that are here right now? Who are you talking
Some of
to?
them are the same people. Some of them are the same people. But my point being that a claim was made that was later retracted and nothing put in its place, because there was no evidence to verify it. And when we dove into it a little bit, it didn't make any sense. So like, I don't know. We don't just need to go over it. I'm
Kind of
not
like
here to,
these distances to the stars.
I would say not at all like that. But
well, then how are you backing that up?
well, I'm not saying I'm not. I started
Because
this
that's
by
the
saying
claim on the table right
this
now
is-
at the very specific
hang
moment
on.
is the distance to the stars. So
Clear, I started
we're just
this
going
by
to move
saying
on
this
from
isn't
that.
some. No, I started this by saying I'm not the right person to talk about this.
But you
I
brought
only
it
know
up.
a very little amount. Well, because you said, "Can it be done?" And I said, "I believe it can."
Dude, here's a pro tip for you. Why don't you bring up things that you can actually support?
Like, and that's what I'm asking. Like, so if I bring up something that I can support, if I say something that I can support,
What's with these if situations? Just do it.
It wouldn't be this
If
hard.
we're on a train,
question
if
is
I do this, if I do that, why don't you
question is
just
that
get
every time I
right
do
to it,
it-
man?
You
questions
didn't do
every
it.
time I do it.
When?
You didn't do it.
Do what?
What is your
Exactly.
assertion
Had any
from
claim.
distance to the stars?
What, sorry?
Oh, what is the argument from distance to the stars? What star?
He's saying that it makes sense to him that the ground that he's standing on is moving, because if it wasn't that, the luminaries are moving such incredible vast distances that doesn't make sense to him. But that's with the pre-assumption and the presupposition of the distances of those things in the sky. That's why it doesn't make any sense to him. That's why he has to assume that the ground is spinning, because it makes sense to him, even though he's going contrary to what his senses are dictating. He's making a nonsensical claim and claiming that makes sense.
I don't think it's fair to say
You
it's
said
nonsensical.
presupposition to the stars. What is the presupposition to the stars? What star?
Well, that's a good question. What star?
Yeah, what star?
Well, first of all, what are stars? I mean, anyway, that's probably a good place to start anyway, but
The sun?
that'd be one assumption. That's just a label though.
The sun?
Yeah, well, we
start with
call
that?
that a star. We call that a star.
It is a star.
But that's what is X? X is X. Okay, great.
What do you mean X
What
is
is-
X?
Okay. Well, I'm saying you're saying, what is the sun? It's a star. What is a star? The sun. So what is a star? What are stars?
A
No one
ball
knows.
of gas. So let's start with that.
So then let's back that up. Then how can you back that up?
Because it is a ball of gas. So
X is X because
next
X
question.
is X. That's
I think
not gonna fly.
I think if we go back a step.
What do you mean next question?
Next question.
No,
hang on,
there's no
let's
next question.
Yeah,
just need to
so
go
it's a
back a
ball
It's
of gas.
X is X because X is X.
No, it's not. X is X.
It's a ball of gas because you said so, right?
No, that's what it is.
No,
That emits
you have to
radiation.
prove that's what it is.
Right,
Don't
so
just
that
say it
is
is
what it is because
okay,
it
prove.
illuminates the Earth. It
let
has
us know when you.
it's a light
Alcius,
source.
let us know when you can prove it.
Hang on, what are our
You can look at. You can walk outside.
No, looking at your claim isn't proving your claim to be true.
It is.
Man, that's-
Do you not walk outside?
No, it's not.
So
not walk
what
outside
you're
to
doing
the
is
sun?
what you're doing is like you're looking at a building and you're saying that's a car because you said so. It has aluminum. It has
Just
a
look at it.
window.
I'm
it
listing the
has
physical properties
this
of the
and that.
object that I'm looking at. So
You don't know it's an object, and you don't know
So
what
the
properties it
sun
has.
is both emitting light and radiation.
Okay.
Right?
Cool.
Correct? UV rays,
What physical properties? What physical properties?
light.
Okay.
Light is a physical property.
That doesn't mean it's a ball of gas. It's not supporting that idea.
It is.
Can I
No, it's
jump in for a
not.
second?
It does.
Can I ask a question?
If you can help her support this claim, because
Well,
Radiation. Radiation
it's not really
emits
about-
from it.
this is just a base question. What do we? Because this goes back to the observation of what. This goes back to the observation of what of what the Earth is, right? The observation that we all make every day from our tiny
Flat
little
and
spot,
stationary.
and our tiny little point is that it's flat and stationary, right? So
But
let's
we
use
don't
those same
stop. We
base
don't listen. I
experiences.
want to make it known that we don't stop there. That's the starting point. That's the base axiom. So just don't get it confused that we just stop. Well, we look and we see flat and we're done.
I'm aware.
It's never
I'm
the
aware.
case.
I'm never suggesting that.
All right.
What I'm saying is that's the basic position that we use to say that the baseline is the Earth is flat. Okay, that's the basic, is what we observe on a day-to-day basis is that the Earth is flat. That is true.
It's a description.
I agree with that.
It's not what it is. It's a description.
A description of what it is. Now, if we
It's
look
not
at
what something is.
That's the observation. We're not making the claim.
if we observe the sun, well, it's the observation which forms a claim.
No.
No.
What is so okay? This is like getting nitpicky about.
Okay, we're on
It's
the
really not.
Let's
We've
move on
already
from that.
covered this.
The
The burden is on
observation.
We're on the
observation
Earth.
The observation is the Earth is flat.
The observation is that it's flat and stationary. So when you observe the sun, you're not observing the sun from the sun, making it a physical object.
What are we observing?
That's not a very good analogy.
What are we observing with the sun, though? Like, what are we observing?
You're just observing a light that radiates heat and helps things grow, and that's all you're observing. You're not observing anything else.
What are the properties that we observe? We observe
We
that
do observe. We do observe other things from the sun.
You don't.
Let's start with the basics. What do we observe? We observe that it's hot.
Yep.
So
observe that it emits radiation. Most of us have had sunburns, I
we
assume.
do a lot of observations of the sun, right? And we can describe what we observe and even detect, let's say, resonances and that kind of stuff, and even grow plants with the sunlight, right? We can definitely do that. Evaporate water, even concentrate the sun rays into a point like a magnifier and burn things with it, right? We can definitely do that. But how does that determine that the ground that you're standing on is a curving, spinning ball to the vacuum of space? It doesn't.
Well, that wasn't the question. The question was.
Yeah, that's my question.
Is the sun? Well, let's go back to the question I was already asked.
Well, let it be known that we've already moved on past the movement argument. So that claim has been dismissed.
Alice was making it.
You're actually running from your claim. You're running from your claim, bro. You're running from the globe. You're saying, hey, let me run from the ground and I look at the sky and make determinations based on what I see of the sky, bro. Come on.
Hang on. It's unreasonable to say that every single question, the answer has to somehow prove that the Earth is a globe. That is not a reasonable position.
No, it's just called...
I'm not saying that. You can't prove the globe. You can't.
It's just called sticking to one claim at a time, Django. We're on to like 3, 4, 5 topics past the original thing. This is what you guys do. It's very convenient to scattergun all these topics.
I'd love to go back.
Ramsey just hit on something really important, though. They're scattergunning these topics because they can't prove the globe. They would just do that instead.
He's running from his claim. He's running away from the claim.
You could definitely prove that the Earth is not...
You can't prove anything at this moment. You're just saying star is a star because a star is a star, and it's a ball of gas because it's a ball of gas. So
yeah,
if you want to go back to the
hold on
original
for a
question,
minute.
I would love to go back to it if that's an option. I thought we'd moved on from it, but I would love to go back to it.
Okay, well, I don't know if I believe you that you would love to go back because you've already.
What was the original?
On so many times.
CB.
The movement of
what was the original?
The movement.
The original
movement of the Earth.
No, the original question was about the baseline for burdens of proof. I'd love to
already
discuss
covered that. We have already covered that.
I mean, okay, you've decided to cover,
and
so
you
we've moved on.
understand,
and that's fine.
You understand
and I accept
how
that you've
burden of
decided
proof
that.
works. You've said you understand how court works. You've been through this. You understand. So we've already moved past that. We are on to the topic is movement of the Earth.
I understand you have, and you've moved on. So I just want to make that clear. I would like to continue talking about the original topic.
What is there? What do you still need to understand about burden of proof? Are you trying to say that we have the burden now?
No, I'd say
what are you confused about?
This is not a criminal prosecution.
No,
this is
you're
a
wrong,
civil
mate.
discussion.
Oh, sorry, buddy, you're wrong.
You're
wrong, man.
Obviously, this isn't. I'm not a judge here. I'm
not
just
a
saying
particularly well-based argument saying you're wrong and not particularly constructive. But
it's a helpful
well, I can explain, but you keep on talking, so I can't explain when you keep on talking.
You haven't shown that you're right either.
So you admitted that we go outside, and to you it seems flat and stationary. Therefore, you say you live on a spinning ball. So, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. You have the burden of proof.
And then I said,
no way around that.
There is not a way.
No,
well, okay.
there isn't.
I withdraw
really
that.
isn't.
There's not a way around it. I think what the argument here is that Alish was making is that if you observe the sun in the same way you observe the Earth being flat, you observe the sun. It exhibits. If we were to exhibit those same properties from something that we exhibit from the sun, i.e., heat, light, we know it's not. Well, we don't know for sure, but I think it's reasonable to assume.
You just said it. You just said it. You can't know. You just said it. You can't know because the sun is there. You can never know.
And you're not observing a ball of gas either.
By that same logic that you can never know, we can never know that the Earth is flat, and we should.
No, but you can actually test. Here, hold on, Django. That's where you're getting this wrong because you can actually test the Earth. You can't test the sun.
Why not?
Well, let us know when you can. Come back. Let us know when you can, and you can come back with some actual evidence for what she's saying that it's a ball of gas. So let us know when you can back any of that up.
They actually say it's plasma now, so I don't know.
But Alice is, well, I mean, she's just regurgitating her lore. She doesn't know any of these things. You know, she's just repeating the doctrine that she was told.
We all see the sun, okay, and you can't go test the sun, and we all see the Earth, but you can actually test the Earth. So there's a difference there.
You can test a small patch of the Earth at any given time, right? Like you can't
of course,
test the
obviously,
Earth.
I'm not. Yeah, duh. But you don't need to test the entire Earth in the same way.
So what do you need to, so,
let me explain.
Oh yeah, please.
In the same way that, thank you. Say I had take a hood of a car. Generally, they are curved unless you drive like an old Cadillac or something. Now, we were to make the sides of that hood maybe the size of a state or a country, quite big, and you wanted to detect whether the hood really was curved, you wanted to test for the curvature, you don't need to measure the whole entire thing.
Sections.
If you were able to have some sort of straight edge over top of the curving surface, you're looking for deviation away from that straight edge. Any deviation whatsoever negates the surface being flat. So there's no requirement to go and test and measure the entirety of the Earth. If it's curving here, that means it's curved. Okay, if it's curving where you're at, then it's curved. But if the opposite is true,
that's a fair thing to say. But I'd like to. This is a sort of a counter observation. What is what's the observation when you observe water? What is the properties of water?
Well, it sure as hell doesn't form up into a mound or a hill or a sagitta or a curve for boats to go over and be blocked behind.
What do you think the properties of water are?
Hang on. Let's go back to the first question. Let's not move on just yet.
You just asked him that.
Wait, no, it's just
so
up
what do
there.
you think they are?
What
do you think they are?
Can we agree on
I
that
think it's established, but I think it's established that my belief is that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so where do you see water?
We got a glober.
Hold on.
Okay, water.
Will you just hang on?
Where do you see water?
No, this is the same question.
On a Friday night.
So you ask, what are the properties of water? Properties of water are water lays flat and level when at rest. Now, you're going to say water curves. Now, you're going to have to provide a curvature measurement of water.
Yeah, you got it, because nobody's ever seen that before.
I can absolutely prove that water is curved.
Oh, well, then just go right. Let's get right to that.
Here comes the red herring.
This isn't a red herring, but what I'm doing is I'm going to make a point, and I accept that this point isn't particularly
useful. Just make the point.
It's a non sequitur.
Wait.
Well, be a bit more specific, because water, we can look at a wave and it's curving, right? But what we're talking about when water is curving, when water is curving, water arrests or they claim water curving across the world, right? Across the globe and spinning on the outside of the globe. Where is the evidence for that?
Yeah,
stick with the hood of the car example.
No, just talk to water, mate. Water. Go to water. You said you were going to prove water curves, so prove water curves.
Okay, I'm just going to jump right to it. You guys.
Hold on, real quick. We're all sitting around a poker table. You just claimed you have the winning hand. So no more bluffing, no more talking. Put the cards down on the table. I want to see you prove it.
Are you familiar with meniscus?
Yeah, that's concave. That's going in the opposite direction.
God,
hold on. Let me
literally just called it in the voice text.
This is some clown bullshit, because this is we're talking about bodies of water. Okay, bodies of water, and if you don't know what that means, it's something you can put your body in. Now, meniscus is actually the opposite direction. That's a concave example.
If I have to hear meniscus one more time from a glober, I might lose it.
This only takes place in a diameter of maybe 2 inches or smaller. It's not very small. Okay, so and also that's the opposite direction of the water is supposed to be curved convex on your globe Earth. So
why is he claiming about meniscus? What are you claiming about meniscus, sir? That is proof of the globe, you're saying?
I didn't say that.
So what is it? What's up with meniscus? What happened? What's happening?
The point I'm raising here
is a red herring, exactly like
you just shot yourself in the foot, because the water is curving in the opposite direction that it's supposed to on your globe. And we're talking about bodies of water. So,
the reason that I brought this up, and I did say that this is not a fair example to start with. That was the same I said.
The reason you brought it up,
you also said you could prove.
More bluffing.
The reason I brought it up is because the point I'm making is if you make an observation of a very small area.
We're talking about bodies of water, sir.
What about the big area, the big bowl, that area? When is the curve in that area and the big one? Not the small one, the big one.
And if you make an observation of a very small area, it can can be a misrepresentation of the greater truth. And the greater truth is that water does not curve like a meniscus.
Duh. That's because you can test that.
And but my point being that if you make a small observation,
that only takes place in small examples. I told you, 2 inches maybe or smaller. We're talking about bodies of water, dude. So focus, relax with your meniscus.
I'm incredibly focused. But my point,
you're really not, because the topic is bodies of water, and you're still talking about little droplets.
Don't you need like a container for a meniscus or like
a great point, Jumsy. You need a container for that.
You surface tension. Coin in the lobby. That's not a container.
Yeah, it is the surface of the coin.
And where does the curvature only happens at the edges? Yeah, where it's sticking to the container. Yeah.
Did you say you posted something, sir? You posted something about the meniscus without the container?
Someone else put it in the lobby chat.
They put a coin, that's surface tension. But again, you're still not paying attention. We're talking about bodies of water.
But you know what's really telling, though? Is that Django is talking about a meniscus, though, in this conversation. Why would he have ever brought the conversation to that if he could have just shown us what we're looking for? Because it's not that. That's why you brought it there. That's why you brought it there.
Is that small measurements can misrepresent.
I'm confused.
Ding dong.
I'm confused. I thought we were waiting for this proof of curving bodies of water.
Yeah, he's still bluffing. No, he's not showing the hand yet.
No, I'm not.
You are. You're still talking, though. You haven't shown any bodies of water curves. When you said you could prove that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you just folded. We'll move on. And here, we can slice that up in another way as well, Django. If you're really going to be this stubborn, you're talking about small. So now you're going to have to deal with reference to scale. So this goes back to the original claim that the globe has a specific size. So small, a lake is big enough to test this claim. If you have like a 5 to 10 mile lake, so when you say small patches, if you will, that those are still big enough to test the claim that's being made. Again, it's only like 1.2 miles at 1 foot off the surface. You should know that. You've probably heard many times that for a 6-foot observer, the horizon's 3 miles. If you're at a 5-mile lake, you can certainly test that claim. So it's not too small when you go out on the earth. Now, your example is not what we're talking about. It's way too small. We're talking about bodies of water, something you can put your body in. Now, you're talking about little beakers of water. I'm not going to get into insults, but I know your brain's bigger than that. So can we?
It's also like
the bodies of water.
I think
does that meniscus match the curvature of the Earth, or is it smaller? Like you'd end up with so if it was curving at that rate, you could have a swimming pool, fill up the swimming pool, and then it would have like a bubble on the top. Wouldn't it?
Who is this oilishness guy in the texting and texting, not even here?
Oily.
He's about to get banned from the text because he's not even here talking.
Yeah, they've just been trolling.
Oh, he's been trolling in the text. Anyways, there is the Aether, and then Django. What's up, Django? Any waterproof that is
sorry,
to the spinning ball?
I missed a bunch of that conversation because my headphones went flat.
That's what a troll would say. Anyway, so
Django, what you've shown us is that you've got no evidence of a physical horizon or a curvature of water or anything really.
I've got to agree with Timbo on this one, Django. You've done a really great job of showing us that you're empty-handed for proof of the globe.
I'm not. I guess the first thing I should probably say is I'm not here to try and convince you guys.
You should probably just obfuscate some more. You've been doing such a good job of it already. Just keep it up.
Great.
Wait. Django, let me just say this. You're not supposed to convince the defendant. You're supposed to convince the judge and the jury. So don't worry about us. Put the evidence on the table. You said you had the evidence, the winning hand. put it down.
I didn't say that. No, I said that. Well,
You certainly did. I'll rewind the tape when you said I can prove the water curves.
Question was, the observation, if you observe water out in the lake, is that it's flat. That was my question to you. I observed the same thing.
Okay.
However, and then what I said was, if you take that observation, which is a large observation of a large area, and you then go, all right, let's look at something else, and you look at a meniscus, those two observations don't align.
I know.
The reason I say that,
I know,
is because
but you get a large. Sorry, Django.
The reason he said, guys, come on, let's just relax. It's Friday. Come on, just finish each other's sentences. Come on, go ahead. The reason for that is what, sir?
The reason I said it is because it's the point is that a small measurement of a small area can misrepresent a larger truth.
You said this 3 or 4 times, though. We've already addressed that. I addressed that very specifically.
So what is the larger truth, and how do we get to that?
The larger truth is that overwhelmingly water appears flat.
I agree.
I'm not trying to be obtuse here. I'm just trying to raise a point that small observations are not necessarily reflective of larger truth. And so I'm
just repeating yourself at this point.
But again, I'm raising the question as to whether a small observation of, which it is relatively small, what you can see, like you said, it's only a couple of miles.
But it's big enough to test
hundreds of miles of flatness and horizontal lines and level. What about hundreds of miles of that?
We have fairly specific parameters for you. Like, fairly specific parameters, you know?
And Django, really quickly, it's also observation is step 1, and I told you that's the baseline. You don't stop there. The next step is actually testing that. So we're not just looking out, seeing flat, going, oh, okay, must be flat. We're actually going out and testing that to be true, like the hood of the car example. So when do you have any tests? Have you done this? Have you actually gone out and tried to test this yourself? Because I have.
No, I haven't.
Well, maybe you should. Because you're saying it's too small. You're saying it's too small, and I'm telling you it's not too small. The Earth is. Lakes and oceans are certainly big enough to test the claim that the horizon curves at 1.2 miles at 1 foot off the surface. You can check. Where did I check? San Diego for a month. Back in like September of last year.
You said you tested off in San Diego?
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
So, you don't have to do it tomorrow, but like, you're going on a lake trip sometime? Go.
I tested off of Dolphin Island, and it was not at 1.225 at 1 foot. Sorry.
I had a quick look in I was going to buy laser level and check it, but unfortunately, laser level's accuracy was not enough to accurately check it. It was a shame. There's too much inaccuracy in it for it to be confident in the results.
You're all the way over in California, Creation Bear?
My brother lives out in San Diego, so I spent a good month out there with him. I spent a lot of time at the beach.
All the way over.
Shout out San Diego.
Dude, lovely place.
I'm all the way over here.
I know.
What do you guys need, man? I'll get it for you.
Shout out.
I'm on the East Coast, so.
Yeah, I'm over in Ohio, so.
Ohio? The heck?
Only in Ohio. I'm on the East Coast as well.
Bedtime if you're on the East Coast.
Yeah, well, clearly I'm in the South, so.
Arkansas.
I'm in the South.
Like in the South Pole?
Like Alabama, yo.
Alabama.
Like South America?
Yeah, in South America.
Oh, okay. Good for you.
In South America, in Alabama.
You know, there's a lake. You know, there's a lake in South America called Titicaca.
Yeah, Lake Titicaca.
and across the lake, 100 miles
It's flat.
of level water.
Yeah, Lake Titicaca. Love that
flat.
in South America.
Yeah, no curvature from shore to shore.
It's awesome.
So this is Django. I feel like I'm sensing this idea, like you think you need special tools or something.
He's poisoning. He's actually poisoning the world about lasers. He's just trying to put it out there. Oh, lasers are bad. They don't work. So I try, but they're not good enough to do this stuff. So he's just poisoning that kind of evidence or whatever, right?
No, that's not at all what I'm doing. I'm just commenting that I looked it up today, and the laser level I could buy for a reasonable price wasn't accurate enough.
So do you think lasers can prove if there's curvature from one point to one point, or if it's a flat and level? Do you think lasers can do it or no?
I'm sure they can, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not in my budget. I'm not that rich, but I'm sure they can.
Have you looked into the laser tech channel on this server?
900 or whatever it is. Sony Alpha 900.
Damn. Have you looked into the laser channel in this server? Laser tests?
Not yet.
Oh, that should be a good channel. So now you don't have to buy a laser. Now other people have done it, and you can look into that. That might help you into whatever you were trying to do.
Posted in.
I think it's only
posted it.
Given that everything I'm questioned on, it's stuff I have to prove that I can do myself. I think it's only reasonable that I do the test myself and not take people's word for it, right?
Amen. I would agree with that.
100%.
GG.
Hey Django, I just posted just a short version of it because the other video is 2 hours, but this one is a group called Field Engineer Corps, and they did a lot of different laser tests with all the atmospheric differences as well to account for if there is refraction or not. So there you go. You can watch that if you want.
Posted a parallax video also, if you want to take a look, because you're talking about parallax earlier.
Actually, I just noticed that Atea's here. He might be able to answer one of those questions that I couldn't on parallax.
Who cares about parallax?
You can answer it, or?
Well, I think Atea can. Are you there, Atea?
I'm here.
I think there was a question earlier about whether we can make any observations that Earth is moving. I'm not very good at answering that question, but I think you said you had some experience in...
Yeah, the parallax debunks the globe because they're saying that we're moving from one position to the other position, from one side to the sun to the other one, and we're moving across the space millions and millions of miles, right? So from one day, let's say today, 6 months from now, you're gonna be what? Have 50 million miles, and then
it's
you
not
go.
just parallax; it's also stellar aberration. So we need you to explain both of those things
Listen,
on
when
how
you're
you
moving
measure.
When you're moving from this position, and when you look at the North Star, and it's there, and then 1 year after that, millions of miles, right? Or billions of miles from the other position, and you look up again, and Polaris is at the same position. No parallax. So the parallax argument debunks the globe, the spinning globe. Easy. That's like an easy one. Super easy.
Amazing. Isn't that Django?
I like that one. It's my top 3. Sure.
No. I think the question was, can you provide any evidence that the Earth is moving?
Yes.
I think if you, on that observation, because I think the question we keep going back to is, what do we observe? If we observe something, and that forms a baseline, and the baseline
that's not his area.
The baseline that's been formed was. Oh, hang on a second. I think there's lots of things I could ask about that are not your area, and I think it'd be fair. You say it's not your area.
Django.
Okay.
Surely that's fair. Come on, like you can't expect me to know everything about everything. Like that's not.
Oh, you don't know anything about anything, really.
Well, I know a fair few things about a fair few things, but
not really. You don't even know you're on a spinning ball, so
you cannot deny that the Earth is not moving at all, because that is.
Why not? Prove it's moving.
I can absolutely deny the movement of Earth.
Well, there's nothing to deny. It's just clearly not
there is differences. Listen, there is differences between, let's say, some resonance, like vibration, or motion. Like if you're moving towards from one position to the other, you're in motion, and you're going from here to the other place, right? So if you're vibrating in the same spot and you have a resonance and it's vibrating, but you're staying in the same position, that's not in motion. That's
How
a
do you
difference.
know that you're not moving from one place to the other? Because
But
earthquakes are clearly a movement of the Earth.
Have you ever moved?
You
Have you ever
were not
moved
listening.
from one
Gemsy
place?
just told you vibration isn't moving or traveling.
That's not vibration.
You know why?
No,
you know
that's
why
shaking.
you feel the
That's
earthquake.
vibration.
You know why you feel the earthquake? Because in the first place, the ground is not moving. When it starts moving, then your senses tell you, "Hey, it's moving." So you sense the movement, and then you don't sense the non-movement because there is no movement. You have the vestibular system, the liquid in your inner canal, right? And if the ground that you're standing on start tilting to the left or to the right, you'll know.
Right. So when you get into a car, are you moving or not moving?
Could
We already
I'm sorry,
covered
could
this
I
with the
interject
training
and ask
couple with Django.
a quick question that's not in my field? I would be curious to hear what anyone here has to say about tectonic plates. Are they real? I don't know. Not my field. Not a geologist.
Who cares?
Do you have any evidence of that?
No. I am not claiming that they do. I'm just asking if you guys think that they're real. That's all. It's a question. That's all.
I mean,
I don't know.
Allison just believes whatever the mainstream says.
I'm not. Well, Alice just has
disregard
the.
what she
Well, hold on.
says.
Sorry, Alice just has the Globe Earth title. So let me clarify. I'd like to ask the flat earthers if that's a little bit more fair.
Okay.
Like, what do the flat earthers here have to say
Let me
about
just
tectonic
say
plates? Again,
this.
I am not making a claim that they're real. I'm
There's
simply
Okay. They're off topic, red herring. That's what I would say.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know if there are tectonic plates.
Okay.
That's my answer.
All right, that's fine.
Sure.
Seems to be volcanoes beneath the sea and spreading, but that doesn't mean there's plates.
Seems to be weird that you think land moves when it's connected to the ocean.
I did not make a claim. I explicitly said I'm not making a claim here.
I'm just saying it seems weird.
I think AI made a good point the other day when he said, at science fairs when they show tectonic plates, they're on a flat bit of water and they're floating around on a flat table.
No.
Do you think that's interesting? They're not on a ball?
No, that's not.
So, at what ratio does these tectonic plates curve with the curvature of the Earth? Are they like curving with the ball, or are they flat on the ball?
I am not a geologist. I don't know anything about that field.
Should there be tectonic bowls instead of plates?
Plates, yeah, because when eating a plate, I like when the plate is kind of like level, horizontal, flat, and motionless. And I can put everything on it. I don't have to worry about anything falling off the curving plate or any of that stuff.
That is
I don't see how any of it conflicts with our position, guys.
I am not saying that it does. Listen, I'm not saying this to debunk anything, to convince anyone, or to make a claim. I was literally just curious, like in an honest way. That's it.
It's a theory anyway, so you have to look into the fact that nobody ever actually uses a scientific method these days to come up with a theory. They just come up with a bunch of ad hoc things that have nothing to do
I
with
don't think
the
that's
scientific
true,
method.
at least not in my experience.
Exactly in your experience, buddy.
Our listeners just made a claim that the sea is curving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Have you heard of the planes? What is the name of those?
Yeah, the undersea, what are they called?
Abysmal plains. Thank you.
Abyssal, not abysmal.
Abysmal plains.
No.
Abyssal.
Abysmal.
No.
No, abyssal.
I was just messing with you guys.
Oh, okay.
Abyssal plane.
No, it's abysmal. Abyssal.
Abyssal plain is an underwater plain on the deep sea ocean
Abyssal
floor,
plain
usually found at
says a thick layer
depths.
of sediment formed by sunken remains of dead organisms from surface cover these vast plains. What? That's an incomplete sentence.
Is it flat?
Look at your
So these vast flat plains.
across the from shore to shore.
From sea to shining sea. Yeah.
Huh?
I heard it was like 70% of the ocean floor, but I haven't
just gonna
verified.
shut up.
So you can view tectonic plates if you see.
For that, you'd need to know what the whole place was if you want to say it's 70%.
Yeah, I spoke out of turn. I was just repeating what I thought I remembered. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
So are planes curved? Like an abyssal plane, would that have a curve to it?
Yeah.
Geology textbooks don't show one.
Yeah, that's because it's in a book.
Yeah. Okay, so how about in reality? Does the curve happen there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Can you show that shit?
Yeah, it's literally what Creation Bear posted.
Oh, he showed a curving abyssal plane. Let me just check that out 1 sec.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it brings up a good point about whale communication, shooting sonar across 100 miles
Mm-hmm.
and being able to pick it up 100 miles away when you have a flat plane at the bottom of the ocean, right? So
yeah,
there should be some blockage there by the curvature, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm tracking with you.
No, because of the depth of the ocean.
There would be an obstruction for the sound wave to hit.
No.
Wait, hold on. Why,
Water.
I-tier and Jen, why are y'all letting her speak for y'all right now? Because she's just
Yeah.
repeating the mainstream narrative. Like
Yeah.
we
I would
want to
not say
get
that
to
she's-
the, we want
I
to
would
get
not
right
say
to
that
the
she's
main-
speaking
I
for
went
me.
back to
She's talking and I'm not
tectonic
interrupting.
So I'm basically going back to tectonic plates. So you had this idea that tectonic plates don't exist. So
Look.
basically, if you look at the Mariana
Whoa,
Trench,
nobody
you
said
see
that.
complete red herring.
Who said that?
Nobody said that.
Yes, you did. You said that Mariana. You said that the
We're talking
tectonic
about the Earth
plates
moving.
were a fantasy.
Okay, you're talking about
yes,
the
yes,
Earth
yes.
shaking
No
and
one
vibrating.
said that.
Somebody
not
said something about
traveling.
tectonic plates. So basically,
You guys brought it up. I-tier brought it up as a red herring.
hmm So
I brought it up as
So
a
it's-
genuine question. I'm really not understanding
Right.
why you're
But
calling
see,
it a red
notice
herring.
how it's
So-
getting us off track from proving that the Earth is actually moving or traveling somewhere.
yeah, that's what I was getting to. So
That tectonic plate isn't the Earth traveling through outer space, flying around a galaxy.
So let me
why
get
would
this.
it not be flying around a galaxy?
So when you claim it's flying, right?
You to prove that.
So what is it
The
doing?
galaxy is expanding, right? So that
That's just
So
called
at-
claim stacking. Sorry, Gemsy,
claim
please go ahead.
stacking. How would
Yes.
it be claim stacking?
Because you take one claim and then stack another claim on that, and you stack another claim on top of that one, and prove none of them. So, Gemsy, please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to hear more of these claims. Like, when you say it's flying, what is it doing? Like, it's flying. How is it happening? What is the cause and effect that causes this thing to be flying? Can you describe that for me, please?
So what do you think the sun is?
That's called not answering the question.
Okay.
Over the place, Owlishness. What's happened to you? You used to be really clear and concise, and now you're all over the joint.
Like, let I-tier speak or something. You guys are more. You guys are fresh.
Wait,
so
who's talking
she's just
right now?
tired tonight. She already had the QE experience. So,
Yeah, I love QE. He's great.
well, maybe you should just chill out for a little bit.
Me?
Yes, you. Look at how you're just like, who? Wait, who are you talking to? Yes, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I love QE. He's great.
Okay, so I-tier's new. I don't think we've spoke, and Django's still here. So, guys, what's up? Can you help prove that the Earth is traveling through galaxies and moving it through space?
Can I help prove that? Yes, I think probably I could help prove
All right,
that.
well, let's just drill right into it. Let's
Or
get
at
to
least
the money.
provide support for it, right?
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm excited.
All right, the moral support has arrived.
Let's do
You guys are talking about parallax before. That seems like a reasonable place to start.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow, yeah, they want to go to the sky.
Yep.
Well, I do want to go to the sky, and I won't hide that
you're
because
in this. You're all over the sky in your mind, and you don't know what's happening in the ground. Just you're saying what is happening in the sky is happening in the ground. I'm gonna explain you guys.
Not really
part of
what
the
I'm
train,
saying.
right?
But I study
just
the
did-
sky in my personal life, so I do like to
Excellent.
talk about it. Not going to lie about that.
So there's obviously millions of stars. Pick a couple. Watch them for
I
a
do
few
have
years.
some favorites. I do have some favorites.
Pick out a few favorites and just see if the other stars nearby are in the same position each year.
Pick your
Each
favorite
year?
stars and tell us how they prove that the Earth is a ball.
You would
And then-
expect them to be in roughly the same position every year.
Exact same position. No
Mhm.
parallax. That was the point.
I think that's true. I would not
It's
expect any
zero.
parallax of a star over a
You
year.
don't observe it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
So, okay, cool.
Of course, that's not the
I
claim
did post a
anyone's
video
making,
of
but-
Jupiter
Alright,
and
well,
Saturn moving at the
That's what I
same
think
speed.
of parallax. Carry on.
Well,
go
okay. How do you think that we measure stellar parallax?
ahead. The separation between the lights in the sky.
Yeah, but
And
like, you know,
stellar aberration.
what's creating that parallax?
Why don't you describe
Well, there
to
is
us what
none.
stellar
There-
aberration?
it is-
Okay, sorry. Okay, let me be clear. In my model, then, right?
There
not
is
not
none
saying it's
in
what you prove.
reality.
Okay, sure. But in my model, what's creating that parallax?
Well, that would be us traveling through space at millions of miles an hour.
And so specifically, like when do we measure the parallax?
We don't.
In my model.
How do you confirm that you're correct in measuring parallax? That the
Well,
Earth is
you
moving
brought this up
into
earlier, so I'm just
position?
trying to understand what your understanding of my model is. So I look at the stars, right? And then something happens and I look at them again to measure some parallax. In my model, what is the something that has happened that's created that
Well, the
parallax?
sky's moved.
In my model.
In your model, we've gone to the other side of the sun.
The other side of the sun, that's right. And how long does that take?
Half a year.
Half a year.
Okay, what
So-
about stellar aberration, please?
So
Will
that'd
you
be
explain
6
that one?
months, which is not a year. So it's quite true that we would not expect to measure parallax over a year. Over 6 months, however, you certainly expect to measure it, and in fact, we do.
What I understand
When you
about your
measure-
model is that it has a core claim of the Earth being a ball. Can you prove for that shit?
Well, actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. I was surprised when I heard someone earlier say that the cosmic distance ladder, which I think you guys are fond of discussing, begins with the radius of the Earth.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true. Could you explain to me how that's true?
It is. It's the first rung of your ladder.
Mm-hmm. How so? Because the motion of
It
the
is the
Earth creating
first
stellar
rung of your
parallax
ladder and
does
hold
not in
on.
any way depend on the radius.
Hold on. It's the first rung of your ladder, and then assuming that Venus is the same or apparently the same size as Earth.
So why does the radius of Earth influence the measurements of stellar parallax?
Because you need to know the size of the Earth and the distance to the Sun to get the parallax.
You need to know the distance to the sun, that's true. But the size of the Earth, I don't
So
think.
how'd you get the distance to the Sun? How'd you get
Yeah,
the
that's-
distance to the Sun?
Distance to the sun is the third rung in the distance ladder,
Yeah.
and you've already got the first one that you haven't verified. And you just told us you need the third one. Right, so there's your answer.
The distance to the
think when
sun
we're talking about
is something you
talking
can
about
measure in a bunch of ways. But
When we're talking
I
about the
think
size of the Earth, sorry, I think when we're talking about the size of the Earth, though.
Oh,
No,
what,
no,
hold on. Let him
Distance to the
answer.
Sun. Distance to the Sun. How'd you get it?
the distance to the sun is difficult to measure directly.
How did you get the distance to the Sun to measure the parallax?
However, the idea that the sun is a star, right? Which of course includes.
How did you get the distance to the Sun?
Would you like me to answer, or do you want to keep asking?
You're not
answer it.
answering it. You're saying a bunch of claims that have nothing to do with our question.
I don't believe that's true, and I'm surprised you know that, considering you've not let me actually state any of the claims.
We just told you, buddy, that the first rung of the ladder of your cosmology is the radius of the Earth, and the second is that Venus is the same size, and that is how they establish the distance to the Sun. So you're going to have... This is how they... Just please explain that at least.
When we look at the sun, we observe properties that are consistent with the sun being a star.
So inference, extrapolation, interpretation, not demonstration.
Evidence that supports a theory.
Inference, extrapolation.
If you'd like to call it that.
Not outright demonstration. You don't know that the sun is a star, or that the stars are other suns. You're going off of inference.
I wouldn't say that I know that, but I
speculating
certainly do think it's a reasonable theory. There is plenty of
You
evidence.
think your speculation is reasonable? I wouldn't expect you not to, or you wouldn't have speculated what you did.
I believe that theories which have significant evidence are, reasonable to
Well, there's 3 fundamental numbers in this ladder here. Where's the significant evidence for those?
When we look at the sun, we observe properties that are consistent with the sun being a star. If the sun is a star, it must be far away.
Those are assumptions. How'd you measure the distance to it? Those are just ideas. Where'd you get the distance? Did you get the distance from an idea? Was the basis of the distance this idea that you had? Because we were just looking for direct measurement.
You've got no distance to the sun, therefore you've got no parallax.
And the sun was the basis for determining the properties of stars.
Well, hang on, can I just ask a question here?
No!
Yeah, stop trying to throw it off course. We want to get the
question directly. Well, I want to ask a question
Shut
directly
up.
about this,
There you
but I
go.
don't know. Hang on, why do you decide who talks, man? Like,
Because I'll
Well,
fucking
he's
mute
kind of a
you, that's
mod,
why.
so he will decide if he wants to.
I mean, I think it's
We're
a
trying to
reasonable
get, yeah, but we're trying to get out of him the distance to the sun and how they got it. We can't move off this until he does it. Sorry for swearing at you. You're jumping in, trying to take the conversation in a different way, and
actually not.
Hey, I
Okay,
got my
so-
science book. I can read the definition of parallax if you want. It's kind of long.
distance to the sun. Right. Go Tia or whatever your name is.
Do you want to know how you get the distance to the sun?
Not
Oh,
from
boy.
you, Alishness, please. We want to know from the guy that actually does this for a living.
Yeah, why
I
does the
was gonna say
astrophysicist have
by
all these
measuring the
bozos
speed of
white
light,
knighting for
but-
him? Can we get the answer from the
Yeah.
astrophysicist, please?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
You're all right.
When we observe the sun, we see properties that are consistent with it being a star far away.
So you don't actually know how they got the distance to the sun?
Can we?
I'm quite familiar with how we've measured the distance to the sun, but most of that includes things that I assume you guys don't believe in, such as
No, it's
radar
not that we
measurements of
don't
Venus.
believe it. It's not that we
Can we
don't believe it.
calculate the
It's
speed of
that
light?
it's that. No, you can't calculate the speed of light.
Why
Wait,
not?
hold on. You totally
Hang
can
on.
calculate the speed of light. You can do it in a lab. I've done it.
Okay.
So
now
you
you're
can
getting off
calculate the
topic.
speed of light
I'm gonna
from
mute,
a celestial object, yeah?
Alishness.
No?
I guess we're going to have to mute
Sorry,
Owl.
my bad.
Yeah. So, okay. Eltia, you're avoiding the question about how they got the distance to the sun. Now, what do you need to get the distance to the sun?
What I'm doing is skipping us a bunch of time where I restate claims that you guys don't think are reasonable, such as
But
the
I think
transit
the
of Venus,
audience-
lunar eclipses.
Okay,
radar
so what do you need for the transit of Venus? Let's just do one of them. What do you need for
Okay,
the
let's do one of
transit
them. Well, you need to know the size of Venus. Let's
Well,
speed
you
run
need-
this.
Yes. So how did they get the size of Venus?
Well, you can make an inference, and I
Yep.
think we're done, right?
So what was that inference? What was that inference? What basis do we have for knowing or claiming the size of Venus?
Well, we have, of course, directly imaged Venus, but I suppose that's...
I didn't ask that. I just asked what basis for inference about it is there?
You can measure Venus with radar.
Okay. So you'll need to know the medium between you and it.
Yes, that would be somewhat important.
So we're assuming it's an outer space vacuum, and we're still awaiting demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Oh, do you want to move on to that? I suppose we could talk about that again.
I guess
So
so.
you've got no distance.
We're going to have to.
Sum it up then. So you've got no distance to the sun.
okay, so
Will,
just- just to pause things for a minute. This is why I was talking about
to the sun.
The observations to the sun, because when we get into the ways we have actually done it, right, like directly measure the distance,
We haven't.
exactly, we get into this thing where it's like, well, you need to know the medium, and it's like, okay, well, fine. Obviously, we don't agree on doing these things. Let's talk about something that we perhaps can agree on, right?
Okay, let's agree that you can't tell us the distance to the sun and you can't confirm it.
The reason that I'm answering your question in the way that I am is because if we get into this pissing match about, oh, well, you can't prove the vacuum if you want to use radar measurements of Venus, that's distracting us from the point that I'm trying to make, which is that I think, ideally, there are things that we can agree on that we could all measure that support the theory that the sun is a star.
Okay, but we're not trying to have a pissing match with you. We're just trying to establish how we know what you claim you know. Or claim to have reasonable proof of, or however you would put it.
Look, we already
that's probably what I would say.
Believe these theories as well. So we're looking to prove it. We want to either falsify it or prove it. So we want to really get down.
Well, I'm not
to
in
it.
the business of proving things.
Well, that's what we do here. I heard you say, I popped back in for a moment just to say this. 'Cause I heard you say, I'm just going to do you guys a favor and restate the claims. That's not.
No, I said I'm not going to restate the claims, actually.
Oh, well, maybe I misheard you. Maybe you misspoke, but
I thought we would just get into this sort of loop here, right?
Because, yeah,
I said I'm not going to restate the claims because we're just going to do this spinning around thing. When I want to try to talk about something new, right? Or at least slightly different.
We just want to pick a claim and then drive it home. Pick a claim that.
But again, I don't prove things. That's not what I do. I support things with evidence.
Well,
and this is a different concept.
I think
evidence is
proof
proof.
anything.
Evidence is proof? I don't agree with that, actually.
Distance.
Well, what's the definition?
Sorry?
I think there's degrees of proof, right? Like, it's like we were talking about the court case earlier. A single piece of evidence doesn't prove something, right? Body of evidence.
We don't get
together a body of evidence.
I mean,
why don't you guys get any evidence? Okay.
Yeah, a single piece of evidence should be sufficient to prove a curved body of water if there is one. Like a single piece would be like a direct measurement of that curve, right? So why would it be such a problem to attain that if that curve exists?
I think what Atay is saying is that if you apply the globe model, you see things that work in the globe model, and that model is applicable across a wide range of things. One of those being determining the distance to the sun, determining distance to Venus, determining the size of Venus, all these things. And that's using a particular model.
Those are assumptions based on assumptions, man. You're saying a bunch of assumptions are coherent with a bunch of other assumptions. That doesn't help us. We're trying to verify any of them in reality.
I think what we're saying is that I say we, what Atay is trying to say is that based on the model, and that's what he's working within. The calculations that are done to calculate the distance to the sun, and this is assuming the model is correct. Which, I accept that it may not be. However, accepting that model is correct, we see a phenomenon that we know we refer to as parallax. Now, using the assumptions that we've made and using the calculations and the assumptions about what is real and what isn't real, from that we are making calculation of what that parallax means. I don't think there's any debate that we see parallax.
What we're asking, though, is, okay, but you guys have this interpretation that's built on these core assumptions, right? What we're asking for is validation of those core assumptions, right? Before we go on and build this whole logical framework based on something that we just assumed, right?
Yeah, and that's actually what I was trying to get at quite a bit earlier when I said, I don't want to run through this repeating everyone else's claims. What I was trying to say, and what I would like to talk about, is something that we could build up from a much simpler area and then see where we actually disagree. That's not based on a ton of assumptions, maybe. So, for example, we look at the sun. It appears to be very hot, right?
Mm-hmm.
We agree on that or no?
Yes.
Well, that's owlishness. I suppose you probably do agree with me.
Yeah.
The flat Earth agree the sun is very hot.
So let me just ask this, okay? So if something's really hot, when you get closer to it, it should get hotter. Correct?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
So we agree the sun is very hot. That's something we can all observe, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I keep seeing owlishness agreeing with me, which is not really.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to chirp them.
Well, you have the Globe Earth title, so I assume by default.
She's just cheerleading. She's got her pom poms on. That's all.
I don't really need a cheerleader. I mean, I appreciate the support, but I
don't have pom poms. What do you mean?
I've got some pom poms.
What are you talking about? They're little globe pom poms.
You've got some.
All right, sun's warm. Sun's hot. Sun's hot.
All right, sun's hot. Great, cool. That's like I'm just we start from common
not
ground,
cool,
right?
hot. Duh.
We start from common ground. The sun is hot. It's quite hot actually. If you look at it as a black body that has a certain characteristic temperature, that might be a claim. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's very hot, right?
It warms the surface. Seems to.
Certainly warms things up. Yeah, sunburned the shit out of me last weekend. Okay, that's fine. The sort of globe science, whatever general science idea. We got some ideas as to why the sun might be hot, which I would not say are proven, right? But they are ideas, and you guys know that we have some sort of theory as to why the sun is as hot as it is, right? The thing that I'd like to sort of follow up on is our theory predicts a lot of properties of the sun, right? And the observations that we make are extremely consistent with that theory. And in fact, you can measure the actual temperature of the sun in a couple separate ways, and you find it to be really fucking hot, right? And you take these things and
what's like the couple ways?
Well, the easiest way is to assume that it's a black body, which is not perfect, but it'll get you most of the way there.
You gotta assume. Okay. What's the other way?
So, as you know, the different parts of the sun are hotter or colder than the other parts of the sun. But one of the hottest parts of the sun is, out past the surface in the chromosphere, the corona. And if you look at the sun, sorry, was there a question?
No, proceed.
When you look at the sun, while it's being eclipsed by the moon, you can see the corona, right? Again, something we can all observe. Just with we can see it, but it's fine.
Eclipsed by the moon.
Wait, I was going to say that'd be another claim.
Well,
eclipses, solar eclipse that happens on the new moon, right?
Sure, I said. Let's not get bogged down in what an eclipse is. When there's something covering up the sun, we can see the corona easier. Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Fair,
fine. Yes.
Fair.
Just trying to stick to common grounds here.
Okay, I just thought that was a premise that we're going to go off of. But okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm not talking about the actual eclipse. I'm talking about the corona,
fair,
which it just makes it easier to see. So I don't really actually even care really what's covering it up or what's happening to it. It's not really my problem at this point. Certainly, I have an opinion, right? But it's not. Yeah. So you take whenever there is the event that we call a lunar or solar eclipse happening, you can see the corona easily. You can see it with your own eyes. If you take that light and you pass it through a spectrograph, you can see that it has the same ionization line, specifically iron 13, as a gas that is extremely hot, which is a piece of evidence that supports the idea that the sun is very, very hot and also gaseous. But
what are you measuring that against? Like you're saying, you see a gas on the sun. It matches that gas. So what is the thing that you're matching that against?
Well, you can just do this in a lab. Heat the thing up and take its spectra and do the little lines. Oh, look at that! Hey, it's the same kind of light I see when I look at the corona of the sun.
But what temperature do you expect the sun to be versus the temperature that you can reproduce in a lab?
Oh, you can make much hotter temperatures than the sun in a lab. That's not a problem. Much hotter.
Okay. Okay. Noted. Keep going.
Well, so there's two things right there. You got the simple black body assumption, which is, an assumption, but it matches. And then you also have this essentially entirely independent measurement of the iron 13 ionization line in the corona during an eclipse. And you don't of course have to do this during an eclipse, so it makes it much easier because any of us could do it that way. And you take this and you say, okay, well, I look at this and I compare it to heating up something in a lab, and how hot do I have to make it to make this line? And it's the same temperature that I get by assuming the sun is a black body. That's not proof, but for me, it's pretty good evidence. That's somewhere we could start, right?
Okay, it's inference. It's sort of an affirming the consequent, which doesn't necessarily make it wrong, but doesn't make it right.
Well, I mean, that would be, so that's one point. How do we feel about that?
Just like that, basically.
I could use electricity to create the same amount of temperatures as your gas burning, and they look.
Well, the gas is not burning, but
whatever. You know what I mean?
Like obviously, if you can make this ionization line, and if you can make this in a lab, then of course it could be made elsewhere with other means. Absolutely, yeah.
Yep.
What temperatures are you talking about?
My shop, I can
a couple thousand degrees. I mean, it's hot.
My arc welder gets pretty damn hot.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not. My argument here is not that the sun is so hot that it must be this crazy thing. My argument is the sun is exactly the temperature we would think it would be in the model, that predicts fusion and all this stuff, right?
Are you talking about surface temperature, right? Obviously,
well, in this case, I would be talking about the corona.
The core. They know the core temperature of the sun, man. They can take
we have a theory which predicts the core temperature of the sun.
What about the proximity?
So the train of thought here is that if you have a model which says the sun is a big ball of gas as compressed and it's conducting fusion in its core, it'll produce this much heat, this many of these particles, blah blah blah. It'll create these observable effects, and we observe these effects in several different ways. And we say, okay, well, if I'm observing effects that are consistent with the sun being very large and very hot, then it is not unreasonable to say that it might be very large and very hot. And if it is very large and very hot, it must also be very far away.
Can't be if the surface is flat. Why would the shadow angles diverge like they do?
So we have an inconsistency between our models. That's not surprising.
I would say it's more an inconsistency between that model and reality.
I can see why you would say that.
Thanks.
So there's no discussion of the proximity of the sun to the Earth.
Very far away.
We're dealing with the temperature of the sun right now. And
what I'm saying is that the model, which predicts that the sun must be very large and very hot, has a variety of things to confirm it. And so that, to me, is a reasonable basis to say it might be very far away and very hot, very large, right? Let's talk about neutrinos. A little bit harder. I guess it's not worth talking about that because you guys could ever measure those. So it's yeah.
You got any pictures of those neutrinos laying around?
Well, to take a picture of something requires that you stop it on the detector, and it takes about a light year of lead to stop a neutrino. So I suspect that would be quite challenging.
So not detectable.
Well, they're detectable statistically.
My neighborhood. Hold on.
Yeah.
To claim it. That's one thing to prove.
Well, I'm willing to walk back on the neutrinos, not because I don't believe them, but because I can understand that would be hard for you guys to get behind with this.
Not hard for us. We are empirical.
So it makes it. Sorry. So makes it through 0.9 light years of lead. The neutrino can make it 0.9 light years of lead, and then it stops. Is that what you're saying?
Well, what I'm saying.
Never mind.
No. That's a fair question, and I'm happy to clarify really fast. That is a statistical description. So, on average, a neutrino will require a light year of lead to stop. Certainly, some will take more and some will take less, because they interact very rarely and only through the weak force. So they don't interact very often. You certainly can stop neutrinos, right? I mean, we do detect them. It's just very rare, and we have giant detectors to do so.
Yeah, I got one in my backyard, man. It's not working right now, but I'm gonna get it up and running this summer.
Oh man, it's great. This is the total coincidence. Maybe not to you, but you know what one of the best neutrino observatories in the world is? It's in Antarctica.
There you go.
It's just gonna be a whole other thing. I know, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We can just leave that one right there, but it's kind of funny, huh?
It's down there where it's really cold, man.
Well, it's so you can get a cubic kilometer of ice. It's hard to get that elsewhere, but yeah.
That's okay. Yeah. I know someone who's been to Antarctica.
I know lots of people that went there. Went to some little fucking penguin island thing.
I've never been there myself. I would like to go someday, though.
Mic check.
Mic check.
It's 20.
So in the Antarctic plateau, they do have a very good view of the sky. That doesn't mean globe, obviously. We know that, but when you go pretty high altitude, there's some areas that the away from the shore, which is just pretty stormy weather. But then away from that, inland, the skies are pretty clear, and the view of the sky is pretty impressive. Yeah.
It's not that the sky is more clear; it's that there's less light pollution.
It's definitely clear.
Well, it is clear because it's a desert. So there's not a lot of humidity. There's no light pollution also, but yeah,
very
it's
low
a
humidity.
great place to look at the sky.
It would be amazing to look at the sky from there.
High altitude, very low humidity, and no light pollution. It'd be beautiful to look at the sky there, man. Certainly, we can all agree on that. That's common ground too. The sky is beautiful.
That, it would be amazing.
Whatever the sky might be, it's certainly beautiful.
No doubt about that, man. I love the sky.
We can definitely agree about that.
Yeah, and I'm always looking at it every day, all day.
Me too.
And night when it's nice.
I'm looking up there, like, what the fuck?
Hey, summer's here, man. We're gonna get some good nights to go out and look at the skies.
Yeah,
it'll be good. Might even take a picture or time lapse or something.
I used to do that. I used to take like time lapse photography of the night sky. I thought it was really cool. I still do. I just don't really have the time anymore.
Yep, that'll work. I get it, man. A family, all that, birthday parties and shit. Yeah, we gotta go.
Well, that was an interesting discussion, guys. I gotta go take care of this cat that I'm cat sitting, but I appreciate everyone listening and chatting.
I just had to meal prep my husband for like a week.
Thanks for dropping in, dude. We'll talk to you later.
I'll be back. Yeah.
Hi.
Dang, I just got done too.
Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, man.
All right, you take care. Okay.
So, Flat Earth Professor, dude, what are you a professor of? Or is that just
Earth? I'm a professor of Earth.
Professor of Earth? What kind of Earth?
Flat Earth specifically, but yeah.
The professor of Flat Earth. Come on now.
Okay, so just name then.
No. Credential. Don't you like
what's your credential?
Everybody in here gave me that.
What are you, an owl? What?
Yeah.
I got that credential.
Yeah, are you an owl?
I am. Yeah.
This is Friday night.
Then why are
you know what the definition of owlishness is?
Let's hear it. Because I'm too busy. I've just finished meal prepping, so.
Oh, meal prepping, nice.
Yep.
For my husband, because he wanted meal preps for the whole week. So I've been cooking. I've tried to be done before sundown, but it just didn't work that way.
It means resembling or suggesting an owl.
So you're an owl.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Are
somewhat.
you trying to claim wisdom, or are you trying to claim like you look like an owl, or like wisdom-ish?
Resembling.
That's why I have owlishness. So just ishness.
All right. Okay, right on.
That's cool.
And it says you're a globe earther, so you live on a spinning ball shooting through outer space millions of miles an hour in 5 different directions. How's that feel?
But you know what wives do? They spend most of their time in the kitchen.
I have a question about the stuff we just spoke about with the tail, or that he spoke about rather.
Right.
I can't answer on his behalf, so
That's fine. So if he just explained how in the model there's predictions that predict a certain various things, and those things then go on to predict and help us make measurements of the distance to the sun. Now, regardless of whether those are correct or not, if we move on to the parallax thing, which is what we were talking about originally, the parallax is observing shifts in the night sky, right?
He also has to have stellar aberration. He didn't explain that, and I asked him like 5 times. So thank you.
I mean, he explained a lot. I think he's given us a lot of his time, but
No. He obfuscated from that point. Thank you.
Sure. We do observe parallax. They do observe parallax,
they do, or can we do it?
You can do it.
I've checked it, man. Yeah, good luck, man. My science book says otherwise. It can't be detected without special equipment, apparently.
That's fine, but the fact that it's difficult to detect doesn't mean it's impossible.
Well,
doesn't mean it's expensive, but that's fortunate. Like expensive to go to.
But does that prove that the Earth is moving or Earth is spinning? Like,
no, it just proves that there's parallax. That's it. That's all it proves is parallax.
Right.
It works on both flat and globe, whatever. Man.
Well, I think it doesn't. Yeah, like you say, it doesn't. This doesn't say whether the Earth is a globe or not. But what it does say is that there's a relative movement, right? And I think
definitely something's moving. Dude, the sky moves every day, man. I watch it every day. You watch it every day. We all watch it every day. The sky's moving, man. I can guarantee, I can tell you 100% without a doubt, the sky is moving.
Yeah.
All year,
but
every year.
it's not necessarily whether it's moving, it's whether the objects are moving relative to each other in the sky, or whether the whole sky is moving as like a, car drives past, the whole car drives past at once, bits of it don't go past at different times,
Right. That's
whereas two cars drive past, you get different angles, right, which is your parallax. So I guess the...
Well, it retrogrades, the planets will be in different positions. So this is... But they'll all reset at the end of the year. Start over.
Hey. What's up, guys?
There you are,
Hi.
man.
This is more talk about
What's up,
further ratings and planets.
Hi.
We're talking about the lights in the sky, man, that we all witness moving, guaranteed.
I guess the question is, and this is going back to the observation stuff we were talking about earlier, the really core fundamentals is when you see two things on Earth, like two trees or whatever, moving relative to each other, far away in the distance,
right?
Is the assumption that if you walk left,
hey, Django,
walk right. What's up?
Django, can I ask you a question? Like, I've been listening to your conversation. If you don't mind me, I'm just going to cut in for a little bit. I don't have that much time. But if you indulge me just a little bit, man. So you basically just believe that the Earth is a globe, right? You don't know that it is.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, all right. I see nothing wrong with that. That's just like owlishness. She just believes it's a globe. She doesn't know it. Yeah, I see nothing wrong with that. I mean, whatever you propose in your mind and you think and you believe, you can believe whatever you like, man. We got some people that believe. We got some people that believe the Earth's concave. I tell you what, we got some people who believe the Earth is hollow.
Wait,
I see nothing wrong with that.
Maybe.
Yeah, seriously.
You know when Indio's in here and he was trying to press old buddy on stellar aberration, right?
Yeah, ITR.
Yeah, I tried to do the same thing because you know what the result would be, that he would have to admit that the observer would. Go ahead.
He didn't want to admit it though, because every time that you asked a question, I heard you inserted the question like multiple times, but he was dodging it because like he had other people in here, so it's easier to hide behind and I was mentioning this before, like he's not gonna admit to that. He won't admit
Exactly. If anybody wants to know what I mean, all you have to do is go look for what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Django, but
go ahead.
I didn't know if he was if he knows, because like we have a lot of people that come into the server and they say I know the Earth's a globe, and usually I usually ask them the 3 questions, but if you just believe that it is, there's no really need for that, because at first fun fact, man, I told Owlishness the 3 questions and I told ITR the 3 questions, and both of them came up with the same answers that they didn't know at the end of it. So I'm good over here. Like, you guys can keep believing the Earth's a globe, and you're welcome to stay in the server for as long as you want. But as far as like providing evidence, there really isn't any if you're just believing it that it's a globe. And
qualify
the conversations can be flowing. So sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, to qualify the statement of my belief that it's a globe is basically based on a set of ideas that has been put forward that I can apply those ideas and that logic to multiple situations and it holds true. I'm open to some of those being criticized, and I'm open to some of those being unprovable. I guess the concept is that I believe that those things and that model makes sense.
So that's a pragmatic.
I love discussing it.
Django, that's a pragmatic fallacy. It's right now it's one of the most common fallacies that are being used in this server, where people saying that this works, therefore it is a globe, and that's just it's a fallacy. It's fallacious reasoning in the fact that you're saying that it works.
Yeah, pragmatic.
Why is it fallacious though?
Because if you're saying something works just because it works, it becomes what the thing that you assume it to be. That's why.
Mathematically, in units, in pragmatically.
Right. And listen,
so you're saying mathematically, if it's proven, it's not true?
Yeah, just like Superman can fly. Superman can fly mathematically, right? So
No, Superman cannot fly mathematically.
Yeah, he can.
How?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, friend.
Yeah, we've got a little off topic.
No, it's not off topic. The subsequent lore is that the Kryptonian, because of the energy that he absorbs from the yellow sun, is able to affect the gravity field around his body, and he flies by altering his interaction with the gravity field.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So all you need to do is just apply the math to his mass, put the energy on the one side of the calculation, and then you end up with he reduces his mass to near zero. And so when he mass.
What mass?
His mass.
What math are you talking about? What gravitational force are you implying if you don't believe in gravity?
Dude, I don't have to use it. They do it.
Who is they?
He's not
Who
talking.
are they?
Alexis, hang on. He's not talking. Listen, AI is not talking about him. This is coming from him.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically explaining to you that if it's being stated that in concept this can actually happen, then what would be the wrong thing to say that, well, if we can quantify it in a mathematical construct, then why? It's just like you saying the same thing with the globe. Because it works in mathematics, then it also makes it true.
And
that's just wrong.
Quantify something that's not real.
Yes, you can.
No, you.
Go ahead,
Have you ever looked at Marvel's calculations? How they're so
Holy
close?
crap, dude.
Yeah, go ahead, if you want to finish.
So what do you you're
literally in books all the time they say there's 1,000 orcs storming Castle Drakengard. They just quantified something that wasn't real. I mean, how hard is that to comprehend?
1,000 orcs what?
You know what he's talking about, like the different types of fantasy and lore that's out there in books and in movies.
I mean, like you can quantify anything, but it doesn't mean.
Oh wow!
That
You
it's
just
mathematically
contradicted
proven.
yourself.
Yeah.
No, it's not contradicting anything.
Yes, you just did.
No, I'm not, because you're making up. You're just saying, like, random things. Like being like,
what?
Well, 1 + 1 is 4 in my universe because I applied it mathematically to the.
No,
So
that's not what they're saying.
You
they
are,
what they would say, no, listen, friend, you're starting to annoy me. I suggest you don't do that. But anyway.
My bad.
If, for example, the author of the book says 1,000 orcs raided Drakengard, but the Draken Knights culled them by half and only 500 orcs left to tell the tale. That's accurate math. They have the orcs, there's now 500. Notice how in this scenario, nobody said 1 + 1 = 4. Okay, so you, my friend, or what you're trying to say is that just because you can quantify something doesn't mean it exists in reality, which is exactly the point we were making at the beginning. So thank you for agreeing.
Correct. That's what I. Yeah.
This math equation that I see here.
Alice, did you just hear what he just said?
Yeah. No, I'm looking at something in the chat.
No, Alice, you gotta listen, because your whole thing that you were on right now was that because
you're talking about fantasy right now. You're talking about something in a Tolkien book.
Listen, Alice, because something works in whatever mathematics, then it's okay to say that it's the globe. For in that instance, what Django was saying as well, and you agreed with that.
You use your own mathematics to prove
your own mathematics.
What am I trying to say?
What do you mean your own? Nobody's claiming your own mathematics. We're saying that mathematics that are presented and that it works on a piece of paper, right? You could work something out, and it seems to work in a model. It doesn't mean that it represents reality, because you have to take those maths and go check reality itself, right? Go out into the field and test it, which is the same thing.
What you're saying is your 1.25.
There you go. You're going.
Square root per mile squared is not accurate. Is that what you're saying?
What, dude? Wait a minute. Who owns it?
Strawman.
Well, you literally just said that the mathematics can be applied. That doesn't mean it's real. You have your own mathematics.
No, there's no such thing as your own mathematics.
So you're
the
saying
circle segment formula.
You're saying that the formula that is out there on the internet that you use to apply the curvature of the Earth, the square root.
Yeah, who made that up?
Nobody made it up. It just exists.
What? Exactly. And how did they figure it out?
How did they figure it out? That's what I'm asking you, because you seem to use it to your own advantage. So what?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. That's like saying
what matters?
You use a car to your own advantage to get to the store. Therefore, cars are bad.
Right. So you're using your own logic to define what?
No, look, it's very simple. A circle is a specific thing, and it has specific formulas that are applicable to it.
Yep.
Right? Yeah, so what's the contention?
I don't know.
I mean, did somebody dump you recently and you're all butthurt or something? Because you seem to be very off today.
Oh.
She is off. It seems like she's really off. She's had a couple of drinks and she's just hanging around here talking to us. But I think the biggest thing right now... Yeah, biggest thing right now...
You have a very composed voice for somebody who's inebriated.
The biggest thing right now is the pragmatic fallacy that was injected by Django just a while ago. It works, therefore it's a globe. And then she heard that and was like, "Yeah, it works, therefore it's a globe," and that's why we got into this subject. And now she's kind of a little bit slighted because she feels like somebody came up with the globe math, and it was sure the hell wasn't somebody that was proposing the Earth's a globe. Must be a flat earther somewhere. So she's trying to say pin it on us. So that's not.
Just to clarify, what I said was that there's been a model put forward that suggests that the Earth is a globe and suggests a whole bunch of other things, and that model accounts for a large number of phenomena that we observe. And is the only model that I've had put forward to me. It can do that.
You do realize that the globe has several models because one model can't describe anything singularly. Like, there is not one model for the globe. There is so many because there isn't just one that matches everything.
I agree that there's not a grand unifying theory of everything. However, the theory we have of how the globe works and the basic principles does seem to be applicable.
They contradict each other. That's why there's several.
Oh,
so wait a minute. It sounds like you're saying it sounds like you have an interpretive model for phenomenon, not proof of an object existing in three-dimensional free space.
The question was asked to me why I believe it, and I'm telling you why I believe it.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what you believe in. Do you believe that the Earth as an object is a sphere floating in free space, or do you believe that it's a good model for interpreting phenomena?
I believe that the model is accurate.
Okay, notice, friends, how he didn't answer either question.
He didn't answer.
Sorry, what was the question? The question is, do we believe that the model is that we are free floating through space? Is that what the question was?
Okay, is the thing you're standing on a spherical object that's floating in free space? Okay, or is the globe just a model for interpreting phenomena? Which one?
I wouldn't use the words floating in free space, but effectively, yes, I believe that we're on a globe, and that it is moving through space.
So it doesn't interpret. So it doesn't interpret phenomena very well.
No, I didn't say that it doesn't. You asked what that wasn't the question.
Well,
the question wasn't. Well, does what?
Yeah,
does the globe interpret phenomena?
Yeah.
And not by itself, no.
Okay.
Are you sure you're doing predictions? Like, what are the predictions that you're doing?
Circular reasoning.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not sure of what the question is.
Well, you said the globe, your model predicts things. Now, what does it predict?
Well, one of the predictions, and we spoke about this last time, I don't want to go into it again, and I actually want to go back to parallax because we didn't finish talking about that, but...
you need a radius for parallax.
I know, I don't want to go through it again, but the predictions are things such as, we talked about, this is something we talked about the other day, was gas pressure as you go lower and closer to the surface. That's predicted.
Is that a prediction?
It is predicted.
Is that a prediction?
You can make a prediction based off the model of the laws of physics. You can make a prediction of how.
No, buddy.
No, that's absolutely true.
That's already. It can't be a prediction at this point because it's already been established. So in order to meet the burden of your claim, sorry, friend, in order to meet the burden of what you just said, you would have to provide a single case in the history of humankind where the thought of a globe preceded the knowledge of a gas pressure gradient.
Well, hang on. The question that I was asked was...
Well, why don't you just address the claim you just made, bro?
Hang on. But the question I was asked was, can it make any predictions?
And then you offered something that's not a prediction.
How is it not?
I just told you. I mean, do you even pay attention to things other people say?
It's already known that we have a gas pressure gradient, so it's not a prediction.
Yeah, so it can't be a prediction, dude.
So if I was to ask you, if I was to travel, without looking anything up, I was to travel 1,750 meters above my current position, what would be the air pressure? You would know that? Would you predict it using some sort of method?
But you're not predicting it because how high?
No, I've just picked a number, 1,750 meters, 1,750.
Well, they've already been up there to test how high the pressure is, so it's not a prediction.
You can do the same experiment more than once.
But it's not a prediction. If you keep doing it, you're affirming something, and it's not a prediction.
Yeah, you're just measuring it. You're not predicting it.
You can say what something is going to be before going there, and then you can go and measure it and say yes.
So you're saying somebody did that?
Measurements, so it's not a prediction.
But just because it's based on prior measurements doesn't mean you're not predicting something to happen in future.
Come on, mate.
It could be wrong.
Are you guys trying to claim that somebody already went that high and figured out what the air pressure would be before it was predicted?
Yeah.
Oh, what? Okay.
It's only he just said 1,700.
Well, to corroborate his point, you would first have to present any type of math, right, that has what he would allege is a predictive capability, and then give the accurate conclusion. A mountain? That's not his point.
That's silly.
To go up to the top of a mountain, right, and measure it wouldn't be predicting it now, would it?
Well, you would
be measuring it.
You would just go up there and you would prove it.
You are measuring it, not predicting it. Okay, so they predicted it beforehand? Did they predict it? So they did predict it beforehand, according to the court.
No, they didn't. But they mediated the mass of the Earth based on the equations, based on assumptions of things in the sky. It wasn't done on the ground in the first instance, so they're not predictions.
When you guys say a prediction, are you saying that if you've done something before, you can't predict what will happen again?
That would be a post-diction by definition. That would be a post-diction by definition. You would measure it first. You would need to predict it before you measure it.
What part of Australia are you from?
Oh, here and there.
Here and there? All right.
I think he's from Sydney.
Is that on the West Coast or East Coast?
I think he's from Sydney because he was talking about ferries yesterday.
Yeah, hold on, Fred. He doesn't want to dox himself because at some point in the future, Australia might be relevant enough for people to care about where he lives.
Well, you're from different parts of Australia. One's from the east, one's from the west.
Alice was just flexing on her ability to pinpoint accents.
Is here and there a big city?
What's your point? Yeah.
Moving on to quote someone from earlier, I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay, I believe in you, Django.
The topic I think it's been discussed is if something has been measured in the past, you're saying that you cannot make a prediction of what it will be if you go and measure it again. It's just a yes or no.
Yes.
Oh,
I won't use that language again.
You could in isolation, yes.
And so would measuring something...
But you're not going to have all those factors in isolation. That's the point.
So would measuring a bunch of different things, so like the pressure of the air as you go, say 10 meters high, 20 meters high, 30 meters high, 40 meters high, 50 meters high, making a model that seems to describe that from the data you've collected, and then saying, all right, I believe if I go 35 meters high, the pressure will be, and then you get what the model says the pressure will be, and then you go to the height and you check it.
That's great. That's great. That's great.
Super documented.
Hold on, friends.
Okay, sorry. I just had something to say. I'm sorry.
Look,
is that then
what he described as going and measuring things in terms of altitude from the surface of the Earth. Now, notice how he didn't mention anything about the need of a globe in any of that. Okay, you're supposed to be providing evidence of a globe's predictive capabilities, not of going out and measuring the atmospheric pressure at certain altitudes and then making a scale and saying if it continues in this manner, it'll be such and so at certain altitude.
Yep.
Well, no, sorry if I wasn't clear. My question was, if you go and make those measurements and form a model, and then you pick a number that's in that model, and go and check it, is that a prediction or is that some other?
Dude, you're missing the point. You're asked for the globe making these predictions, dude.
Don't you realize that there is room for reverse engineering? When you take a measurement of anything, you can apply it to anything at that point.
Yeah, for example, you could reverse engineer a radius and a gravitational factor and an assumed mass of what the Earth is, and then put that in ex post hoc with math, and then say, look, we've made a prediction, when really it's a post-diction and a rationalization.
I see. Okay, so that's fair enough. The difference you're making is you're saying you're not using a predictive tool, and I can see that. I suppose it's just a different language and a different way of describing it. I would consider that if you use data that you've collected, and whether it's accurate or not, use data you've collected and you make a model out of that data, and then you use that data and test that model. That's kind of how models are tested and made in a number of different scientific fields. You collect data and then you test the model that you've made to see if it works in different scenarios.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. So now you see the relevance of the radius being actually measured.
Well, no, not really, but...
what?
You asked the question.
Okay, stop, bro, stop. Check this out. In order for your claim initially to be that the globe is part of this predictive matrix, you need the gravity formula that has the R in the formula, friend. Without that, any claim of predictive capability is irrelevant. So yes, our friend who just mentioned that you need R is correct.
Sorry, I'm getting confused about what the questions actually are.
Yes, okay, let's be clear. The question is, you said that the globe is so predictive, and you were asked for an example of such predictions, and you gave something that was not an example of such predictions. So now we're back at the question, which is, you claimed the globe has this prediction, so please give us one of these predictions.
Well, I think there's a difference of opinion, because I believe that the change of gas pressure relies on gravity and relies on a whole bunch of laws of physics, and that it is in fact
which
prediction,
means that it relies on the globe and its measurements.
Well, yes and no. That's only if you assume gravity requires a globe, which it doesn't.
Well, you're assuming there, I suppose, but
how am I assuming that gravity doesn't require a globe?
You just said it doesn't require a globe.
Yeah, no, yes, I just said gravity doesn't require a globe.
Okay.
Okay, you seem to think that it does, and that the only way we can have any gravitational effects is if there's a globe in the first instance. Okay, well then again, if that's true, that it's not true that that's your claim, that this isn't a predictive capability from the globe. So this prediction is not a derivative of the globe being required for gravity, which is the thing that you claim is the model that predicts. So again, we're back at square one.
This observation of gas pressures is not in itself.
It has nothing to do with the globe.
Well, it's got to do with the laws of physics that suggest we have a globe.
No, it doesn't have to do with the laws of physics that suggest we have a globe. Laws of physics don't suggest anything.
Error.
Correct.
I mean, the laws of physics and the understanding of physics and the understanding of gravity suggest that we
what about it?
Have a gas gradient.
What?
Okay.
So, what does that have to do with? Notice. Okay, hold on, friend. Notice how you didn't, in that string of argument that you just made, didn't mention the word globe one time. So again, we're back at square. Yes, you do, because you were asked for a prediction that requires a globe. I mean, did you forget what you were asked in the first place?
No, you were. I didn't forget. No, the question was, and it's a very clear question. What does the globe model predict?
Yeah. So go ahead.
And that's, I just gave you one. That's what the globe model
predicts. No,
Look, buddy. Sorry, go ahead, AI. You got it.
So you're saying that the globe model doesn't predict a gas gradient?
No.
And we agree there is a gas gradient.
Wait, hold on a second. What did you just say?
We agree there is a gas gradient.
Yeah, sure.
So all I said was that the globe model made a prediction. Part of that model is that there will be a gas gradient due to gravity.
No. We already have an established gas gradient. We don't need a globe model to predict it. Therefore, it's an integration. Listen, pay attention to this word. It's an integration, not a prediction.
What does that mean?
It means you have this concept of a globe, you have the fact of a gas gradient, and then you integrated it into the phenomenon by claiming that gravity wraps around radially to the center of mass. You didn't predict it in the first instance. So, in other words, it was established and then integrated or synthesized, not predicted.
Yep. And you know how they established it? No, you know how they established it?
Yes, again, our friend who just spoke earlier said, in order to integrate this to a globe, you must have R in the equation.
What do you mean by R? Radius?
The radius of the Earth, brother.
Roger.
For Newton, yeah. Remember Newton's equations?
Ooh, that's another.
Yes.
Remember his equation in his elaborate mathematical matrix that at the conclusion of, he said these things about it, which is this, that the idea that brute matter should reach out by no tangible means and affect another piece of brute matter is an idea so absurd that anybody with a competent set of faculties in philosophical matters would not believe such a thing. That's Newton on his own mathematical enterprise, commenting that nobody who had any sense in their head would believe it.
It's a wild concept. I don't disagree with that.
Well, you also know why.
It's not a wild concept. It's false on its face.
Yep, because
and
of
absurd.
The inertial frames, or inertial and non-inertial frames of Prince.
You claim that Newton's equations don't work to describe the motion of moving bodies?
Yep, because
dude,
we are...
What are you talking about, dude? They're derived they're derived from the motions, dude. It's not that they work or don't work. It's that Newton himself recognized that they don't mean that there's anything in reality acting upon these bodies. It's a mathematical matrix.
Because we would have to be a non-inertial reference frame, and we are established as an inertial reference frame to any other moving things.
Well, and on top of that, you would have to reify it since you can't validate it. So in order to believe that that's the world you live in, you're just reifying his mathematics.
The reference frame's enough debunk any kind of Newtonian.
Right, so let's stop right there and go back to parallax, which is this. The whole idea of parallax is the assumption that the Earth is on the opposite side of the sun. And that's where they get the baseline for their angles. Now, where's the validation that the Earth is on the opposite side of the sun in the first place? Well, from the reification of a model, right, that Newton helped reify through math and other people, like Ptolemy and all of them, or epicycles. But all of these models don't necessarily have a heliocentric paradigm, but they all work. They all work at accurately describing what's what. However, in one of the books, the foreword in the book literally says that because this planet and that planet don't degrade by half the size, then this model can't possibly be true. And I believe that was the Copernican model. I can't remember the book exactly off the top of my head. It's funny how these books, which are the foundation of these modern things, the very people who wrote the books or curated the books and did the forwards on them, literally explain in the book that these ideas can't possibly be true.
So are you saying Newton's equations do work or that they don't?
What do you mean? See, that you got to describe what work means.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Newton's equations certainly.
Reality.
What?
They accurately describe reality. So if I were to drop something from 10 meters above the ground, would you be able to tell me how long it would take for it to touch the ground?
That's just a... What?
Can you tell me that?
That's just an agreed upon, rate.
What's agreed upon?
Things, the rate that things fall.
Yeah, of course. Listen, that's of course that would all integrate. Why would that integrate? Well, because Newton set out to create a mathematical integration for the ground phenomenon and the sky phenomenon into one mathematical matrix. Now, he didn't go out to any of the sky things and test them. He imposed a mathematical interpretation. Yeah, the things in the sky, dude. Sky things.
The lights in the sky and how they move.
Right. Okay.
Which also go against a moving Earth because we would have to be the inertial reference frame. But we are told that we're moving, so we would be a non-inertial reference frame. So there you go. That's out the window. If we're
right, but let's also be clear that this mathematical matrix at its epicenter is the concept of bodies rotating around each other in orbits in free space, assuming that the Earth is orbitable in the sense that it is a sphere, in the sense that it is got curvature in all directions, right? So the derivative, right, the antecedent for all the derivatives is that the Earth is a globe in the first instance. So how you test or disprove all of this quote-unquote reality math is just test the curvature of the Earth. If it doesn't demonstrate itself to be curved, then you know for sure that even though Newton said that his idea is philosophical fantasy, then you can concretize the fact that it is false by simply knowing that the Earth isn't curved. Once you know that, all this other stuff becomes, on its face, debunked immediately and in totality, a chain reaction of destruction.
Well, Newton just laid a bomb to be exploded in the future with his laws of mathematics.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, absolutely. For example, our friend here said if I drop something and it falls down, so to have a vector of down, which is perpendicular to level, being plumb, right, you need a baseline of level and plumb, which is vertical and horizontal. So that only proves the Earth is flat. So if you appeal to down, you prove the Earth is flat. You have to call it inward in order to be correct with your quote-unquote alleged mathematical matrix of interpretation. Now, you never use the word inward when you're explaining dropping things down because intuitively you know that the Earth is flat and stationary, just like everybody knows, just like all the people concede that the Earth is experienced as flat and stationary, and then they ask post hoc rationalize after the fact to integrate their phenomena into their globe presupposition.
Well, I think that brings us back really nicely to the parallax discussion.
Yeah, it does. So prove that the Earth is on the opposite side of the sun. 6 months.
Also, I think trying to prove that requires agreements. I think sort of Taya was talking about earlier on a whole bunch of things that just simply aren't agreed on. So particularly not, well, potentially not very constructive.
Right. So there's a claim, right, that the Earth is on the other side of the sun after 6 months.
Sure.
Or 1 year, whatever.
Sure.
Or 6 months. Yeah, 6 months. Who cares? 6 months. Yeah, 6 months, right.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So you're right, it doesn't matter because it's fantasy and an assertion and not proven in principle and can't be proven in principle. But anyway. Right, now I want my friends to notice how he said that brings us back to parallax. What actually brought us to is demonstrable Earth curvature or non-demonstrable Earth curvature. And very quickly, our friend here brought it back to the sky. Very interesting, is it not?
I was actually going to bring parallax back to something that we can all see for ourselves.
Okay,
which is
perfect.
Which is because one of the reason. Sorry, apologies for skipping around a little bit. But when the conversation started, there was quite a lot of discussion around, like the thing you just put up, how we for ourselves observe the Earth, being potentially our localized observation is that it's flat and stationary, which is obviously correct. And then how we can then say things like what makes me believe that the Earth is moving through space, even though my observation, obviously, like you say, is that locally it's flat and stationary. I think things like parallax is what gives me evidence of that. Well, it doesn't give me evidence of that. I shouldn't say that. It gives me the study of parallax gives me a reason to believe in the theory that the Earth is orbiting the sun, because I believe the steps that get it there, and I understand you don't, and that's fine. So I'm not going to try and discuss that or argue about it.
Can you look at the live stream voice text, because this is also one of the steps that they take in astronomy to determine parallax and aberration. Why don't you read that?
Well, I'll be happy to after in a second. I can't read it while I'm talking. Sorry, I'm not clever enough. I'm one of those guys that can't chew gum and walk at the same time. But so the parallax idea, right, is we observe that parallax and like you say, it's hard to you observe parallax and what do you take from that? I take from that if we're observing these parallaxes, it stands to reason that the sun is orbiting the Earth, and bringing that back to something that you observe.
Who's observing them?
Who do you mean? Who? I don't know their names.
Yeah. Okay.
The whole field of
non-inertial reference frame or inertial reference frame.
What parallax are they observing?
Well, in this case, I'm talking about the parallax between distant stars.
And how are they measuring said parallax?
Like I'm not an astrophysicist. That's something you'd have to talk to Atara about, and I think he understands it much better than I do.
Yeah, he already told you. He already told you what they do, and I corroborated it. That they assume the Earth is in a different location in free space, and then they add a baseline that they've assumed to their equation, and they call that differential the parallax differential, when they haven't proved the base of their assertion in the first instance. So no, they're not observing parallax, my friend, for goodness sake. They're creating it from mathematics based on assumptions.
I disagree. I think they are observing parallax.
Oh, well, what part do you disagree with?
I don't believe that they're just making it up. I believe they are observing parallax. I believe that what they are observing is parallax. They are observing these movements, right? Like that is true.
What?
From what frame of reference?
From the Earth. The Earth's.
Look, if you call an angle to a star angle A, and 6 months later you call it angle B, and you assume that there's this dramatic base lag between the angles because you assume that the Earth is in a different location. Okay, that's not the same as measuring a differentiation in the angle.
Sorry, I'm not
So there's two possibilities in that scenario. Either the Earth is moving or that star is moving. Which do you claim?
Well, I believe that
AI.
the Earth is moving. That makes
He
more
believes
sense.
the Earth's moving, man. That's a pretty easy one.
Star.
I'm asking AI.
Oh, okay. I can
Dude.
answer for AI.
What's the different? What is the alleged measured angle?
33 degrees, of course. It's 33.
What? 33 degrees? Heck no.
I just had to throw that in. It's that one.
I'll give you a hint.
Hey, that's a good guess.
I'm not sure.
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. It's below the discrepancy range of the device they're using to measure it, and they only get beyond the discrepancy range when they add the base leg that they assume.
What device are you talking about?
You tell me, dude.
You literally just said it.
Well,
Yeah.
what does it all?
What device are you talking about?
What's
an angle measuring device, friend?
Right.
Okay, you said it was under the discrepancy range.
Yep.
Okay, then what device?
The angle measuring device that they use. Now, the reason I know this, and the reason it's obvious, okay, and it should be obvious to you, is because if it wasn't, then they would be able to do these measurements at every day of the year, but they can't. They must wait for 6 months.
I think it's fair to say that the device isn't accurate enough to measure it every day, but I'm not sure if that's fair to say that the device isn't accurate enough to measure it every 6 months, because according to the model, it moves further in 6 months than it does in 1 day.
Yeah, there you go. There's the answer. The assumption of where the Earth is relative to the sun is added in. So no, they're not just straight up going out there and measuring parallax at stars, dude.
There's a lot of steps happen before that. It's not just they don't just pick a number and say we assume it's this, so it must be this. There's a whole lot of and Ataya explained it. There's a whole lot of ways.
Yeah, which is what?
With heat dissipation, with the the theories of what a sun is, which obviously, like you guys say, we haven't been there, so we can't test it. But there's all these things in the models that they've got predicted, and they can go into a lab and they can test. I don't quite understand it, but they can test the wavelengths that are emitted by certain things that are the temperature, and they say, well, that should be the temperature of the coronosphere, and then they check the temperature of the coronosphere and it matches. So, I mean, these aren't just like pure speculative guesses. They may be making some assumptions, but they're not just like totally out there speculative guesses. And that's
so what is? Let me ask you this question. He put a causal link between a heat source and the necessity of its distance. Mm-hmm. Now, he then said that they can create that same heat in the lab. Mm-hmm. So why is it the case that temperature requires extreme distance in one case but not in the other?
I think what he's saying is that if that temperature was if it was nearby, we would be a whole lot warmer. I think is what he was trying to say.
False. Totally false.
We can measure temperature drop.
Let me tell you how we know it. Let me tell you how we know it, friend. Because he said he created the temperature in his lab.
Huh.
That's local, is it not? And we also know that in the globe claim that the distance between us and the sun is a vacuum to which the heat cannot radiate through. Correct? So his claim is retarded on its face.
Well, I think I disagree with some of that, but...
Oh, really? Okay, stop right there, and please explain to me how the temperature of the sun directly radiates through the vacuum of space to the Earth.
How energy travels through space?
No, the temperature of the sun. That somehow requires a great distance for some reason that he didn't explain, because if he tried to, it would sound stupid.
Look, I think I probably don't want to jump in and explain for him. I'd probably prefer to let him explain if he comes back. But
okay, friend, without a medium of exchange, can you have conductive heat exchange? The answer is no.
There's more than one type of heat exchange, though.
Correct. So what type does the sun do, allegedly?
Would have said it was radiant.
Oh, yeah. So radiation, perhaps.
It does give off radiation. My sunburns will attest to that.
Yeah. So the heat about the sun from its corona, which is this element, which he says he could reproduce in the lab, has nothing to do with the distance to the sun whatsoever. At best, it has to do with what it's composed of. Because rest assured, a 2,000-degree sun with no conductive means of transferring its heat to the Earth, it would be irrelevant how close or far away it is. Do you understand? It doesn't matter whether it's a billion light years away or literally 5 inches away. If there's nothing to conduct the heat, the only heat you will get is the radiation. And since radiation is focal and continuous, and they claim that the sunlight's rays are parallel, no matter how close the sun is or how far away it is, it would give off the exact same amount of heat to us, which is why in their model they claim that the differentiation in the seasons is irrelevant to the distance to the sun, but only relevant to the angle. Correct or incorrect?
I don't know, man. You're telling the story.
Oh, it's correct.
Okay. I think.
You think a lot, dude. You think Itty Boy is going to come in here and say anything different? That's literally the claim on the globe side, bro.
I think you would disagree with what you've just said.
How so? So he would disagree that the seasons are allegedly caused in the globe model by the angle at which the light strikes the Earth because of the tilt of the Earth relative to the ecliptic.
Based on his previous answers, I suspect he wouldn't make any guesses about seasons or weather since he's not a, meteorologist. But
no, friend, no, he did. Let me tell you how he did. He claimed that because we know the sun is very hot, that it must also be very far away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Because we know it's big as well. It's not just one thing, right? It's multiple things there.
Well, yeah, but also the heat has nothing to do with the size, except that they assume that you need a certain mass to create the temperature. Now, check this out, friend. Notice how he says you need a certain mass to create the temperature, but he created the temperature in his lab. Now, let me ask you this question. For the $40,000, whether you need to phone an expert or not. If he created the exact same spectral lines in his lab that he claims requires a massive mass to create, how did he get the mass of the sun in his lab?
I think he alleged that he did. Did he?
What? He alleged he got the mass of the sun in his lab?
I mean, you're alleging that. I don't think he is.
No, pay attention, okay? Pay attention. Okay, follow the logic.
I heard you.
Follow the logic. He said that you need a certain mass of the sun to create this spectral line.
He said,
but I created the spectral line in my...
You need a temperature, not a mass.
Yeah. So then how did he get the assumption that the sun needs to be big?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Yeah, but notice how quickly he swindled that past you.
Sorry, no.
You basically were just gawking at his credentials, dude, and not even critically thinking about anything he said.
Django, I think that you do well to learn all of the logical fallacies, like we all have. I'm just saying, and this stuff wouldn't make you gawk or be in awe anymore.
I'm neither, but I think what is relevant is that we do observe parallax. Well, we do observe a change in angle.
Dude, how do you observe a change in the angle? You still haven't asserted that. Oh, sorry, you still haven't backed that assertion. You've just been saying it over and over again.
It gets observed by people using complex equipment. I mean, if you want to, you can go and hire that equipment and check for yourself. Or you could pay for something to get built if you want to. I mean, that's the fact that it's difficult to observe and costs a lot of money doesn't change the fact that it.
Okay, so at this stage, what it is to you is a claim. That is what it is to you.
I agree. Yeah, exactly.
Even in your worldview, it's just a claim. that can't be validated by anyone unless they have the particular equipment. But look, I already know the principle that they claim and how they do it, and the assumptions that they require.
The lack of equipment, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not true. Like the fact that it's hard to prove doesn't mean it's not true, right?
That's right.
The fact that it requires an assumption in its string of conclusions.
So let's move back to something. Let's move back to something that's a little bit easier for us to validate ourselves.
I'll just
how about demonstrable surface curvature. How about some of that sweetness?
That would be some sweetness. I'd be into
let's
that.
move back to the parallax that we can look at ourselves, because one of the things that gets raised is that we observe the Earth to be stationary, right? So if you were to hop on a boat, which is something I do semi-regularly, and you were to go just jump offshore a little bit, and not a real long way, just a couple hundred meters, you were to sit on the boat. You look at shore, you would see something close to the shoreline, a lighthouse or a lifeguard tower or something, and you see something further back behind that.
Sure.
Those two things, you'd see them moving, right? Yeah, you see them moving in a similar way to a parallax would, right? Like as you drift with the current.
That's called parallax. It's a direct observed phenomenon that we can all experience.
Totally.
You can do that experience. You can do it in your living room, man. You just put
exactly.
Just
you can actually do it with headlights. You can do it with headlights on a rainy day, where the headlights beams hit the wet ground, and how the beams follow you, and anybody that's next to you, they're following them too. Just like the sunset on the beach. Somebody 10 miles down on the beach, sunset, the light is coming straight to their feet, just like it's coming straight to yours. Is that what you mean?
No, that's a different phenomena, but that's just an observation of the sunlight glaring off the water. That's cool.
Well, that's just perspective.
Yeah, it's all a perspective thing.
Not really. That's a differentiation in the available propagation angles to reception angles. So you can only receive propagation angles that are towards you, right? And the other person can only receive propagation angles that are towards them. And since those angles are different, they're going to be at different points on the water's surface. So you're only going to see the reflection from those points.
Right.
So I think what I'm sort of raising here is that you can see parallax for yourself. On land, you can observe this phenomenon, say on the boat example.
Oh yeah, we know parallax is a real phenomenon, dude. I mean, you don't need to explain that.
I know, I'm not saying you don't, obviously.
Now the stars and parallax.
What I'm saying is
next level.
What I'm saying is that if we can observe that ourselves, sitting on the boat in the current, and we don't feel ourselves moving on the boat in the current because we're moving very slowly and at a rate.
I can feel that stuff.
I can't. I spend a lot of time on boats. I would have noticed if I could.
What?
That's the question. When you're drifting in the current, you cannot feel which direction you're drifting.
But you can feel that you're moving.
No. You feel totally stationary.
What?
I've been on boats.
You feel totally stationary in a boat. I'm sure. Yeah, maybe that could happen every now and then.
If it's a really nice flat day, there's not a lot of waves around, there's not a lot of wind, you're not tearing around the place, you're way out at sea, you cannot tell which direction you're drifting with the current. Have no frame of reference to give you an idea which way you're direct.
Maybe not direction.
Unless you have visual cues, yeah.
Only if you're like freshwater fishing.
If you can't see land, or if you lay down in the boat and close your eyes, you got no idea if you're moving, if you're not moving.
That's not true. I can feel like the nice sway of the boat.
You can feel the sway. That's the sway of the boat, but that's not the direction.
That wouldn't tell you what direction of travel you're going.
What you're feeling is the acceleration of the boat as it accelerates in one direction and then stops, which is acceleration again, and then accelerates in another direction.
Of course, we know that. That's verifiable, that's tangible, that's accessible.
Well, the reason I bring that back is because I can make that same observation using parallax in the stars. Like, I can't, but that same observation has been made. The two distant objects...
What do you mean, same observation?
The two distant objects move relative to each other, just as you see on a boat where the lighthouse and the trees behind it or whatever move in relation to each other, and you'll get a perception that something is moving. It's either yourself or it's the objects you're looking at.
Yeah,
on the side. One of those objects is moving. It's either yourself.
Like when you're in a car and the what's right on the shoulder of you is moving really fast, but the trees in the background are moving a lot slower than what the grass seems to be. It's apparent, right?
So yeah, exactly. So either the trees and the grass are moving at different speeds, or you're moving. Like one of those has to be true. Obviously, I think we all would agree that you're in a car, that the car is one that's moving. Like, that's not open for discussion. Like, no one's going to disagree with that. I certainly.
Yeah, but it's the same kind of parallax that you're discussing.
It is, exactly. And that's my point.
No, it's not the same.
it's not the same. It's not the same in every sense, but the concept is the same. And what you're observing is that the two objects, regardless of whether they're trees or stars or whatever, there's something is moving. And you asked me why I believed it, and I was asked earlier why I believed that we were moving through space, and I believe it because I see it on a boat happen. I experience it. I don't feel that I'm moving on the boat, but I do see that the land is moving effectively, and I can tell that because of the parallax.
One
thing you brought up. Related this to the stars yet, though.
So what I'm saying is that we all agree with the parallax. We can use parallax to tell whether we're moving on a boat. Like, we all agree with that because that's something.
If you're stationary, you don't see this parallax you're describing, though.
I'm aware.
If you're sitting still and not in a car or on a boat, you don't see this that you're talking about.
I'm aware of that.
I want to get something in there real quick, though. You said in your boat or your car scenario that you notice when you're accelerating, right?
That's right.
Well, shouldn't you notice that you're accelerating constantly if the Earth is spinning and rotating around?
Because it's not accelerating. It's at a constant rate.
It is constantly accelerating if it's spinning, rotating, orbiting, doing all these motions.
Yeah, friend, for goodness frickin' sakes, dude. Are you not aware that a curvilinear path... Dude, you cannot disagree. If you disagree with this, okay, I'm canceling your physics club card. All right. Anything traveling a curvilinear path is experiencing constant acceleration.
That's right.
Right. So you just refuted what you said 5 seconds ago.
The question was whether we're accelerating in... Well, okay.
The acceleration of the Earth is literally 360 degrees per 24 hours. There's no way you'll ever be able to feel that. Get on a...
What?
So
you'll never be able to feel yourself turning 360 degrees in 24 hours.
It's very hard to even get 360 degrees in an hour. I've sat on top of buildings that do that. You know, the ones they spin around the city. If you're not paying attention, you can't really feel that spin. It's not a...
You'll never be able to feel that spin. So
okay, so not verifiable then.
Well,
what does that even mean?
So not verifiable and not apparent. So
what is not verifiable?
It means evidence of absence isn't proof of presence.
You can sit there and you can point and claim all day, but you need to be able to back up your claims.
It's kind of like my imaginary girlfriend. She's invisible, so you wouldn't see her, therefore she exists.
I'm sorry, I was just responding to the claim that you said we're accelerating.
Well, it's
rotationally.
Just his claim.
And you wouldn't be able to feel it. So.
It's irrelevant. I didn't make the claim whether you would or wouldn't feel it. I said it is the case.
I was talking to Dubé.
Yeah, okay. But it was his claim, though, that we'd feel it on the boat or the car when we're accelerating, right? He said we'd feel the acceleration, and then he said that in this situation we're not accelerating, even though we actually are. We actually are.
The acceleration.
We actually are accelerating constantly.
No, we are accelerating.
Well, right,
yeah, so that was not a proper analogy, is my point.
Yeah, you're right. It's not proper at all.
The Jambus has just made is that we are accelerating, but the acceleration degree is
no.
So the perception for us is not.
No,
I disagree.
No. The globe paradigm alleges we are accelerating.
How so?
What?
Oh boy, we got to do this again.
Okay, do you know what it means when you are changing trajectory?
Oh, stop talking, for goodness sakes.
Me? I'm sorry.
Yes, just pause for 1 second, friends. All as I was doing was just correcting that it's not the case that we are accelerating. There's an assertion on the table in the globe paradigm that we are. It's not an ipso facto fact that we are. That's all. All right, continue.
Except that, and I think the point making is that the fact that we don't observe or can't feel that acceleration isn't evidence that it doesn't exist, because we wouldn't be able to feel it if we were. So
yes, that's great, and that's not evidence that it does exist. So it becomes a moot point.
It's a moot point. Yeah, I agree. I'm not. That's why I didn't bring it up. It's a moot point. Like I'm not. I didn't.
Right, so that's the problem. See, but here's the problem. Is that when we start talking about these real world analogies where we can validate things, we can tangibly access these things, and we can provide and present measurements of these things, and then somehow you do this sleight of hand where you try to apply this to the globe paradigm. So I would like to know where this claim of Earth-based parallax applies to the sky.
Look, I'm not saying that because it happens here, it happens there. I'm not trying to assert that this is true because I can see a lighthouse move. That means we must be spinning. I'm not trying to say that. That's not my claim. What I'm saying is that I believe because I can observe how parallax works, I can observe that myself, is my boat, etc., whatever, walking around the living room. I can also believe the hypothesis and the idea put forward that the parallax that is observed through distant objects in space is because we are moving. That's all I'm saying.
Allegedly observed. Allegedly observed.
I mean, sure, I believe that it is observed. I believe the observations. You can choose not to. That's totally within your right. And absolutely,
what else is observed? I'll give you one more thing that's observed. 9.8 meters per second squared towards the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, which proves flat Earth. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's just an effect, not a cause.
I think it's just an observation.
Yeah, so just for the record, so in case nobody understood that, an acceleration downwards, which is plumb, perpendicular to horizontal, which is ubiquitous human experience, just proves the Earth is flat. So I don't know why I bring it up in this forum.
I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with that because in the model of the Earth being round, we would have the exact same experience if you were on the opposite side of the world.
False.
My observations, having been in both hemispheres, is that things fall in a very, very similar way when observed.
Yes, but see, the difference is that the flat Earth has accurate descriptive language, which is down, and the globe Earth refuses to use their language, which is inward. Now, inward
language choices.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You see, congruent language with experience versus non-congruent language with experience.
I've heard a lot of people refer to north as up, but I don't think that necessarily disproves that north is a direction.
Yeah, this is purely a semantic issue. I mean,
no, it's not.
You're picking on a use of language, and I don't think it's.
No, I'm not.
Well,
you're saying plumb. What does plumb mean?
The globe Earth claim is that down is a radial to the center of mass. And so every down is radial. They're not down, they're actually inwards, they're off angles from each other. That's the globe Earth claim. So when they say down, they're making a claim, which is then circular reasoning, because they're using that down to try to prove inwards simultaneously while they're using it in their language. Whereas the flat earther is just saying the Earth is obviously flat and stationary, and as we all experience, which we all agree, and down is down, just as we all experience.
Again, I think this is a semantics thing. I mean,
not even close.
It's just a choice of language that's being used.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. When the globe says down, they're making a direct claim contrary to common experience.
When I say down, I'm referring to the direction experienced locally by an individual who experiences the object falling down locally.
So you're talking about horizontal and vertical then?
Well, you just use a tautology, dude, to try to define something.
I'm telling you what I'm saying. I'm telling you when I use the word down,
you're saying down.
Word,
yep.
I'm saying that it is down relative to that person's perception and that person's experience. So my down is not the same direction as your down.
My down is the same as yours.
If I was to start trying to say, well, you know, AI lives in Northeast America, I'm going to say that he is going to drop a can upwards and to the right 30%. That would become very, very confusing, and everyone would go, what? No, AI has moved across the country. So I would say you drop it down.
Excellent. So that being said, now we have proven which side is actually using the semantical argument.
I don't think so, because I'm not making an argument. I'm just explaining to you that when I say down, I'm talking about your experience of down and my experience of down, not an absolute experience of down.
Right, so perfect. So you could provide a mathematical matrix which proves that down, even with a center of mass equation, can still have a flat Earth. So if you appeal to down, it's just as equally a proof of flat Earth as globe Earth. And since we all experience Earth as flat and stationary on the local level, the globe Earth is the extraordinary claim which requires ancillary evidence, which is what? The proper evidence of a globe Earth is not gravity, it's curvature. Because in order to prove that these radials are splayed out and circumventing a central point, is to prove that they are indeed curved relative to each other, which would require demonstrable surface curvature, which always gets us back to that sweet, sweet contingency of a necessity that all globes and spheres must have, which is continuous surface curvature. So, any of that sweetness you got?
So I think, I probably don't have time to start a new discussion about that tonight. But
Sounds like it,
I would love to discuss. It is something I would love to discuss, and the discussion I'd love to have, and when I have more time, because I've been here for some time now, but the discussion I'd love to have is about our observations of
surface curvature. You mean surface curvature?
This links directly to surface curvature, yeah. So it's the observation of the sun passing below the horizon.
What the heck, dude? How does an object in the sky prove surface curvature?
That's what I'd love to discuss, but like I said, don't have time to go through it in huge detail right now.
Well, I mean, if you want to come back and discuss non sequitur, sure, I guess.
I'd love to discuss.
You've been discussing illogic the entire time, but eventually we'd like to get to the surface. We call this server 24/7 flat Earth, but we also occasionally call it 24/7 Globers doing everything they can not to talk about the actual surface.
This is the surface, right? We're talking about the horizon, that's the kind of the crux of this whole issue, right? Is whether the horizon is a faraway point that is, the distance of the Earth away, or whether the horizon is created by curvature in the way that a ridgeline creates a horizon.
Dude, the horizon already has a definition.
Sure, but great, exactly. And
do you know
I think
what that definition is?
Not off the top of my head, but
I can tell you.
I'm sure you can, but like I said, I'd love to chat about the way that the sun sets, because I think that's a really...
Sure. So the horizon is defined as the apparent position in your field of view where the sky appears to meet the ground, to which the sun, in relation to the horizon, is again an apparent position. So the sun's not actual position going, quote unquote, behind, which is a spatial location, which you can't prove from image, because all you see is the portion of the sun missing, behind, quote unquote, an apparent position. So the not actual size, right, of the not actual sun is moving relative to a not actual position, and you want to make claims about it?
I just want to talk about it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, the horizon's very interesting. You're correct, because most people assume it's a physical location, and they assert that it is in relation to globe geometry. And then there's hundreds of observations that supersede this geometry, and then they immediately claim optical effects, which, by the way, the horizon is an optical effect in the first instance. That's literally the definition of the thing itself.
I guess I'll say one thing quickly, because I'd like to come back and discuss this, and I think it's fair that if we're going to discuss something, I'll give you guys some time to talk about it, and you guys can come up with some ideas. Well, you guys can formulate your ideas, or you can express your ideas, or whatever, or discuss them within each other. Because the problem is, I come on and not everyone's here at the same time, and some guys are...
Not fair, but I mean, we don't need time to discuss our ideas. Our idea is simple. The horizon and anything relative to it is an optical effect. That's the fact of the matter.
So when the sun passes below the horizon, that's not actually passing below the horizon?
No.
Correct. That's not doing that.
So why is it dark?
Because the sun is not patient, so it's dark.
Why is it at the bottom of the ocean when the sun is directly above it?
Sorry, what?
Why is it dark at the bottom of the ocean even though the sun is directly above it?
Because the sun's getting blocked by something? like the
occlusion. Yes, it's called occlusion. Which, by the way, there's this very interesting term. There's this very interesting term that we refer to when we do the arts, when we try to represent the world, which we use a technique called draw what you see, not what you know. We call it atmospheric perspective, and it's loosely based on atmospheric occlusion. And atmospheric occlusion is based on the simple fact, right, the same as with the water, that sunlight can't penetrate ad infinitum.
Somewhat, but who's saying it's infinite?
The attenuation of light makes it not infinite. Nothing is infinite.
Yeah. Your question begs the question that light would continue on indefinitely without any occlusive properties, because you didn't foster any reference to any other thing except geometry for why the sun would be unable to be seen.
So the position that you're saying, just so I can get this right, the position that you're saying is that the sun appears to go below the horizon because it is being...
No, I'm not saying that at all. No, you're putting words in my mouth. I never said the sun appears to go below anything. What I said was accurately... Hold on, friend. What I said was accurate to what is observed. Part of the sun becomes unseen or unresolved, where I can't see the entire sun circle. That's what I see. I don't see it go behind or below anything. Okay, you make that up in your imagination.
Do you observe the sun becomes unseeable?
It has to. The attenuation of light is not infinite.
Dude, I've seen the sun circle. I've seen the sun circle disappear over a 12-mile range, let alone 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 miles.
So sorry, I'm just trying to understand what we're like. Cause I guess what I'm confused about is what we definitely have the same. Well, I say definitely. I assume we have the same observation of what we see.
We absolutely do.
I would hope so, but it's what we then believe we're observing that is possibly different. The effect of what we're
seeing... No. Check this out, friend. I made accurate descriptions of what I observed. You made inferential claims. Big difference, friend. Massive difference. Ontological status. Categorical differences.
I mean, look, I'm not debating which one's true and which one's not. That wasn't the intention.
We both see the same thing, friend.
That's what I'm saying. We both see the same thing. I guess it'd be useful if we can work out a way to describe that we agree on what we're seeing.
I gave you the correct answer, and you gave me a fish story. No, I gave you the answer.
It's yours.
There's only one. No, it's not my answer. Dude, I gave you the answer. That's accurate to what occurs.
So you don't believe the sun passes over the horizon, though? You don't believe the sun is blocked by the horizon? Is that the case?
Well, dude, think about it. An apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground, how could an apparent position block anything?
Sorry, I don't understand your question.
Why would I claim that an optical illusion is blocking another optical illusion? It doesn't make no sense.
The sun is an optical illusion?
Oh, sorry, optical phenomenon. My bad.
So when I see the sunset, what I believe I'm seeing is my field of view being the sun passing below the barrier, being whether it's land or sea or whatever, that I cannot see past.
Yeah, but you don't actually believe that. That's what's weird, is what you actually believe. No, you don't. Let me tell you why, and you'll agree with me after I tell you this.
Tell me what you believe.
No, just hold on, friend. What you believe is that the Earth is falling backwards away from the sun, taking you with it, and then the Sagittah, or the apex arc in between point A and B, right, is precluding your ability to see the sun because it's blocking the light rays. I mean, unless you're a geocentrist. Are you a geocentrist?
I'm not. That's a very much more complex description than.
No, it's accurate. Yeah, you see, accurate is what I go for.
Sure, but I suppose
that's semantics, right?
No, it's fine. I understand what you're saying, but I suppose what I'm trying to ask is, I believe the sun goes out of view because it is passing. Well, either it is passing or the Earth is rotating in a way such that I can no longer see that direction.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're making a claim.
I'm not making a claim. I'm saying what I believe.
Well, that's a claim, right, to a three-dimensional relationship between objects.
I mean, that's what I observe.
No, you don't observe. You don't observe that three-dimensional relationship. You're inferring it.
I do observe that the sun becomes blocked by the land.
No, you don't.
Downwards. I disagree.
I mean, unless it's behind a mountain.
It's behind anything, it doesn't make a difference. It's still, I observe the sun getting blocked by.
No. Okay, so you can see the blocked item in the sun, and know that it's behind it. So you could see the world from the side view.
As it turns out, you can, because you can see.
Holy crap! You could see the world from the side view. Holy crap!
You can then gain elevation and re-see the sun.
So why is it sunset then? So why doesn't the Earth just block the sun altogether all at once then on the globe Earth?
Because
there's an attenuation of light with the sunset. So if there's a physical thing blocking the sun, why doesn't it just take away the attenuation that we see for sunset?
Yeah, that's fine. And I mean, that's a degree of how far away it would be before the quote-unquote differential between the off angle from the Sagittah precludes the sun versus the attenuation. And I don't think that the miles are equivalent. However, when the sun goes, quote-unquote, over a mountain, and then the mountain's angle is greater than your reception angle, and it blocks the sun, you know for a fact that there's a mountain there. It's a tangible object that you could travel to and verify exists. Every time you travel to the horizon, it's not there. There's no traveling to the horizon to validate that it's a location in three-dimensional space. The very definition of a horizon is an optical phenomenon, not a physical location. So it's not equivalent. It's not equivalent.
I don't think you're answering his question. He asked, does the sun pass below like a physical horizon? Do you see it go below the horizon? Django, I'm guessing you're probably Australian. It's probably like it's getting close to 6 p.m. there. The sun's probably setting for you.
Not a bad guess.
In North America, for the people in North America, the sun has already set. Why is that? How could the sun be setting for him while it has already set for us?
Attenuation of light.
So is the case that you're saying the light is blocked by amount of atmosphere? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. I think it's
light. Listen, light is blocked by atmosphere. That's a fact.
And so the position that you believe, which is fine, I'm not saying it's wrong, is that you stop seeing the sun because there is too much atmosphere between yourself.
Yeah, hold on. I'll give you a demonstration. Hold on here a second. This will help you.
Yeah, and it's not just the atmosphere, but what is atmosphere? It's not just the air blocking it, but it's also the fact that it's so far away. The distance.
Yeah, but it's also the assumption of what it is, where it is, and the relationship between here and there. Right? So our friend who just asked, the sun sets here and rises there. Why is that? There's a lot of assumptions and assertions in that question. But anyway, I'll post something here. This will help.
That's true. You're assuming light stops at a certain distance.
Oh, it does.
How do you know
have
that?
You proved that?
Listen, friends, it's literally called attenuation and occlusion. They're literal terms that you could just go look up right now. It's not a mystery.
If light was traveling through a vacuum,
does your light
in your living room? Friend, the Earth is not a vacuum.
I didn't say it was, but I said if light was traveling through a vacuum, would it ever stop?
The idea that it would continue ad infinitum is an assertion that can't be proven.
But I wasn't saying it. I didn't say that happened. You said it will not travel forever, and I'm asking what evidence you have of that. I mean, I get asked that question like repeatedly. I think.
Listen, fair question, but clearly in context, I was talking about how it travels on Earth within the atmosphere.
Okay, so that's because I mean the text in the chat doesn't make that clear at all. I think people may be unclear about what you were saying.
All right, check this friend out. Check this, bro. Look at this.
Check it out.
Okay, now all as this proves is that a singular light source, just because it's above a surface, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to light up the entire surface, nor does it mean that the path of light directly leads back to the source. Okay, all as you need is a medium between the source and the reception point that will alter the path or preclude the path or dither the path.
I think we've gotten to a point. I'm going to have to call it there because I've got some things I need to do tonight. But I think we've gotten to a point where we both agree on an event that we observe. We disagree on what causes that event, and I think it'd be really interesting to talk more about that event because I think we can. There's a lot of things to talk about here that are happening that we both think are very different happening, and I think it'd be really interesting to talk further about it. But like I said, I've got a few things to do.
But let's keep in mind that all I'm doing is describing what I see. You're making actual claims about it.
Well, I think it's important to make a distinction of both believing what we see and what we believe we're seeing. Because one thing, and I believe I'm seeing something else.
No. I'm describing what I see. I'm not saying that any of these things are necessarily the cause. Okay, you're claiming the cause directly.
Well, I'm describing what I see. I see the sun travel below.
No, that's not what you see, friend. You already agreed that that's not what you see. You already conceded that point, and now you're changing your mind.
I did not.
You did. Dude, by the way, in case you didn't know, I mean, not like it's any red gotcha, but this is 100% recorded, and you did concede that point.
So you're saying that I conceded that I do not see the sun travel below the geometric line?
Correct. You conceded that the visual information that you receive is not what you claimed, that is a necessary extra inference.
Clipcord, get in here, buddy.
Okay, now, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean it's not happening. So you can concede that point and not lose any points. It's not a big deal.
Like I said, I got to go, and I don't have time to argue about this, but I do think. Anyway, we agree at least on what a baseline of what's happening, and I'd like to talk about it more because I think there's a few things that would be interesting to have discussed.
I would say, man, we didn't argue about anything. We just talked about stuff. How about that?
Oh, it's an argument. You can have a friendly argument. I argue with my friends all the time. We're discussing.
It's been a good discussion. It's been great.
Before he leaves, let's argue about what argument means.
Argument. It was more like hey man, let's check out this. Yeah,
it was a friendly discussion. Exactly. Don't want to start it. Like you said, I don't want to start another argument about.
No, please come back.
Don't want to start another discussion. I'll be back. No, it's good. Interesting chatting. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the time.
All right, cheers, mate.
Absolutely. Make sure you bring some of that sweet Earth curve proof on your way back.
I will. Keep coming.
Sweet.
Bless you, buddy.
That's the next name of my band, man. Sweet Earth Curve. No such thing.
Oh, it was a really good
conversation. The Sweet Earth Curve and the proofs.
I like challenging folks, and I like being challenged. So it goes both ways.
Thank you, Flatsy. Hey, that was great, man. Shit, I was really enjoying the fuck out of that, man.
Hey, you are something else, buddy.
This guy's keeps keeping it real, man. It was solid. Thank you. I do have to crash.
Yeah, you're awesome. Yeah, all of you are. I've got to go to bed too. It was fun. I may hang out for another couple of minutes, but I'm gonna mute and do some stuff around the kitchen and go to bed.
Yeah, anybody else want to chime in on how that went? Miggy was enjoying it for sure. He said some shit in the chat.
Hello.
What's up, Zod?
What's up, guys?
Hey, man, we live on Earth. We can check it out, and it's cool. It's a great place. What do you think of Earth?
Yeah, I was just listening to that guy. He was talking about a vacuum. I'm wondering what vacuum is he referring to exactly. I don't see one. Do you guys see a vacuum somewhere?
I haven't seen one, man. If anybody's vacuum.
Yeah, I saw one. I saw one yesterday. I was vacuuming the house.
Oh, nice. What, did that one have a container or no?
It did.
Damn, nice, dude.
The globe has a vacuum, a proof vacuum.
That needs to go on a t-shirt there, man. That was solid.
Hey, AI, I have a question. That meme you posted, the Mag Dome with the light being cast on the Earth, is that not being displayed on a globe, or is that flat?
What? Dude, that's a hemispheric dome, dude. It's like a magnification. Like there's this old paperweights people used to have on their desk all the time, and a famous one is just a hemisphere dome, and you use it to read papers, like to magnify.
Oh, okay. So it's flat, but there's like a glass sphere over it, sort of like
it's a dome. It's a domed enclosure.
Do you know that for sure? Did you make
that thing is indeed a domed enclosure.
Oh, you made this then?
No.
You made this GIF?
No.
You didn't?
No, it's been around since 2015.
Who made it then?
I couldn't tell you, but you can check out.
How do you know it's flat then?
Called the Mag Dome. You can check it out.
Hey, on that, well, not on that point, but AI, while you were talking to that guy, I typed in nothing ever goes below the horizon. Does that make you sense?
Yeah, yes, that makes perfect sense. And that also makes sense. Even in the globe model, nothing goes below the horizon.
Yeah, but that's what they're saying.
That's funny.
I don't have a model.
Nothing ever goes below the horizon. That's their claim, but that nothing can or ever does go below the horizon. So anyway, continue, gentlemen.
Oh, I was just saying, AI, how do you know that is flat?
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on, let me look at it. 1 second. Doop 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 doop. Scrolling up. Oh, dude, it's clearly flat. There you go.
How do you know that?
It says it right there. Look, Mag Dome.
Oh, it says it?
Yeah.
Did you make this?
Yeah. Do you not see where it says right there, created by Overlord?
So you videotaped this GIF?
Am I not Overlord? No, I didn't videotape the GIF, dude.
Okay. So this could be a globe and you would have no idea because you can't interpret a flat sphere from a two-dimensional image. Right?
Sure.
Okay. So you should probably remove that.
Concepts are concepts. They're conceptual.
I would remove this since you don't know this is a sphere.
It doesn't matter, dude. Keep looking at it, and it'll dawn on you eventually.
It does dawn on me, because if this
don't
was
hold
a
your
sphere...
breath.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically the alleged container, or the required container is the dome, right? But then again,
what fucking dome?
That's true. There might not be one.
No, might fucking not be one. Where's the fucking dome? Show me it. Show me the dome.
Buzzwords.
True, I agree.
Yeah, this me, helioskeptic. Where's the fucking dome? Show me it.
Hey, you should probably delete that because it's, unprovable that it's flat. So, just making sure.
I didn't say anything about flat. I just said, "Where's the fucking dome?"
Wait a second now. This isn't claiming anything. It's giving you an observation of another.
No. Hold on, a goddamn minute. Yeah, everybody keeps claiming domes all day long.
I didn't say anything about claiming a dome. I said that this was like one of those observations and an explanation of why something can happen, and it isn't necessarily because of a geometric horizon, but can be an attenuation of light and how it has to travel through a medium from an apparent location. So, boom.
What is it an observation of? Is it an observation of a flat?
It's another explanation of something that can be happening with the apparent location of the sun and also the phenomenon of the horizon, which is also an apparent location where the sun or the sky.
This is exactly what would happen on a globe.
This is not exactly what happens on a globe at all.
Half of the Earth is illuminated at one time? Is that not exactly what happens?
Look at the whole Earth underneath the one thing there. It's like a hemisphere. It's the whole Earth flat under that hemisphere.
Look at the whole.
This is showing you how I'm telling you that you're not looking at it and seeing what we're seeing.
What should I be seeing?
The way that light can be explained, like the sun and the attenuation of the light from the sun and the apparent location of the sun can be something other than what we see. And it can explain how we have the sun sets and the attenuation of the light and how it's not infinite but can absolutely be dark over here where I'm at and be light across the world on the other side.
Okay, but this would only happen if there was a domed surface over this Earth, or the Earth was a globe.
This is just an example of why there isn't just one explanation. There's another. So there you go.
Oh, okay.
The whole idea of it is moot.
Okay.
Are you guys looking at the image at 353? Is that it?
That's absolutely what we're looking at.
If that's looking from the top, right? If this was a globe, if that was a globe, you wouldn't be able to see Australia, because Australia is would be below where the globe sort of bends.
So, are we talking about the same Earth altogether? I mean, are we talking about the
same Helio, nobody's talking about what you're talking about.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Hey, Helio, you're hot mic.
I'm hot mic. You guys want to talk about the dome Earth? All right, go ahead and talk about the dome Earth all night. Go ahead.
No, we don't want to talk about the dome Earth.
Of course you do. Are you fucking serious? It seems like that's what you want to talk about.
Oh my goodness, dudes! There's no reason to get touchy about it. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna
look.
I'm gonna be less ecstatic.
Check this out, friends. Walter Bislin himself confirmed. Not that we need his confirmation, that everyone experiences a personal dome of vision and light propagation from their central point of observation outward. Right? I mean, it's not that hard. You see in an angular field of view, all the light must propagate to you through angles. It's reduced through perspective, and it travels through a medium. Which, by the way, a magnification dome is just a medium of glass, continuous from the one plane to the outside.
Couldn't it be contiguous as well? Well,
yeah, it is.
Well, holy shit! If Walter Bislin said it,
no,
damn,
no, continuous.
Yeah, but who's Walter Bislin?
Contiguous, like all together.
I have no idea who Walter Bislin is. You said
okay.
This, AI.
All right. So if you don't know, he's about to explain it. Go ahead and continue, AI.
Yeah, Walter Bislin is an alleged advanced doctorate, I believe, in the field of optics and physics, who has a advanced Earth curve calculator and has done quite a few tests and explanations and other such things in regards to the flat Earth, globe Earth paradigm conflict.
Gotcha. Okay. Where can I find like images? Papers?
Hey, I'm about to post it. I'm about to post it. Continue, AI. I'm about to post it.
Yeah, dude, he's about to post it. Don't kill any children. I mean, it's not that serious, bro.
Every time I hear Helio, dude, he always sounds smacked as fuck, dude, which I respect.
More power to you, but bro, I'm on top of this shit, bitch.
Yeah, you are, dog. I love it.
Why is it so hard to believe that light doesn't travel forever? I guess is my question.
What? Why would you think that it would? What the fuck?
You don't have to believe it.
Look, dude. Yeah, if the Earth was flat, it would be daylight 24 hours a day, right?
Right. It's not hard to every day in my life I see light somewhere and it's not lighting up where I am. You know what I mean?
You flat earthers, if the Earth is flat, then it's completely different than Earth that we experience.
Yeah, hold on. Absolutely. So hold on. I'm going to give you guys a history lesson. In case you don't know this, it's worth knowing. A lot of arguments that people argue against the flat Earth are actually just hiding globe problems. So let me explain. One of the reasons why Newton abandoned the idea of his gravitational model is because he recognized that it requires an infinite universe. But to have an infinite universe requires infinite stars. And it requires infinite stars in the past, which requires infinite stars giving off light in all directions in the past, which means we would arrive in the present with a saturated world, which means all the light from all the stars at all the infinite angles, which, by the way, you can do the valence structure and draw your circles around and use the inverse square law and find out that, yes, indeed, we would have 100% light saturation on the Earth at all times. This is known as Olber's paradox. So, my friends, once again, Globers claim if the Earth was flat, it'd be daylight 24 hours a day. But it's actually true in certain paradigms within the globe model. If the globe was a globe, it would be light 24 hours a day.
They're saying, assuming that
mic drop,
it's an infinite universe, there would be infinite suns. Therefore, there should be 100% light all the time.
Correct.
The claim
in the past. Okay.
Yeah. How do you go? So why is the universe infinite again?
It has to be infinite to sustain Newtonian gravitation.
How?
Expansion.
I don't know. Yeah, here's how, dude. Ask Newton, who wrote it. How about that?
Why don't you go count to infinity and then come back?
Look, let's be clear. Let's be clear right here and right now. What I just said isn't my idea. I'm not defending these ideas. These are the critiques that the men who created these things did internally to their own ideas.
Hostile witness.
Exactly.
I mean, and as far as like hostile witness, it's not. You hear.
By the way, go ahead, Frank.
Well, I was just going to say, you hear how peaceful AI is. He's not hostile, but it's just the argument. The argument is hostile.
But Helio is hostile.
No, Helio is fucked up.
I'm fucking hostile. It's like,
you don't have to tell me.
No. He's not hostile. I'm the host, so I'll drink.
Well, I'm just like, pay attention, motherfuckers, you know?
Anyway, a hostile witness is a person from the opposing side of an argument that their argument is being used to promote your position.
Well, I just got to say, AI, it's great being in here with you. So.
Yes. So this infinite universe had to be abandoned for obvious paradoxical reasons, because the evidence is clear that it's not daylight 24/7. So a Newtonian model of the universe can't possibly be true, and that's why they needed to switch to an expanding model, because then they could have the light not yet having saturated the universe. So again, as typical Glober fashion, ex post hoc rationale backed by a bunch of mathematical gobbledygook to explain away the faults in their model.
Dude, I love gobbledygook.
Hell yeah.
I mean, Glober's bathe in it daily.
What's up, Flatterday?
What up? AI speaking, and I was like, I don't trust anybody who has their name in all capitals.
How do you figure? Hold on. How do you figure my name is in all capitals?
I'm just joking. My name is too.
No, but you said two as if mine is.
Yours is on my thing. It shows up in all capitals.
Yeah, you're the only one, bitch.
Are you sure? How do you know that's not a lowercase L?
I'll screenshot it.
How do you know the I isn't a lowercase L?
Yeah, exactly. It could be a lowercase L, exactly. But
all caps. You're the only one, Flatterday Saints. You're the only one.
But also, if you go to his like profile, I guess you can see that it says Overlord in all caps.
Oh shit, AI! You are all caps.
Oh, one more time. We have the imperceptive. What if that's a 0 and not an O?
I'll consider myself a null if you guys consider it. I'll be fine with that.
Guys, I'll tell you a story. About this. Okay, it's very simple. So in the beginning, I had my name AI Overlord, right? And all the Globers were calling me Al. Al. And I was like, dude, what the heck? And then I realized they can't tell the difference between an L and an I. And so I had to put the dots in there so that I wouldn't be called Al anymore.
Wow, that means people can't even tell the difference between AI.
Yeah, not only that, dude, but imagine the context clues. Let's talk about context, friends, because that matter. Okay, so Overlord, right? A cyborg face, right? AI, right? It all fits the theme. Not Al Bundy, right? Am I getting somewhere here?
Al Bundy was sweet, though. Don't tell me Al Bundy wasn't sweet.
Yeah, but his job was superfluous.
Shoe salesman?
Yeah, we don't need that shit.
So now we're all Glovers down.
No, sure. I want to hear the rest of the story, Overlord. Please.
Well, the summation of the story is that for some reason Globers couldn't put 2 and 2 together from the context clues that my name was AI, not Al.
That's so fucking stupid. I never even put it together, even though I never thought it was Al. I never said that.
No flat earther accidentally.
No, can't be they can't be that dumb.
They are, dude.
What the fuck?
How do you get Al from that? I don't get it.
But dude, how do you? Exactly.
How do you get into a Glober's mind and use their logic?
Well, I mean, sure, there's probably not even Globers, gamers, or whatever. If they didn't see that it was AI, with the the periods, then I got that right from the beginning. I never thought it was Al.
Helio, hold on. He said that he didn't have the periods before. It was AI Overlord before, and they kept calling him Al.
Okay, so you had AI with capital I, and then you had to put the periods. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Helio, you're always a few steps.
I can't lie. I probably would have called you Al too.
Let me explain it.
You can call me Al.
Yeah. You know how we have to put an arrow to the horizon in the Black Swan? It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
You gotta show them.
Bitch, I ain't Al. I'm AI, bitch. No.
Paul Simon, right? Paul Simon.
Yes, Paul Simon.
Sang that song.
You can call me
I know.
Yeah.
No, I like the Paul Simon.
It's a good song. It's a really good song.
Head, she said to me. The answer is easy if you take it logically.
Hey, sorry, AI. I just had to say it. But I didn't realize.
You with your struggle to be free. There must be 50 ways to leave your lover.
I always knew you as AI and never as Al, but now I'm going to call you Al every time.
Don't do it, Helio.
No, I'm just fucking with
That would actually be pretty funny.
It'd be funny if he's like, "What's up, Al? You can call me Al. You can call me Al."
Dude, you want to know what's really screwed up? When you're the president and you've got the football, and then you have to take back the fact that you launched the nukes, and they bring you the codex cards to do the abort codes, and there's a bunch of zeros and L's. You can't tell whether they're O's or zeros or capital I's or lowercase L's, and then all of a sudden you're in real trouble because you accidentally blow up a country.
So you got to pick readable text. Should be an option for that. I experienced that with 1Password. Same thing you're talking. You can check a box, readable text. I guess the government hasn't figured that out yet. But
that guy, you guys heard about that guy who had the Bitcoin password and his Bitcoin portfolio is worth like $500 million or some crap like that.
Yeah,
and he lost the chain code and he can't remember it.
He was like searching a landfill for it, I believe, something like that.
That's crazy.
Can you imagine searching a landfill?
Well,
how desperate do you?
Is that guy still alive?
Probably not.
Dude,
even if he is, he doesn't have that fucking money.
A bunch of household trash and diapers on his head. Dude, I would have had that thing tattooed right on me.
Oh wait, you're the guy that's roboting. So it's just like probably the guy. The robot guy is the guy that has the $500 million. All
right, I for real got to go this time.
And we might be able to call him Al.
Bye, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
I'm making big jokes tonight. It's Friday night. Well, it's Saturday morning here, I'm just joking around, But Al just made $500 million. Oh, you fixed your robot? Oh shit, you fixed it. So now you don't have the $500 million now.
So what now?
Man, I can't believe it's just my gift, man. He said this is exactly what would happen on a globe, but on a globe there are two spikes.
You're doing this on purpose. In your robot voice. What the fuck? Huh, you're doing this shit on purpose. You have to be.
For real though, were you doing that on purpose? Can you make your voice sound like a robot like that? Yeah.
I know he can. He's fucking AI robot, man. All right, Arden. Fuck.
I mean, it could be connection.
No, yeah, he does it on accident sometimes, but I'm not sure if he could actually do it on purpose. Oh, that was fucking hilarious, though, when he came back and it just went. That was fucking. That was the bomb diggity.
Amethyst is joined.
Hey, anyone that's new, welcome to the show. Welcome to the Flat Earth Talk.
Amethyst, do you have any words of wisdom for everybody here?
Did I just walk in on something? Or
nope, you're welcome. Boy, what say you? What's up?
Light is actually a form of matter, which is plasma, and particles. And if it was a vacuum, there's nothing to bounce the light off, so we wouldn't see the sun.
Are you addressing something somebody said, or are you?
Nope, I don't know. You just said to say something, so there you go. Like, I don't know.
All right, sweet.
Sorry if I didn't. I don't know.
I thought you were I was just wanting to clarify if you were addressing something somebody said or not, because I didn't know if I should keep talking or if somebody else was going to jump in. I wasn't really sure. It's cool. You said something about a light bouncing off, not a vacuum.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw it was flat. Like, I don't know. You're doing a special night or something. I don't know. I don't want to interrupt it.
No. Hey, you're not interrupting a goddamn thing. We're just fooling around with each other, just freaking making fun of each other. If you have something to bring to the table, please go ahead and talk about it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm happy to join in on that. I've got a plethora of insults that I haven't been able to say to anyone, so.
Sweet.
So you've been.
Well, do you have any?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, somebody else, please.
Do you have anything you want to talk about as far as what the nature of the server is, or do you want to just chill? What's your?
I'm not a newbie. I just changed my name recently because I don't know, everyone else seems to do it. So, I've been here a while. I'm happy to talk about anything. I know about I love talking energy and stuff. Flat Earth brought me to a lot more interesting things. I don't want to come in and you guys structure a conversation just because I'm here, though.
Why not? I mean, why don't we just, if you have a decent question to start the conversation, why don't you just ask? I mean, yes, we are flat earthers. Go ahead and ask a question. Buddy.
Well, it looks like you've been here a lot longer than me. So I know better than me about everything. So I'm just trying to carry the conversation on because it's sort of dying down. I think I'm on the west coast of America, so it's only 1:30 for me. So I don't know what time it is for you. You're in Australia, or?
God, no. No, I'm in New Zealand, and it's 8:30 p.m. on Saturday.
Oh, awesome. All right. Yeah, I'm 1:30. So yeah, there's nothing really going on. So if you got something you want to say, you should get this party started. I'm still on my Friday night.
Do you guys know about the Hermetic principles and that?
We talking about like the Hermes Trismegistus esoteric? Are you leading into something like that, or?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
No, I don't really know much about it. Can you?
Well, you've heard about it.
Yeah, a while back. I used to go down rabbit holes on the whole esoteric occult stuff like 10, 15 years ago, but I don't remember a whole lot of it. But it's something I'm interested in. So if you got something to say, I'd like to hear it. What's up? What's up? Good. Yeah, carry on.
I don't know. I'm trying. Yeah. I feel like I've walked into doing something.
You're on the spot right now. That's for sure.
I'm backing away slowly into the hedge.
Everybody's listening. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm just bored, and it's like we could all talk about a bunch of intellectual topics for hours, but like, why?
Some type of
Usually
which type of intellectual topics would you like to get into? We talk about flat Earth here on this server, but I mean, are you? I don't. What do you mean by intellectual topics?
Wow.
We're talking academia.
Like, wow, intellectual topics, like the big wow.
Conspiracy. What are we getting into? Academia or conspiracy? There we go.
It's more of a problem I have when I talk to people about leveled Earth and everything. They come up with, but what about the Northern Lights? Because that's like, everywhere you see Northern Lights right now, and people just have that in their head, and I can just tell them, I don't know, really. That's a good question.
Why can't you just tell them you don't know? I mean, that's what I mean. Through by what, ionization from the sun or something like that.
That's better sometimes than them giving their psychological and freaking philosophical answers. I don't know is a better answer than.
Yeah, that's literally what I mean with that's a good question. I don't know.
But anyway,
right, because if you
go ahead.
I was just saying, if the second you try and start explaining something that you don't know, you're gonna hear yourself in your head realizing you don't know what you're talking about, and that's gonna definitely translate to the people who are listening, and that's gonna make it worse, right?
Yeah, it's more like
I don't know. I mean, what's up?
Yeah, no, but we all don't have an answer to that. That was just popped up in my head, like I heard the other day. Like,
I mean, I've seen weird things. Like I've seen speculation on it, like an opening with a sun down below and a magnetic field, but like, who's gonna know that? You know, like it does look like ionization of the air, but like, I don't know. You know, it's seems like a decent explanation, but what's doing it, I don't know.
Is there an answer why it would happen on a globe?
Yeah, of course they say.
I believe.
Yeah, they have an explanation because of the magnetic field of the core inside the Earth. That a lot of ions going on and makes this magnetic field, and then the sun radiation hits the magnetofield, the shield of the Earth, and stuff like that. So I'm like, yeah, fine, that's something, but I don't know.
But they have to presuppose the sun is
exactly
a gas ball firing protons, you know, like through the 80 quadrillion thing. You know, they got to presuppose kind of a lot. So, but I mean, I guess if they can presuppose it, like, why wouldn't it work on a flat Earth at that if that's the case? You know, I don't know. Anybody else have any insight? I think that's all we got.
Ask them, how do they know what's in the core of the Earth if they've never been there? I don't know.
Right, so then they're presupposing the core of the Earth and a dynamo, which doesn't really work. Yeah, ask them that. How do you...
Yeah, thank you.
You know,
yeah.
But you don't want to get into it. Like, you can go back and forth with them, and they're not going to, you know, like, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be just a frustrating interaction, as far as I can tell.
I think you're right, yes.
I think Amethyst wanted to say something about hermetics. Not to put you on the spot.
No, I guess I just study a lot of stuff every day, and it was just something that I had just sort of thought, been thinking about. But like, honestly, I don't know if anyone else's mind's like this, but my environment is filled with my thoughts, and so my thoughts change like super rapidly. But yeah, hermetics is just a rough breakdown of hermetics. Hermetics is basically scientific laws of nature that cross apply to spiritual things. It's kind of like it's like a basic fundamentals of, say, something more elaborate, like if you ignore someone, they'll like you more, type thing. That, I mean, obviously depends, but basically it's like psychological, spiritual, and physical laws. And
that's a good dating strategy. Ignore the girl, she'll like you more.
Talking negging.
Yeah. That's actually why people describe that, though, with a girl, like, and dating a girl's weird, but they describe it as a girl because it's definitely not a woman that works on.
Well, I meant like just female, whatever. Woman.
So, like, who are you reading? Like, what's the name of the author, or like the is it like, okay, what's the most interesting I call them open. I don't like calling them conspiracies. I call them open investigations. So, like, I know you're probably
breaking up.
getting into
Is that just for me or?
I don't know. So, like, who are you reading, or what type of investigations, or like you said, your thoughts get thrown around, right? So, what's the most interesting thing that you're into right now? Is it the Hermetics or what?
Oh, I'm just, to be honest, I reached a end point where I realized the only thing, like, I do activism and all this kind of stuff, but there's not really anything new under the sun for me now. And so I just do inner work all the time. Just constantly. And I probably shouldn't, because, it kind of... I probably shouldn't, is the point that I'm at as well. It's kind of weird. I can't help but keep improving myself, but I probably should just be doing stuff.
So, like,
I do that.
What channel? Like, are you watching videos? You watch YouTube? Like, what's the website? What's the place you visit the most? I guess I would be the most helpful. Like, where do you find yourself content? Do you find reading or watching right now?
I don't really... I usually put stuff on in the background while I'm writing. If I do put something on, or I listen to music a lot. But what I watch is very specific. Like, if usually I go through my own notes. Or I'm targeting a specific part of my psyche for the day. And so if I watch something, it's just specific to something I need a little bit more evidence about. But, I mean, I just broadly... At the moment, I'm into spiritual control of myself. So I'm kind of like, that's where my knowledge base is at. But, like in the past, I would do like 6 hours a day of learning how the flat earth worked or whatever. So it depends when you catch me. But yeah,
right. So where do you go? Where do you go for the inner work? What's guiding that? I guess is my point. What's guiding? Where do you go? Because you're not just divining what you need to do, right? You're taking information from somewhere and trying to incorporate it, right? I'm just wondering what that is. I'm always trying to look for stuff to watch, because I work from home and I have a TV and I have a computer and like you said, I put stuff on in the background. And
no, the best thing you could watch is yourself.
That's kind of narcissistic, or maybe like, I don't know, like just watching yourself the whole time.
I mean, it's observation of yourself doesn't have to be only in the physical, And
let's say you need to learn how to observe.
Well, I don't know. I don't really have anything. I mean, maybe if you're into entertainment, I'd watch some Danny Shine. He's kind of interesting to watch. I don't really even watch him though. Like, I can't even say that. No, I can't. I don't know.
So you just ponder yourself and where you need improvement, and then strive towards that improvement constantly.
Yes,
that sounds way too healthy.
Well, I mean, obviously,
grasp that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not. This is what I mean. I do too much on self-improvement in that way. And then in the physical 3D reality, there's heaps of to-do lists I've got. But
then you said you had a bunch of insults too, so maybe it would be good for you to trash people and be
roasting people. Yeah, that'd be fun as fuck.
Yeah. Yep. That's what I'm saying. That's what you should do.
Yeah, if anything, I feel like I'm entitled to it for being so polite.
You've earned it. Yeah,
right?
For sure.
Well, I had two really criminally mean brothers growing up, and so I had to learn quick wit.
Older?
And I love
older brothers?
I was the middle.
Yeah, I have an older brother and a younger sister, and we were not good to her, but she's got thick skin. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I probably had a similar experience to her, I'd say. Yeah, they used to practice all their moves on me.
Right. That's what she's there for. You're a grappling dummy, basically.
Yeah, but you think that at least protect you when you grow up or something, yeah. I got
for sure. Like, no one's gonna protect you more than them. There's no one that's gonna protect you better than your brothers. I know that. So
no, not in my case. I got a short stick. Yeah.
It's brutal. So they won't even do. So they beat you up, and you didn't even earn the right to be
protected. I know. It's disgusting.
That's crazy. I would walk in front of a bullet for my sister.
Yeah, I've thought about writing a thesis to them on it, but they're so dumb they wouldn't read it.
I think you might be underestimating them too. I think if you were in trouble, I think you'd see something different. But I don't know. Obviously, I have literally nothing to go on except for my experience. But
sure, I've been in actual trouble and they haven't. So no, I'm not being unreasonable.
Like,
but whatever. That's
trouble or just like, okay.
Like physical danger. Well, like actual physical, whatever. Anyway, whatever. I'm just whatever.
Gotcha. Yep.
But I mean, I gained a lot from having two brothers. Mostly nothing from actually them, but just what I wanted to learn. And I'm pretty happy because I learned it myself. So I think I'm a bit independent like that and would have felt less happy with myself if they taught me.
This is
because. Sorry?
Sorry, just continue. I was gonna say something, but I'll finish. I'll say when you finish.
Oh, you're welcome. I think I was probably done there anyway. Say what you were gonna say. You're good.
I was just gonna say we should change the Discord live channel to 24/7 therapy. That's what it feels like.
I don't know. I'd say that's just a real life conversation. I don't need therapy.
Yeah, I that's my fault. I drew you into that. But is there like a 24/7 therapy channel?
I don't know. I think that guy definitely needs to go to it.
Hey, you might be right.
If he thinks chatting about our lives is therapy, he's probably got some pent-up shit he needs to talk about.
Well, we're all human. We all have issues. We all have problems.
I got problems. I feel like that's a line from Big Lebowski. I got problems. Where are you guys this? And Kel, where are you from?
Florida.
America, obviously. Florida.
Yeah.
Damn, man. What are you, up early or up late?
Up late, dude. I'm about to go to sleep in a minute.
Jeez. Yeah, I'm in California, so it's still late, but... And Amethyst, I didn't catch where you're from.
I'm from New Zealand.
That's right. Yeah, I guess Australia. You said New Zealand. I suck. What time is it there? You said it was 8:30, 15 minutes ago, so it's 8:47.
Oh God. Okay. Nice chatting, guys.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Sounds like this is done for the night.
Yeah, have a good night then. I'm probably done
you
too.
too. Fuck you. Yeah. Fuck you later.
Hey, after that, I was going to go ahead and say, hey, I'm from your mama's house. Let the therapy begin. How about that? So we got some bot stuff to play, or are you guys going to fucking talk or something? That whole situation was a little weird. I don't give a fuck. Flat Earth. And by the way, sorry, not sorry. No.
The flat Earth is what it is, man. Check it out.
What created it?
That's the ultimate question, man.
I mean,
what created this beautiful place we live?
What's beyond it, though? Is there something beyond it?
I just want to know. I mean, it'd be cool to know exactly how it was created. Damn.
Well, then how would we find that out? It's like, it's got to be possible. If it's out there, we can find it.
Dude, we live on this dirt, trees, oceans, lakes, rivers. We live here, man. It's not like...
You heard of Operation Fishbowl?
Yeah, they shot the rockets all the way up to the atmosphere and ended up trying to crack the fishbowl, man. Trying to crack it.
There you go. If any of it's believable, there you go.
So they did. So Somebody actually shot rockets up, not NASA saying they shot rockets up.
No, this wouldn't be those type of rockets. This would be weaponry.
I don't think there's anything different from like a rocket and a missile. It's just that the rocket has a parachute when it lands.
Yeah.
And they're both like a whole bunch of fuel.
If you shot a missile that explodes into a city, it's going to kill a lot more people than just a shuttle that falls into a city.
Yeah, true.
You guys saw the Beirut explosion, right? I think that was about a year ago, maybe?
The firework factory that exploded, or like firework ammonia or something.
Sure.
I don't know.
That's what the story is. No, you're right. That's what the story is.
Oh.
But that was a weapons test. They want to show off a bomb. It's the biggest in our lifetime. Thing was badass.
Why would they show it in a city, though? It seems so unnecessary.
Well, why does it matter?
Why kill all those people just to...
I don't think that many people died.
Oh, a lot of people died.
Well,
if it was one person, that's too much people to show off an explosion, because you could just blow it over the ocean, right? Kill a few fish, but not people.
Just show of force. Rock the whole city.
Yeah. I mean, that is where it's going to get filmed the most. I mean... It was way more scarier to see it from a perspective of just somebody filming it out their apartment window than it exploding in the fucking shockwave just.
Right.
It
was awesome.
It was something. There's got to be a way to know what's out there, though. It's got to be a way.
I mean, if
there's got to be at least an idea.
If you could get at least what they've found out and what they're working on, you would probably know a lot more. Like portals. There's been talk of portals for probably thousands of years.
How would a portal work? Confusing. I don't know. I feel like I've always kind of believed in the globe just because I saw it as an explanation opposed to no explanation. And it's not I don't really think the globe explain not everything, but it explains why. It explains the seasons. It explains a lot, and you can actually draw a coherent model that explains all of Earth's processes. Whereas I haven't seen a model for the flat Earth that does that. But then in hindsight, I don't really think that me kind of believing in the globe would I don't know, it doesn't really change my life all that much. As if I just thought the Earth was flat. Because
yeah, I hear that a lot.
Part of me believes the Earth is flat because, I mean, when I look out the window, it is flat. And I have heard some explanations of explanations that I actually think this is plausible and there's no way to disprove that this isn't happening. The fact that this thing called gravity acts at 9.8 meters a second as an acceleration. Well, the Earth could just be accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters a second squared. And then that would explain gravity without using gravity. It would explain why things fall.
Gravity's all theoretical still. No way to prove it.
We can only observe it and call it gravity.
Observe it?
Yeah, when you drop something, it falls. Okay, let's measure how fast it falls. And measure what if we bring out a heavier object, does it fall faster? Yes. Why? Oh, well, what if we drop it in a vacuum? Oh, the heavier object doesn't fall faster. And we just kind of make observations from that, and those observations turn into equations which we can actually use called Newton's laws. The funny thing is Newton's laws completely break down once you get into quantum mechanics. So they're not true, but they work pretty well. They still work to explain things and make predictions and use them in complex engineering problems. You can still use Newton's laws, even though they're not true. They fall apart as soon as you get down into the quantum level, but they still explain big objects, how they fall. So, like, I don't know, I feel like there's definitely a big misconception about as soon as scientists say something, everybody takes it as a fact. It's like, no, they just like didn't an experiment. Yes, they're really smart, but they just did an experiment, took an observation down. They're just calling this thing that they found out about a name. It doesn't mean that we fully understand it. We just know what it does. We have no idea where it came from. We don't know why things falls as opposed to like living on an Earth where things don't fall. I don't know. That didn't really make any sense, but
you don't think relative density explains it?
I don't really get that. Is it just things that are denser are at the bottom? Things that are, it's like when you fill a cup up with maple syrup and water. Maple syrup goes to the bottom. Maple syrup goes to the top.
Exactly. So what's that?
But then why is there iron underneath us?
Well, that's never been proven. No one knows if there's iron underneath anywhere.
Well, why is there pockets of air underneath us? And what's causing these denser objects to be lower down? It makes sense on the surface, but as soon as I start asking questions about it, it just doesn't, none of the questions have answers.
Oh, we've only ever dug 8 miles deep.
Yeah.
How do you think they
do have
how do you think they know what's at the core?
See down.
To see? What do you see? What do you think you see?
Well, I mean, I know they have some versions of, I think you can use ultrasonic and see kind of what comes back. I don't know.
Is that for real? You really believe it?
I have to look more into it, but I do know that the observations they use from scanning the ground, they use in real world applications, and those real world applications do prove results. So, have to be
results that prove the center of the Earth is a molten iron core.
It proves that we can think it is. It doesn't. Well, no, it doesn't prove it. It's just the most plausible. It's the most plausible explanation that we've found from our observations.
Last time I checked, explanations weren't evidence. Would you agree?
Well, their explanations and evidence are related, but they're not the same thing. No.
Correct. Good.
Explanations are an explanation of the observed evidence.
I cut somebody off, though, however. I did want to say that. Who was talking to you?
That was me.
One more time. It's a huge list. I got to scroll. Who was
Storm.
it? Hey, Storm. Okay, sorry. Go right ahead. Continue.
Where were we? So you can't prove anything about the core of the Earth, or even the crust. Let's
you can scan for minerals under the ground,
scanning
though, and you can I mean, I guess that was a bad example because I don't know too much about it.
There's measured vibration and volcanic type activity all the time.
Yeah.
But what are they using to get all this information about the core?
Let me search it up. I'm pretty sure they send, well, say you send a wave down, a wave of something, and let's say that we do know that sound and other types of light and whatnot reflect differently off of different surfaces, right? I mean, you're observing it literally right now just by light. Light reflects differently off of a white surface versus a black surface, and that's why it looks white or black. So, and that same thing kind of carries over to sound waves. If you yelling at someone through 3 feet of concrete is a lot harder than yelling at them through air. And so these sound waves are bouncing back. And so when we send sound waves or waves similar to this and send it right into the Earth, it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or if the Earth is a core, it will bounce off different materials.
Yeah,
and so it might go through a whole bunch of dirt, but then it might hit a rock and bounce back.
Crazy. And that's what we call distortion. So how do you know what's really happening from start to finish?
You don't. You can just create an explanation based on the evidence.
Exactly. Wow. Thank you for being honest. I'm done with him. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, you can create an explanation based on the evidence. Where do you like? Sorry, I'm confused of why like that's not the flat Earth, or I don't know why that's not. Why is that bad?
Well, so what's your explanation for the horizon never being at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
I don't know. You lost me. Because I haven't done any research on that. But, I mean, like, I don't know. I just don't get how seasons work on the flat Earth.
Well, it doesn't really matter. The surface measure's flat, so that's that.
Yeah, that's not enough of an explanation for me.
It's a good enough explanation for what the surface is.
You told a lot of stories.
That's what you're on all the time, so it's totally. I could definitely agree with why you wouldn't need to see past that, but for me, it's just like I don't know. I like to think about weird stuff. I have no idea how it works, like space or like what would be beyond the flat Earth.
Well, you should start over and just figure out how a ball works.
Ball is spherical.
All the gas balls that are supposed to exist in space, how would they all contain the air that they have?
Well, you agree that gas has mass. You agree that gas is something.
Gas is something. I guess it's something.
And it does. Do you agree that it does have mass? Do you agree with the atomic theory and like what atoms are? What makes everything up? Like quantum mechanics and all that. I don't know how much of that like. Well, I guess agree with is a bad term, but like, because I mean, if you know the Earth is flat, you're not agreeing that the Earth is flat. You're knowing the Earth is flat. But I mean, like with say atoms or chemistry or something, things that we have very, very plausible evidence that supports that atoms exist and that this is how they work in chemical reactions and whatnot. I feel like it's pretty safe to assume that that's correct, that the world is made up of atoms, because it does make a lot of sense based on observation.
So far, you said everything makes sense.
I mean, I said that like the atomic theory makes sense.
But is there any proof
of the atomic theory?
Not necessarily atomic theory, but that'd be a fun one too.
Well, so how would you suppose chemistry works if there's no atoms? What else would be? What else would be that chemistry? Have you seen Nile Red on YouTube? They'll make like grape soda out of plastic gloves. It shows the whole process.
You say Nile Red?
Nile Red, yeah. Just or like any chemical experiment. I mean, he does like really bizarre ones, like turning like plastic gloves into.
I've seen plenty of chemistry experience.
Yeah. So, do you agree with chemistry? Do you agree that like these people aren't just making up random stuff?
Sure. Yeah, there's plenty of chemistry that's fine.
Yeah, so I mean, so atoms are real. I'm pretty sure we can agree that atoms are real. We've like a lot of scientific evidence that supports that. And atoms don't disprove a flat Earth, not at all. Just because the world is made up of very, very tiny indivisible particles does not disprove the flat Earth, right? But all of these little tiny particles, they're all made out of fundamentally the same things. Protons, neutrons, and electrons, and those are also made out of other tiny things. But all these like protons, neutrons, and electrons too, but mostly protons and neutrons, they have mass. They are stuff that exists. They have mass, and our theory of gravity says that this fundamental force of the universe, gravity, which is one of the 4 fundamental forces, it affects everything with mass. And it basically, even like saying that gravity affects mass doesn't, well, that's not, like, that doesn't even make any sense, because it's just like something that happens when there's mass, right? So mass is attracted to other mass, and this is something that we have observed. And the globe theory, I guess I'll call it like the globe theory, was like, it doesn't disagree with like having a gas next to a vacuum, or that, I don't know, whatever that counter argument is that says you can't have gas next to a vacuum or something. Because if you can imagine, all these little tiny particles are all attracted to one another. So if we have this big ball in space, and all these little tiny molecules are all attracted to each other, and if there's a whole bunch of them, they're all wanting to get to be together. It's like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of an analogy, but I'm too tired to. All these little atoms are all like running together, trying to get as close as possible. And even if you're a really tiny atom, say a really light atom, you still want to get
don't work together.
You're still
mass attracting mass and the atomic theory.
Why don't they work together?
Isn't that what you said already?
I never said that. No,
You said Newton,
sorry if you misheard me. Or
you said Newton's gravity and the other, right? They don't work together.
Newton's, yeah. So the Newton's,
isn't Newton mass attracting mass?
No. Newton is like something with inert. Like, he has a few fundamental involved, but mass attracting mass was Einstein.
No, you're wrong. You got to check.
No, yeah, I know. I am wrong. I'm sorry. Anyways, I guess, yeah. So Newton did say that mass attracts mass, and that is observable.
No, it's not.
It's still.
It was superseded by Einstein, so no.
Was it though?
Yes.
Yeah.
How? Why?
That's what the scientists say.
What science says that though? Is there like? I think that's.
Well, science is always
the reason
changing.
why. So let me re-explain Newton's laws, and like re-explain why they don't agree with Einstein laws, because Newton's laws basically, all of our equations are based on constants. An equation is just a relation between two things. But once you add a constant in, like the gravitational constant, and the spring, like, and Young's modulus constant, and there's like thousands of, like, I don't know how many constants there are out there, but there's tons of them out there. And they're basically like, how do we know how much mass this spring can hold, or like how do we know how much force is going to happen when I compress this spring? That's based on, I think, Young's modulus or some sort of modulus, which is a constant which we've observed, and it's basically the world just saying this is how it works. Like, this is, for some reason, there's a very specific number that we've measured, and that's how we basically turn a random proportion into usable data. That's how we can figure out that the way things accelerate on Earth is 9.8 meters a second squared, instead of just saying that they accelerate. Did I explain that? I feel like I explained that like shit, but you understand me so far? There is a constant that Newton discovered that explains how things right now work. But as you get deeper, as you get smaller and smaller, that constant starts to get more inaccurate and more inaccurate. But we have also discovered why it gets more inaccurate. Because of the four fundamental forces in nature, gravity is the weakest. And as you go down, and as you get really small, and this is something I don't fully understand, but as you get smaller, other forces start to play. Like electromagnetism, the strong force, and the weak force. They start to play around. And that's why Newton's laws don't really... You can't use the gravitational constant to explain how a gluon moves and why protons and neutrons are held together. Because they're not held together by gravity. They're held together by... I think it's called the strong force, which is... I don't know if I'm making any sense or if anybody has background in like quantum mechanics, but the strong force is, I think it's created from gluons. They basically glue together atoms together, like protons and neutrons. Yeah, I really don't think I'm making any sense.
I'm thinking you're talking more about electromagnetic forces and such than you are about Newton, because Newton was superseded. Mass does not attract mass. But what does that?
Mass does attract mass. Just because you're superseded doesn't mean that
what are you trying to relate this to anyway, to the flat Earth? How are you telling me that this is proving that you have a globe?
Yeah, that's good point. But I'm trying to explain why the vacuum surrounding Earth doesn't pull apart everything. Because gravity...
That's right. You were saying all the particles of air and all the particles of space or something. What were you saying about that?
All particles attract each other. That's because of gravity. And when you go down and down, and I don't really know why I went down that rabbit hole, but as you go down, other shit starts happening. And that's why Newton's gravitational constant doesn't really work on a very, very subatomic level. But just because it doesn't work at a very, very tiny distance doesn't mean, like, it still works at a larger distance.
Can you demonstrate a gas ball in a vacuum somewhere? Have you ever seen a demonstration or any proof that that can happen? You can have gas form a sphere in a vacuum.
Well, it's not just a gas ball. It's a ball of dense material surrounded with a layer of gas that's then inside of a vacuum.
Have you seen any demonstration of any of that concept that you're explaining here?
Gravity is...
You've got a nice story. It's been a really nice story to listen to, but do you have any demonstrable evidence that that is even possible? I mean, it's a nice explanation, but that's not what we see in our reality.
I'm glad I'm at least interesting somebody, but... what was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say. Right. Gravity is a very, very weak force. So when you think that you can apply gravity that's on such a scale as the Earth to a small demonstration, that doesn't hold up.
Well, now you're in conflict again with your current model, which says Einsteinian gravity is what's going on, and you're going back to Newtonian. So you're contradicting yourself because you just jumped back to Newtonian again, where it's mass attracting mass, which is not what your current
Einstein
model claims.
Doesn't disagree with that. That is a way of explaining it. It's just not the full picture.
Yes, it does. You might want to check out what was posted in the live chat at 32 minutes after or something.
Sticks.
Sorry, I might have some echo, but I forget what I was going to say. Sorry.
Facts or beliefs.
34 minutes after the hour, that Einstein's general theory of relativity was superseded. And so, yeah, you might want to read that before you keep claiming that Newton's works together with it.
So Einstein superseded Newton. Yeah.
It reclassified gravity as an effect, not a cause.
And not a force either.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that Einstein's laws don't hold up to, like, yes, it's not an exact...
No, it literally means Newton's does not work every time in every situation, which means it's not consistent and it does not fit the model anymore. And that's why it had to be superseded by the concept that Einstein came up with, because it didn't work. Yes, your calculations can work in certain situations, but they're not reality. It didn't work in reality.
What if you knew exactly what situations those laws worked in?
The problem is you're looking for consistency that works in all cases every time match it with reality. You can calculate anything. We could sit here and calculate for a world that has certain laws that you come up with. You could make up laws and calculate for whatever. Calculations are a way to explain things, but it doesn't mean they have to be explaining reality. They're a language. That's what calculations are. They're a language. And that means languages can be used to tell the truth about your reality, or they can make up a story or even a lie.
I don't think that logic holds up, because calculations are not a way of explaining things. Calculations are a way of predicting things. Equations are a way of explaining things. But when you calculate something, you're taking that equation and using it. So when you use that equation,
it doesn't mean it matches reality, though. Again, it's a language. It's a better way to explain what you're talking about. It's a language to make
I take a ball, and based on Newton theory, I've done this in school. Based on
I know you
theory,
have,
I can throw the ball
you're
and I
still
can calculate
wrong.
where it lands. I can predict
Unless you can provide some kind of proof that they aren't going with Einstein only and it's superseded, and that you're wrong because it doesn't work in all cases, in all things, for this model of yours, then you've got a problem. So that's why it had to be gotten rid of, because it didn't work. If it had worked,
the flat Earth
they
does
would
that
have
all
kept
the
it.
time, though.
No.
The flat Earth will show one model for seasons and
we're
then
not
another
doing
model
a
for
model.
the day cycle.
We're not here to replace your model. We're here to falsify the one that you have presented and have insisted is correct to nature and reality. See, that's the difference. We're not here to replace your model. We're here to disqualify the claims made by yours.
How I see the globe.
It's not, if replacement's not needed, that's something that would be nice, but it's not needed to disqualify yours or falsify yours.
I disagree with that because...
Yeah, you may disagree, but it's logic. It's pure logic on this one. Basically, if you give me something that you say this is reality, this is it, and this is how it all works, but I find one fault in it, does that mean I have to then replace it for you? Am I required then to be the one that replace it, or is it my job to make sure you actually told me the truth, that your model is absolutely truthful? And if I find something false about it, is it my responsibility to replace your model?
It's your responsibility to make the false known. But the flat Earth is trying to replace the model because you're saying the Earth is not a globe, it's flat.
Well, that's the problem.
The Earth is not a globe, but you're saying it's flat.
Flat's not even a shape. It is a description of the conditions.
It's a disc.
Flat is a description of not a shape. I mean, a square can have flat edges. A triangle can have flat edges. A trapezoid could have flat surfaces. I mean, it's just like, that's not really a shape itself. It's a description of what we see in reality. But either way,
replacing our description. You're replacing our previous description with another.
My job is to falsify what you've told me is absolute truth. You tell me when I walk outside my door, I'm on a spinning ball. And you've given me certain dimensions and measurements and conditions, such as gas pressure. And I have to see if it works with what you told me and how it does. And if I can falsify even one part of that, then your model's got a problem.
Could it be that you're falsifying just one part or misunderstanding that one part?
Probably not misunderstanding a measurement or something that can be easily checked, especially when you've given me the parameters.
Have you studied, say, Newton's laws in depth?
I don't need Newton anymore because it's been superseded by Einstein. But yes, I do understand Newton. But at the same time, I understand it's been superseded.
What's like one of Newton's laws?
I don't need to explain Newton's law. It's been superseded, like I said. And that doesn't prove the shape of the thing we're standing on or the flatness or roundness of it. Am I on a ball or am I on something else? That's all I got to do.
To see if we have the same understanding of Newton's laws.
Well, even if we do or don't, I have understanding of a lot of stuff that you probably don't, but we can't agree on this. Einstein superseded it, which means the calculations don't work in all cases at all times.
Have you understood Einstein's theory in depth?
You know what? I would not claim to be an expert in it. I understand it well enough to know that it's pretty crazy. So it doesn't make any sense to what I see in the natural world. And it doesn't hold up. I can tell you that's what I find problems with. But either way, my goal is to figure out what I'm standing on and what if it's true to what you've told me it has to be. I've been told it has to be a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. 3,959 miles in radius. And if I can't find that curvature over things such as water, which we know lay flat when calm, and are used even in leveling buildings and things since ancient times. If I can't find it even there, then I've got a problem. If my horizon is not at the distance that I've been told it must be at for my observer's height, then I've got a problem with your model. And see, that's all I have to do. I don't have to replace your model or understand every nuance of it to be able to falsify one part of it. If I do that, then you've got an issue. And you've got to come up with an idea of why that's happening that makes perfect sense for making what you're saying is still true. But if you can't, then it's not what you said it was.
Yeah, but if you can't provide another explanation, then nobody's going to listen to you.
No, that's not. Again, the explanation is self-evident that there is something not a globe. A globe has certain parameters that must be fulfilled, does it not?
No, a globe is...
Yeah, no, a globe is a sphere.
It's certain parameters that we...
And it has geometry that must be fulfilled, period. If you're going to claim something is round or circular, as some people want to always call it, which I find funny, but round like a ball, it's a geometric shape, which means it has a radius, means it has a circumference, means it has certain aspects that must be consistent and can be found. It's physical, so we can do things to find out what's going on with that. And if I can't find what you say is absolutely there, then we've got a problem. And this is where long-distance observations that are measured distances that we know and can confirm, and even have done ourselves, many of us have done, over different types of water, even frozen lakes, or even over large salt flats, or, just at any distance that doesn't match up with your globe, then you're going to have to fix your model because it's not right. It's not up to me to replace it. I don't need to do that.
If the model's 95% accurate, should we just not believe the first 95%, even though we know the first 95%?
Well, I would say the major portion, I'd say, wouldn't you agree, though, that the major portion is the fact that it's a globe versus something that may be a plane? That's kind of a big deal, because that changes everything, even from your ability to do space flight is changed basically by that claim that you have a globe versus a plane.
I'm actually working on not like a project, but so right now I'm in first year engineering. I'm on, it's hell, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm learning a lot of cool stuff. And the things they teach us, yes, it's like indoctrination. I know the big thing is the reason why the globe Earth keeps continuing is because of indoctrination, but they're not telling us that, for example, they're not telling us that capacitors hold charge and then can discharge very, very quickly. They told us that, hey, this is kind of how it works. This is how, this is how a capacitor works, but here, we're going to show you it right in person. They brought out this big capacitor and they charged it up and they lit it, and it behaved exactly like they said it would behave.
The whole thing is blurred lines between science and pseudoscience, and that's where you have to figure it out.
And I think that globe Earth lies in science, not pseudoscience.
Except for you didn't explain then how you can prove the difference between what is pseudoscience and science. How would you know the difference if you just make that claim? Oh, I think the globe is science. How is that so? What is science?
What's opposing the globe Earth then? What's opposing?
Well, no, I asked you what is science.
What is science?
Yeah, what is science? What is pseudoscience versus science? What's the difference?
Pseudoscience, I think, is science that's usually has bad intentions and usually is a way for somebody to make money.
So you have a philosophical definition you're using. Me, I'm going for the pure definition of what science is: experimentation from observation of natural phenomena.
Yeah,
that's what science truly is finding cause and effect using experimentation, which requires you to have certain, again, requirements, certain things like a hypothesis. an experiment that will actually hold up to examinations so that you actually can find a cause and not pseudoscience where you're just making up crap as you go, just pretending.
That's just like the thing is, I'm never ever gonna I can't just sit here and think we don't know how the Earth works. We have no idea because
nobody's saying that we don't. But you got to understand, if you, I don't know how far you've been in your college experience at this point, and but for me, I finished my college experience now more than a decade ago, and I would tell you right now there is foundations that have been laid that have caused such havoc because now they're being discovered that was never confirmed and never checked, and now we have a problem because everybody based everything they did after they laid what they thought was a confirmed foundation on a bunch of bunk. And then once that foundation has been wiped out, a lot of medicine. I actually have biology degrees in medicine, so I'm a medical provider. So when I look at things, I understand that science must be very, very consistent, and you must use the experimentation method and the true scientific method if you want to know cause and effect, and not just jump to claims, because then that's pseudoscience and making up stories. And I also know that, yes, there have been terribly laid foundations that weren't confirmed, weren't checked to make sure they were true. Everybody built off of them and didn't do it intentionally, but they made bad assumptions and bad science based off of wrong assumptions. And it gets to a point where it finally collapses and it's a mess. It turns into a real mess.
Globe Earth wasn't planned.
Well, it may be planned by some people, but I would say the majority of people didn't know any better to go check to see if the actual basis of the theory or the claim was
That's exactly
correct.
how science works. You don't just accept somebody's paper. You look into it. You look at the experimentations and you do the experiments. You repeat them and say, hey, these experiments do work. And I can repeat the results. So
exactly. And that's the problem with the globe at this point. So it's not an experiment that we're doing. We're confirming. We're confirming
based on the same recipe. Well, so they must be wrong.
I'm not even saying we did an experiment. Where I'm saying the basic measurements we were given have been blown away by certain long distance measurements and photographs, and consistently not having a horizon that is where it should be, over and over and over, as well as violating laws of gas pressure that don't make
violating laws of gas pressure, though. It's just that I think
what is gas pressure? Go look up the definition. You got to have
particles bouncing against a container, but that is a very fundamental explanation of fundamental observation.
It's a natural observation that's been repeated multiple times at elevations that change from down here right at the ground level to high up, and it's required every time. You don't see a
elevation wouldn't change that at all.
No, it doesn't, and that's the problem with your model.
Right, let's take surface tension, for example. Do you believe in surface tension of water?
Do I believe, or do I know?
Do you believe that the experiments that support the surface tension of water are falsified?
I don't believe. I've seen surface tension, but again, it doesn't hold up to a large droplet. You get past a certain size, the weight of the thing does not continue to have a droplet form, if that's what you're talking about.
That we are still it works on a very, very small level, but it doesn't work as you scale it up. But we still know it works on a small level.
But that doesn't help you, though, because again, your natural observation, it falls apart. Because again, you're looking at reality. You have to look at reality.
So therefore, surface tension doesn't exist, but it does exist.
I didn't say that. I said it just doesn't work to explain what you are seeing in mass size of that.
Is literally just what I mean by surface tension is when you drop a water on the table, it's kind of like a ball instead of completely flat.
It's not a ball, though. It doesn't stay in that ball form, does it?
It's not a ball, but it's like a little bowl. It's not completely flat. There's something
as soon as you make it a little bit bigger than whatever it is that can barely make a half dome, it's flattening out and running off your table if it's not level.
So that proves my point that even though we have a idea that works on a small level, and we know it works on a small level, but we also know it doesn't hold up as you get bigger, and we know why it doesn't hold up as you get bigger. Why does that contradict itself? Why would that disprove surface tension? Something as fundamental as surface tension.
No, I didn't say surface tension isn't real. It just doesn't do anything for your argument of why water is doing what it does here on Earth, that like holding around a ball. Again, that's outside of the surface.
That's not why we think that water stays.
No, I don't think it does, but I've heard people argue that surface tension is why. And I think that's kind of funny. I think it's a dumb argument. Yeah, but there are people that think that. They think that raindrops are another proof because everything turns into a sphere. Balls of water. It must be like that too. No,
I don't agree with that.
No, so it's silly. But no, surface tension is definitely real. We do see things on small scales that can be scaled up, but not everything does that. Of course, there are other things that do and don't. But from what we see in natural observation, again, it has to be observed, and like you said, then you have to be able to see that repeatable measurement again, or repeatable experiment. And the globe, unfortunately, keeps failing. You heard of the black swan?
No. Sounds interesting.
You haven't heard of the black swan picture that they do here, huh?
Sounds interesting. I gotta go to bed soon. I got a midterm coming up in a couple of days, and I gotta wake up tomorrow to study for it. Not looking forward to that, but...
Oh, great. Oh, it's always fun. Those are fun things to do.
That's not so bad. When you get a few friends together, you start playing some tunes. And, ooh, what the? Swan on a swan. Yeah.
Let's see if somebody can post it for me. I don't have it. There's one of them. I'm looking for the one that has the measurements on it. Anyway, your globe. There we go. There's some measurements showing up on that one. The black swan is just an example, one of thousands to millions that people are making all the time, that we are seeing objects in the distance way too far for the globe's claimed size. So this is one of our reasons why most of us know your globe isn't matching up with reality. So we go out into reality.
I sent a link to a picture that does show wind turbines going below the horizon. So it does also hold up here. But I get what you're saying. As soon as it doesn't hold up somewhere, then it doesn't hold up anywhere else. But
all I have to show is your physical horizon not being where it's supposed to be one time, too far, and your model falls apart instantly.
I'll leave on this note, just because we haven't explained absolutely everything that works in every single way on the globe or on this thing that we live on. I still think we've done it to a point which is studyable, which we can study and we can learn from. I still think we've done a pretty good job. I mean, we're just monkeys that have just gained intelligence.
Well, I disagree with you on that. I disagree. I disagree if your foundation of your model is wrong, which your major model claim is that you're a spinning ball in a vacuum. If that is wrong, then there is a lot more wrong from there, because that's your foundation. If your foundation's rotten,
I don't think that a small observation disproves that. I think that the overwhelming majority of observations that do prove that don't get outweighed by the tiny amount of
you're trying to make the amount of claims made suddenly equals truth. No, amount of claims doesn't equal truth. Truth equals truth. If something is wrong, even if one part of it is wrong, it's not the truth. Especially if it's a major part that makes it so everything else is off. I'm not saying it's the
truth. I'm not saying that we know everything. We know very, very little. And we're just discovering how much we don't know.
Your major claim is a foundational piece, and that is the size and shape of this plane.
Just looking at, I mean, there could be another explanation of why we see these barges so far away? There is possibility that there is another explanation.
You think that there's an explanation that light could bend over any amount of a curvature from basically, if you had enough supposed refraction, you should be able to see the back of your own head. See, that's the kind of things you're going to get into. And the problem is immediately if you claim refraction, we're going to welcome you to flat Earth, because actually that's our argument. And you're going to find that you'll find it's our argument is refraction, and you're going to actually get called as a flat earther, because your model claims there's a physical horizon, and the way that light works. Go study Snell's law. Make sure you study some Snell's law before you come back and try the refraction argument with us, okay? I highly recommend that you go figure out what your radius is. You figure out
Snell's law.
You figure out Snell's law and what do you need to fulfill the refraction claim that you're going to make, because I already know where you're going to go with it. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's a losing argument for your side. We actually love it when you guys say refraction, because then we can welcome you to flat Earth, because we'll be able to go through that law.
End up, kind of the reason why I'm here, just because I love talking to everyone here. I absolutely love it.
I can tell you're enjoying it.
And I'll see you guys. Y'all are cool, and I don't know if I somehow become a flat earther after talking to everyone, even though my strong hard belief is that the Earth is a globe. If you somehow convince me that the Earth is flat, I want to be here. I want to be here for that.
Well, I tell you what,
me that the Earth is flat,
our job is not to convince you. Our job is to inspire you to hopefully go out and seek the truth for yourself and confirm whether you've been lied to or not. Learn to figure out if you've been lied to or not.
And I have, and right now I don't think I have.
Well, you don't think, but you don't know. And that's the biggest thing that people have a hard time with, is getting past not only their egos, because nobody likes to be lied to. Nobody likes to be deceived or conned. And it's very hard to let go of whatever you have believed of a lie to go for the truth. Sometimes that's even so hard that people will literally reject the truth for a lie. It's easier. So it's a challenge to your character. If you can stand up to finding the truth on your own. I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to help you find a way to find truth. If I can help you do that, and you've come to the realization that we are correct in our assessment of what we see in reality here, great. If you don't want to hold on to the religious belief, that's fine too. I'm not going to hate you for it or anything like that. I want to see people seek the truth, because I know what it does for you. I know what power that has when we understand truth and can figure out lies. When people are lying to us, governments are lying to us, politicians or whoever, or even your personal relationships, how do you figure out if they're lying to you? Well, you got to look at the reality of the situation and assess it with logic and being truthful. You got to be humble enough to be okay with knowing that you might have been lied to. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I kind of flipped that on you.
Same with us. Hey, I'm always ready for the same thing. I mean, I've asked for, I don't know how many years now, since 2014 was when I really came into this. So, yeah. Since 2014, nobody's been able to pull me back into the globe, because I can't find it anywhere.
And I mean, the fact that you're flipping that question on yourself and asking, have I been lied to about the flat Earth? And that just proves that you truly believe flat Earth, that you truly know the Earth is flat.
I have, confirmed it to myself so much so that I am waiting for somebody to bust it, but nobody's been able to do it yet to my satisfaction, after all the things I've learned and seen and tested for myself.
Maybe it'll be me after engineering.
Yeah.
I'm smart enough, though. But
you never know. But I'm more than willing to have anything that would give me the truth, because I don't want to be lied to. I hate it. Actually, it's one of my biggest things. I hate being lied to. Yeah, most of us hate it. Most people here want empirical evidence. We are empiricists at heart. And so it's all about figuring out logic and using the scientific method, and then making sure we confirm things and test it for ourselves. That's what good science does. So people always want to call flat earthers science deniers, and we are not. We're actually probably more concerned about the science than most people think, by far.
All right. Well, it was awesome talking to y'all, and I'm going to go to sleep.
We'll come back and talk some more.
Yeah, hopefully I'll have some time.
But yeah, check some of that stuff out before you come back. It'll be fun to talk.
Yeah, maybe I don't know, do some research and prepare some stuff. I don't know. That'll help.
That way our conversation will get more consistent and deeper, and then be fun.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to that. Okay,
have a good one.
Bye, everyone. Peace.
Have a super day.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Join in the discussion, and then they run rampant with like different ideas of what they think flat earth is, mixed in with what it's like. And that's why, like, coming into this forum, a lot of people that have flat earth tag aren't just flat earthers. They're like they're still in cognitive dissonance, all that residual baggage from their ideas of like well, they were lied about the globe. Now they're gonna like know the truth. So all the truth, everything that they hear is gonna be, yeah, that's a possibility. No, it's not. So it's like you can't do that. Like this isn't the like. Well, yeah, you're a flat earther. Cool, bro. Let's think that the Earth is as we have a map of the moon, like on the whole Earth, like that. These ideas, right? Like you can't do that. That's how we got in the mess in the first place. Like making all these assumptions, like that. You cannot do that. Yeah, just think about things logically, and it is what it is. Like, I mean, we're dealing with it on all levels. So just having people like really, and that's why I'm not very liked in this forum when it comes to flat earthers because of that fact. I will always just like listen. Like if it's something that you can verify, you can talk about it in a way that we can all look into it, and that's great. I like it. But when it's something that's speculation, just say, hey, it's my speculation. There's no harm in that. But when you're coming in here as a matter of fact, as a flat earther, then you might end up in a bad way because of that.
I proudly share that judgment with you.
I don't know. I've always expected like this forum was something different, and people even say that this forum is not the same like these other flat earth platforms, and it's not. We've curated it to be what it is. It has painstakingly curated to be this way. People hate this forum if you can't use your speculation as a matter of fact. And they're like, well, I'll go somewhere. Go ahead, man. Like, that's the point.
That's
these
right.
other forums.
There's a time and a place for everything, and the people that have the platform can determine what they want to restrict on their platform. I have no problem with that whatsoever myself. When it comes to especially something like this where you can join and speak and any Joe Blow can show up. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with having some stricter rules, but it's nice to have a place too that if you wanted to get a little deeper with someone that you can go wherever and then talk to them. But again, like you said,
oh look, Mr. Sensible popped in here.
It's funny because there's one of the prevailing worldviews among not just flat earthers but alternative cosmology in general is something that intellectually I'm very on board with, and it's the thing that I come to blows the most with me saying, look, a lot of that speculation, I'm not going to go into what it is, but there are things I believe, but I accept that it's a belief. And I won't insert it into anything I talk about at all.
Exactly.
Because
Meme, I don't know if you know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if you know. We just have Mr. Sensible pop in here. He was on a debate with Witsit. Is he unmuted? Can we unmute that guy, Mr. Sensible?
Do I know Mr. Sensible?
He was on a debate with Witsit. I think Witsit had a debate with him and Conspiracy Cats.
Okay.
Is he? Let's see, what roles does he have? Because if you're in this VC, we do want to talk to you. So go ahead and open up your mic if you got. If not, let me see if I can give you a role. Oh, he doesn't have any. Okay. All right, I just unmuted you. If you are who I think you are, you don't need any introduction. You can go ahead and speak if you want. Mr. Sensible, are you there? Hello? You are muted. You have control of your mic.
All right, then keep your secrets.
All right, keep your secrets. I went ahead and gave him BC verified in case it's.
Thanks, man.
Done with him.
Oh man, I might get up my good microphone. This might be interesting, and it might not. Mr. Sensible, are you there? You could bring it back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I've got some issues trying to get my setup working. My screen's not working. You guys carry on. I'll jump in a few minutes if that's all right.
That's all right.
Okay, cool.
Hey, by the way, before you come back again, you are the Mr. Sensible that has had a debate with Witsit, right? Just to be sure.
I just lost the sound then. I heard you saying, am I that Mr. Sensible who had that debate with Witsit? Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can just label him Globe Earther then, Meme.
Okay.
He's good to go.
No problem. Manage.
Yeah, I think I'm all sorted now.
Any other?
Before he starts talking, I want to make sure it's a one-on-one and a civil conversation. You guys know the rules, Sergeant. Go ahead, man.
It's an open forum. You guys can chime in. But yeah, this is Mr. Sensible, the guy who had the debate with Witsit. So I guess if you wanted to talk to him about that specific thing, or I don't know, maybe if you want to say something, Mr. Sensible, it's up to you. But we already know your position. But if you want to state it for us, why do you think the Earth is what it is, and what evidence do you have to back that up? So that's usually our introduction for everyone. So you're no different, getting no special treatment or anything. It's just how we operate this forum. So if you just want to give us a rundown of what you think the Earth is and why. Your position, basically. So everybody here knows who doesn't know you.
Well, basically, I was just trawling around, and I just saw that I had the 24/7 Discord link on my set of links, and I just thought, I'll have a listen, see what they're talking about. That's all. Yeah, standard globe position. The prevailing view of how the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy is understood to be and understood to behave. All that you would expect from a globie.
Could I ask kind of a cognitive question?
Ask away.
Sure. If I were to ask you, how do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy, what would your answer be?
How do I know that we're in a galaxy?
How do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy?
Well, we can see the the Milky Way, which is looking across the cross section, the flat cross section of the galaxy, and we can see all the other galaxies. Stars that we can see are all in galaxies. I didn't realise that was contentious at all.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Great Rift, right?
Well, isn't the Great Rift one of the gaps between arms of the galaxy? We can see the dust clouds and the band of stars of the Milky Way as we look towards galactic central.
Sorry, I got a spam call right then. If you never looked in the mirror, would you ever know what you look like?
Well, I guess there's other ways. Look at reflection in water or something.
Well, I mean, if you didn't
but you can see all the other people. You could feel your face, and you know that you're going to generally look the same. You can see that everyone has subtle differences, or differences to a greater or lesser extent. But you can feel that you've got a nose, a mouth, a chin, ears, and so on.
Don't you have to first assume that you're in a galaxy to say that you look like the other galaxies?
I guess so. Why would you? Why? I mean, No. I mean, it's just a nice chat. No, you're not having a go. That's fine. But to assume otherwise would be to assume that we're different than all the other solar systems, that we're special in some way.
Okay. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on it.
Hey, Mr. Sensible, do you think that we have to imply, or implore, I should say, leaps of logic when we think about the Earth being a globe?
Do we have to? Do we have to take leaps of logic? Did you say?
Yes, to implore that the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't think so. But when we look at the other planets in the solar system, we can see that they're all spheres. I can understand if you were sort of created. This is day one. You walk out. A good starting place would be it's a flat surface. That would be a reasonable first assumption until we investigate further.
I wonder if CB, if you have that clip of Michio Kaku, just for Mr. Sensible's sake. I don't know if he's heard
science,
this or not.
we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Sorry, what field is this?
Oh, Michio Kaku. You don't know who he is? Is he something?
Is that him you were playing? Sorry, that was it. I thought that was someone else on the in the Discord talking.
Oh, that's
sorry.
Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku, yeah. Yeah, he's a cosmologist, isn't he?
Well,
yeah, and astrophysicist.
He's well known.
Yeah. No, I know of him.
But I wouldn't say he's somebody to take lightly in the community of people speaking about what like the cosmos is. So he's not somebody to be discredited, is what I would say. He is somebody well within the realm of a respectable, credited person to say he's a science communicator. Let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that being the case, he's also saying what it is, how they think about the universe and such. So from this coming from just like, hey man, this is what this guy is saying. What do you think about it? Because obviously it sounded like at the beginning when I asked you the question, you said something opposite to what Michio Kaku said, which sounds like you're in disagreement with him. You can't be in agreement with him because you already stated that you're not. So I just want to make sure that the audience that we have understands that the position you have from the position he has, and let's say, I don't know what credentials you have, or if you have any, or if you don't. But the thing is, you're saying one thing, he's saying another. And that's interesting. Right? I mean, not if you don't think it is.
Well, I mean, if he's talking about cosmology, they can't use the scientific method like you can with, I don't know, chemistry, and you can mix certain chemicals, heat them, do whatever, try it again and again and again, repeat it like that. But they come up with thoughts and then look for evidence to try and support them, but it's not that sort of science. They can't carry out those reproducible experiments.
What sort of science is that, though? I'm trying to figure out what sort of science is where you implore thoughts and in your. It's just like guesswork. It's what he said, right?
Any science starts off with a guess, though, doesn't it? If I add, go on.
Real science, right? Real science first starts off with an observation of physical reality, and where you're observing the effect of something. The guess always comes from what have I observed in order to be able to guess what I can vary in order to prove a cause. That's hard science. So it requires an experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, with cosmology, you're observing something and trying to come up with an explanation.
But that's just
with many aspects, it's going to be hard to come up with an independent variable to manipulate. With some, not so. For instance, like distance to the nearest stars, we can use parallax over 6 months, the parallax from the position of the Earth, and see the change in the apparent position of the star against the background star. Background stars to work out a distance. So with that, there is an experiment you can do. With other things, maybe not so much.
What experiment are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying with some of the nearest stars, to work out the distance to them, if you take an image of that star, let's say in January, and you can see it against the background and surrounding stars, you look at the same star 6 months later, it will have apparently moved against that background of stars. You formed a triangle with the baseline being the orbit of the Earth.
So what you're saying is the stars move.
Stars do move.
Wait. Baseline with how the Earth moves? Is that what you said? Because at the end of that, you said the baseline is that the Earth moves. Is that correct? Like I'm just
we've moved 6 months around our orbit, so from one side of the sun through to the other side of the sun. So that's half the orbit around. So if you drew a line between the two positions through the sun, that's the base of your triangle. Looking at the star, it is the peak of the triangle. But looking along those two viewpoints, you can see its apparent position has shifted against the background stars.
All right,
just like holding your finger in front of your face and closing one eye and then the other eye. Yeah, parallax.
Yeah, parallax. we are fully aware of parallax. But for those who don't know what parallax is, maybe you just want to go into that a little bit before I even, I don't want to address it yet because maybe parallax is alien to people at the moment. But if you want to tell them what parallax is and why you're using it in this context, that would be great.
Well, take an example. If you stood looking at a tree with a range of mountains off in the distance, you can see that tree, let's say, is dead in line with the peak of one of those mountains. You move a distance to the left or the right, look at that tree again, it will no longer be lined up with the peak of that mountain. That is parallax. Simple as that.
Pretty easy to grasp onto if you guys don't know what parallax is, but just for your sake, I wanted him to just kind of explain why he thinks parallax is relevant to this specific topic, and also to get into this.
In my example, the star that we're looking at is that tree. Our baseline, our two positions are the position of the Earth in January, position of the Earth in June, and that star is no longer lined up with the same background stars it was, just like the tree is no longer lined up with the peak of that mountain.
It's like
so simple trigonometry, then you can calculate the distance.
Right. Simple trigonometry. But before we get into because I do want to talk about that a little bit. Andy, hold my beer is here. He was listening to a debate that you had with Sid, and he was on edge as to how come, somebody was so blatantly ignorant to the fact that the Earth isn't what they're saying it is, right? Being that it's a globe that it shouldn't be, right? So he's taken a very staunch position. And you just made him more dug into the fact that he now is solidified as someone who's going to now bring forth the case for flat Earth. But my thing is this, right? Because I know that, and I'm just saying that because I'm saying hello to Andy, who came in here pretty fired up because of the fact that he was listening to you and was it Conspiracy Cats? I would say
it was myself and Conspiracy Cats. But what is it that's got Andy? What's it that's got Andy fired up then?
I'll let Andy speak. Andy, before we get into Mr. Sensible's kind of discussion of the cosmos, I wanted you to just kind of, if you had a little piece here to say about why you felt that conversation went in a bad way while you're listening to it. Can kind of give him a little bit of what we hear on the critiquing side of what you thought was going on with that. I'm putting Andy on the spot here, guys. You don't have to chime in if you don't want, though, but it's up to you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just woke up though, guys. So, give me a sec. I need at least 10 cups of tea. I watched that debate and I just got annoyed because it seemed like one side were lying quite a lot, and especially this Kat's character. I don't know. I just didn't like the debate tactics as well, and. What the hell was he doing with this statement? This is what he's going to do, and he's going to make this, sound fancy and say these fancy words. And what was he doing? Why the tactics? It just really got to me. Are you talking about his thing about predicting the future? Or he was a time traveler? Yeah. Well, I think it was fun. It was pointing out. He was pointing out that it was absolutely known what would happen. That Whitsitt would not produce actual evidence. But I mean, you'd have to take that up with Katz if you wanted to take it up. I can only really speak for myself. Oh, by the way, I didn't say hello, guys. I just sound like the usual stuff for you guys. Just ad homs before everything was said. But I didn't ad hom. I showed. I'm going to struggle to remember what evidences I showed. I showed the thing about neutron detectors detecting the sun from around a mile underground, and they do most of their detection during the night when the sun's on the other side of the Earth, and you can see the direction the neutrons are coming from, which would be impossible on a flat Earth. The next evidence I gave were the tow tanks that they use for modelling ship hulls and so on. I used the Southampton, I think it's called Boldra Wood tow tank, about 138 metres long, and it's got rails for the gantry to roll along. And they have to be I'll just finish off. They had to be perfectly level, and that is a curve, and it took 2 weeks for it to be adjusted. There's a hump, if you like, of 0.6 millimeters over the length of the 138 meters. And I can't remember what my third the third one was wasn't it my Mage balloon? Can't remember.
Well, where's that hump at the Suez Canal?
Yeah, I think Mimas wanted to jump in here real quick, and I still haven't addressed Mr. Sensible.
I mean, I don't think metal warping on a poorly built ship is proof of something.
No, that's not what it is. They got a tank of water, 138 meters long, and they tow a model along it to see how it reacts, because it's got a wave maker in it as well, to see how the ship's body would react in the water. Now that tank has to hold the model ship without pushing it down, without pulling it out of the water. So it has to be freely moving. So it has to remain the same distance above the surface of the water. The gantry runs on rails, which must maintain the same distance above the water level along the entire length. And once those rails are adjusted for that, there's a 0.6 millimeter hump, if you like, along the entire length, because
so in
the surface of the water. 138 meters.
And 0.6 millimeters?
Yes.
0.6 millimeters. Okay.
Yes.
That's
not much.
That's within the margin of error for anything, though, isn't it?
They use a microscope and a pin breaking the surface of the water, or just not breaking the surface of the water. And I think there's about 400. You know, like on a railway where you get the metal clamps that hold the rail to the sleeper. There are about 400 equivalent clamps like that had to be adjusted to make sure the rail didn't lift or sink down towards the surface of the water, to maintain a perfect level distance above the surface of the water.
Okay, so I do have a question then. So there was a hump of this metal. Was there a hump in the water?
Yes.
Do you have paperwork for the hump in the water? Or
sorry, do I have what?
Do you have the documentation for the hump in the water or the hump in the rail?
I can post a link to that if you wish.
Sure.
You have to give me a minute. So carry on. I'll.
Yeah, we're gonna put a pin on a specific discussion that we had about the cosmos in order for you to address this specific one. But we'll get back to that other one. I think it's important. Once you finish up with this one and we tidy up a bit on this, and then we'll move forward to that one.
I don't know where you want me to post this. It's just in the lobby.
No. Okay, so you're new to this forum, correct?
Yeah.
What you have to do is go to the live stream voice text, which is above the
got it. Yes,
the one here. So
okay,
you should have perms. Yeah, you have perms.
Yeah.
Do they have perms too, or is it just links?
Do I have what?
Let's see. Can you post an image?
I think he can't. He need image embed raw.
Let me give him that.
Right. Well, that's the link to the website. I'm just trying to find the actual.
No, you have to be able to post images as well, so that everybody can see anything that you want to present. 1 second. And by the way, I'm gonna preface this sensible, because things in here. This is like a very much intellectual forum, so you're not going to get what you get from other places. This is going to be really. I think it's really hard for globe earthers to be in here that take a staunch position. So I would say fasten your seatbelt, because Kansas is going bye-bye in a moment. So I just want you to be fully aware of where you're at. This isn't like a debate. This isn't a debate forum like you're used to, I would say. This is way, way, way different. And I just say, just be in here. Don't get scared. If you have somebody else you want to bring in that's a friend of yours or whatever, that's great. If you want to have a buddy, because this isn't like for flat earthers, this is not even a great place to be if you're speculative, I would say. Flat earth or globe earth, it doesn't matter. Like, this is an intellectual forum, so you will be called out on a lot of stuff if you don't have any evidence. So we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of why you think what you think, the psychology behind it, and all the things that are good for us to know when we investigate. So that's one of the, I just want to preface it with that. So that's what this forum is, just to be fully aware. And we're going to address each point, make sure each point is thorough. We're not going to go skip off and scattergun you with a bunch of questions. We'll let every person that comes in finish their point, and we'll move off to the next person. We're not going to have a dog pile. It's not how this works. So if you're in this forum, you've been in here with me, you know that's the way I run things. Don't dog pile Mr. Sensible. Let the person who's speaking finish their point, and then allow the other person to come in with another point. If you do start to dog pile, I will mute you. So don't do that.
Hey, Mickey, I'm gonna have to run for a little bit, but it's in your hands.
I got you, bro.
Well, I just posted a couple of images of the ones of the tank, and the second one is more details of the rails with those adjustable clamps on. I can't find the direct link to the document so I'm still looking for that.
No worries. Whenever you get them.
Yep.
I have a quick crack at this math here. 138 meters, 414 feet, approximately a 13th of a mile. Looking for around 0.61 inches bend. And you're talking about a half of a business card. You're very polite, by the way. I must compliment you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I don't have a problem with chatting to anyone. There's no point in just slugging people off, is there?
Well, it's the nature of the beast, Mr. Sensible. And as you can see, both positions are pretty upset about each other. So it comes with the territory. So the thing is, it should be expected on either side. And with that, with this forum, however, I run a tight ship, so I don't allow just the dog pile. Everything has to happen in an organized fashion, and people coming through are going to address you one at a time, and they're going to fully go through whatever they want. And we can have people that support what they're saying. They can pop in there and support what they're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have somebody on your side come in there, pop in, and support your side. That's how this works. But we will get through every topic thoroughly. There isn't anything we're going to leave up for questions. There isn't. We go through everything as much as we can thoroughly with everyone. So we want to allow the person who's speaking with you go ahead and finish what they're saying. And guys, remember, if you're done, just say, I'm done. Anybody else can chime in. So we won't know that you have another point coming up. Please allow
I'm good. You can go on. I just wanted to establish that math for a moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want to jump in and have a conversation with Mr. Sensible? Other than, if nobody does, then I have a point to bring about the cosmos. So I'll wait, you guys, if you want to speak with him. He's the guy, if you guys may or may not know, had a debate with Witsit. Him and Conspiracy Cats went a 2-on-1, I think, or 2-on-2. I don't know who else.
It was supposed to be 2-on-2, but the other one was Brian Leakey. So.
Oh, that's right. He didn't really like that. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. We want to know if you have any questions about what Mr. Sensible is thinking about. He's very much in the position that the Earth is a globe. The evidence speaks for itself, according to him. So. This is your time, guys. If you wanted to speak to somebody who's in a position that thinks the Earth is a globe.
Really, I have a really quick question, Miggy. Real quick question. After getting smoked in a debate, how are you still a globe earther?
Smoked in the debate? Which debate was that?
Any debate with Witsit in it?
No, Witsit is rather famous for his word salad. He spouts lots of stuff. He did not address the toe tank. He did not address the neutrino detector. And I have posted those couple of images. I posted the link, and I'm just about to post a screen capture of the relevant part of that document. Here we go. This is the bit that says about the hump, if you like. I don't know, is that come through okay? Can you all see that? Oh. Yeah, there we go. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the Sagittar for an east-west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.6 millimeter. And the top faces of the rails must be level, that's to the surface of the water, within 0.1 millimeter over their length. So that's where I got the figures from Southampton University, okay?
Do you have any idea of... So you're saying this university says that the water is bending?
Yes, they got the rails. The rails could be adjusted slightly up, slightly down, based on those red sole plates that are in the images that I posted above, and to maintain a perfect height above the surface of the water. Once you have that, so they're all at the top of the rail along its entire length is exactly to within 0.1 millimeter, the same height above the surface of the water, then that rail has a curve of about 0.6 millimeters over its entire length.
So we really can't use the rail. What are the rails used for?
That kind of proves that the water is flat, though.
The rails are used for that gantry. Can you not see the gantry?
I know, but the rails are kind of irrelevant because they're built, right? They're not what's level.
Yes,
they are. That's an instrumental error. That's user error.
They build the concrete walls of the tank, obviously as level as they can. They actually let it settle, I think, for a number of months. And then with all those red sole plates, the rails are mounted. Now, of course, just mounting them is not going to be that accurate. They are then adjusted to make sure they maintain the same level above the surface of the water.
Right.
So they follow the surface of the water. So if the water was absolutely flat, then the rail would be absolutely flat.
So they measured up from the surface. They measured up from the surface of the water, and you're talking about a 0.6 of a millimeter variance.
Yes.
Okay.
They used a microscope. They used a microscope showing a needle pressing against the surface tension of the water.
Right. So when I go to a machine shop and have them bore out a motor and they have an error, that never happens?
Thank you. I'm a machinist.
How have you taken into the mechanical variables? How have you excluded them? How have you accounted for them?
How do you exclude metal expanding and contracting under stress and heat?
When they did that, they could not, and in fact it says in this document that I linked to, they couldn't even use a laser because of refraction. That's how accurate they had to be. So they're going to use accurate instrumentation. It was had to be the same person had to make the adjustments along the entire length, so that he would be making exactly the same adjustment. Because if they change to someone else, they'll see it slightly differently.
So how would you account for his error then?
Well, you can read the document. That's the information I have. They used a microscope and a needle against the surface of the water.
I know that.
And adjusted it so it's the same at every sole plate.
I've done the geodetic robotic systems because I do surveying and stuff. This is not perfect equipment.
Oh no! And it even says they're allowing for an error of 0.1 millimeters. Remember, they're looking through a microscope when they do it, but 0.1 millimeters. They can't get more accurate than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're nailing it.
Well, they're within 0.1, and that ends up giving you a curve of 0.6 over the 138 meters.
0.6 sounds like they were off somewhere.
Yeah, it sounds like they were off. That sounds like user error to me.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the university. This isn't me making a claim. This is a university.
Know, isn't there a better claim, like you have a natural body of water that you can look over and shouldn't see buildings on the other side or something? Something a little more than this very small margin of error.
Right. Well, we always hear about the whole thing about ships disappearing or wind turbines getting sort of chopped off, or Chicago skyline and things like that, which is all out in the natural environment. You've got temperature variations, you've got air density variations and so on. Here is another example to illustrate the same thing. The tanks are actually built and have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Well,
thus demonstrating that
they don't have to allow for the curvature of the Earth at all.
Well, they're allowing for the curvature of the water caused by because the surface of the water is following the gravitational equipotential, i.e. maintaining the same distance from the center of the Earth.
Here, let's look at this document.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. I've got it in front of me as well.
Can you?
It's not very long, by the way.
They accounted. Can you find the part where they accounted for the gravitational pull?
Well, that screen capture I gave is on page 3 of the document.
You just post the whole document, just a link to it. That'd be fine.
I did, didn't I? Let me try again.
No, you posted a link to the website.
Oh, there's the document. And this will be the same with all tow tanks. It's just the one that I used in a couple of debates. As I said, it's on page 3, and it's the bottom left couple of paragraphs. Sorry, page 2. Beg your pardon, page 2.
Okay, that's page 2.
And Dave Hinkle, I didn't say tow tags. I said tow tanks. TANKS.
The Australian Maritime College tank staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Sounds like the concrete expanded.
Yeah. Because, I
this is indoors. I mean, it's not going to be massive, massive variations in temperature.
Indoors.
Sorry, concrete.
I've done infrastructure concrete for many years for cities and the military. I've done military projects and infrastructure projects, and I've done surveying for them. I know what I'm talking about here. Concrete expands and contracts. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's why you have expansion joints in long runs of concrete.
Exactly.
Of course.
You just said it. Expansion joints.
Yeah, expansion joint, and they're there because it flexes and expands and contracts. Even 5 years after you build a building, it can change. Now, it's a microscopic change almost. You wouldn't be able to see it with your eye, but it says right here that one of the tanks they filled had a 1.2 millimeter variance, which is over double.
Hold on. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 2 where it says the staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Concrete. Is that the concrete should be allowed to settle? Yes. Australia.
There are two things involved: the mounting and the concrete and the metal. So there's a couple factors.
So yeah, they got deflections within 12 months, didn't they? And then looking down, so the tank was filled in June 2015. Alignment started in January 2016 to allow time for the concrete to settle.
Yeah.
Okay, may I? A half inch or something, you'd start to concern me, and I would be looking into this. Other than that, I have to question also this test that they're doing with model boats on this little canal, if you will. What's with the high precision rate here for something that's going to be buoyant, if you will?
Because the model of the ship. Let me see if there. I think there's. Is there any images there of it? I don't. Well, at the bottom you can see a model of a ship. It's actually suspended below a gantry which runs along those rails, so it's got all the monitoring equipment on it, and I think it goes up to 10 meters per second. It goes quite quickly anyway, but you don't want it pushing that model down into the water or pulling it out of the water, because that will affect the readings. I'm sorry?
I can understand quarter inch or more. I can understand that would be a variable. But honestly, we're talking about a test here. This isn't like absolute precision machinery. There's a lot more things in this world that are machined with higher precision. So to me, that test, that's as accurate as you're ever going to get, even if you did have up to a millimeter or more variance. That's dead level as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry. I've just also seen on that page that we're looking at, page 2, on the right-hand side, just above the photograph, it says the vertical alignment of the south rail was checked in 20 spots in June 2016. So that was 6 months later, and it showed that the concrete had not moved during that period. So, I mean, they allowed for any settling and whatever before they adjusted the rail, and checked it 6 months later, and it hadn't moved.
Sorry, guys, I'm speechless. Go ahead. I mean, to me, that's level, dude.
Yes, it is level. It is level, and level is a curve. Absolutely.
Wow. At least you got your saying that on boys.
You say it with such gusto.
Again, I'm gonna have to go find this fellow I used to know that was into the construction equipment and
Level-
was a high-end guy.
Level as defined by academics is not real level, because those of us who build things know what level actually is.
What size things do you build? What size things do you build?
I did a 1.5 million square foot warehouse for the military. They never accounted for anything.
Well, yeah,
They never account for anything. Linear lines, every direction.
Hilti makes a laser level 75,000 feet. So,
and you can go to the tool shop, buy a tool called a level that comes in all different lengths, and it has 2 mediums in it. It has a gas medium, and it has a fluid medium inside of the canister, and it shows you what level it is. So I'm trying to figure out how you build words into a definition that actually try to find the base of a tool.
Because in recent history, they've tried to change the definition of level because of this argument. That's not an excuse for the fact that level has always meant
right.
level.
And my point is, no matter how many words and word salad you can throw at me trying to tell me that curve is built into the definition of level, I'm going to tell you I'm going to go buy a tool called a level with a capital L, and I'll smack you over the head with it, because there's no amount of words that you can do to cover up the observation of a level with a tool called a level. Like, that's a bullshit story.
Right. If you're talking about talking about a spirit level or a laser level,
no, I'm talking about a level, capital Level. If I'm going to build a deck, if I'm going to hang a TV, if I'm going to interact with the surface to ascertain whether or not it's level and make sure that the stuff I'm building is level, I'm going to use a level. Right? Now, you're not going to appeal to the definition that they revised recently to tell me that there's curve built into your idea of level. That's bullshit and a fallacy on its face.
No.
Yes,
Level
it
is the same distance above. So if the surface is curving, if you took
Hold on, do you have validation? Do you have validation of a curving surface, though? Do you have validation?
No,
of a curving surface?
I'm giving an explanation of what I mean by level. If let's say you had a very large sphere.
Hold on, I'm stopping you because we already know that definition, because we hear it all the time. No, that is not. Yeah, what but it's not. About. We are diametrically opposed to that interpretation of what level is. That's so not
if you're just talking,
the point with, hold on a second here. The point with everything that's being
unfalsifiable. If you hold on now. If you claim that level and curved are the same thing, and you're just measuring up from 2 spots, so level will always look curved, that's unfalsifiable. That is literally unfalsifiable. We can
actually no, it isn't. No,
it is unfalsifiable.
What you're talking about is horizontal. What you're talking about is horizontal, as in 90 degrees from plumb.
90 degrees perpendicular to plumb.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I dropped a plumb line, 90 degrees from that is horizontal. If I was hanging a TV or something that you suggested a little while ago, then yeah, you'd use a spirit level or whatever, because you don't have to take curve into account over that short distance.
Yeah, and over
a distance away, a long distance away, you take another plumb that will not be parallel to the first plumb.
So you think if you go to a still lake and you put your theodolite up and you're measuring 500 foot across it and you have identical measurements, there's no curvature? Or is the level of that plumb perpendicular straight line that you're running parallel over the lake, is that curving around the lake too?
It's not. It violates the perpendicular to plumb is in effect a tangent, isn't it? So if you're on two sides, if you're on two sides of a lake, I think you said 500 meters across, drop two plums, and at each one you had a 90-degree horizontal to those two plums, then they wouldn't be parallel to each other.
They would be.
No, but no, they would.
And they will be.
And that's why I forget the exact term, but
reality.
It's not
in the drawing in your head.
No, I am talking about reality. Have you ever seen The Main Surveyor? I forget the term.
I've been on a lake. I'm not delusional enough to think that the water's curving all around me. Have you ever been out on a lake?
Well, that tow tank that I just showed was 138 meters. No, let me finish. I'm responding to your point. That tow tank was 138 meters, and it had a 0.6 millimeter.
Okay,
so over 500 meters, you're only going to have a couple of millimeters. So no, you're not going to see it with the naked eye.
How much? Hold on. How much is not 0.6 millimeter? How much
just over half a millimeter.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how small that is?
Yeah. You get two of them in a millimeter.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a 500-meter lake, you can imagine that it's going to be, about 4 times that. So about a couple mil.
Hold on. How many millimeters are in an inch? Because we should have 2 inches of curve on that. How many millimeters are in an inch?
It's 2.4. Yes.
So you're off by 25 times. So there's no curve.
I don't really quite follow what you're saying.
Because at 138 meters, you would have about 2 inches of curved earth. You would not have.
Wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
Sorry, 2 inches at 138 meters.
I'll stop you there. It's 0.615, and if you want to go with your Sagitta, you can half that if you like. But either way, it's either 5/8 of an inch or half of that.
5/8 of an inch. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's still way more than a millimeter, isn't it?
Well, over 138 meters, you're saying that the globe theory, if you like, would predict over half an inch of curve.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the exact calculation.
That's not wrong.
I'm sure that's wrong.
Give him half for a Sagitta. It's still half of 5/8. Go ahead.
Sorry, who go ahead?
No, if let me ask you real quick. If level is curved, is globe flat?
Yeah, we're not gonna skip off. We're gonna stay on this one at the moment. Chad, if you're here, Chad has had studies with mathematics, so he would be the one to actually point it out to you, Mr. Sensible, if you're wrong. And I would say that
your level and our level. Your level's called radio
guys,
level.
can you hear me? When I'm talking right now, yeah, just allow me to finish because I'm addressing what Mr. Sensible is bringing up here in this forum. So, Chad, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Sensible, if you may or may not know, he's a person who does debates with Flat Earth. So he's done one with Witsit. So not known or known, but
I just put 100.
Sorry, I'm gonna go and let you present the mathematics for that, but we're just gonna go right now based on the mathematics. And there's been a gentleman who chimed in here who was correcting you. You said that's not right. Can you please, guys, go over the math one more time so that way Chad can hear, and at least maybe Chad, if you want to test this, and if it's not what they're saying.
Well, if it's 160 meters, that's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
138. I mean, let's call it 150. 150, just to make it.
160 is a good number because it's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
Okay, but you're going to be mixing up imperial and metric.
If you're going to haggle over that, I'm not going to bother.
Well, no, there's a big difference between imperial and metric. I just whacked a target distance of 0.138 kilometers, so that's 138 meters, with an eye height of 0 meters into the Earth curve calculator, and it says the target hidden height would be 0.0015 meters. That's using the Earth curve calculator at GitHub.
don't know if there was going to be a response to that, or if you guys are doing something with what he's saying.
I just said if he's going to haggle over silly numbers, I'm not even going to bother. So,
what am I haggling over? Go on, say it again.
I think Mickey was just trying to give him the floor to speak.
Yeah, I was just giving him the floor, actually. But it seems like we are, I guess, at the end of that point. You guys already said that there's a bit of haggling over the numbers because it seems like there is curvature with the way you're presenting it, or should be anyway, and there isn't, according to Mr. Sensible, or at least not enough to be detected. Is that correct? Am I getting what you're saying, Sensible? There's too minuscule.
I'm saying if you were looking over a lake 500 meters wide, the amount of curvature is not going to be apparent to your naked eye.
So, well, that's interesting because we got a contradiction here that I'm going to have to point out. But it's too interesting to point that out at the moment. I do want to get back to the cosmology point that we were on. Maybe if everybody's good with this point, if you have anything else to add before I move on. Anyone? We're all good? All right. So going back to the cosmology point you brought up, I told you that it takes leaps of logic according to some astrophysicists, including Michio Kaku, and there was a sound clip of actually him saying so. So it wasn't just me telling you that that's what he said. He actually said that, and I'm pointing it out, which is important, right? Because there's a lot of people that actually look up to science communicators such as him. Therefore, I said, he said leaps of logic, and that's the way that it works for him. You disagreed, however. You said it was actual, we can know things, and he didn't say that. So
we can know some things, other things we can't know for sure.
Okay, I'm going to take us out of the realm of vagueness, which is kind of like what your rebuttal was at. So know some things and not know some things. Okay, so let's put things into the realm of what we know, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you to tell us give us a few examples, if not one, of what we can know from the cosmology side of things. Go ahead.
Well, this is not any field I'm a specialist in, but we know certain things, like we know the constituent elements of stars using spectroscopy. Sorry, I struggle saying the word spectroscopy.
No, go ahead. Spectroscopy, for sure. Okay, and you say that the way we know those elements is how? Spectroscopy works in a way that, how does it work? First of all, I think using words like these, they're fancy. Some of them are packaged in a way that some other people don't know. The audience sometimes, they might be globe Earth proponents and they don't even know what spectroscopy is.
Right. Yeah.
If they're not in this discussion, they won't know. So enlighten people.
Could I just chip in on this one, Miggy? I've got a bit of information on this one.
Absolutely. I just wanted either you or you tell us what spectroscopy is, and it doesn't matter who it comes from. Just a quick
question, Mr. Sensible. When you're looking at spectroscopy of a star, are you seeing what the actual star is made of, or what its atmosphere is made of?
It's light shining through the atmosphere. It's light shining through the atmosphere of the star.
So it's the atmosphere of the star. You're seeing what the constituent.
Yeah, but
not the actual star itself.
Well, the star is a ball of plasma, isn't it, and gas, whatnot, and shining, taking spectrograms of different stars give you different results. But we haven't just to confirm what spectroscopy is. When you take light, you break it up into a rainbow. If that light is shining through a gas, you get what's called Fraunhofer lines, absorption lines, like a barcode, and each element always has the same pattern. So therefore, if you're looking at the light coming from a star, you examine the pattern, the barcodes, if you like, and therefore you can determine what the constituent elements are.
And this is what you said we know, right? We can know something, like we can know this.
Yes, because that's measurable. And if different people took readings of the same star at different times from different locations, they'll get the same Fraunhofer lines, the same patterns.
I think the audience might be a bit confused when it comes to things we know, because in this forum, we like to stand on certainty. And I'm going to sound a bit redundant, but but 100% certain, right? So now I'm going to turn it around and ask you, are you 100% certain when you say that the star that you are looking at is made up of the specific element that you say that it is made up of? Go ahead. 100% certain. I'm not saying, now I'm going to phrase it this way, again, redundant. 99.99999999999% sure. That's not what I'm talking about.
That would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
Well, no. I'm saying what's accurate is what you are saying, not what we think you're saying. So what are you saying? Tell us directly.
What I'm saying is, if they take a spectrogram of the sun, they can determine the elements that the sun is made of. You take a spectrogram of different stars or galaxies, you can tell the same. You can get the same patterns due to the various elements, so you know the elements.
Hang on, guys. I want to make very clear this before you guys chime in. I want to make this very clear before you chime in, because we get this a lot. So in this forum, you're going to have to tell us, and it sounds redundant, but you have to tell us what percentage that you know that you're certain that that element is what you're claiming it is. Now, is it, I'm going to give you two options because it sounds like you agreed with it, 99.99999999999%, or is it 100% sure? Which is, without a shadow of a doubt, all certainty, for sure, it is the element that you're saying. Which one of those two is it?
You'd have to go for the 99.99999 to be honest, because there could always in science, there's a possibility of something else that you're unaware of.
All right.
That is science, isn't it? Which is why the strongest thing is a theory. So because it could always be overturned. However,
this isn't, it has nothing to do with you, Mr. Sensible, but everybody in here who comes in and says that, I would say they are not certain and they do not know, because it could be, right? What we're doing here is we're analyzing the fact that the people that are saying these things are not sure. So, and you saying that that's the way science works solidifies the understanding that you don't know, because it could be, right, something else, subjective. It could be.
That's true. That is true across all of science. That's true across all of science. If I take a hammer, I hold it in front of me and drop it or let go of it, it falls to the ground. I have never seen a hammer not fall to the ground, but there is always the possibility of some effect or whatever causing that hammer to not fall directly to the ground. Science, the strongest, as I said, the strongest position you can have is to have a theory made up of facts, but it's always a theory because it could be overturned. We've had theories that have been overturned.
Subjective. So what we understand now from your perspective of what science is basically not knowing things and just guessing. It's guesswork.
It's not guesswork.
Oh, it's guesswork, 100%, Mr. Sensible. And so what I'm pointing out here is the fact that you are giving us guesswork and telling us that it's science. And I totally reject that, because I don't think that people put their... Listen, you might be standing behind this, and what I'm pointing out to you is that the idea that you are actually an advocate for this position, other people who listen are listening as you're making these statements as a matter of fact. Spectroscopy works this way. We look at the stars, therefore it is what we're saying it is. So they are not listening to you as in it's not 99.9999%. There's a sliver of doubt. It could be something else. They're actually looking at it from your standpoint and the way you're saying it as a matter of fact. So they don't understand that. So the confusion happens that person will come in here and tell us things as that they're 100% sure, and you don't know that because what you're thinking is not being conveyed over to them in the way that I'm telling you now. So now I'm exposing the fact that you are using guesswork, as in what you think the stars are, using spectroscopy, because you admittedly said 99.99% is the most... I guess you can say the trusted way that you guys work, and you guys, and I would say anybody who uses this, right? So now I'm getting to the bit where we're actually exposing the fact that no one knows what they're telling us, because because it could be something else, subjective. And that is why everybody who says these things doesn't know what they're saying, and we point it out to them. That's why it's important for you to understand that. There is no debate when it comes to flat earth and globe earth. Why? Because we see the same earth that you do. So the thing that you're seeing, however, is a perspective outside of the one that you're already seeing. So they're telling you a story about what's happening outside of what you already know to be happening. You see the stars, we see the stars. You see the flat level horizon, we see a flat level horizon. There isn't another Earth we're speaking of when we talk about flat Earth. It is the obvious and self-evident reality in which we all exist in. And this has been the issue with the flat Earth, globe Earth debate. It seems like we're speaking of two different concepts and everybody's coming at different points, and that is not the case. The case we're trying to point out is the confusion that is happening with the globe earth, that you guys have been believing the guesswork, the 99.9% where there's a little sliver of doubt. That's what you guys are believing is true. We don't have a position.
If I said to you, I've got a lottery ticket here, right? I'll let you have it for $1, and it's a 99.99999% chance you'll win. You would buy that lottery ticket off me. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's 99.99999.
Are we talking about things we don't know once again? Because we don't know, right?
The point
That's what you're pointing out to me. We don't know. You're pointing out to me the same thing that I'm saying to you. So basically, you're arguing my point, which is what I'm telling you. We don't know. So you're telling me we don't know, but this is our best guess, and you're like, "Oh, it's not our guess."
We're not talking about a guess. What we're talking about, right? We've got an idea. We've made an observation. We got an idea about what that observation might be showing. So we look for the evidence to support it. Now, if the first person, so we take, I don't know, whatever the reading is, a temperature reading. Oh dear, that doesn't support our idea. So we'll have to throw it out and think of another idea. And we come up with the temperature reading you take, for instance, supports that idea. It's consistent with that idea. So you look for more evidence.
Why are we eliminating things, though? Why don't we just outright know what it is? Why do we have to eliminate what it's not? I don't think that's a great way for us to get it to a conclusion. Sir, that is assumptions. Do you know that you're living in a worldview filled with assumptions and you're okay with it? And this is what we're trying to point out. So it's not just... Well, listen, we point this out to everybody. It doesn't matter what topic you bring up in this forum. We're going to point it out to you that you, sir, believe that the assumptions that you've just made are actually reality. And we're telling you it is not, because you don't know.
We've got evidence. What you do is you've got your observation.
Mr. Sensible, you have guesswork.
Are you going to let me speak?
You have to admittedly say it's guesswork, sir. It is guesswork.
It's not a guess.
That's like Michio Kaku said. Here's where you're going off the rails and thinking that you know what you're saying when you don't, sir.
Right. I said to you, Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist. Physicist. Now, when you come up with an explanation for something, or a possible explanation, you look for evidence to try and disprove that. That's how science works. And if your evidence, you take measurements, you take various readings, whatever sort of readings they are, depending on what it is, if they don't rule it out, then so far that explanation could still be true. The more evidence you've got, the stronger that is, until you reach a point where you've got a theory which is virtually.
It is your best assumption.
Yes, supported by all the evidence. If you find,
see, for the record, Mr. Sensible, you think that assumptions. The best. I'll put it this way. Let's dress it up. Let's put lipstick on the pig, shall we? Let's say the best assumption that you have. That is what you're going to run with. Your best assumption, sir. That is what you're telling us.
Are you going to straw man me?
No, sir. That's your position.
Right, don't tell me what my position is. Right. With this observation, whatever it is we've made loads of different readings. All of them support that observation. If you find one reading that rules that out, then you have to throw that idea that you're calling the subject out.
You're rationalizing Michio Kaku's admissions. It's seat of the pants. Rationalize it how you need.
Yeah, you're just at this point you're just comforting yourself, which is not anything good for any of the audience. Audience is looking at this like, oh my goodness, the guy is not making any sense, because at one point he said we can look at spectroscopy as a great way to tell us what that is, and now you actually admittedly said we're actually looking at what it's not. What it's not.
No. We know that spectroscopy. We know that spectroscopy works. If you do tests shining light through various gases, you will always get those same patterns per element of Fraunhofer lines.
So let's go back once again.
Therefore, if you apply that same technique to the star and you get the same pattern, your assumption that it's hydrogen, helium, whatever the element is a damn good one to make.
A damn good one isn't knowing for sure, Mr. Sensible. Once again,
no, it's for knowing 99.99999% sure.
Let the audience decide, because right now they're hearing you say that. I didn't say that, so now you're telling them how you don't know, and I'm just exposing the fact that you don't know. And then so in any intellectual discussion, you're coming in half-cocked, half-baked, or whatever it is you want to use the term. You don't know what's going on. I'm pointing that out to the audience. The audience clearly hears that from you now. So, Mr. Sensible, anywhere you go, in any forum you come into, you're going to 99.9999% know of what's going on. And for us, that's not knowing, sir. And so you can say...
Don't know anything then. Tell me something, anything you know. Anything.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, come on, tell me something that you absolutely know.
Let's have a little exercise, because I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to actually show you. Are we talking on Discord right now, Mr. Sensible? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are we talking on Discord?
Are we talking? Don't like the music. Are we talking on Discord?
Yes, sir. Are we talking on Discord?
I have an image on my screen that looks like a Discord server.
All right, so we'll just say yes or no. Are we talking on Discord?
The best evidence. Okay, the best evidence that I've got right now is that we are talking on Discord server.
Okay, all right, that's great, right? I agree with you. That we're getting somewhere, right? All right, so let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. You do not know about reality. Because you don't know your own reality, sir. I 100% know that you and I are talking on Discord, because it is the platform that we are using.
Okay, here's a counter example. You go to kindly make a donation to my Patreon. I send you a link, okay, and you send me some money. Are you 100% sure that's going to me? It could be some scam link you've got. It looks like my Patreon or your bank account, but that's how people fall victim to scams, because something that looks like something isn't necessarily it.
Mr. Sensible, your Patreon link is actually a scam link, dude. The obvious one. Anyway, but that's beside the point. Listen, this is Discord. We're talking on the platform. You agreed at that much point. But see, the breakdown for you is reality. So for us, if we can't know our own reality, then we're not going to listen to talking heads who are telling us that they think they know what's going on with whatever they're saying, with only a 99.99% chance. Because, sir, when it comes down to it, you wouldn't bet your life on that 99.99% at all. So none of the things,
absolutely
sir,
would. Have you ever been in a car?
Ridiculous.
Have you ever been? No. You've been in the car, haven't you? When you drive in your car from A to B, okay, there's an extremely good chance you'll get there safely. But you might not. And if you do have an accident of one sort, there's a good chance with your seatbelts and your what do you call them? Inflatable. I forgot what they call them. The inflatable things that come up. There's extremely good chance. Airbags. Yeah. But there is the chance.
But we can't see into the future, mate.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. You're pointing out things that we may not know or may know, but the thing that I'm pointing out to you is the things that we know. All right, I'll say it. I always get redundant because I hate it when I do. We know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. It's stupid, right? But I have to say it that way. Anyways, we know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. So when you tell us things that you don't know, assuming things and saying it like you know, then it sounds ridiculous to us as an intellectual forum. If you're not able to stand on all 10 toes and declare how you're 100% sure of what you're saying, I'm going to hand wave this and say you're just full of crap. You're just saying things because it sounds nice, because Joe Blow told you. Whoever Joe Blow is, I don't care if he's a professor or the guy down the street. Doesn't matter to me. Whatever you are coming in here telling us in an intellectual forum that you know, and we're going to put it to the test, and you say, well, I'm not really sure. I think it is. It's the best guess, right? Damn good one, as you put it. And then it turns out that you don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sensible hasn't a grip on reality because he's not sure ever. And there it is, sir. That's
science has to be, by definition, science has to be falsifiable. Every single aspect of science has to be falsifiable, which means it could be wrong. Now, that may be a vanishingly small chance.
Sir, you're taking it out of the realm of science, sir. You're taking it out of the realm of science. This is not even science we're talking about. No, sir. We're talking about the most obvious, the self-evident things. I could put it to you this way, not even Discord. I don't even have to know this. I want you to prove it to yourself. What are you doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know.
But I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and
okay,
I'd say that's it. Yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that you. Hey, man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I was like, you can say that with all certainty. You're sitting down. It's okay.
You could assign a certain level of trust to something like that. Hold on. If I said I have a pet cat, you could say, well, I've chatted to the guy. He seems fairly honest. It's quite possible he has a cat. Yeah, I believe him. But if I said I've got 3 Ferraris parked in my garage, you might think, well, it's possible, but it's quite unlikely. Do you know what I mean? You assign levels of trust and acceptance.
No, that's what you do. That's what you do because you've been told to think this way. You're okay. So the confusion happens to people when they're taught, or they're told, I should say, they're told how to think like this. So you were told at an early age that this is a good way to think. Leave yourself open for these things that are self-evident, things that are self-evident, right? I'm not even speaking of the things that you don't know and that you're making these speculations on. What I'm saying are the things that are self-evident, sir. This is outside of the realm of you just being able to be like, hey, let's science this shit. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you're saying you're sitting down, standing up, talking on Discord, whatever it is that you're doing, you're not even sure of that. So you're confused. So therefore, I'm going to attribute the word confused to everything you say, because there's nothing you're going to say that's going to be like, oh, wow, that's great. You actually know something, because you don't. So therefore, you don't know anything, and I can say that with all assurance because you've demonstrated that to us here in this chat and anywhere else you go, whatever platform you say, I want to debate flat earthers. It's not going to happen because there is no debate, because you don't know anything. You're in a state of confusion, sir, and until you realize that, you won't come out of it. You're going to keep spinning your wheels and comforting yourself and saying, well, damn, I could be damn well assured that 99.9%